Chapter 1: Sweeping the Floor. When the sky was bright, Yang Kai woke up, and after a little washing, he took the broom on the corner of the wall and walked out of the hut. Standing at the door and stretching, I glanced at the white fish that appeared on the horizon. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the peace of mind. Then I opened my eyes and danced the broom on my hands, burying my head and cleaning the dust and leaves on the ground. Once in Tsing-yi, it is simple and clean, and the old-fashioned clothes are plain and white. Yang Kai's waist is as straight as a javelin. Even if he is doing the lowest level of work, his face looks meticulous. The movement was very calm, and the hands holding the broom did not use much strength. The body didn't even swing much. Just by the rotation of the wrist, the broom was like an arm, and it came to the ground. As his pace moved, the dust and debris accumulated on the building magically followed, as if the two legs were flat. Yang Kai is a trial disciple of Ling Xiaoge. After 3 years of advancement, Zongmin began to cultivate, but until now he has only cultivated to the 3-level realm of quenching. The brothers and sisters who started with him have long since surpassed this stage, and each has the opportunity to go to the top of the high-level seat to fly to the top, but he can only hope to sigh. 3 years of quenching 3 layers. These qualifications are not described as ordinary words. It can be said to be mediocre. Nothing to do, Yang Kai can only pick up a sweeping life in the Zongmin, while practicing his livelihood and practicing hard. Ling Xiaogu is a relatively special martial art. This special manifestation is in the cruelty of the competition of disciples under the door. In this martial art, there is the ability to be superior and the incompetent to eliminate. The iron law of the weak meat is interpreted in the Lingxiao Pavilion. Other Zongmin may have some friendship with the same door, but there is no in the Lingxiao Pavilion. I want to climb up, only on the shoulders of the so-called brothers and brothers, stepping on their blood, so qualified. Ling Ch has a strict system and is famous in the entire Han dynasty. Although it is not a super big school, the cruelty of the disciples under the door is second to none. For this reason, the disciples were all arrogant, and few people dared to provoke when they went out to walk the rivers and lakes. Ling Xiaoge has a rule: disciples under the age of 14, no matter who, from the beginning, 3 years is considered a trial period. In the past 3 years, Zongmin was responsible for eating and drinking, and the disciples could only practice. If you can break through the quenching period in 3 years, you will be qualified to go to the masters of the Zhongzhong masters. Let these masters teach cultivation. Of course, you can also not practice by yourself, but when you practice, there are teachers who teach and explore for yourself. It is totally different. To some extent, Ling Xiaoge's rules are somewhat free. Those who did not break through the quenching period in 3 years either left Zongmin or were tried as trial disciples. Trying out the disciple is the identity of Yang Kai. It is also a shame in the Lingxiao Pavilion. Unlike ordinary disciples, the living environment of the trial disciples is more demanding. Because you have to go to this step, you must take care of yourself, and the Zongmin will not waste any cultivation resources on you. Once it is turned into a trial disciple, basically there will be no future in this life. Unless the strength rises sharply in a short period of time, the other sects think that you have the capital to invest. There are 3,000 disciples throughout the Ling Ch, and how many people are there to try their disciples? But the number of 10 fingers. Yang Kai is fortunate to be one of them. It is hard to try to live in the Lingxiao Pavilion. It is like a lodge where Yang Kai lives now. It is built of wood, and wood by himself. There are no holes in the small roof. Time to take care of it. It will be difficult to drain water when it rains. His clothes are bought by himself. The things he eats are made by himself, and everything is responsible for himself. Even the location of the lodge is also the most remote and uninvited place in the Lingxiao Pavilion. Such a bad treatment is generally difficult for people to endure. This is also because of the small number of disciples in the Ling Ch trial. Basically, the disciples who have not broken through the quenching realm during the trial period will choose to leave the Ling Ch road, but Yang Kai stayed. I have been swept away once. How can this be done this time? After being promoted as a trial disciple a few months ago, Yang Kai took a sweeping life in Zongmin to maintain his own livelihood. It can be said that Yang Kai is now a trial disciple of Ling Xiaoge, and also a sweeping squad of Ling Xiaoge. But this sweeping of the land sometimes cannot maintain the food and clothing of Yang Kai. From time to hungry for a meal, No one asked the wind, the days of hardships. Even so, Yang Kai has not played a retreat. Life is alive. Decades of Hua. He chose this road. It is necessary to go on. Halfway cannot be done by men. Yang Kai has a resilience. Does not hit the south wall. Does not look back to the resilience. The sky gradually lit up, and Yang opened the ground for a while. Everything was clean, and the dust was cleaned up. Although sweeping the ground does not waste any effort, it can be so long after eating and drinking in the early morning. Yang Kai is also sweating, which has nothing to do with strength, completely because the constitution is too bad. There are 2 meals in the 3 meals. No one is in the living environment of Yang Kai, and the constitution will not be good. Some of the disciples of Ling Xiaoga gradually surrounded each other. These disciples all got up early. They didn't practice, but they were surrounded by Yang Kai. Many people looked at Yang Kai with great interest. Some people's eyes were even greedy. It is as if Yang Kai is now a naked beauty, a fragrant incense. And among the disciples of Ling Xiaoga who gathered around Yang Kai, there was also a tense competitive atmosphere spreading, and they looked at the teachers and brothers around them with vigilance, and each one looked bad. Some people in the crowd couldn't stand it, whispered, "So many people, some are too much." Someone replied at the moment, "You think that many people can go? No one wants you to stay." In one sentence, the person is not swearing. Everyone knows why they are gathered here. They all know why they should stare at Yang Kai. Now it is waiting for the moment. The time limit is coming soon. Isn't it a pity to leave now? If you can grab the top spot, today is another harvest. Yang Kai of the week is naturally aware of it, but his look has never changed. Such a squad is going to go through it once every 5 days, 6 times a month. There is really nothing to be fussed about, and the number of people in this case is slightly less. It should be that it is not yet full. Therefore, he has been sweeping the floor, regardless of the people around him, all the way to sweep. As time went by, more and more people gathered around Yang Kai, roughly estimated to have at least 30 or 40 people. Yang Kai suddenly stopped, so he sat in the middle of the road, slowly took a breath and resumed his physical strength consumed early in the morning. At the sight of this movement, all the people gathered around Yang Kai immediately dispersed, and the group surrounded him in the middle. The atmosphere of intense competition suddenly rose to a new realm, as if the air was no longer flowing. Anyone who sees who is not pleasing to the eye, but is looking forward to seeing Yang Kai. If a person who does not know the truth sees this scene, I am afraid that he will be surrounded by a crowd of masters, or how can he dispatch so many people to deal with him? In fact, Yang Kai is just a trial disciple of 3 layers of quenching. Anyone present is better than Yang. Yang Kai, you don't bother. Wait for me to wait for you, and save time. Someone saw Yang Kai like this, and suddenly disdain. What is the recovery of a 3-layer quenching area? Anyway, it's all about losing. It's better to be a little bit more. Why is it so lingering? Yeah. Yang Kai, you are also very considerate of the mood of the teachers and brothers. Everyone is different from you. We still have to practice after this game. In this case, it seems that Yang Kai should be defeated by them quickly. Yang Kai's recovery of physical strength is also like disrespect to them. If Yang opened the door, it would be like an old man. Time continued to pass, and suddenly, a melodious bell rang. It was the morning bell of the Lingxi age. The bells were introduced into the ears of everyone, and the disciples gathered around Yang Kai were shocked. The bell rings 9 times, and the rising sun of the east is a new day. The breathing of everyone suddenly subsided, and the eyes of the Yang Kai, who was surrounded by the middle, slowly opened up, carrying the broom on his hand, and glanced at the circle of people around him. "Choose me, Yang Shixiang," someone shouted. "I am very light, and you are guaranteed not to hurt. Fart. Choose me. I will give you a good time, and with a punch, never waste everyone's time. Choose me. Choose me." The scene is noisy, just like the marketers in the market are selling vegetables in their fields, but also who is more fresh. "Yang Kai, you can't break the rules you set." Someone reminded me. Yang Kai chuckled, and the broom that he would hold was thrown into the sky, and dozens of pairs of eyes looked up, looking forward to waiting for the broom to land. I prayed in my heart, "Choose me, choose me." Time seemed to slow down. The broom hit a few turns in midair, and immediately fell, playing on the ground, not fixed. At the front of the broom, point to a burly teenager in the crowd. A sigh of relief sounds, full of resentment and unwillingness. On the contrary, the burly boy, haha, smiled out of the crowd and punched the crowd and smiled. The brothers and sisters, today's war brother one. And I hope that the teachers and brothers are not strange. Grass, dog smash. Someone is embarrassed. How can I not choose me? I have come once every 5 days. It has been a month, and Yang Kai deliberately? Don't mention it. I have been here for 3 months, and I have not been selected once. Brother, you are worse than me. It's not terrible, it's good to watch the show. The two brothers looked at each other and smiled. In the field, other people have already dispersed, leaving only Yang Kai and the burly teenagers to look at each other. Try the disciple Yang Kai, 3 layers of quenching. Yang looked at the other side. Ordinary disciple Zhou Dingjun, quenching 5 layers. Burly Young's self-reported home. Ling Xiaoga's disciples are also hierarchically graded. From the bottom up, they are trials of disciples, ordinary disciples, disciples, elite disciples, and core disciples. Zhou Dingjun said that he is an ordinary disciple. That is, he has not yet entered the Zhongzhou Masters, and he has not been given a good teacher. If it is a breakthrough in the quenching period, it will be a higher-level disciple. The elite disciples who are 1 level higher are all outstanding, and they are selected from the disciples. The core disciple is the hope of the next generation of Ling Xiaoga, who has cultivated these people as future successors. Simran's discipleship system seems to be inhuman, but it can stimulate young people's blood and competition consciousness. This is also the foundation of Ling Xiaoga's cruel system. The fundamental reason for Yang Kai to be robbed by countless people is another rule of Ling Xiaoga, the rule of challenge. Upload new books, ask for collections, and ask for recommendations. Selling for breasts. Chapter 2 Bumping the South Wall does not look back. Ling Xiaoga's sect is one of them. Ling Xiaoga disciple. Once every day has a chance to challenge. Every 5 days have a chance to be challenged once. The strength of the 2 sides of the battle must not differ by 3 levels. It is not allowed to avoid war, and it is not allowed to fight and violate the door wall. The winner rewards the corresponding contribution points according to the opponent's disciplinary level, and the negative party deducts the corresponding contribution points according to the level of the disciple. Contribution points, also known as Zoman contribution values. This is the characteristic of Ling Xiaogu. In simple terms, the contribution points are equivalent to money in Ling Ch. As long as there are enough contribution points, you can exchange any things you want, medicinal herbs, weapons, etc. in Zoman logistics. Baojiao, all those related to cultivation, can be exchanged, of course, can also be exchanged for gold and silver, but in general, the value of Zoman contribution is not easy, and the general disciples are reluctant to exchange gold and silver. There are also many ways to obtain the Zoman contribution value. You can get a certain contribution value by paying Zoman's own treasure-seeking income or completing the tasks given by Zoman. One of the most common and simple ways to get a contribution value is to challenge. Challenge the disciples who are less than 3 layers of their own strength and win the reward value. Therefore, in this early morning, there will be so many people around Yang Kai. Everyone knows to stare at the soft persimmon. The name of Yang Kai is also famous in the Lingxiao Pavilion, not only because he bears the identity of a rare trial disciple, but also because he has never been a winner since he entered the Lingxi age. Every time someone is challenged, it is the result of defeat. Someone naturally remembers when Yang was challenged last time. Today is the 5th day from the last time. According to the rules, he can challenge him again. For this easy contribution, whoever does not see it, although wins Yang Kai does not contribute much, but mosquitoes are small and meat. What's more, it will challenge Yang Kai's disciples, and it is not a wealthy and noble person. They will not be too small in their contribution. In the field, Yang Kai and Zhou Dingjun have already opened the posture, and they sing, "Please advise." Having said that, anyone knows that Yang Kai is free from being stunned today. When the voice fell, Yang Kai grabbed the attack first, and the thin body broke out with amazing fighting power. He stepped out and made a fist to Zhou Dingjun's chest. The attack was simple and direct, and the fist was alive, as if the strength of one was poured into it. This boxing is the long fist that everybody at the bottom of Lingxi Age has cultivated. This set of boxing methods is not esoteric. It is only used to give physical strength to the disciples. The moves are naturally simple. Zhou Dingjun did not panic and smiled. It was because his realm was 2 levels higher than Yang Kai. There was no suspense in this battle. When Yang Kai's fist was about to come, he was just like a walk in the air, and his burly body seemed to be a bit smart at the moment. The fist rubbed his clothes and hit it. He did not hurt Zhou Dingjun. Not waiting for Yang to open the boxing, Zhou Dingjun had already squatted on Yang Kai's forearm, while his knees were slightly lifted up, and Yang's abdomen was in the middle. Yang opened the boring, forced to endure the pain of the heart. The footsteps were wrong, hurriedly withdrew, and dangerously avoided the third strike that Zhou Dingjun followed. Well, Zhou Dingjun was surprised. He did not expect that this only 3-tiered brother would expect the enemy to take the lead and know how he would deal with him in the next step. He would be disorganized by his own plan to defeat him. However, this small mistake did not affect the overall situation. Zhou Dingjun thought that he would turn around and would like to follow the shadows. He wanted to stop Yang's breath and completely end the battle. I know that his forefoot has just moved, and Yang Kai, who is back, has rushed over again. The two figures are approaching quickly. Zhou Dingjun saw the unyielding and high-minded warfare in Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai's fist was clenched, and it was another long boxing. Oops! Zhou Dingjun's heart jumped and knew the other's tricks. Although his strength is 2 layers higher than this brother, he can't say that the combat experience is not as good. But what about the middle meter? Zhou Dingjun is Shun Ryuan, no longer dodging, but also the color of Changquan. Touching 2 whispers, Yang Kai Fei, Zhou Dingjun's body shape, still standing. His face is somewhat dignified. If this is the same level of opponents, the one that flies out is definitely himself. Others may not know the mystery of these 2 punches, but they are clearly aware of it. This brother's fist is even faster than himself. That is to say, he first hit himself, and he hit him. However, his fist is far less powerful than his own, and he is strong and strong. In contrast, the other side is thin and thin, his body is thin, his face is like a dish, he is obviously malnourished, and his ability to fight is not on a horizontal line. This will happen in front of you. Yi Shixiang, inheritance. Zhou Dingjun's heart is not a taste. It is not a good thing to hit earlier than his 2-layer opponent. Although this battle has won, he always feels that some wins are not taste. There was a whispering voice next to him. Does this person think he won? Haha. Is it that he has never heard of Yang Kai's name, and he ran to challenge? This is really interesting. Zhou Dingjun's brow was a pick. He really didn't know Yang Kai very well. He often heard people mention this brother. Today, after seeing many people around, he joined in, but did not expect luck to be super good. He was directly selected by Yang Kai. But isn't this a win? It's already an overwhelming advantage to punch the brothers with 1 punch. According to the rules of the sect, the other party should also admit defeat, because it is no longer necessary to fight. Come back. When I was thinking about it, Yang Kai, who flew out and fell to the ground, had already stood up. In the eyes, she was not even discouraged. The war was more intense. After being beaten, it was full of dishes. The face has been slightly pale. Not waiting for Zhou Dingjun to answer, Yang Kai actually rushed over. In the place less than 3 feet away from Zhou Dingjun, his body suddenly shook a little, and his legs swept like a long whip, hitting Zhou Dingjun. Whip legs. It is also the basic skill that everybody at the bottom of the Lingxiao Pavilion has cultivated. It is only exhibited at this moment through Yang Kai, and he has made many levels far higher than his counterparts. It turns out that this whip leg can also be kicked like this. Did not wait for everyone's emotions, a soft bang came out. Yang Kai flew again. The gap between the 2 levels of the realm and the gap in physical quality made Yang Kai unable to resist Zhou Dingjun. Zhou Dingjun's fist was hit on Yang Kai's calf bone. When Yang Kai stood up again, the pace was slightly awkward. Apparently the bone was injured. Come back. Yang opened his teeth, and there seemed to be a burning flame in his eyes. Touch. Yang Kai Fei. Come back. Touch. Yang Kai flew again. Some people who can't bear to watch have left in advance, and some people are embarrassed. This Yang Kai, this resilience really does not have to say, which challenge does not stun him. He will never give up. These words were introduced into Zhou Dingjun's ears. He couldn't help but feel bitter. I didn't expect that this challenge was such a crazy opponent. Yang Kai was kicked out 7 or 8 times. His cheeks were swollen, and even his eyelids were blacked out. The pace was stunned. It seemed to be windy and down, but he was still stubborn like a meteorite. From where he fell, he climbed from there. Shout and continue to rush forward. Repeatedly, Zhou Dingjun finally changed. You are crazy? Don't admit defeat to the dead. Chapter 3: A man who lost 147 games in a row. There are many people who die in the Lingxi Age disciples every year, but Zhou Dingjun looks at the brothers who are brave enough to go forward without any retreat. The heart cannot help but be a little alarmed. Easy to get away. Zhou Dingjun can't do this at his own expense, and I am afraid that he will admit defeat if he is not aware of it. Staying in the green hills is not afraid of burning wood. This is the way of life. Don't hit the south wall, and don't look back. This is a kind of persistence. Seeing that Yang opened his body in wolf, but the war was getting stronger and stronger, Zhou Dingjun knew that he would not stun him. Today, this is not finished. At this point, Zhou Dingjun waved a knife and slashed it on the neck of Yang Kai, which was rushed over. Yang's fierce momentum suddenly dissipated, his eyes lost, and he fell down softly. Seeing this scene, a person standing on the top of a tree in a tree of more than a dozen feet took out a booklet and opened a page with one hand. The book, the trial disciple Yang Kai played against the ordinary disciple Zhou Dingjun and Zhou Dingjun. This person standing in the canopy is graceful, but it is a woman, but the black gauze mask makes people unable to see the truth, but the delicate eyebrows indicate that the person is not very old, and the man's arm is wearing a fallen armband. It shows the identity of this woman, the secret disciple of Ling Xiaoge. The Linglong Pavilion is a special institution. It belongs to the 3 elders of the Zhongzhong responsible for the administration. The disciples in the church are responsible for recording the size of the Zhongzhong, including the duel between the disciples. Therefore, in the Lingxi Age challenge, you don't have to worry about winning the game. You can't get a contribution point. The dark disciple who is hidden in the dark will record the record and send it to the president every month. After the dark girl recorded the victory and defeat of this battle, she found another smaller book from the waist. She opened it and took a look at it. G. In the 7th day of May 14th, Yang Kai first 147 battles, defeat. In addition to the newly added handwriting of this line, the results of all the Yang Kai battles are recorded on the top, all of which are the first, and how many battles. The result is nothing more than a word: defeat. The losing streak of 147 games has no wins. This can be said to be a unique record since the opening of the Lingxi Age. This record is enough to scream and scream, and there is no one who has never come before, and this record has been created. The person is lying quietly on the ground at this moment and does not know life and death. Yang Kai has never challenged others. This 147 games are all challenged by others. That is, they are challenged once every 5 days. This kind of day has lasted for more than 2 years. Looking at Yang Kai under the bottom, Xianing's eyebrows are slightly wrinkled. Some of hers don't understand why Yang Kai insists on this level. She has been turned into a trial disciple of Ling Xiaoge. Even her own survival is a problem. Why is he still staying in the Lingxiao Pavilion? If he leaves here, his life will definitely be much better. What kind of attachment is this sturdy boy? It is still not discouraged to let him lose 147 games. Perhaps this is a man's stupidity? It was noted that Yang Kai was also an accidental coincidence. Xian Ningshang was a dark disciple and was arranged to monitor this area. Yang Kai was challenged every time. Every time she was stunned, she looked in her eyes. More times, Xian Ningshang began to pay attention to this boy who has only 3 layers of hardened body. She would like to know, with his perseverance, will he insist on when he will leave the Lingxiao Pavilion? Such qualifications, such cultivation speed, are not suitable for staying in this river and lake. The world of ordinary people is his destination. The bottom has been broken. Only Yang Kai one fainted to the ground. People come and go. Time passed. Xian Ningshang's figure has disappeared and disappeared above the canopy. When Yang Kai woke up again, it was already 3 times. There was no pain in the body, and the pace rose, and Yang Kai looked around and found that the place where he was not in a faint position, but in the shade of a nearby big tree. This is really amazing. Is there any brother who is kind enough today to carry it over? This was something that had never happened before. Young opened his eyes and frowned. He vaguely remembered that there was a sly figure swaying in front of his eyes. But this memory is too vague, and I don't know what to think. But between the position where he is now and the position of the coma, there is a very obvious trace of drag, and this trace is clearly dragging a person to rub on the ground. Once again, I felt my own back, and the pain of a burning fire came. Yang opened a sigh, and immediately became angry. The slightest affection of the benefactor who did a good job of this good thing disappeared instantly. This person will directly drag himself from there. Otherwise his back will be worn out of the blood. It's better to leave yourself there, no matter what. Yang is happy. During the depression, Yang Kai suddenly found that his right hand seemed to be holding something. He looked down at the doubt, but saw a small porcelain bottle with fine workmanship in his hand. What is this? This porcelain bottle is definitely not its own. Yang has no long objects, except for a cloth that sweeps the floor. Where is this? There was a label on the small porcelain bottle, and there was a word on the label. Yang opened his eyes and muttered his mouth. Coagulation cream. Coagulation ointment, Yang Kai still knows. This is the plaster used by Ling Xiaoga to treat trauma. Although it is not a peerless medicine, it can have a significant effect on trauma. Generally, everyone in the disciples will carry a bottle with them to prevent accidents. And this is a bottle of plaster. The price of the Ling Xiage logistics office is not cheap. 10 points of Zoman contribution value 1 bottle. How much contribution can Yang get in 1 month? It is exactly 10 o'clock. That is to say, the value of this bottle of plaster on hand is equivalent to the one that Yang Kai sweeps for a month. Who is it? At this moment, Yang happy head cannot help but burst into a fierce. The pain behind it suddenly eased a lot. It has been 3 years since I came to Ling Xiage. In 3 years, Yang Kai used to be accustomed to the ignorance between this sect of disciples. I was used to the coldness of the world, but today, some people will leave a bottle after their injury. Coagulation ointment. This practice deeply touched Yang Kai. It turned out that this disciples are not all cool people. Perhaps, such a bottle of traumatic plaster is not a big deal for that person, but for Yang Kai, it is what is most needed right now. There is a saying called dripping grace, no teeth unforgettable. He is up to the day, Yongquan reported it. Yang Kai moved and thought back to the figure, but it was getting more and more blurred. Instead, a faint scent of scent lingers around the tip of the nose for a long time. Is this medicine originally fragrant? Yang Kaidang had a long experience. After calming down the mood, I finished the whole clothes and put the bottle of coagulation paste into my arms. Yang opened the broom on my hand and continued my sweeping work. It's been swept away inside and out, and it's been busy until noon, and today's work is over. With a tired and hungry body, Yang Kai returned to his hut. The injury that was hit in the morning has not been dealt with. Yang Kai can only endure the hunger, and then deal with the injury first. Taking off his body and saying, Yang began to wash his body with a basin of water. If someone sees Yang Kai's physical condition on the side, he will be shocked. Yang Kai's body is very weak, skinny, and the ribs and the abdomen are clearly visible. It doesn't seem to have much meat on the body, but it is this malnourished body, but it is everywhere bruises, everywhere scars, almost no place. It is in good condition. Every 5 days, people are challenged once. Each time they are defeated, each time they are stunned, the old wounds have not faded, and new injuries have been added. If you change to any one person, I am afraid I can't stand this kind of pain, but Yang Kai resisted it, not only resisted it, but also cultivated it every day, and it was not affected by these injuries. Nothing to do naked, ask for collection, ask for recommendations, click, ask for touch. Chapter 4 Black Book. After washing the body, Yang Kai picked up the bottle of coagulant cream and gently sniffed it under the nose. He found that the medicine was really fragrant, and he couldn't help but refresh his head and shake his head. Uncover the bottle cap and remove some of the bottle from the bottle to be wiped out. Yang Kai's movement is another one. He hurriedly took a bowl of water and put the plaster on his finger into the water. Stir well and start treating the injury with this diluted potion. Although the efficacy of coagulant cream for trauma is good, after such a dilution, the function is afraid to be greatly reduced. However, Yang opened a bottle of plaster. Naturally, it is necessary to save some use. After a bowl of syrup was consumed, Yang Kai finally managed to complete the injury. But what makes him somewhat puzzled is that the taste of this coagulation paste is somewhat different from what it smelled before. It is not only not fragrant, but also a bit spicy. Dressed and picked up a dark roasting mountain from the stove, Yang opened his head and fell to sleep. The light from the cracks on the roof made the cabin look bright. The furnishings in the house were so simple that there was only one bed, not even the tables and chairs. Even the bed was only a table-sized deer skin, and it was square. Blackstone pillow. This is the whole family of Yang Kai. The buckskin quilt is a shovel that Yang Kai once hunted a deer, peeling and baking, although not thick, but just to keep out the cold. The Blackstone pillow was once opened by Yang Kai and went to the Black Wind Mountain after the Lingshan Pavilion. This black stone is square, 1 foot long, and 3 fingers thick. It looks like a stone. It doesn't look like stone, and it doesn't have the weight of stone. Yang Kai doesn't know what it is. Anyway, it is used. The pillow is no better. It is no longer entangled in it. This black stone pillow Yang Kai has been fully pillowed for more than a year. I do not know if it is an illusion. It is always a good sleep. In her sleep, Yang Kai Meng went to today's World War I and was beaten by Zhou Dingjun and Zhou Shidi again and again. He stood up again and again, and his heart was unyielding and insisted on fermentation, and his chest was full of blood. With the continuation of the dream, the blood of the chest is getting more and more powerful. The dream of Yang Kai's face is painful, but the look is very strong. There is a persistence in my heart. Even if I have a foot on the mountain, I am not afraid. Yang Kai in his sleep did not notice that the black stone pillow that was under his head was actually emitting a deep radiance at the moment. With the ups and downs of Yang Xinshu, the light became more and more prosperous. In the dream, Yang Kai continued the morning encounter and was repeatedly overthrown by Zhou Dingjun. When he stood up from the ground for the 1000th time, the unyielding and persevering of the heart suddenly broke out, rushing forward without hesitation and squatting Zhou Dingjun when he stumbled, and Zhou Dingjun fell to the ground. His appearance was blurred, and he turned into his own appearance. At this moment, Yang Xinshu calmed down, not because she defeated her opponent in her dreams, but because she defeated herself and defeated her timidity and submission. A faint feeling comes to life, as if there is nothing in the world, anyone can let himself yield. In reality, the black stone pillow under Yang Kai's brain burst into a black light. This black light swayed from the black stone and swayed in the air. He followed the Yang Kai brain door and drilled into it, disappearing instantly. Not see. At the same time, a desolate and desolate atmosphere came, like the tide of the waves, the power of the snow, and anyone in front of this breath is so insignificant. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and sweated, and his heart was full of sorrow. He was awakened by the breath. Set the gods, Yang Kagan laughed. It's really ridiculous to dream of myself. I licked my face and judged the current time through the light on the roof. I was a little annoyed. I slept for 2 hours, and I was looking at it in the evening. In a hurry, the buckskin on his body was opened, carefully folded, and the position of the black stone pillow was justified. Just want to get out of bed. Yang Kai is a wrinkle, turned his head, and looked at the black stone pillow. It feels like the feel is different. Under doubt, Yang Kai reached out and took the black stone pillow. This amount of cockroaches did not find the same. This thing turned out to be a lot lighter. Strange, how suddenly a stone becomes lighter. Yang Kai throws it away, and this suddenly throws a question. It was as if a thick book was thrown into the air. The pages of the book were smashed, and Yang Kai's eyes were stunned, and he forgot to reach out. With a slamming sound, the black stone pillow fell to the ground, and Yang Kai still couldn't believe it. He found that the black stone pillow was really spread out on the ground like a book. Is this not a stone? How did it suddenly become a book? The black stone pillow was opened by Yang for more than a year. It is what Yang Kai is clear. I haven't found it before. It is a book. How do you get rid of the old turtle today? For a long time, Yang Kai bent over and smashed the black book. At the moment of starting, Yang Xinzhong gave birth to a blood-compatible feeling. Looking through it carefully, Yang Kai had to admit that this black stone pillow is really a book, a thick book cover, a thick book page. But it is speechless that there is no record of a word on this black book. Empty. Moreover, the texture of this page also made Yang open and could not see through it. He gently tore it with his hand and even broke it. This is really interesting. I have been sleeping with it for more than a year, and I still know its true face until today. But what is the use of such a black book without words? Yang Kai turned to look around and found nothing. The ghost made the difference. Yang opened the first page, screaming at the unbelief, staring at the empty pages. Only a moment of effort. Yang Kai has found that there are some changes in the pages of the moment, and it is fascinating, and the wild smell that came in the dream just happened again, and a row of hot stamping characters gradually appeared in front of Yang Kai. With blood as the lead, the golden body is coming. The magic is not good. The golden body is not extinguished. This breath is straightforward, and Yang Kai suddenly closes the black book, and his hands and feet can't help but shudder. I took a few deep breaths, and it calmed down. What kind of secrets are hidden in this black book? Yang Kai does not know. Yang Kai only knows that this thing he has come from the Black Wind Mountains is probably a great source. After a long silence, Yang Kai opened the black book again. This time, at a glance, he saw the lines on the first page of the book. It turned out, not a dream. Gradually, several other lines of words slowly emerged. The proud bones, the tyrants, the unyielding soul, can only drop it. 8 lines and 32 words occupy a whole page, giving people a place to go to the world, but my feeling of being alone is like the words are full of arrogance. Chapter 5, Arrogant Body. The meaning of these 32 words is very understandable. Yang Kai understands naturally. However, the origin of the black book is unclear, but Yang Kai is somewhat jealous. What if this is a trap? Thinking of this, Yang Kai is a sneer, and now he is just a trial disciple of Ling Xiaoge, who will struggle to deal with himself. However, from the literal meaning of the following lines of words, the reason why the black stone pillow will be turned into a black book, I am afraid that it is related to today's own dream. I haven't changed it for more than a year, but today it has become a black book, which is inseparable from the change of state of mind in my dreams. It was because of his own transformation that he changed the black stone pillow. Since it was the birth of the black book was born for me. I am the master of this black book. At this point, Yang Kai is no longer hesitating. The writing on the black book is clearly to draw blood from himself. With the thought of trying it, Yang Kai stretched his hand and bit it down, then put his finger to the black book first page. The blood dripped down, and there was no movement at all. With the passage of time, the black book swayed with a layer of black light. Yang Kai-bin was in poor health. Today he was injured first and some tossed. Underneath, there was some feeling of dizziness. However, Yang opened his teeth and the blood was still flowing, and the light on the pages of the book was growing. After a full sip of tea, Yang Kai almost fainted to the ground, and there was a substantial change on the page. The black light that swelled and squirmed, and a small appeared in the middle of the page. Small vortex. Immediately afterwards, a glimmer of golden light appeared, and Yang Kai tried to keep his mind clear and stared at the movement in front of him. In the black whirlpool, a bright and round, golden things are gradually rising. Yang Kai was shocked. There is really something in this page. Although Yang Kai is looking forward to the decision to drop blood, he did not think that he would succeed. But now, the 32 words on the manual page are not fake. Blood drops for the introduction. The golden body is coming. What kind of golden body is it? Yang Kai's pale face is full of expectations. After a while, when the bright and rounded things were completely presented in front of Yang Kai could not help but swallow a mouthful of water, and he was enriched by how he imagined, and did not think that the golden body was like this. This is a golden dragonfly that is only about half a foot high, and the first brightest is actually the skull of this skull. The golden dragonfly is suspended on the pages of the black book, sitting cross-legged, clearly being a meditation posture. Each of its bones exudes a golden brilliance, and the glory of the open house of Yang Kai. The black vortex on the page fades away, and everything goes to calm. Yang Kai looked at the strange golden enamel, and I didn't know what to do for a while. The book only said how to let the golden body come, but did not say what to do after the advent. Looking at it, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. The golden plaque in front of him had no eyes. Yang Kai felt that it was looking at himself. It also had no mouth, but he was laughing at his weakness. When I noticed this, Yang was furious and grabbed the golden shackles. A small area in the district dared to be so arrogant. I knew that he had just started, and the golden cockroach flew over and headed straight through Yang Kai's hand and printed it on Yang's chest. This is a scene of horror, a smashing on Yang Kai, and then the golden light, the golden scorpion directly into a little bit of fluorescence, infiltrated into the pores of Yang Kai's limbs. In an instant, all over the body pain. This pain is not the general pain, but the pain from the depths of the bone marrow. Yang Kai screamed and slammed into the ground, and his body was bent into a shrimp-like shape. His own bones seemed to have shattered at this moment, and Yang Kai did not have the strength to move a finger. This is not an illusion. If Yang Kai can look inside, you can see that your bones are really smashed, and there is a layer of golden light wrapped around each smashed bone, constantly repairing the broken bones. However, the speed of repair is far less than the speed of destruction. Just after the repair is completed, it is crushed again. The human bones are wrapped in bone marrow, and there are nerves in the bone marrow. Any tiny touch can bring great harm. It is conceivable how much suffering Yang has suffered at this moment. He is not a broken bone in his body, but not a bone in the whole body is intact. In exchange for others, even if the strength is thousands of times higher than Yang Kai, I am afraid that I will be comatose at the moment, but Yang Kai does not. The severe pain makes his mind more awake. The price is thousands of times of pain. Amplification. The horrible screams came out of the hut, and the disciples of Ling Xiaoga, who were walking far away, were shocked and escaped. In the midst of it, Yang Kai seems to have sensed a message brought by the golden body, to eliminate the consciousness of Yang Kai, to seize this body. Whereas Yang Kai promised, even if it is impossible to move, it also strives to maintain the clarity of consciousness, and will never let the golden body occupy the nest. Jin is also not afraid, smashing Yang Kai's bones over and over again, tormenting his nerves, so that he will pass out. One is the proud bones. One is the unyielding soul, who wins and loses, not at the last moment, cannot see the difference. Yang Kai knows that this time is a real life and death. It is not like the challenge of the brothers and brothers. If it is not possible, then there is no such thing as Yang Kai, so you must get past, even if you hurt again. Also have to endure. Yang Kai's consciousness, the destructive power of the golden body, launched a difficult tug of war between the two, and the battlefield is the body of Yang Kai. You come and go, and you will not back down, and you will never bear it. As time went by, Yang Kai discovered that the unbearable pain actually slowed down, and he could not help but feel the spirit. It is no wonder that the golden body smashed the bones of Yang Kai and repaired it again and again. In the process of breaking and standing, Yang Kai's body has the golden body factor, and Yang Kai's bones are getting stronger and stronger. The energy of the body is getting lower and lower. Under this trend, the pain is naturally reduced. Once the golden body is fully integrated into the body of Yang, the war will end. The balance of victory gradually fell on the side of Yang Kai, and the unbearable pain slowly turned into intolerable, and then turned into itchy, and then transformed into a very comfortable. This feeling is like a squatting, making people worth 100 million won Mao can't help but relax. I noticed that there was still a slap in the body, and Yang screamed and screamed in the air. The body finally calmed down. There was a sigh in the ear, and the sigh was full of relief, and there was a hint of weight. Every author of a new book has a common problem. That is to constantly refresh the author background, refresh the new book page, see if the collection has risen, whether the recommended click has risen, whether anyone voted for the evaluation, and whether anyone rewards. This is almost a magical obstacle that lasts more than a month. Every clicker's click recommendation and collection can make us happy, and every evaluation ticket and a reward can make us feel bad. Xiao Mo. Ask for it. Hope that the heroes of the heroes will pity. Chapter 6 BMW with a good saddle, a beautiful hero. I have been lying quietly on the ground for more than a minute. Yang Kai stood up, and that some toss has already consumed all his strength. Recalling the bits and pieces before an hour, Yang Kai is in a dream, but I can't believe it is true. I sneaked on myself and felt a little hurt. What is going on? What is the black book? Yang Kai muttered, and he couldn't understand the clue. When he calmed down, Yang Kai suddenly found that he was a little different. He had not had enough 3 meals, and he was beaten every 5 days. His body was always weak, but now Yang Kai clearly noticed that there is a vitality in the bones of this body. A warm energy is slowly radiating from the inside out, and there is a kind of unspeakable comfort. A little movement, the bones in the body came a burst of crisp and pleasing sound, as if to play a perfect sound. And the body does not hurt, and the place that was injured by Zhou Dingjun today seems to be cured. Apparently aware of this, Yang Kai quickly picked up his sleeves and opened his clothes to look at it carefully. He found that the original black and purple injuries were all gone, and even those old adult injuries showed signs of recovery. Is still skinny. Reaching out to the place where the original injury exists, the skin is squatting down, revealing the new tender skin inside. Although it is not like a baby, it is much healthier than before. Hey, Yang opened a cold breath, but I didn't expect that the body of Jin, who was integrated into his body, had such a strong recovery ability. Feel your own strength and find that it is still 3 layers of hardening, no change. This discovery has made Yang Kai a little disappointed. The story of the rivers and lakes, the story of the ancestors, Yang Kai, has heard much more since he was a child. He knows that there are many people in the world who have a lot of good fortune, and since then they have made great achievements. But after all, it's just a story. If you really get an adventure and change your life, how many people are there in the whole world? The stronger the seniors of those predecessors, the more they can't bear to be buried in the earth, and they will always find the people in the dying. So if you want to jump a cliff and drill a cave, you will encounter the adventure. But now this thing happened to himself. The mysterious black book must be of great origin, and the proud bones are also the landlord fart. Extraordinary. This can be said to be an adventure of its own, and it can be said to be an inevitable result. The last 4 sentences on the first page of the black book are clearly written. The proud bones, the tyrants, the unyielding soul, can be lowered. If the black book is not obtained by itself, but is picked up by others, it is absolutely impossible to spy on the mystery, and it will only be ruined as garbage. It was because of being picked up by myself and under the head for a year, feeling the unyielding and tenacity of his body, the secret of the black book appeared today. In other words, this time it is indeed an adventure of its own, but it is an adventure gained through its own abilities. When I think of it, Yang Kai suddenly feels comfortable, and the so-called BMW is equipped with a good saddle. Black book. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that the baby who had been pillowed for a year could not help but find it, but he could not find it. In anxious moments, the body seems to be faintly moving. The next moment, the black book suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and fell to the ground. Yang Kai stunned, reaching out and raising his brow. Thinking about it for a moment, his mind was moving, and the black book disappeared from his hand. After another move, the black book appeared again. This scene seems to be a trick to play tricks, but Yang Kai's face is very dignified, because he actually feels that the black book can actually be absorbed into the body according to his own ideas. The material of this black book without words is hard to be, is the soul of the town. Yang Kai said in a sentence, almost shocked himself. The soul of the town. That is a legendary counter-treasure. Only in the place where hundreds of millions of ghosts gather, Juin does not see the abyss of heaven and earth, and draws the power of countless souls to have the opportunity to form strange stones. There is an old rumor that is such a thing. Square-inch black stone, coated with tens of thousands of miles. The soul cannot be close. The grass is a dream. This is a bit of an exaggeration of the taste, a square inch of the soul, where can be coated with thousands of miles of territory. But the process of this bizarre stone formation is indeed cruel and bloody. Any life close to its surroundings will fall down in the first place. The years of its formation are also extremely long, ranging from a few thousand years to tens of thousands of years. The formation process is not pursued for a while, but once the soul stone is formed, it is the best. Because this thing has a very strange ability, it can be absorbed into the body, but also can open up a unique space in the stone. This space can be large or small. It is better to store things. Although Yang Kai is only a trial disciple of Ling Xiaoga, his status is humble, but his own knowledge is not bad. Moreover, the legend of the Soul Stone has been passed down for so many years, and anyone has heard it. When I first got the Black Book, Yang Kai did not think of this layer. But now I can see that it can be taken into the body by myself, and then think that the body of the golden body emerges from the pages of the book. How can you recognize the material of the Black Book? Yang Kai was sweating on the spot. The soul of the town is only in the legend, and it has long since disappeared. I didn't think I could meet a piece, and it was such a big piece. The legendary sentence is only a square soul stone. Even if it is only so large, it is worth the price. This can be made by myself, and it has been made into a black book with no words, a 1 foot long, thick, 3-pointed black book. This value, immeasurable. If this matter is to be carried out, it is said that a Lingxiao pavilion in the district is the entire Han dynasty. I am afraid that it will be leveled overnight. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel hot on his hands, and he didn't forget to wipe a sweat when he was shocked. Fortunately, this thing can be absorbed into the body, otherwise the trouble will be big. With such a counter-treasure, Yang Kai did not dare to carelessly, and quickly turned the door to the thief, hiding in the house and bumping into a heart. Yang Kai is excited and difficult, but he is uneasy. My strength is so low now. Can you guard this treasure? Although the black book without words can be included in the body, there is no danger of exposure, but Yang Kai is always in the bottom of his heart. Only cultivation, only strong, can keep their own things. Thinking of the experience 3 years ago, Yang Kai's fearful eyes gradually calmed down. I am 1,000 miles away, and I am rushing to this Linglong pavilion. Isn't it just for cultivation? Since you have got a black book without words, you may want to start with it. The first page of the black book gave him a proud body, although I don't know what it is, but I don't think it will be bad. And there are so many pages in the black book. Is it difficult to have only one golden body? Say the next update. Now temporarily 2 more every day, 1 chapter in the morning, 1 chapter in the evening. When you wait a few days to punch, the list will be more. The number of new books is still small, so you can raise them first. Chapter 7, 4 Layers of Quenching, The Birth of Gas. Get up a few tickets early. Although Yang Kai is only 15 years old this year, since he experienced the great disaster 3 years ago, his heart is much more mature than the same year. It was because of that great difficulty that he had made his tough and unyielding character. So Yang Kai quickly settled down, sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a black book without words, and carefully looking at the first page. After confirming that this first page had no effect, Yang Kai slowly opened and turned to the second page. With the previous experience, Yang Kai's movements seemed to be very familiar, and a pair of eyes stared at the dark pages. After a long while, the hot stamping on the first page slowly emerged again. The proud bones, quenching articles. Yang Kai's mood can't help but have some ups and downs. Things really are as self-conceived. I am afraid that every page of this black book hides something. I almost didn't even think about it. Yang Kai's mind was all devoted to the second page of the black book without words. In an instant, the hot stamp on the black book seems to have become a living fish. It has been smashed out of the book page and turned into a golden shadow. It straightens into the head of Yang Kai. When the golden shadow disappears, Yang Kai only feels there seems to be something more in my mind. And these things are exactly what the golden shadows brought. After calming down the emotions of the heart, Yang opened his eyes and began to digest the knowledge in his mind. In fact, there is no need to digest. The knowledge that comes with the golden shadows is clearly present in my mind at the moment. My mind has emerged from a moment of thought, and I understand the mellow and comfortable. This is the quenching article. Yang Kai muttered to himself. He found that this is actually a set of fists. A set of seemingly simple and profound esoteric fists. And this set of time and practice of the fists also have strict requirements. It is necessary to cultivate on the occasion of the rising sun. In other words, at most, you can only practice half an hour at a time. Now it's just getting into the night. If you want to go to Tianming, you have to wait for at least 5 or 6 hours. Yang Kai's tossing one day, only eating a roasted hawthorn, hungry and screaming. Although he is physically and mentally deficient, he has no words. The black book is such a baby, but the spirit is very exciting. After a while, I couldn't sleep, and I began to study the third page of the black book without words. But what disappoints him is that no matter how he investigates, he has never seen any changes on the third page. He looked at it and fell asleep like this. When Yang Kai wakes up again, it is the sun before the rising sun. The darkness before dawn is the most deep, quiet. The entire Lingxiao Pavilion is quiet. Occasionally the insects are called, but the birds are early looking for food. There was something in his heart. Yang Kai quickly climbed out of bed and went to the hut to stand up and take a few deep breaths to let the whole person relax slowly. In the east, a smear of white fish is now. Yang Kailuan opened his eyes, and the set of fists and feet in the idea of quenching the body has been practiced countless times, and immediately opened the way. Hands into palms. The movements are gentle and slow, one left and one right forward, and then slammed into the chest, squatting on the chest, smashing everything in the palm of the hand, peddling the land of China, swallowing the sun, the moon, and the stars. The left foot is taken. The ruler is the end of the world. The right foot is lightly moved. One step is the yellow spring, the breath. But the life is full of vitality. Just like the spring blossoms, the spring is full. The spring is coming to the summer. The sun is faint. The lotus is bursting. The autumn wind is bleak, golden fruit, and heart-wrenching. The wind blew, whistling and coming, smashing white snow, wrapped in silver. Yang Kai's look gradually became dignified, and the slow-moving fists seemed to have been crushed with tens of pounds of boulder, and they could not be opened anyway. With a burst of squeaky sound, Yang Kai's face was white, slammed a bit, and almost fell to the ground. Although I have practiced countless times in my mind, I know that this set of fists and feet is absolutely not simple, but Yang Kai never imagined that this quenching article turned out to be such a mysterious. Just a short moment ago, Yang Kai felt that the whole world was pressing on himself, but he could feel all the feelings in the world under this tremendous pressure. This quenching body is not a fist, but the practice is the sorrow of the sea, the old and the sick. The practice is sweet and bitter, happy and sorrowful, practicing the joys and sorrows, the in and the lack of. Slowly punching and kicking, all of them are affecting the power of the heavens and the earth, full of magical rules and mysteries. Just now, Yang Kai only introduced 6 palms and walked out of 3 steps. It is still less than 1% of the progress of this hardened body. It has been difficult to sustain. The slamming sound, even from his own spine, made Yang openly think that his bones were broken. I quickly felt it, but found that there was only some pain behind it, no problem. After setting the mind, Yang Kai once again opened the posture and displayed the routine of the quenched body. There was no psychological preparation. Yang was happy, and the feeling was still not clear. This time, with the lessons of the past, Yang Kai naturally breathed his breath and kept his heart. With the slow dancing of the fists, Yang Kai once again felt the original mood, and it was much clearer than before. There is a lot of mischief in the chest, and it is impossible to tell what it is. Not only that, but with the development of the routine, his fists are getting heavier and heavier, as if he is at the bottom of the water, hard and difficult to unfold. The sound of the cymbals is endless, and every movement of Yang Kai can make the bones burst like firecrackers. The pain of the heart is coming from all over the body. Yang Kai is unmoved, and the perseverance of perseverance is at this moment. Show out. The blink of an eye, Yang Kai will sweat out like a pulp, hands and feet shudder, just like the weight of heaven and earth are added to the body, heavy and heavy. One of the hearts is sticking to the turmoil. There was a warmth in the body, and it slowly spread, and the pain in the body was also relieved a lot in this moment. Yang Kai's spirit was greatly enhanced, and he concentrated his efforts on his fists. He knows that this warmth must have been radiated from the body of the arrogant body that has been integrated into the body. After all, the quenched body is matched with the golden body. The rising sun in the rising sun. In front of the most remote lodge in the Lingxiao Pavilion, the teenagers sweated and slowly practiced their fists and feet. The long martial arts began to seek today. Half an hour soon passed, when Yang Kai suddenly felt that he was light, and there was no such heavy force to add. He knew that he could no longer practice the quenching body at this moment. The description of the quenching body is very clear. Only half an hour before the rise of the sun can the practice of this set of fists. The strength of the whole body seemed to be drained. Yang opened his and sat down on the ground, taking a deep breath. A purple temperament was accompanied by a breath and was caught in Yang's mouth and disappeared. In a flash, Yang Kai actually had the sense of refreshment. The body seems to be faint. Yang Kai quickly and carefully felt. This Yang cannot help but be surprised. Feeling, I have already produced a sense of temperament. That is to say, I have broken through the 3 layers of hardened body, and have already set foot on the realm of 4 layers of hardened body. The good news of this day made Yang open with a deep heart. Since entering Lingxiage, it has only been cultivated to the 3rd floor of the quenching body for 3 years. However, the skill of the fists and feet of half an hour has been broken. The quenching body has a total of 9 layers, and the body is trained. The first 3 levels are just physical fitness, and there is nothing special, but after the 4th layer, the meridians will generate a sense of qi. Only when the sense of anger is born will we cultivate further. Although this time has a sense of qi, but there is still no vitality in the body. Only after waiting for the 7 layers of the quenching body, the body will produce a small amount of vitality. Until the end of the 9 layers of the quenching body, the body runs through the big day. The vitality begins, and the opening the bridge between heaven and earth, breaking through to Kaiyuan, truly has its own vitality. Kaiyuan is the beginning of a warrior. Everything in the quenching environment is laying a preliminary foundation for the future road. This foundation is not stereotyped. As one's strength increases, the skin will be repeatedly tempered until the peak. At the moment, Yang Kai is just entering the 4 layers of the quenching body. It has a feeling of temperament. It is nothing to the outsiders, but for Yang Kai himself, it is a great news. Chapter 8. The front bulge and the long legs are long, and the skin is beautiful, and the waist is thin. Half an hour is promoted to a layer. The role of the quenching body has been self-evident, although this also has Yang Kai's own merits. But without this quenching article, Yang Kai believes that he will have at least 3 or 4 months. Promotion. Under the excitement, Yang opened his breath without a word and quickly spit it out. A smoky black smoke spurted out of the Yang opening, dirty, straight into the ground, rolling up a layer of smoke. This breath spit out, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that the whole body was light, and the sense of 5 senses and 6 senses became sharper. Is this the day after tomorrow? Yang Kai was shocked on the spot. The practice of quenching the body. Every promotion will discharge the impurities in the body. Yang Kai has experienced such a thing before, but it is far less than this time. Countless thoughts and joys haunted Yang Kai's mind and lingered. Although this cultivation was directly promoted to a layer, it did not exert the true effect of the quenching article. Because Yang Kai exhibited half of the hour's fists, he only developed a routine that was less than 1% of the quenched body. One of the points can bring about such an effect if all are deployed. I can't eat hot tofu. I can't feel hot ass. Deeply pondering for a moment, Yang Kai had some plans for his future roads. Although not comprehensive, he was no longer able to take a step and look at it as before. For a time, his heart could not help but stir up. After eating something a little, Yang Kai took the broom and started the work of sweeping the floor. Although Yang Kai is a sweeping squad of Ling Xiaoge, it is not necessary to sweep the whole piece of Ling Xiaoge. The place he is responsible for is only 1/10 of Ling Xiaoge, so it is not too much trouble to scan. Basically, it can be done around an hour. Xia Ningxiang stood at the top of the tree to monitor the activities of the disciples of Lingxiage today. Inadvertently, she saw the opening of the sweeping yang, and could not help but feel strange. Today's Yang Kai clearly has some souls, and I don't know what I am thinking. After sweeping for half an hour, he did not leave, and the floor was swept away and cleaned, and the light could be seen. I was afraid that a mosquito would have to smash. This person, Xia Ningxiang, is a little dumbfounding. Yang Kai is really thinking about things. He had such a big chance yesterday. He naturally wants to consider his future, but there is nothing too good to think about it. Only the cultivation time of the first half of the sunrise. What should I do for the rest of the time? When I was thinking about it, there was a rush of footsteps behind me. Yang Kai quickly evaded, and I knew that the other party had actually evaded the action, and this time I ran into it. Yang did not do anything, but his body shape shook slightly, But the man who hit him only felt on a steel plate, slammed down on the ground, and the place where he was hit was a little numb. Yang Kai came back and looked at the other person with apologetic comments. "This younger brother, are you okay?" The man was still a little annoyed. When he looked up, it was Yang Kai's gas bag that was blown up every 5 days. The fire was also dissipated. It's not interesting to fire on such people, and this time they have their own responsibility. Quickly waved. "Nothing is okay." While standing up, the wind ran away. Yang Kai asked, "Where is the younger brother who is in a hurry?" The man did not return, and the voice came from afar. "Go to the church. Where can I go?" Listening to him saying this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that today is the 8th day of the year. On the 8th day of each month, it is the day when Zoman issued the contribution last month. So basically every day of the month, the Zoman logistics department will be very lively, especially the contribution hall. Countless people flocking, want to know how much contribution they have received last month and contribute more, naturally, in exchange for a panacea, Shinbing Bao, the martial arts cheats to enhance their own strength. So basically on this day, the mood of the Lingxi disciples will be quite exciting. Some people are happy that someone is jealous, and Yang Kai is a member of the latter. In the same place, Yang Kai Xian refers to a calculation, cannot help but a little bitter face. Last month's own contribution is still as pitiful as ever. Sweeping the floor can earn 10 contributions, but was challenged 6 times last month and lost in 6 games. Every time you lose, you have to deduct a little contribution, which means you only earned 4 points of contribution. This makes people feel embarrassed. Fortunately, I am now a trial disciple. The identity is at the bottom of the Lingxiao Pavilion. If I am defeated, I will only deduct a little contribution. If I am a normal disciple, I will deduct 2 points after being defeated. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was fortunate for a while. However, the mosquito is small and meat. If you are not getting green, you are counting on the contribution value to maintain this month's livelihood. No longer hesitate, and quickly swept up. When it was noon, Yang Kai was busy, and then he took the broom to kill the church. After a morning buffer, the contribution hall is already very quiet and very quiet. This is also the reason why Yang Kai did not come in the morning. I have to queue up in the morning, and it is very troublesome. Shiran walked into the attic of the contribution hall, and it was quiet and quiet. Only the old man behind the counter was snoring. The old man is the treasurer of the contribution hall. He is about 50 or 60 years old. His hair is white, his face is sloppy, and he is harmless to seeing people and animals. But Yang Kai knows that this old man is an uncompromising master. There was once an elite disciple of Ling Xiaoge who was arrogant in the contribution hall and was ejected by the old man with a few dozen fingers. He almost did not send his life. At that time, Yang Kai was present. It was from that time that he realized that this old man was unfathomable. Yang Kai went up and saw the old man sleeping in the hustle and bustle, screaming and screaming, and his mouth kept screaming at the sly smile. This old goods. I don't know which Lingxi female disciple dreamed. Yang Kai wonders, holding a broom and gently knocking on the counter a few times, whispered, "Dream dispenser." The old man's surname is a dream. What is the specific name? Yang Kai does not know, and he has always called him that. A few whispers, disturbing the old man's dream, opened his eyes, and after seeing Yang Kai, the old face immediately wrinkled, as if he saw feces. "What is your look?" Yang was furious. Dream dispenser turned his eyes. "Why don't you come in the morning?" Yang Kylie is strong and strong. There are many people in the morning. Now it is just clean. I am disturbing my old man's dream. Do you know what the old boy loves to be young? Yang opened up and whispered, "Which girl is dreaming?" Dreams of the cabinet suddenly felt refreshed, and a mouthful of mouth would say to Yang Kai. But he saw Yang Kai's eyes revealing the sorrowful color, suddenly wake up and touch the counter. You asked this question. It just tarnished the old man's chinyu. It's true. Is it good? Good. The dream dispensers are coming out. The front bulge and the long legs are long. The skin is beautiful and the waist is thin. Inen. The dream shopkeeper nodded quickly and almost cited Yang Kai as a friend. Hey. Yang Kai sneered. The dream shopkeeper is full of blushing like a monkey's buttocks. It is almost self-sufficient, and I can't wait to find a hole to drill directly. Chapter 9 Dream Shopkeeper. Throughout the Lingxi age, Yang Kai is only familiar with one person, which is the Dream Shopkeeper. After all, I have to come to him once a month. The Dream Shopkeeper has a nickname, calling for a nightmare. Although he is only a small contributor in the Lingxiao Pavilion, the only thing he likes to do in his life is to squeeze the contribution of his disciples. The original price of 10 points contributed to the coagulation ointment. He can sell 2 bottles of the price of 3 bottles. The means is also very simple. Just put the 2 bottles in 3 bottles, love to buy or not, do not buy out. Of course, the Dream Shopkeeper does not often do this kind of unreasonable thing, only occasionally. And the object he targeted is still the kind of wealthy disciple, like Yang Kai, such a poor ghost, he cannot see. The contribution value of each disciple of Ling Xiaoga is hard to come by. How can he endure such exploitation? Therefore, basically every disciple who has been pitted by him will report it to the Presbyterian Church. The Dream Shopkeeper has also received the warning from the Presbyterian Church twice, but he still does his own thing, but he is not moved. However, his status as a treasurer is thunder can't move, no one can replace it. For this reason, this person in the Dream Shopkeeper was hated by countless Lingxi age disciples. The old man is not arguing for anyone, but there is no way to take Yang Kai, because once he was eager to stare at a female disciple's ass, he was caught on the spot by Yang Kai. For the old is not respected. This can be a system of body, was caught by a small scorpion, Dream Shopkeeper consciously shored in front of Yang Kai. It is also for this reason that Yang Kai is familiar with the old man. The old man was lascivious, his face was thick, and his face was adjusted in an instant, and he looked at Yang Kai Dao with a squint. Old rules. Well, Yang Kai honestly nodded. The Dream Treasurer did not say a word, took out 10 or 2 silver from the counter and threw it in front of Yang Kai, and then took out the account book and wrote it down. Yang Kai collected the money and asked, "How much contribution do I have now?" The Dream Shopkeeper rolled his eyes. "You contribute 4 points a month, and you spend a little for a couple of dollars a month. There are only 3 points left. Now it's only a 12-point contribution. How do you want to buy a bottle of coagulant?" "No, I just asked." Yang opened his hand and murmured, "It's only 12 o'clock. With such a contribution, it is not enough to change a valuable herbal medicine." The face of the Dream Treasurer is serious, whispered, "Little Yang Kai, you want to wash the marrow Dan to improve the qualification I know, but you go down like this, you have to go to the monkey year? Isn't it enough?" Yang opened a chuckle. The Dream Shopkeeper is speechless, and he wants to kneel down at your speed. When you are enough, the old man has also died for 100 years. But dreams of the treasurer, I have something to understand. Yang opened his brow slightly wrinkled. "Speak." The old man puts on a pair of luck, and today I am in a good mood. How can the precious drug of the marrow wash be in the contribution hall? And hasn't it been exchanged by others? Oh, the Dream Treasurer proudly smiled. Because this medicinal medicine is the old man's own baby, others don't know. "Ah, is it your own?" Yang Kai suddenly, he always thought that washing the marrow Dan is the remedy of Ling Xiaoga. It turned out to be his own. No wonder this old goods opened a price for himself. "Don't be angry with you." The Dream Shopkeeper was contented and took a sip of the teapot on the counter. "Although it is my own, it will not be cheaper. You want to make enough contributions to change. The name of the old man's dreams is not white. I will have enough." Yang nodded. The Dream Shopkeeper suddenly changed his face again. Rushing Yang opened his eyes and squinting, whispered, "I heard that you were beaten again yesterday?" Yang opened his eyes and turned and left. The Dream Shopkeeper shouted at the back, "Tell the old man and say, don't go busy." This is a good thing to say. The Dream Old Man is obviously gloating. Didn't wait for Yang Kai to leave the congregation hall. The dream of the old man suddenly dipped up, staring at the back of Yang Kai. "Shin Sheng. Xiao Yang Kai. Where to come from where to go, Ling Xiaoga is not where you can stay, sooner or later will be killed." Yang opened his movement and did not turn around. He sighed in a low voice, "I have no place to go." After that, I left the contribution hall. Dreaming old man holding a teapot in his hands, sighing and sighing. What is the reason? Washing the marrow Dan. Oh, what about the baby husband who is going to be in the sky? Just make a lie to give you a hope, but you will take it if you don't think about it. Yang Kaisian went back to the hut, and put the broom down. Then he hurriedly walked outside the Lingxiao Pavilion. He is going to go to Wumei town, which is 10 miles away from Lingxiao. Today, he can't change his donation with a little contribution. It is natural to buy some food. This is what Yang Kai will do every month. Along the way, Yang Kai did not feel tired for the first time. Every time I came to Wumei town, Shirley Road went down and blushing, but I couldn't stop breathing. But today, I didn't feel anything at all, but my body was slightly warm and full of stamina. Yang Kai had confidence and walked 100 miles. I am afraid there will be no feeling of tiredness. Is it the merit of the golden body? Yang Kai suddenly remembered one thing. When he was sweeping the floor in the morning, he was hit by the unknown younger brother. As a result, he was steady and steady. Instead, the strong and strong opponent was knocked down on the ground. I didn't think too much at the time. Now, in retrospect, it is obviously unbelievable. With his thin body, when is it that someone else has been knocked down? I have always been knocked out by myself. The more I think about it, the more excited I am. The change that Jin brings to myself is really not a little bit. This change will not be clear for a while, and only gradually grow up in the future to slowly discover the power of the golden body. I want to draw God, and I have been walking to Wumei town. Yang Kai has come back, looked around, and walked along the street on the left-hand side. Yang Kai is going to go to a rice line. The size of the rice line is not big. The boss's surname is he is a local resident. The small business is real, the goods are genuine, and the children are not deceived. This is why Yang Kai has been dealing with him. Small shops like this are everywhere in Wumei town, and Wumei town is also very busy and bustling. Because of Wumei town as the center, in addition to the Linglong Pavilion, there are also windfall buildings and blood warfare to help the two sections. Other small gates are countless, but these small gates are just gangs and gangs. They don't have their own sites like the three sects like Lingxiaoga. It is precisely because this side of the water and soil has nurtured so many warriors, so Wumei town is so busy and prosperous. Of course, it is still incomparable with the place of Zhongdu. Zhongdu is the capital of the Dahan dynasty. When he was walking, Yang Kai inadvertently saw a few people in the hutong. Some of these people were sneaking and wondering what they were trying to do. One of them was also very alert and noticed Yang Kai's gaze. Immediately, the eyes are fierce and fierce. Yang Kai chuckled. In the principle of not committing me and not committing crimes, I did not pay attention to it. Only to make him somewhat puzzled is that one of these people looked familiar, like a disciple of Ling Xiaoga. Chapter 10 Breaking Money. In the early morning of this morning, the book is the first time to rush to the list. At that time, there is still a chapter update. I hope that the heroes of each road will support one. The results of this week will determine the official recommendation in the future. It can be said that it is a matter of great importance. Bad depends on the support of everyone. Xiao Mo asks for the recommended votes in your hands. However, Yang Kai did not think much. This is Wumei town. It is so close to Lingxiao. It is normal for disciples to come down to activities. Not long after, Yang Kai came to his line. Mi Xing occupies 2 houses on the street. The business is very hot, and a guy is busy all day and outside. The head of the line is playing the abacus on the counter, and the boss is also greeting the guests. After waiting for a long time, the people who came to buy rice gradually went less, and Yang Kai went into the rice line. The boss wife, Yang Kai greeted, and the boss wife, who was about 40 years old, looked up and suddenly smiled. Little brother, come buy rice again. Well, Yang Kai went straight to the cheapest brown rice and pointed to the rice bag. Give me a bag. The proprietress should have a sigh of relief, while holding the rice in a cloth bag and groaning. The little brothers you buy once a month, are these enough to eat? Yang Kai Dao, basic is enough. Lot. The boss's mother opened her eyes and said, look at your arms and legs. If you don't have enough food, why? Yang Kai Shao smiled and said, I will go hunting in the mountains, so I still can't be hungry. At the counter, the boss who seems to be paying attention to the account does not raise the head. Children, there are some chinmi on the other side, and let go. Let them go to the little brother. All listening to the home. The boss smiled and said, how is this going? You are also a small business. Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. The boss's face is a face. What can't be done, anyway? Those chinmi also have worms, can't sell them. But the family said, these rice worms are more nutritious than white rice. You wait. I will give you take it. As I spoke, I walked back to the back. Young happy head and miscellaneous. I don't know what to say. Every time I come to rice to buy rice, the kind boss and the boss will give me more, and they will find some excuses, such as what rice is worm and so on. In fact, it is all good white rice. This made Yang Kai, who once believed that there was no truth in the world, was slightly sour. Thank you, Hishu. Yang Kai's voice trembled a little. The boss smiled and looked up. When you are alone, who is not lonely? If you are hungry later, come here. There are not many other glutinous rice. That is, rice is enough to eat. Well, Yang opened his head, and there are still good people in the world. During the sigh of emotion, 2 people came to the rice line. The only small 2 in the store greeted each other. Before they even spoke, they were turned to the ground by one of them. Oh, the younger brother fell to the ground and turned a big heel. This fall was really porcelain, and he didn't get up. What's wrong? Hebo quickly ran out of the counter. Yang Kai also pulled the second child up and fixed his eyes to see the 2. I saw these 2 people with a sullen face. One of them looked pale and white. His hands were on his stomach, and he looked weak and weak. The other one supported him. He was born with a bear and a tiger, and it was the one who had smashed the feet. Who is the boss? I am who I am. He boss quickly replied. He is just an ordinary merchant. But the 2 faces in front of him, the waist with a sword, playing fiercely, at first glance, it is not easy to provoke the Lord. How dare what is sloppy? Well, you, this black-hearted boss, even sells poisonous rice to my brother. You look at him now. It's a good man who has eaten your rice and turned into this. I'm a brother in the weekdays. Playing the tiger is not a problem, but now it's going to be unconscious. Your black-hearted boss is just making money. It's just not taking life. One of the reprimands shouted, and the boss was scared to the ground. Oh, how come? How can this be? The man shouted again. How do I know? My brother bought a little rice from you this morning and cooked a pot of porridge. After eating it, it became like this. Fortunately, I didn't eat it at the time, or else I didn't want to follow it. My brother is going to Huang Quan. The boss's forehead was sweating coldly, and the sleeves were kept wiping, and the mouth said, This strong man, this is afraid of any misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding your mother. If not eating your rice, how can my brother be like this? The hand did not roar. Yang Kai stood idly by and looked at everything. What is the character of the boss? Yang Kai can no longer be clear, from time to help themselves. Why to send their own things? How can such a good person do this kind of thing? Not to mention that the boss is not so ruthless. Even if he is really a black-hearted businessman, he will not be poisoned in the rice he sold. If this matter spreads, how can he do business in the future? Who dares to come to him to buy rice? The excuses that the 2 men found were really crude and could not afford to be scrutinized. Therefore, these 2 men must have come to swear. However, this method is too sinister. It is simply to break the road. Although Yang Kai is thin, he is a warrior after all. He is a boy, and Hebo has a good grace for himself. Where can he see it? The face of the face stood up, cold channel. 2. What? One of them glared at Yang Kai, and his temper became more and more violent. Yang Kai did not speak yet. Boss quickly flashed him in front of him and blocked him. He gestured and shook his head slowly. Hishu. Yang Kai ran. Breaking money and disasters. Boss whispered. Yang Kai has no choice but to sigh, and Hebo can say this sentence. It is also clear that the minds of these 2 men are also seen. But opening the door to do business and making money, this noise has attracted a lot of people's attention, and then entangled, the reputation of the rice line will be corrupted. Even though they knew that they were coming to marry, Bo had to follow them, just to send away these 2 gods. In desperation, Bo Boss can only laugh on his face and open his mouth. The poisoning of your brother should be irrelevant to my trip. Upon hearing this, the 2 are angering, and the boss said, But even if it doesn't matter, I will not be able to let go if I come to my house. Your brother is so painful that people can't bear it, or it's a good idea to go to the doctor for a consultation. Of course, if the 2 are tight, he can pay for the 2. This is said to be clear that it is necessary to break the money and eliminate the disaster. If these 2 people really want to swindle money, they will also receive it if they meet. Moreover, the boss's remarks can also allow the onlookers to infer the truth of the matter, and they are not worried about the damage to the reputation of the company. It can be said that it is dripping. I know that the two people on the opposite side did not have the slightest compromise. The one who was stunned was furious. "You black boss, who used my brothers as a green forest to rob the family. It's true that my brother and I are sitting straight. This life is innocent, but it is your boss of the black heart, selling some poisonous rice. What is the conscience? The righteousness of this saying is strict, and there is a sound in the ground." Young opened the mouth and listened to it. With regard to this deputy, the singer is still sitting straight. This life has no worries? Hebo is also standing on the spot. What? Are these two people not going to swindle money? When I didn't know how to deal with it, the crowd of people in the crowd came out with a young boy. This boy was about the same age as Yang Kai. It was a handsome man with a strong heart and a red lips. At first glance, he knew that living conditions were thousands of times better than Yang Kai. The teenager Shiran went to the two big men and circled them with great interest, while turning around and screaming and screaming. Other people are not clear, so only when Yang opened his eyes, he suddenly remembered. Just on the way, I saw the three people in front of me, that is in the alley. This sultry man just glanced at himself, and the boy in front of him was there. Are these three people not a group? Yang Kai suddenly smelled a thick smell of smuggling. Attach this week's reward list. Thanks. Evil Army, wind 100 points reward. 10,000 points of silkworm potatoes. Kunlun Yuang 2 100 points reward. Xiaogua Feiyu 100 points reward. Modeo Knight 100 points reward. Zulkin 100 points reward. Remit Thoughts 100 points reward. Mingyu Rain 100 points reward. Mo Yin Lu 2 588 points reward. Stormwing 588 points reward. Wind Return * Cloud Hidden 588 points reward. Xinyan 100 points reward. Thank you all. Chapter 11 Good People Do the End. Send the Buddha to the West. This book is the first time to rush to the list. This time, the new book list is like a cloud. If Wu Lin can get a good ranking, look at the support of the book friends, and beg the recommendation votes of the book friends. The disciples of Ling Xiaoga who suddenly walked out of the crowd turned around the two big men for several laps. The look on his face was quite cynical, and his eyes gradually taunted. The two big men were not good at seeing them, and the brows were also wrinkled. The stunned eyes screamed and yelled. You kid turned around and turned the grandfather's head into dizziness. What do you want to do? The young man smiled and stood in front of the two people. He glanced at the person who was poisoned and said, This face is blue and white, and it looks like it is not too poisonous. That is. The savage big man hit the snake on the stick, and the fierce swears. If this is the case, how can my brothers not go to the doctor, but risk their lives to come here, just to expose this black boss so neighbors in the neighborhood know his true colors, and don't come here to buy rice anymore. Boss's face was white, and he did not know what the purpose of the two was. To say that they are to swindle money, the boss can understand, but this sin is really a cloud, cannot see through. While meditating, Yang Kai whispered on one side and asked, He Shu, who has offended someone during this time? He boss thought hard and meditated, I don't have it. That is what your money line has blocked the people's financial path. Although Yang Kai is a young man, he can see a lot of people in the world, but he thought of this possibility. Small business, can you block any financial road? He boss shook his head again and again. This is strange. Yang Kai-Xian looked into the field and tried to figure out the possibility of things, but still some people could not understand. In the field, the teenager of Ling Xiaoga suddenly sneered after asking a sentence and screamed at the white-faced man, Look at it. While shouting, he made a black tiger's heart and went straight to the heart of the poisoned person. The horrifying thing happened. The look was wilting, and it had been lingering since the beginning, as if the poisoned man who had stepped into the gate of the ghost gate actually jumped back after the fist hit. It was quite quiet. If you are a virgin, move like a rabbit. His movement, the white color of his face, is also instantly faded and become ruddy. The onlookers exclaimed, apparently shocked by this sudden change. Poisoned. Ling Xiaoga teenager looked at the two big men with sarcasm. The poisoning has actually had such a skill, and I admire it. The two big men were tricked by his tricks, and they couldn't help but look a bit of white, which seemed to be really poisoned. The people onlookers are also a scream. They are not fools. Do you still know the truth of the matter? The two men did not know for what purpose. They even ran to pretend to be poisoned and filthy, and they were debunked by the youngster of Ling Xiaoga. For a time, the field was full of disdain for the two men and praised the youngsters of the Ling Ch. The young boy himself was so flattering. Under this time, the name of the young hero was settled. Yang Kai faintly has some sentiments. This is in the performance of a double spring, playing a line of devils, reluctantly help the weak, and then the grace of the newspaper. If you don't want to see them together in the hutong when you come, you may have to be deceived at this moment. But why are they tossing this? The two great men couldn't pretend at this moment, and they screamed at the Ling Ch teenager. They said, "Boy, who are you? I dare to take care of my brother's business." Ling Xiaoga's youthful style is proud of him. In the next Ling Ch disciple Sumo, hearing the 3 words of Ling Xiaoga, one of the big men looked quite jealous and looked hard. It turned out to be a disciple of Ling Xiaoga, no stranger among the people who were born. "Today, my brothers and 2 people have planted it. The boy, I remember you. The landscapes meet, there will be a period." This remark is like a good discussion. Let Yang Kai listen and laugh. Sumu sneered and said, "Good to go, don't send." Things go to this step. If there is no change, the 2 men will probably leave, and then the Su mudding is to be praised by the audience, especially the boss's thanks. However, Yang Kai did not want to let the boss be in the dark, and the 2 men had not left yet, and quickly shouted, "You can't let them go. These villains are mean and mean. They fall into good business. Today is he's rice. If you don't give them a lesson, you can't say that it's the turn of Lu's clothing store tomorrow, Chang's grocery store." Most of the onlookers are shopkeepers in the vicinity. They are watching the excitement. When they hear this, they can't help but think, how can they make these 2 despicable villains so easy to leave? Let them go today, and if they go to my shop in the wild tomorrow, if they are not going to break the money and be ruined. At that time, no boss is so lucky that someone has to cancel. At this point, the people who were about to give way to the road stood up and stood on their heels. They all looked at the 2 big men in the field. Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of sorrow and panic from Sumu's eyes. At this time, Sumu also followed him from the source of Yang Kai's voice. The 2 men looked at each other, and the latter immediately adjusted their looks. Yang Kaichong sneered at him and rushed the ducks to the shelves. This younger brother, as the saying goes, good people do the whole thing, send the Buddha to the west. How can you take the 2 people together? Sumu sees Yang Kai's body shape is thin, looks weak and cannot help but wind, actually called himself a younger brother, and the plan is also disrupted, cannot help but annoyed. "Who is your younger brother?" "Yang Kai Dao. I am also a disciple of Ling Xiaoga. I have been in Zomen for more than 3 years." Sumu is speechless. This is really his own brother. Gossip, less talk. Yang Kai came forward, and Dai said, "My generation is walking in the rivers and lakes. The most important thing is a hero. The heroes are the ones in my life. The brothers can't let the younger brothers be beautiful. Today, let your brothers join hands to win these 2 despicable villains. But also the boss is fair, and this Wumei town is a grandeur." A few words made a group of people scream. Sumuyu's intestines and knots only felt that he had been dragged into a thief boat by this unfamiliar brother. 2 men were looking at it, and Sumu looked up at them and couldn't help but feel guilty. "Teacher, let's go." Yang Kai took Sumu's shoulder and rushed straight. "What is this called?" Sumu wants to cry without tears. This is the brother who came out from the bottom. It is really bad for me. However, since this step has already come, Sumu is helpless. While rushing toward the 2 men, they will look at them and show them that they are not safe, and they will find a chance to let them go. The 2 men nodded slightly, and everything was seen by Yang Kai, and he became more and more sure of his own guess. Over there, the boss worried that Yang Kai was suffering, but also picked up a scale and rushed over. He shouted, "Street neighbors, young and old, don't watch the show. Come and help the 2 little brothers." He boss is on the line, and the shop of the rice shop is also screaming at the table loyalty. He also rushed up with an empty cloth bag in one hand. He was just kicked by one of the 2 men. At this moment, it is natural to revenge. Driven by the boss, the onlookers are no longer onlookers, and all of them are swarming up. For a time, his head is crowded and lively. The 2 big Hanbin didn't care much, but after seeing this scene, they suddenly became pale and only had time to say the last sentence. Don't hit your face. Then he hugged his head and went to the ground. Chapter 12 Trick, Request for Recommendation. A bad news, a good news. The bad news is that the list failed. I couldn't get on the new book list. Xiao Mohan died. Last night. I kept it until 2 in the morning. I kept refreshing the page. As a result, I almost didn't fall asleep. The good news is that we have the chance to burst the chrysanthemum above. Come on, you are a good man. Use the recommended tickets on your hands to pick the people above and let them know what a chrysanthemum is. In addition, Wu Lian is definitely a good book of this blood, but also please watch The Patient patiently. Table tennis and ping pong a fat meal. Although the merchants on this street are ordinary people, but at this moment, there has also been a burst of striking combat power. These merchants have been robbed of money more or less. People hate the most, and at this moment there is an object of venting anger. Where is it soft? Especially the shop of the second line of Ho's line. The 2 bags in the hand headed down to the 2 men. Just one person, blindfolded, is a burst. This time, the people played more and more fiercely. Anyway, these 2 big men cannot see who is playing him. Naturally, do not have to worry about being settled after the fall. The people are more powerful. Yang Kai just did a look and did not have time to start. They were squeezed out by these merchants. For a long time, the merchants gradually stopped. Only the 2 men were curled up on the ground, and the wailing was not limited. The hooded bag was also hit, and Su Mudding looked inward and looked at it. My heart screamed, and I had some cramps on the soles of my feet. I saw the 2 men who were originally burly and extremely tall, and the man was not the nose at the moment. The eyes were not the eyes. The face was swollen like a pig's head. They were almost unidentified because they were beaten. This situation will occur because the 2 men themselves do not have much strength. Although the waist is equipped with a sword, it can only be pretentious. If it is really a master, will you care about the attacks of these ordinary people? But then again, how can the real master do this embarrassing thing? When the 2 men were stumbled, many merchants felt a bad smell, but they still gathered around and refused to leave. The 2 men noticed that everyone was not well-faced, and their hearts were extremely fearful. One of them stretched out his hand and trembled to Sumo. He shouted weakly on his mouth, "Su." Sumu's face changed a lot, and he screamed, "What is crispy, but also wants Xiaoya to give you crispy bones?" Yang Kai looked in his eyes, smiled in his heart, and stepped forward to read. The 2 despicable villains. I don't know how many business firms have been harmed by this method, forcing people to break down. It is really abominable. Yang Kai's words were somewhat exaggerated, but the people who couldn't stand the presence were all merchants. For a time, people gave birth to a sensation of deep feelings. The shop's second child was spit a bit. Hey, die? Unsatisfactory stinky things. Dare to come to the glutinous rice to scatter wild. The store's second child is out of bad luck. I know Yang opened the door and immediately said, "Yes, this kind of person is really not enough to die. This younger brother is not as good as you and me." Killing one by one, and asking them to stop again in the future. If you want to do something wrong, it can be considered as a way of doing things. When the words came out, they were all shocked. The 2 men who fell to the ground were cold sweats on their foreheads and looked at Yang Kai in horror. They never imagined that this young boy was born with such a flaw. Spicy heart. Su Mu is even more wide-eyed and looking at Yang. I want to see if he is joking, but Yang Kai looks calm. Clearly is to be a real expression. To be honest, these 2 men are sinful, but they are not guilty. Yang Kai's sentence is undoubtedly too cruel. Su Mu AI wrote. This brother, is this too much? Excessive. Yang Kaijing shook his head. If today's plot is to be successful, then the boss's rice line is probably going to close down. How does his boss's rice line go down? How can he maintain his livelihood? This is to forcing people to desperate. How can they be overkill? You know, it takes a price for a person to do anything. Originally, those merchants saw Yang Kai's proposal to kill, and some were unbearable. But after listening to these few words, I feel that there is some truth. I don't know how to do it at one time. But anyway, even if you want to kill, you don't need them to do it. So everyone is on the lookout. Only the boss wants to speak, but Yang opened his eyes to stop it. Well, but even if this is the case, you can't kill anyone. Sumu is really anxious. The brother in front of him is so ruthless. This is what he never expected. originally planned. Let the two men come out to smear the boss, and then make their own clearance, so that the boss can be grateful to himself. His purpose will be reached, but did not expect to jump out of a cruel brother to kill people. This can be greatly bad. Sumu can clearly see that the two men on the ground are paying their own praying eyes, expecting that they can save them. There are even some threats in their eyes. Where does Sumu not understand what they mean? They are all grasshoppers tied to a rope. If we are not good, you should not be too good. Well, this is the look. At this time, Yang Kai smiled. Teacher, Confucianism, and the law, the man is banned by the martial arts. My generation of people in the rivers and lakes, which hand has no few lives. Is it impossible for the younger brother to get down? Or, I know this? So I don't want to kill. Sumu's heart suddenly shook his head and looked at Yang Kai, but he saw a smile on the opposite side and looked at himself narrowly. What do you mean by this, brother? Sumu's face was cold, and he thought that his plan was broken by him. However, before and after, I did not reveal any flaws at all. How could it be seen? He did not know that Yang's meeting was only because of an unintentional glimpse. This is actually a coincidence. If it weren't for that, Yang Kai would be fooled today. Boss is savvy, and when he hears something in Yang Kai's words, he can't help but ask, little brother, this is what sings. Yang Kai quite has some taste for Sumu. How can boss not see it? Yang Kai shook his head and didn't answer, but he didn't break it, but he still looked at Sumu. Teacher, I see you are also a courageous person, but today is the way for the heavens. Why do you want to benefit the village? What's more, there are brothers and I accompany. Are you afraid of what you are together? What am I afraid of? Sumahaha smiled, his face twitching, as if to say to himself, what am I afraid of? Isn't it killing an individual? Who hasn't killed it? As if acknowledging that he had not killed someone, he was short in front of Yang Kai. In the end, it was the heart of the young man. When Yang was so excited, he could not step down when he was Sudoin. With a sigh of relief, Sumu's face slammed into the two big men who fell to the ground. The two men touched Sumu's eyes and knew that they were going to be broken. This kid was turned to the flickering group and was already confused. Teacher, let's go. Yang Kai continued to fan the wind and the wildfire. Sumu gasped and slowly nodded. When the two big men saw this battle, they immediately knew that the situation was not good, and their lives were worrying. Where can the man who was just swearing still bear? Immediately jumped up and pointed at Sumu's nose. Sumu, you are a villain who is betrayed, and said that let my brothers come to his line to make a trip, and you will come to the boss for a break. Boki's good feelings. Now I want to start with my brother. You are not as good as a pig and dog, spoiling the garbage growing up in the pile. You fart. In the public being poked into the face of the villain, Sumu is also angry. Hey, the big man sneered, but didn't want to touch the wound on his face. He couldn't help but slammed his mouth and sighed, sighing and airing. You, my young and old, my brother today. He's looking for trouble. It's all the idea of this kid. He looked at the boss of his boss, but he didn't look at him, so he came up with this ghost idea. Chapter 13. You wait. Don't be fooled by me. Continue to punch the list for a ticket. There is still a little distance from the list. Only rely on everyone, and 1 vote per person. This sentence is said to be a fried pot. Countless people immediately turned their attention to Sumu, and the eyes were unbelievable. That's it. Yang Xinzhong suddenly realized that he had been guessing what the purpose of Sumu was, but he only thought of 2 possibilities when he thought about it. One was for profit, and the other was for his name. I didn't expect that I guessed it all wrong. He turned out to be beautiful. Bo's daughter, Yang Kai, also saw that the little girl was born with a spirit of water. Although she did not have the capacity to pour the country, it was also Zaijibiu, eyebrows and eyes, and her body was awkward. This year is only 14, and she is also famous in Wumei town. I used to think that such a young girl was actually stared at by Sumu, and this is why it's a trouble. You have to talk nonsense. Sumu's face is very red, and he wants to argue. The man continued to sneer. I have no nonsense. Although my brothers are somewhat unbearable in character, they often do some swearing things, but they are filthy and ruined in the rice. But you can't do it. You must know that the young and old are also the parents of my brothers. Breaking the people's financial path is tantamount to self-satisfaction. Where can I do this kind of thing? All this is directed by this kid. The sincerity of this statement made a group of people laugh. Yang Kai asked in a timely manner. After the incident, he promised to give you a lot of thanks? The silver is 52. Dahan replied. 52 a lot. Yang Kai nodded gently. When boss listened for a long while, he naturally understood the beginning and the end of the matter. Now he glared at Su Mu and looked at him. You are a despicable villain who plays such dirty means. Where can my daughter see you? Actually, you have lost such a scum, and it has completely ruined the good doorstep of the Lingxiage. It has a good skin in the white and white, but the character is not as good as the younger brother of Yang Xiao. It's really 100 people. I'm all for you. I feel embarrassed. Those merchants are also a bit of a slap in the face, spurning the despicable behavior of Sumo. Su Mu's face was a burst of blue and red. After knowing that today, I will come back to Wumei town later. I am afraid I will come. And the source of all this is in front of this brother. If it weren't for him, he would be able to win the boss's goodwill today. He will come and go in the future. It is also convenient to contact with his daughter. He is the name of chivalry. When he is near the water, he will get the moon. If he is not good, he will be able to hold the beauty. But now, all this has become a bubble. Not only has the plan been unsuccessful, but the reputation has also been ruined. Su Mu was so furious that his face calmed down and looked coldly at Yang Kaidao. What is this, brother? How to call it? You guess. Yang Kaichong squeezed his eyelids. Su Mu took a deep breath. If you don't say that I will know your identity, I have been in the middle of more than 3 years. Now I haven't broken through the quenching situation. That is the trial of my disciples. The whole Ling Xiaoga tried the disciples, but the number of fingers. You are waiting, I will find you in this account. After all, he turned and walked out. Sumu had some hard work in his body. Even if someone stopped him in front of him, he was pushed away by him, and he left the scene without a human being. When Sumo left, the talents remembered the 2 men who were labeled as pigs. Where can they be seen at the scene? They sneaked away when Yang Kai and Su Mu confronted each other. This farce ended in this episode, but Yang opened his eyes as a torch and dismantled this fake trick, which made these merchants full of praise, especially the boss, who was grateful to Yang Kai. The younger 2-year-old shop is also looking at Yang Kai with a look of worship. The crowd gradually dissipated, and the proprietress also came over. He took Yang Kai's hand and let it go. The more he saw it, the more he liked it. He boss is worried about the color of concern. Yang Xianjin, today you offended the Sumu. He may be in trouble in Zoman. After today's event, Bo's name for Yang Kai has become more cordial. Not afraid. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Zoman has his own rules of the sect. He can't take me if he remembers me again. While saying this, you must be careful when you are good. If it is because of the evils that this day has brought to Yin Xian, then the uncle is also uneasy. I will be careful. Yang Kai comforted. He and his wife were grateful to Yang Kai for helping him today. He had to stay with him for dinner. Yang Kai wanted to agree. The boss refused to scare him away. Xiaoyang, what can your parents live in? Where are you living this year? Looking at this situation, the boss is afraid to want to upgrade to become her own mother. Yang Kai vaguely rushed to the soles of his feet. When I left, I carried a large bag of white rice, far more than the weight that a dozen silver can buy. This time, the food for a month does not have to worry about it. Originally, Yang Kai also worried that Su Mu would ambush himself on the road. After all, Su Mu looked like the Yushu was in the wind, but the small intestines were intestines, the Yin was ruined, and it was not impossible to ambush himself. He did not appear until Yang Kai returned to Lingxiage. When you think about it carefully, he does not attack himself. He still counts on the road. Although the disciples of Ling Xiaoga's internal challenges also ruined many people, the stipulations of the sects must not allow the unidentified shots to kill the same door, especially the fratricidal killing outside the sect. If he dares to ambush himself outside the Lingxiao Pavilion, once the matter is revealed, Su Mu himself will also have a big disaster. He wants to deal with himself, and he will definitely make a fuss about the challenge. As for whether he can detect his identity, this is beyond doubt. The number of disciples in Lingxiage was scarce. Even if Sumu didn't know himself before, he would understand his identity if he asked. The real strength of this man Yang Kai did not see through, but certainly also quenched the body. That is, he did not know how many layers he had in the quenching environment. It seems that you have to hurry to practice. or you can't really stay in the Lingxiao Pavilion. There was something in his heart. Yang Kai hurried back to the hut and started to practice after a little rest. At this time, it is impossible to cultivate the quenching body, but it can cultivate the basic skills of the Lingxiao Pavilion. These basic skills are used for quenching the body's external skills, and the other homes use their own physical strength to achieve the purpose of quenching the body. For example, the long fists and whip legs that Yang Kai used to display when he was challenged are the basic skills. The long fists and whip legs do not enter the martial arts. That is to say, they cannot be regarded as real martial arts. Every kind of martial art and family is a must. On the left side of Yang Kai's hut, there is a wooden man who is tall and tall. This is his own production. The material is a 100-year-old banyan tree. The texture is hard, and it is best for cultivation. This wooden man has a little bit of pits, and even some faint bloodstains. It is the trace left by Yang Kaiping's cultivation. Pulling the posture, Yang Kai hit the table with the ping-pong palm. The fists tried their best. The legs were as fast as the wind, and the wooden man was shaken for a while, and the sound of bumps and bumps came. However, only after a moment of cultivation, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. Today, this fist and leg strength seems to be a lot bigger than before. The amplitude of the swing from the wooden man and the muffled sound that can be heard can be clearly compared. Moreover, as time goes by, my bones and bones under the flesh and blood also gave birth to some warm and numb feeling, which is clearly the feeling that came from the meridians. The sensation that came out in the morning gradually became clear and encouraged in the body. The 4 layers of the quenching body begin to produce a sense of gas, and the meridians in the body can be quenched. The feeling of warmth and numbness is the movement of the meridians. Chapter 14 Incense Burner. Still 3, still ask for tickets. Only one can be on the list. When he was practicing till the lamp, Yang Kai's talents were still unstoppable. After a long period of exertion, I didn't feel that I was tired, but I was mentally savvy and full of stamina. After winning the Proud Bones, this physical strength seems to have grown a lot. Today, I have not been tired after 20 miles, and carrying a large bag of rice is even lighter. I am afraid that I will only feel the pressure when I practice the hardened body. When I think about the feelings of practicing the quenching body this morning, Yang Kai can't help but feel awkward. The feeling of pressing the body that day is very uncomfortable. But there is pressure to make progress, and now there is no pressure. How can we cultivate? People's potential is forced out, and the growth of the military is even more so, step by step to force their own potential and beyond a little bit of their own limits, so that the strength can be improved. But now I have played so many punches, I have played so many feet, I feel a little tired. Where can I reach my own limit? How can I force my potential? This can be difficult, and Yang Kai is also somewhat depressed. It is indeed a good thing to get the Proud Bones. With its strong resilience, the basic skills of Ling Xiaoga can no longer be cultivated. It's hard to be a day later. Half an hour before the rising day. 12 hours a day, only half an hour of cultivation. What is the rest of the time? What is the hood? This is absolutely not good. Yang Kai did not want to veto the idea. While cooking absent-mindedly, Yang Kai thought about how to feel the pressure. If this matter is told to be known to others, I am afraid I will laugh and cry. Other warriors can't help but relax on the road of cultivation, but Yang Kai is now looking for abuse. Thinking about it, I didn't think of any good ideas. The main reason is that the current economic conditions can't keep up. There are many medicinal herbs that can be assisted in the cultivation of quenching. In addition to medicinal herbs, there are other methods of external force, but all these roots are in one word, money. In Link CH, money means contribution, and poor Yang Kai has only 12 points to contribute. It is really more than enough. After cooking the rice, Yang opened a few bowls and no vegetables. He ate it dryly, but Yang Kai was very satisfied. This is the only meal he has eaten in recent days. After the meal, Yang Kai did not go to practice, went directly to take a bath, and then lay down on the bed. Continue to practice is just half the effort. It is better to think about the solution and sharpen the knife. Thinking about it, Yang was happy to move his head and summoned the black book without words. The name of this black book, Yang Kai, has already been touched. Every page of the book is sealed with something. As long as its strength is reached, it can be summoned. The first page of the arrogant body is the foundation and the root cause. The second page is the quenching article, which is the cultivation of the proud bones. The third page doesn't know what it is, because I didn't see anything at all when I spy on it last night. It is definitely related to my strength. Now the second page of the first page is empty. Yang Kai's careful study of the second half has nothing, but when he accidentally turned to the third page, he was in a hurry. Yep. Yang opened his brow and stared at the third page. Almost in an instant, the golden light flashed on the third page, and countless golden shadows broke out and directly broke into Yang Kai's mind. Immediately, the third page of the text slowly appeared a whirlpool, and a whirlpool raised an antique incense burner. This change made Yang Kai slightly disappointing. After I understood it, I suddenly overjoyed it. Yes, I have not broken through the 4 layers of quenching this morning. I couldn't see the mystery of the third page last night. Why didn't I try it after breaking through today? Although it is only a level of difference, it is this level that hinders the way to pry into the third page. After trying to understand this, Yang Kai couldn't help but regret it. If you look at it this morning, maybe you don't have to worry about it now. Pressing the heart of the excitement, Yang Kai took the incense burner to his hand and carefully looked at it. This incense burner is not big. It looks like something that ordinary people use for incense, but it is semi-closed. There is a lid on the mouth, and there are a few holes in the lid, which are not antique, not outstanding. No matter, nothing will attract the attention of others. Yang Kai gently sniffed and found that this thing has no taste, and it is not sinking. What is this doing? Some of Yang Kai's time couldn't understand, and he couldn't just close his eyes and look at the information that had just poured into his mind. Not a moment's effort. Yang Kai opened his eyes with a strange look. According to the information just obtained, this incense burner actually assists in its own cultivation. But the incense burner itself has no effect, but it needs to add some herbs to it to burn the incense. And this smell is the auxiliary cultivation. Different herbs require different herbs to be placed in the incense burner. Some doubts about Yang Kai's that the herbs that suit this realm are actually the 3-leaf remnant flower and the deadland deadwood grass. According to Yang Kai, the 2 kinds of herbs are not high in value, but they are rare, and they have some toxicity. Although they are not very toxic, if they inhale the medicinal properties of these 2 herbs for many years, they will also be harmful to people. These 2 herbs really help your cultivation? There are definitely 2 kinds of herbs in the contribution hall, but the price of the old man geese has been plucked, and the price is absolutely high. And Yang Kai itself has few contributions. Where can I squander? In this way, only you can find a way to find these 2 herbs. Fortunately, not far from Linxiage is the Black Wind mountain range. Yang Kai has entered and hunted many times, but he is also familiar with it. Maybe there are herbs in it. Go into the mountains tomorrow. Yang Kai made up his mind, and all his troubles dissipated, and he quickly fell asleep. Before going to sleep, Yang Kai also specially checked the 4th page of the Black Book without words, so as to avoid the anecdote of today, but the 4th page has no movement. Probably the strength of the 4 layers of quenching is not enough to snoop. On the second day, Yang opened to early morning. Yesterday, the practice of quenching the body has gained such a big advantage. He naturally knows the taste of the marrow, not to mention that he is not a lazy person. As the eastern purple gas came to the east, the slow and full of heaven and earth to the rhythm of the body was gradually unfolding. Although the level of cultivation is 1 level higher than that of yesterday, there is not much progress in the application of the quench body today. After half an hour has passed, it still stays on the progress of 1 of 20, but it is some of the backache that my body is tortured. Back pain, the roots of the bones burst, as if the beans are dense. A purple gas inhalation, the body's light and gas sensation becomes clearer and clearer, and the meridians seem to have been developed a lot. The surface of the skin is exuding many acquired impurities. Chapter 15. Going into the mountains to find medicine. Get up early and ask for a ticket. In addition, I ran a certain place last night to register a number and send a post. The result was questioned not by the deity. Well, I have to say that the current people are very alert and probably won't happen when the little girl is turned away by a lollipop. Xiaomo is very pleased. After the cultivation was completed, Yang blossomed for more than 1 hour to complete the work today, and then he ran to the contribution hall. Although it was decided to go to the mountains to find medicine, Yang Kai did not understand the pharmacology. Even the three-leaf remnant flower and the deadland dead wood grass only heard the name, and they did not see it. I really don't know it. Therefore, this preparation work is done well, so that you don't have to run for a while, and Yang Kai goes to the contribution hall to write down the 2 herbs. I wanted to let the dream shopkeeper open a convenient door and teach myself to know the herbs, but did not think he directly lost a booklet. Yang Kai took a look and found that this booklet is about introducing herbal medicines, including not only pharmacodynamics, but also the environment in which herbs are grown. There are illustrations on each page, which are quite detailed. What makes people feel a little bit regrettable is that the herbal medicines introduced in this booklet are only those of the genus, and they are gone. The cultivation of human beings is divided into levels. The herbal medicines in the world are also graded. From the bottom to the top, they are the ranks, the prefectures, the heavens, the mysterious, the spiritual, the holy, and each of the 3 grades. For example, the 3-leaf remnant flower and the deadland deadwood that Yang Kai needs now are the herbs of the lowest grades, and the efficacy is low, so the value is not high. Leaving the contribution hall, Yang Kai went to the chores to sew a fake. After all, he was still a sweeping squad of Ling Xiaoga. This time he went to the Black Wind Mountain. He would definitely not come back. It is natural to say hello. The management of the chores was not difficult for him. He readily allowed for 3 days, and Yang Kai started. The foot of the Black Wind Mountain is only 20 miles away from Ling Ch. It is not far from near. In the past, Yang Kai often went in and out to hunt, so he was quite familiar. However, this is the big girl who took the sedan chair. Yang Kai's preparations are also quite full. With some water, made a few rice balls, and a shovel, a bag will go on the road. In a hurry, Yang Kai came to the Black Wind Mountain. Looking at it, the Black Forest is like a wild beast across the world, not far from the end. The mountains are lush, rocky, and the scenery is beautiful. The breeze blowing on the head makes Yang Kai feel refreshed. There are many beasts and raptors in the Black Wind Mountains. Many of these fierce beasts are hard to beat, even the martial artists who have achieved cultivation. Therefore, people who enter the Black Wind Mountain generally do not dare to go too far. The outer 30 miles are still safe. After 30 years, the crisis is heavy. The more you go, the more dangerous it is. Yang Kai only wants to find some herbal medicines that are not of high value. Naturally, they will not penetrate too much, so their own safety is innocent. At this time of the road, Yang Kai was not idle. He had been trying to remember the herbs he had encountered before entering the Black Wind Mountain. At that time, he did not recognize it. Naturally, he did not collect it. Now he can't let it go. This thought really made Yang Kai think of a lot of places, even a kind of herbal medicine that he needs now. There is also a place to grow. Yang Kai was very energetic, and now he entered the Black Wind Mountain along the familiar road. After half an hour, a sharp-toothed grass hidden in the thorns of the thorns was successfully collected in the bag. With a good start, the memory of the forest in Yang Kai's mind was more and more clear, almost according to the figure. All the way to collect in the evening, Yang Kai has taken 4 different herbs. After all, it is the periphery of the Black Wind Mountain. People often come and go. It is difficult for the herbs to grow here. Basically, they will be taken away when they grow up. Therefore, although Yang Kai only harvests 4 plants, he is satisfied. These 4 herbs are not what they need, and the grades are not high. They are only the lowest level of the best grades, but if you take them back, you can change some of them. The sun is about to set, and Yang is in a hurry. Finally, before the sun sets, he arrives at the last place in the memory where there is herbal medicine. This is a very strange place, surrounded by lush green grass, but this place is empty and empty. The location of the square is almost dead, not only without trees, even the weeds are not born. In the middle of this dead land, there are 3 small-sized grasses fluttering in the wind, and the grass is yellowish. At first glance, it is only when they are necrotic. In fact, the herb itself is this color. Seeing the herbs in this place still, Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and quickly ran over and shovel. Holding a shovel is a shovel. After a short time, all 3 herbs are in the hands of the hands. Some don't worry about taking out the booklet given by the dream shopkeeper. Yang Kai is so sure that it is a deadland, and there is no difference between the object in the hand and the illustration in the booklet. The growing environment is also described in the booklet. The deadwood grass, the place where the grass is dry, so it is also very convenient to find. Basically, if there is any place in the forest that has become dead in front of the eyes, it is definitely because of the growth of the dead wood. Carefully put the 3 deadland deadwood grass into the bag. Yang Kai took out the clear water rice ball and ate it on the spot. The main reason for entering the mountain this time is to find the 3-leaf remnant flower and the deadland deadwood grass. Now only one type is found, and the quantity is too small, so we have to work harder. But the sky will be black, and it is naturally inconvenient to move, so Yang Kai decided to rest on the spot for a night and wait until tomorrow to find it. Hunting in the mountains, it is also the same day to go back. Yang Kai really did not spend the night in the mountains, but as the saying goes, have not eaten pork, have not seen pigs running yet. What should I pay attention to when I spend the night in the mountains? Yang Kai naturally knows. Looking for a big tree nearby, Yang Kai climbed up and found a suitable, comfortable position to sit down and close his eyes. After a while, I couldn't sleep. Yang Kai summoned the black book without words and turned it to the 3rd page. When the mind was moving, the incense burner emerged from the inside. This is also the mystery that Yang Kai unintentionally discovered, and the things that come out of the black book can also be taken back. After all, the black book is made of the town's soul stone. The soul stone itself has the space to open up and store the things. It is not difficult to understand that the incense burner can be put into it. The only thing that makes Yang open is that, except for the incense burner, everything else can't be accepted by the black book, which makes him somewhat confused. This is a black book made by the soul stone. Sexual accommodation? After playing a black book for a while, Yang Kai was also lacking. After all, I walked a lot of mountain roads today and fell asleep. Nothing in the night. The 2nd day early, Yang Kai Zhao practiced the quenching of half an hour, and the harvest was good. Not only did he punch a few more punches than the previous 2 days, but the body's temperament became more and more solid. A feeling that is about to break through the barrier. The temperament in the meridians seems to be at the limit, and only 1 foot can go up to the next level. Chapter 16: 5 Layers of Hardened Body. Is it? Can't really get a new book list? Recommended tickets, so rare. This discovery made Yang Kai feel excited. He practiced in Ling Siege for 3 years, but he only had 3 layers of hardening. After he got a black book without a word, he broke through to the 4th floor on the 2nd day. Now it's only 2 days. Breaking through this cultivation speed is that Yang Kai himself feels a little scary. The practice of quenching the body is huge, and Yang Kai rests for a long time. The martial arts gradually slows down and eats the rest of the rice balls. This is the journey to continue searching for medicine. Yesterday, I have already found all the places where my herbs should exist in my memory. I have to try my luck today. Fortunately, the value of these herbs is not high. Not everyone will see it, so there is always some gain. During the whole day, Yang Kai found 7 or 8 herbs, and even 2 of the 3 leaves were found. This time, I finally got the herbs needed for cultivation, but the quantity was a bit cold. Time flies. Yang Kai is still walking in the forest when the night falls. It is not that he does not want to rest. It is really hungry. I thought that I could hunt some wild game today, but I didn't even think that even a rabbit didn't touch it. I only found a few nail-sized wild fruits. It was sour, I ate my teeth, and I felt hungry after I got into my stomach. I knew that I would do more rice with me, and I regret it. This is not the front of the village without the store where to find food. When I was hungry, Yang Kai suddenly saw a glimmer of fire coming from the forest in front of him. When the spirit was shocked, I quickly went there. Those who dare to make fire in the mountains are either inexperienced idiots or familiar hands. Yang Kai belongs to the latter this time. Just approaching the fire, there was a rage on the front. Who? At the same time, Yang Kai actually felt that his skin was tight, and the backbone bones were cold and windy. When he saw it, he saw 2 tall and 1 short figures next to the fire. They all looked at themselves with vigilance. The tall man is a strong man with a bow in his hand and an arrow on the bow. He is full of strings, and his arrow is aimed at himself. The man next to him is about 11 or 2 years old. Little boy, young, but the boy's eyes are very bright, not only not afraid, but a little eager to try. The little boy's hand also squeezed a bow, but it was much smaller and the power should not be too big. Although pointed by two bows full of strings, Yang Kai did not have the slightest anger. Walking outside, defending the heart is indispensable, and their practices are nothing. Don't be nervous. I just go into the mountains to collect medicine. Yang Kai quickly screamed. Hearing this sentence, the two men, one big and one small, looked at him carefully. The strong man slowly put down the bow and arrow on his hand and patted the little boy to signal him to relax. Then he laughed. I thought that the fire attracted a beast, but it was a false alarm. Sorry. Yang Kai smiled. The sturdy man is bold and boastful. Come here, the night wind is cold. It is not easy to discuss life outside. Yang opened his voice and thanked him. He went forward and sat by the fire. The strong man had been looking at Yang Kai. Seeing him skinny, he couldn't help but feel sympathy. Since I sat together, it is natural to talk. In the chat, Yang Kai learned that this is the father and son. They lived at the foot of the mountain and lived for hunting. Although they were not rich, they could maintain their food and clothing. Moreover, the little boy looked small, but he was also a veteran of the hunting field. As his father repeatedly entered the Black Wind Mountain, the experience of mixing the mountains and forests was much richer than that of Yang Kai. Yang Kai also self-reported the door. After learning that he was a disciple of Ling Xiaoga, the Brawny was slightly surprised. The little boy became more curious. The bright eyes had been spinning around Yang Kai. Han Zidao, my little boy in this family also wants to practice martial arts. If he can't be qualified, he will be returned. So he is quite admired for your warriors. This made Yang Kai think back to his own experience in the past 3 years. He couldn't help but feel a little bit sympathetic and reached out to touch the head of the child. As he spoke, Yang Kai's stomach was not eager to call up. The little boy stunned and suddenly smiled, then took a dry food from the carry-on parcel and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang was moved, but did not reach out to pick it up, but to look at the burly man. The other party smiled. Eat. See you like this today? I seem to have nothing to eat. Yang Kai did not resign, and after taking over the dry food, he swallowed it. After chatting for a while, the three people went to sleep around the fire. Yang Kai didn't dare to sleep too much. He was always in a state of light sleep. He only waited for the dangers of the surrounding hunters and fathers to be cut off. Human feelings. It can be overnight, and nothing happens. Early in the morning, Yang Kai did not wait for the hunter father and son to wake up and sneak away. When leaving, they left 2 herbs as a thank you for last night's meals. If these 2 herbs are mashed, they also have a certain healing effect. The Orion and the sons are always in the mountains and forests, and they are always useful. The oriental purple gas is full of life, and Yang has practiced the quenching of half an hour. When the work is finished, with a purple gas inhalation, the body's meridians suddenly slammed into the body, and the warm feeling spread throughout the body, and the sensation of the sensation in the meridians. Swinging. Quench body 5 layers. Yesterday's feeling is really correct. It is indeed to be promoted. After practicing for half an hour today, I really broke through in one fell swoop. Yang Kaisen is very happy, and he is expecting more and more attention to the proud bones. It's been a few days since I calculated that I've got the arrogant body, but I've broken it twice. This training speed is unparalleled. This is still a time when the cultivation time is limited. If it can be practiced at all times, how fast should it be? Yang Kai thought that he was a bit stunned. However, after all, the quenching environment is only the basic stage of the warrior. It will naturally be faster to cultivate. In the future, as the realm improves, the speed of ascension will gradually drop. Resting, Yang Kai went on to find medicine. This day also gained a lot. The herbs collected more than a dozen, but also caught a fat rabbit to avoid the worry of hungry. On the 3rd day of entering the mountain, Yang Kai went deep into the interior of the Black Wind Mountain, almost reaching the limit of 30 miles outside. When he came here, Yang Kai would not dare to go inside if he encountered this strength now. What a beastly raptor can only escape, and if it is not good, it will be used as a stutter by these animals. However, although it has not penetrated too much, today's harvest is much more than the previous 2 days. More than 20 herbs have been counted. Counting the harvest of the previous 2 days, I have found nearly 40 herbs in this mountain, but I need 2 kinds of herbs. However, there are still very few. On the 3rd, I found 40 herbs. Although they are all grades, the harvest is not too small. I can get a lot of rewards when I return to Zoman. But this is a long delay in the cultivation time, but it is not worth the candle. Chapter 17 War Monster. I only know that today's Chungyung Festival. This time busy new books are busy. I wish you all a happy Chungyung Festival and wish your daughter a happy birthday. In the afternoon, Yang Kai turned to the direction and walked to the location where Ling Xiaoge was located. I only sue for 3 days off. The day of departure is not counted. I have to rush back before tomorrow morning, or I will be blamed. The time is very abundant. Yang Kai estimates that he is now almost 100 miles away from Ling Ch. It is not too far away, and he can arrive before dark. I hope that the incense burner produced on the 3rd page of the Black Book will give you some improvement. Yang is happy and happy. Less than half of the journey, Yang Kai suddenly heard a cry of shouting and tears in the distance, or a cry of a child. When he heard the movement, Yang opened his footsteps and quickly listened to his ears. After a while, Yang Kai's face changed and rushed toward the source of the sound. He heard it, and the roar was coming out of the hunter he had encountered the night before, and the crying was also the movement of the little boy. I am afraid that the father and son may have encountered any trouble, otherwise they may not be so scared. That night, Yang Kai had eaten the dry food of others. People are also kind to themselves. How can they ignore it now? In the process of running, the hunter's roar is getting more and more bleak, but the little boy's crying is getting weaker and unspeakable. Yang Kai's face is heavy, and there are some bad feelings in his heart. When Yang started to run to the place, even the screaming of the Orion could not be heard. I saw a black hole in the face of the high slope. The grass was densely covered by a hole, surrounded by a silver spider web and a small bough on the ground, the weapon that the little boy held in the night. I didn't even think about it. Yang Kai quickly threw up his own things on the ground, widened his eyes, and watched the movements around him, directly breaking into the black hole. The light in the hole is not bright, but you can see it. With a fixed eye, Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. I saw that the cave was full of spider webs. Beside the cave wall, on the ground, a silvery white chopsticks, stacked on the road. The inside of the cave was wet and dark, and the top of the hole was still dripping down and dripping with water. When Yang Kai stepped on it, he felt a slight depression. The gas swelled inward and walked in, only a few steps. Yang Kai saw a person who was almost covered by a silkworm into a silkworm cocoon and only showed a face, which was the hunter that he met last night. Yang Kailu went forward and tried it. He found that the hunter was just rushing to attack the heart and fainting the past. He did not have any serious problems. He quickly took a shot in his people. The hunter woke up in a secluded manner. After seeing Yang Kai, he suddenly said, "Save the child. The child has been dragged inside, and begged you to save the child." "Is it dragged inside?" Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly loosened the hunter. But the spiders wrapped around him were full of resilience. They couldn't be solved for a while. They could only give up temporarily and plunged into the hole. The Orion upgraded in the back. "Be careful, it is a spider monster." Hearing the words of the monster, Yang happy squatting. The monster is not like the ordinary beast, only will be slaughtered. This thing is a real beast. No one is now Yang Kai can provoke. The reason why the 30 miles outside the Black Wind Mountain is defined as a safe zone is because there are no monsters. But now there is one that appears here, which is really unexpected. Knowing that there is a monster in it, Yang Kai's action became more cautious, and he walked around for about a dozen feet, only to see the son of the Orion. At this moment, the little boy was by spider silk like his father, stuck to a huge spider web, suspended in the air. Next to the little boy, a giant flowerback spider is tapping out the straw in his mouth and inserting it into the boy's arm. A red blood is clearly visible from the boy into the spider's mouth. On the ground of the cave, all kinds of strange white bones piled up into mountains. I think this spider monster has already hunted a lot of prey here. Yang Kai didn't have time to consider whether he could compete with this spider. Any delay could cause the little boy to die. This moment, he would scream and rush forward. The huge flowerback spider probably didn't expect to be disturbed at this time. When it was going to be a big bang, a brute force ran from the side. The huge spider web was immediately broken into a big hole, and the flowerback spider and Yang Kai together. When I fell out, the little boy fell to the ground. Suddenly attacked, The flower-back spider was furious. 8 furry long feet swayed on the ground, and the eyes on his head looked toward Yang. Before Yang Kai had not had time to climb up, he was overwhelmed by a flower-back spider. Yang opened his roar, and an iron fist smashed out of the mouth. Under the mouth of the spider in the middle of the flower, he hit it with a shackle. He took the opportunity and went out with a kick. He finally flew the spider. On the spot, a tumbling, Yang Kai squatted to the ground, alerting the movement of the spider behind the flower. Some confrontation. Let his heart settle a little more stable. This monster is not high. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to fight with it. It is estimated that it is a level 1 monster. But even if it is only a level of the monster, it is somewhat difficult to deal with its current strength. Both sides are looking at the opponent. The flower-back spider is not in a hurry, but Yang Kai is somewhat unsettled because the little boy seems to have some blood loss, and there are signs of poisoning. If he does not solve this problem quickly, there is no way to save it. He is. Suddenly, the flower-back spider opened his mouth parts, sucking a spit, and a bright silk thread spouted from the mouth parts and rushed into Yang. The toughness of this spider silk was taught before Yang opened, naturally knowing that it can't be trapped, and now it is rolling toward the side, which is easy to avoid. I don't know if the flower-back spiders are avoiding him. He keeps spitting a spider silk in a place. When Yang Kai reacts, the cave has been separated by a huge spider web, completely breaking the back road. Trap him inside. This is to force me to fight a deadly battle. Yang Kai smiled, and only a trace of concern disappeared, and the arrogance in the bones was stimulated. Now, in this case, don't kill this spider, you don't want to go out. In this case, you can only fight for your life. Time is tight. Yang Kai has no time to delay, his feet on the ground, and quickly approached the back of the spider. On the head and flying a spider silk, Yang Kai is guarding against this hand, which one will not avoid. After avoiding 3 spider silks in succession, the distance from the monster was finally drawn. But before he opened the boxing, the flower-back spider actually raised a forefoot and slammed it toward him. Yang Kai lifted his arm, and the sharp front foot of the flower-back spider poked his arm. The pain made Yang openly roar, and the blood suddenly boiled. The blood flowed out. Not only did he not feel the fear and panic, but there was an inexplicable excitement and expectation in the heart. A bone creaked. Warm feelings spread throughout the body. Chapter 18 Good Man Rewarded. Get up early. Yang opened the boxing, and Li Feng whispered a row of eyes on the left side of the flower-backed spider. The flower-backed spider was horrified, and the only insane made it a fear to an excited person in front of him. He poked the forefoot in Yang's arm and tried to take it back, but he was stuck in the muscles of Yang Kai's muscles. Can't break free. Yang opened the second fist and screamed, and then exploded the 2 eyes of the spider. The flower-backed spider screamed, and the body kept shrinking backwards. The feet that could move were swinging wildly, leaving a row of wounds on Yang Kai's body. The wound was not deep, but blood was also seen. The pain made Yang Kai more and more excited, and it seemed to have a lot of strength. The corner of his mouth showed a cruel smile. He used his fist to attack the opponent like a fist. The fist became heavier and heavier. The forehead is cleft, and the body fluid splashes. The screaming screams continued to spread, and the flower-backed spiders were reluctant to sit still, and the spider silk was continuously sprayed from the mouth parts, and the Yang Kai could not be evaded and quickly wrapped up. But at this moment, the flower-backed spider was also beaten, and the whole head almost exploded. If it was not a monster, the vitality was tenacious, and the dead could not die anymore. Around this, after it spewed out the last spider silk, it gradually stopped struggling and eventually died under Yang Kai's fist. Yang Kai did not expect that he actually defeated a monster and easily killed it. Even if it is only a first-class monster, it is not easy to deal with the 5 layers of quenching. Although it is not a serious injury, it is not a big deal. It was confirmed that the flower-backed spider had already died, and Yang Kai pulled it into the forefoot of his arm and pulled it out. At the moment of pulling out, he brought a warm blood. I didn't have time to check my injuries. Yang Kai 3 and 5 divided the spider silk that was tied to her body and hurriedly hugged the little boy lying on the ground. The little boy's father finally got out of the binding of the spider silk and was flying towards it. When he saw Yang Kai's blood in his arms and hugged his son, He quickly asked, "What happened to him?" "Excessive blood loss, but also poisoned," Yang Kai answered. When he went to the cave, Yang Kai put the little boy on the ground and ran out again, took his baggage back, found some herbs from the inside and chewed it in the entrance, and found some handed to the Orion. "Strive chew, then feed him to eat." The hunter lost his soul and heard the Yang Kai commanded, what hesitated, and quickly put the herbs into his mouth and chewed it. At this moment, Yang Kai's mind is incomparably clear. The pharmacological properties of these herbs are presented in the mind, what herbs can detoxify, what herbs can heal, and what herbs stop bleeding, comparable to a proficient pharmacologist. Not long after, Yang Kai took out the herbs in the mouth and applied it to the injured boy's arm. The hunter also fed the herbs in his mouth into the boy's mouth. Under the gaze of the two men's intense expectations, the little boy's pale face gradually had a trace of blood, and his breathing was much smoother than before. The hunter's heart was finally put down, and he fell down on the ground, and the Iron Man screamed, "Fortunately, nothing. Fortunately, nothing." Yang opened a pot of cold water. "Not yet. My herbs are the lowest level, can only alleviate his symptoms, must go down the mountain to seek medical treatment, or I am afraid that will fall down the root cause." The Orion listened to Yang Kai and immediately said, "Then I will take him to see a doctor now." "Not busy." Yang Kai stopped. "First wait for him to calm down and go." "Oh, what Ngong said is." The Orion was in great difficulty. He had no heart and bones. Yang Kai said what it was. "After I finished speaking, I suddenly remembered that this kind of grace was also hurt, and I was worried. Would you like to deal with your own injuries?" Yang opened his hand. "No need. But you have so much blood. How can you suffer?" The hunter looked at him with shock. "I don't know." Yang Kai stood up and jumped and jumped. "I don't know why. I feel good. It feels good, and I am very excited." Yang Kai estimates that this has something to do with his own arrogant body. How can he explain to a hunter? Recalling the battle that just happened, Yang Kai was full of blood. "This is the first time I faced the battle of life and death, but I didn't have the slightest fear, but I still enjoyed the feeling of blood splashing, just like it was all commonplace." "Right? Wait a minute, I will come." Yang Kai suddenly picked up his own parcel and rushed into the cave again. The hunter thought that he was going to clean up the body of the monster, but it was not. Although the flowerback spider is a monster, its body has no value and the level is too low. Yang Kai Jin into the cave is to collect medicine. When I was fighting with the flowerback spider, Yang Kai inadvertently found that there was a large purple flower in the cave. At that time, I didn't have the time to look at it. Now I can't help but think of it. If you are not mistaken, the purple flowers are exactly what you need urgently. The three-leaf remnant flower grows in a damp, dark, dead place with many dead bodies, and this cave is in line with its growing environment. With a lot of expectation in my heart, I went back to the cave and Yang Kai almost couldn't help but laugh. Good people in the world have good news, and now it seems so. If you are not running to rescue the two sons of the Orion, how can you encounter such a good thing? In front of this large purple flower is really the three-leaf residual soul flower, and the number is still quite a lot, roughly 146. The purple flowers are connected into one piece. It looks like a gratifying. Yang Kai did not hesitate, and quickly took out the shovel to collect these 3 leaves of the soul. When I was busy, Yang was happy and satisfied. When I was about to leave, I saw a dark red mushroom-like thing on the corner of the cave. Yang happy in the middle of a move. Go forward and take a closer look. This thing probably has the size of the bowl, dark red color, some like mushrooms, and some like Ganoderma lucidum. Yang Kai does not recognize this thing. The bookkeeper of the dream treasure, there is no description of it. What is the genius treasure? Yang opened his hands and tried to control what it was. He took it back and set it again. When Yang Kai came out of the cave, the small parcel was full. Go. I will go down with you. Yang Kai waited for Orion outside. Thank you for your kindness. The hunter is grateful to him. He doesn't know where Yang Kai is afraid that they are in danger, so he has to follow. On the way, don't have to thank. Yang Kaihan snorted, and the Orion rushed down the hill. Until dusk, the two talents came to the town of Wume and quickly found a medical center in the town. Guess, what kind of genius treasure is that mushroom? Chapter 19 Su Malai is looking for trouble. After the young boy was placed, Yang Kai did not rush to leave. After all, The little boy gave him a dry food that night, and he always had to wait until he woke up to be safe. The hunter was busy in and out of it, nervous, but not long after being blasted by the doctors of the medical hall. He was too noisy. Choo-choo said, "Fortunately, the timely treatment, or the dog is really dead. Good public, your big grace." Zhongshan did not think that newspaper, this life to do cattle and horses, let alone. After all, he turned his head to Yang. Yang Kai did not help, just smiled. Zhang Degu. The man has gold under his knees. You have already returned your kindness. You don't have to remember it again. And I still ate your son a dry food. I still owe you of. After that, this will help the hunter Zhongshan. Zhongshan moved. Tears. You are really good guys. As he spoke, the doctor of the medical hall came out from the inside and said to Zhongshan Dao, "There is no serious problem. Don't worry, but he has too much blood loss. I am afraid I will sleep for a while. Just wait until I wake up." When I heard this, Yang Kai and Zhongshan were relieved. As soon as the mind relaxed, Yang Kai felt a little tired. It was too exciting today, and he suffered a lot of injuries and shed a lot of blood. Although he was excited at the time, he was still somewhat damaged. This relaxation even went straight to sleep and sleep to dawn. In the morning, Ling Xiaoga. Many disciples have gotten up early, excited, gathered together, and looked forward to a place. Their longing eyes, the stretched neck, the irritating feelings, the detachment of a group of women who are still at home, waiting for the husband who has finally returned after many years of study, is so focused, so expecting. As time went by, more and more people gathered here, and everyone turned their eyes to one direction. That direction is where the cabin where Yang Kai lives is located. Today, it is a day to challenge Yang Kai. This is almost equivalent to the contribution point of the day. How can the disciples of Ling Xiaoga be able to let go? Some people are unbearable and sympathize with Yang Kai's experience. After all, they have to be beaten every 5 days. It is really miserable. But when you think about it carefully, your own sympathy will not help. There are so many people who play Yang Kai's ideas. They don't challenge Yang Kai to have someone else to challenge. Anyway, he is going to be beaten, but it's better to start. With such a thought, simply gather to try your luck. Well, if I choose to go to me, I must start with a lighter one, so that he won't hurt him. Many people make excuses for themselves. In the past, Yang Kai had already got up and swept the ground, but today it was very strange. The disciples waited for a long while and did not see Yang Kai's figure. They looked at the hut with their toes, but they could never see anyone. Yang Kai is going on? Is it asleep? Why can't it come out? I don't know. I didn't seem to see him for a few days. Did you leave the Lingxiao Pavilion? Impossible. Yang Kai's temper. You don't know. He can't go to kill him. If he wants to leave, he will leave when he was tried as a trial disciple a few months ago. How can it be dragged to the present? There were a lot of people talking about it, but no one knew that Yang Kai had sneaked a few days ago and went to the Black Wind Mountain. It is no wonder that Yang Kaiping does not follow people in the day, and no one is naturally concerned about whereabouts. When it was noisy, a group of people came from afar, and the first person was like a crowned jade. It was also a jade tree, and it was very chic. It was a beautiful boy, but I don't know why. At this moment, the face of this boy is a bit gloomy. Whoever gnaws his teeth while walking. Beside the boy, he followed a lot of disciples of Ling Xiaoga, and the stars wrapped him in the middle, and he was more and more different. Come here. See, the crowd gathered so many people. The head of the teenager exposed the unpleasant color, wondering, what happened? How many people in this place? A person next to him quickly stepped forward and whispered, Su Xiao. Today is the day that can challenge Yang Kai, so the brothers and brothers are gathered here, waiting for the contribution point. Known as Su Xiao's young man's brow, he laughed happily. It's like, our Yang's brother, some of the days are so hot. The words are full of ridicule and happiness of gloating. Well, he will basically be beaten every 5 days, and he will be stunned to stop. The previous speaker explained. Su Xiao is a smile. Well, somehow, the young man's heart feels a lot of bad luck, but this is not enough. He must be driven out of the Lingxiao Pavilion. As long as he is not a disciple of Ling Xiaoga, I want to play with him. How to play? Su Xiao said that this kid dared to break your good deeds in Wumei town. I don't know that Ma Wang has a few eyes. He doesn't even ask what is the identity of Su Xiao, too much. Su Xiao, who was a slap in the face, was very comfortable and nodded. Su Xiao, it was Su Mu that Yang Kai met in Wumei town. On that day, Su Mu and the two great Hans performed double springs and were exposed by Yang Kai. They went away with anger and went back to Lingxiage and began to explore the identity of Yang Kai. Name. In the end, he has some means and channels. He did not know the details of Yang Kai in one day. It was only under the Zoman iron regulations that he was not convenient to do it directly. He waited until today to bring people to the trouble of Yang Kai, but did not expect that there were so many people gathered here, and they all stared at Yang Kai. This made Sumu somewhat unhappy and waved. Let them disperse and tell them that Yang opened my bag today. In this case, it seems that Yang Kai is the girl of Chunlu, or the kind of art and fashion. A person behind him quickly stepped forward and rushed to the crowd to hold the boxing. The brothers and sisters, today and Yang Kai, the first battle of Su Musu, and asked you to take a convenient door. Trouble you waiting here. It is really unwilling to go. Also look at Haiyan. When this statement came out, many people were shocked and looked at Sumo. Some people who were unclear called it. Why? Yang Kai uses the broom to choose the opponent every time. Why do you let it go? Is there always a first come after all? When the voice fell, someone pulled him and whispered, "That is Sumu." Sumu. Who do you know? Who? This person didn't start long. I really don't know. Stupid. There is an elder named surnamed Su, and the core 10 disciples also have a surname Su. Who do you say he is? The man awoke. Although the words are not transparent, the audible person is not a fool. He shuts up at the moment. He is just an ordinary disciple. Hearing that Sumu has such a big backing, how can he dare to make noise? There is not a few contributions to winning Yang Kai, and he is not offended. Yes, yes. The listener was taught, and was shocked by a cold sweat. Chapter 20 Burning House. Sumu looked at the reaction of everyone with satisfaction, and a sigh in the nostrils expressed disdain. Although today's challenge Yang Kai has been given by Sumu, but the people gathered here have not left. They do not know how Yang Kai offended Sumu. Naturally, it is to stay to see the excitement. Waiting for a while, Yang Kai still disappeared, and Sumu was a little unsettled. What about others? I don't know. He usually came out to sweep the ground, but today I don't know why I haven't come yet. Su Xiao, do you want to go to the place where he lives? Sumu thought for a moment and nodded. All right, a district sweeping the ground. Dare to let this less bitter wait. I will want him to look good. It is not a secret where Yang Kai lives. Several people around Sumu are leading the way for him. The people who watched the excitement also came to the mighty. A moment later, a group of people arrived in front of Yang Kai's hut and looked at the shabby wooden house that had been leaking. Sumu didn't come out for a while, pointing to the wooden house. Is that kid living here? Returning to Su Xiao, Yang Kai is a trial disciple. He has to take care of himself, and he will not take care of him. This is probably the house he built himself. Good. Sumu is very fast, and when I think of the rain, Yang Kai will be drenched into a soup, and I feel very happy. With a light cough, a smile, Su Mulong walked forward and screamed, "Yu Yang open, give this less to die and die." This shouting, if Hong Zhong is full of hatred, contains a complaint of blood and tears, and let the crowd of people watching it tremble, and the beam between Yang Kai and the Su Mu is probably not small. Su Muwei was so popular that the 8 winds did not move. After shouting, he was full of anticipation staring at the door of the wooden house. I imagine that the scene of Yang Kai's squirting from the inside out of the room was smug. Waiting to wait, there is no movement in the house. Su Mu's face could not be hanged, and another roar. Yang Kai, the acquaintance is coming out quickly, or else we have to rush in. Still no movement. Sumu also felt that something was wrong. If Yang Kai is really inside, he should always breathe. Is he not there? Too far of the head. Su Muchong's next person squinted, and the man quickly rushed out, kicking the door of the wooden house and rushing to the inside. Not long after, this man ran out again. To Su Medeo. Su Xiao, there is no one inside, and there is still some dust. It seems that this kid knows that the disaster is coming, has already ran in the first few days. Running. Su Mu almost vomited blood, and he prepared for a few days, and today brought so many people to support the scene, that Yang Kai actually ran. It was like a punch of a powerful punch, but it was squatting on the cotton, so that Sumu had a powerless and depressed feeling that could not be said. Speaking, I really didn't see Yang Kai in these few days. When the time worker is Junjia, Yang Kai offended the Sumo. It is estimated that he knew that the disaster was coming and he left the Zoman. No wonder he won't appear until now. Hey, Yang is leaving, and there is no contribution from the future. The onlookers whispered, but they did not land in the ears of Sumo. Although proud, but cannot revenge, Sumu is still unhappy. Sustaining for a moment, Sumu had to accept this reality, and he said with indignation, "It's cheaper, but this hatred is not reported. I hate it, and give me the fire to burn this broken house." Everyone was shocked. Even the people brought by Sumo were hesitant. One person said, "Su Shao, set fire in the Zoman. Is this not good? What are you afraid of?" Sumu blinked. "The sky is falling, and I am holding it. Besides, this is not the industry of Zoman. If it burns, it will burn. What is great? This broken house is left with it." The young man's eyes. Listen to him saying that all the talents have dispelled their concerns. Anyway, there are people who have a backing, and burning a broken house is really nothing. Someone is going to take the fire and find the grass. After a while, everything was ready, and Sumu's face was holding a torch that was made on the spot. The burning fire burned his face and was distorted. "Yang Kai, I will call you to meet you in the future, otherwise you will not be able to die." Sumu gnawed his teeth and was about to throw the torch into the wooden house, but there was a bloody shoulder. When I was photographed, someone asked, "Is this dry?" Sumu did not expect to answer. "Burning the house." "What do you want to burn my house?" The voice of the people was a little annoyed. "Your house." Sumu slammed his mouth and turned his head to look at it. This time, Sumutin quickly jumped aside as a rabbit, and his movements were not as good as words, posing a precautionary posture and panicking. Extremely, all the hairs are upside down. It's really because the styling is too horrible, the clothes are ruined, the hair is messy and weird. Not only that, but there are countless blood marks on his body, bloodstains on his clothes, a small parcel on his shoulder, and a parcel. Drums and sacks. I don't know if I have some cockroaches. The breeze came, and the man's broken pants were cluttered in the wind, revealing the leg hair that thrived on one leg. The most let Sumu cannot stand the taste of this person, and sweaty smell mixed together. People feel vomiting, cannot swallow the meals in 3 days. This style, strange. If you take a broken bowl in your hand, it's a cockroach to eat 100 meals. But, how do you feel familiar? Sumu carefully looked at the people. The more he looked, the more doubts he thought. After a moment, he suddenly took a thigh. Yang Kai. This is not who Yang Kai is. Although the shape has changed, the face is also full of dirt. But how can he not recognize Sumu, who is hatred with Yang Kai? How can I not recognize it? Yang Kai also recognized Sumu, grinning and revealing Sun Bai's fangs. Isn't this the younger brother of the singer in Wumei town? A bang. Let Sumu's face burst into a burst of red, jumped on the footsteps. Yang Kai, there is a road to heaven. You don't go. There is no door to hell. You come in. Today you are dead. You want me to trouble? Yang opened, his brow wrinkled. Crap, Sumu is all right. Do you think I came to see you? You are looking for me to find me directly. Is it burning my house? Yang Kai asked. Sumu quickly threw the torch and rushed to step on it. It seemed that he was stepping on Yang Kai himself, and he was very deflated. After a long while, he torched the torch. This delay finally let the onlookers return to God. Until now, the people know that Yang Kai is not afraid of Su Mu left Ling Xiaoga, but went out and did not know what to do. Just doing something to make yourself so bleak? This blood flow is too much, right? And the scratches on his clothes, obviously broken by what weapon? Who did he fight with? And is that kind of battle between life and death? Chapter 21, I let you 3 strokes. 1 click every day. Recommended tickets members click evaluation votes. These scars are naturally traces of fighting with the flowerback spiders. They didn't have time to deal with them. When they returned to Wumei town, they had to find a doctor for the little boy. Naturally, they also delayed. Then Yang Kai went to sleep. I slept until this morning and woke up. The little boy was already awake. Yang Kai was relieved to leave and hurried back to Zoman. He saw a group of people around his wooden house, and others held torches. That posture is to burn your own house, and Yang Kai will promise? Naturally, I went over and asked, but I didn't expect Sumu to find her own trouble. The main body appeared, and the arson not only did not have the slightest embarrassment, but was even more excited, pointing to Yang Kai Dao. Yang Kai, don't say that this less gives you the opportunity, as long as you can. Let's wait. Yang opened his hand and gestured, then Shai ran into the house. Hey! Sumu's half-talk swallowed into the stomach. It only felt like eating a fly, and it was the kind of flies that flew up from the fresh manure. Don't mention how uncomfortable it is. Su Xiao, this person is too unfaced. Someone is not flat for Sumo. Hey! Sumu sneered. I will give you a slap in the face. I heard that this kid never admits to losing. The following hands should not be merciful. Today, he must let him know that he is offended. Yes. Yang Kai walked into the house and took down the small parcel on his shoulder. This wrapped herb was a harvest for 3 days. It was not safe to put it down first. After putting the parcel, Yang Kai came out again and looked at Su Medeo seriously. What did you want to say? Sumu looked at him with hatred, his face full of resentment and the urge to vomit blood. I just prepared a line for myself for a long while. I was interrupted by Yang Kai before I even said it. At this moment, I saw him asking again. I was so busy that I couldn't wait to shout out. Yang Kai, I don't want to give you a chance. As long as you give me a few heads in front of the teachers and brothers, and then call a few grandpa, I will not die around you. Otherwise, oh. The sounds were so long, and the thread of taste came to life. After all, on the surface of Sumu, there is a happy expression after revenge and hate, just like what happened to Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and looked at Sumu with a heartache. How? Sumu's heart was weak, mainly because Yang Kai was too calm, and he had some bottom in his heart. After all, he had eaten Yang Kai's loss in Wumei town, and there was some shadow in his heart. Not filial. Yang Kai sighed. The onlookers are stunned, Sumu stunned, thinking that this is not filial? What do you mean? Sumu asked fiercely. I don't understand. Come to teach me. Yang Kai, a kind-hearted person, is tempted. I ask you, do you have an elder in the Lingxiao Pavilion? You are a little bit of eyesight. Sumu's tail is almost up to the sky. Yang Kai smiled, thinking that you rushed to retaliate against me so much. Naturally, it is dependent. If there is no one on the top, how dare you so arrogant, but also burn my house? This person is not small in Zongmen. Yang Kai asked again. The elders. Sumu said, I still have a sister who is a core disciple. Just stick a finger and kill you. Yang Kai was stunned and had some understanding of the bottom of Sumu. This took his shoulder and said, This is right. Too filial. What is wrong? Sumu was furious and wandered around the dizziness that was opened by Yang Kai. He still didn't know what he was going to say. I don't want to understand such a simple thing. How long is your head? Yang opened his brow and looked at Sumu with great pity. He patiently explained, Your sister is my sister. I really want to be true. It's called you. Then what is your sister calling you? What should the elder call you? Unfilial, big and filial. If I am the elder, I will shut you down today and let you never think of it forever. Sumu's body was shocked and pale. Difficult dragons, but the most horrible place in Lingxi Age. Lingxi Age has been stretching for hundreds of years, and disciples have been for dozens of generations. There are always some disciples who have done bad things after going out of the division and committing great crimes, and these evildoers are caught by the sect. If you live, you will be abolished and thrown into the trapped dragon. Basically, if you go there, you will die. 3 words of sleepy dragons, but within a few thousand miles of this circle, they are famous and fierce. Sumu is not afraid of Yang Kai, just hearing these 3 words instinctively a little fear. I noticed that Sumu was in a wrong state. One person who followed him quickly rushed forward. Su Xiao, this kid has a sharp tooth, and he is brave with him. Today we are coming out for you. Well, Sumu slowed down, and some of them became angry and angered. Yang Kai, don't say something that is not there. If you don't apologize today, you will regret that you were born in this world. In the eyes of Yang Kai, the cold light flashed, and he clenched his fist and said, Su Shi's brother is going to have a trick with me? Su Muzhin said, I think, but you do not live up to expectations, not yet qualified. This is a 9-layer quenching body. Listening to him saying this, Yang Kai suddenly understood that Zongmen stipulated that disciples should challenge each other, and the difference in strength should not exceed 3 layers. Sumu could not challenge Yang Kai. The gap between the two was too great. This is also why he brought people. These people can not only support the scene. Sumu looked at Yang Kai with a contemptuous look, his mouth sneering with a sneer, and his head was not biased. You. This young brother is said to have cultivated to the 3rd floor of the quenching body, which brother went up to teach. 3 layers of quenching, a high realm. A group of people burst into laughter, the people present, which is not later than Yang Kai, but which is not higher than his realm. I am coming to Su Xiao. My strength is the lowest among the brothers, but the district is quenched in 5 layers, and should be able to play with Yang's brother for a while. One of them crossed the crowd and walked forward, squinting at Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked back at him, laughing too, laughing that their intelligence was out of date. 5 days ago, I was really 3 layers of quenching, but now it is different. However, this kind of thing Yang Kai will naturally not go out and promote the 2-level realm in 5 days. The speed is a bit strange. The man brought by Su Mu said, Yang Shixiao, my name is Zhao Hu, but I have to remember who hit you today. I wrote it down. Yang opened a serious face. Zhao Hu seems to be interested in giving Su Mu a face, a big thorn to the battle. Rushing Yang opened a small finger. Yang Shixiao, do not say that the younger brother does not give you face. I let you 3 strokes, can let me move. Even if you win, if it doesn't work, don't blame the younger brother's men for not being merciless. This manic provocation contains the contempt of the red fruit, which makes Sumu look dazzling, and his heart is full of fun. The secret Zhao Hao is really effective. He knows how to humiliate people. This is not bad. Although the 3 layers of the quenching body are only 2 layers away from the 5 layers of the quenching body, there is a watershed-like existence in the middle of the 2 layers, and the strength that can be exerted is not the same. Chapter 22 Rewrite the Defeat. What's more, Yang Kai looks like a Wolverine at this moment. At first glance, he has experienced hardships. How can there be any strength to fight? Plus, he is physically thin, malnourished, and easy to despise. Almost everyone thinks that Yang Kai is escaping today, even Xia Ningxiang, standing on a nearby tree. As a dark disciple, Xia Ningxiang, who is not coming today, has to record Yang Kai's record. This is not good. How can I let the younger brother give up? Yang Kai is a little embarrassed. Nothing is bad. Zhao Hu insisted. As a younger brother, it is also a good idea to let you 3 moves. Huh. That line. Yang Kai looked rather reluctant. Since Zhao Shidi said so, the brother is not welcome. Although let the horse come over. Zhao Hu sullenly sullen. His feet stand like a meteorite, his muscles are stacked, and a new spurt rises. Looking forward to Yang Kai, who is walking thin and thin legs. Zhao Hu's heart sneer. Thinking that you are a small body, I will blow you away in 1 breath. And what strength can I play? Yang Kai slowly walked up to Zhao Hu, erected a fist, deliberately swayed in front of Zhao Hu, and smiled. Zhao Shidi, the brother can really fight. Come on. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Kai's fist was already on Zhao's chest. Boom, screamed out, and the crowds did not even see the traces of Yang Kai. The fist was so strangely beaten up. Zhao Hu's face is white, and the chest can't help but fall back. Boom, second fist and again, hit Zhao Hu's abdomen. Zhao Hu's body slammed down, only feeling a stomach's sour water to turn out. Pa, Yang Kai popped a foot, rolled on Zhao Hu's chin. Zhao Hu Ingsheng flew out, fell to the ground, and did not move. 1. The audience was silent, and the quiet needles were audible. All of them were shocked to see Yang Kai, full of inconspicuous thoughts. Su Mu's eyes were especially big, and almost all of them had to be cracked. 2 fists, 1 foot. Zhao Hu, who was quenched in 5 layers, was kicked out. Is this his mother's body capable of doing 3 layers of quenching? Although Zhao Hu did not fight back from start to finish, this power is too great. 100 kilograms of people were bombarded and flew a few feet away. How can it be done without strength? Moreover, the speed is also very fast. Zhao Hu also smiled slyly at the moment, and the next moment was unconscious. Not only the people in front of the hut can't believe their eyes, but even Xia Ningxiang, who is standing on the treetop watching the record. Her booklet clearly recorded Yang Kai's record. In more than 2 years, 147 defeats did not win, but it was rewritten today. and the wind is so crisp and neat. Xia Ningxiang was originally lightly stepping on the branches, and the style was excellent. As a result, the energy did not slow down, and the light body method was interrupted, and the body slammed down. A slap in the air, this masked woman planted all the way from the treetops of the 3 feet high, and the little first landed, and could not help but scream. Fortunately, she is agile and slow to respond. At the last minute, she borrowed some strength, otherwise the consequences of this fall may be quite serious. This is the case. The 2-petal hips are also a hot pain, close to the lips, and a layer of fog in the water. The pain was slowly held up, and the 2 slender legs were slightly trembling. Xia Ning was nervously watching and found that no one saw himself. This was a relief. If this appearance is seen, then the shame will be lost. Run the vitality, resolve the pain of the buttocks. Xia Ningxiang shines in the eyes. It is really some people do not understand. How can it not be seen for a few days? This Yongkai strength has increased so much. Those who are onlookers are not strong enough to see what is famous. Can the eyes of Xia Ning's be more common than ordinary people? Just a moment when Yongkai started, Xia Ningxiang clearly felt the agitation of his meridians, and he was able to cultivate a sense of qi. It has clearly reached the 4 layers of quenching, and it seems that Yongkai's strength is more than 4 layers. However, he did not quench 3 layers a few days ago. This stinky brother, even hiding the strength, not only scared those people to jump, but also scared themselves from the tree. It is really hateful. Vaguely, Xia Ningxiang has blamed the pain on her on the beginning of Yang. Yongkai took a look at the direction of Xia Ningxiang's hiding. The scream of Xia Ning's scream was short-lived, but he was listened to by him. However, after some distance, he did not find any abnormality, and he no longer tangled, just brows, tightly wrinkled, and looked at his fist, as if some were not satisfied. Yongkai is really dissatisfied. After all, this is the first time that he has been acquainted with the people after he got the arrogant body. He did not control it at all. He even took Zhaohu to fly. He originally wanted to let the other party move and look like himself. This force is bigger than expected. In the field, Su Mu first came back to God and pointed to Yongkai and shouted, "You are swindling." Yongkai looked at him with a sigh of relief. "Su shitty, rice can be eaten in a mess, can't talk nonsense. Where can I swindle?" Su Mu's words are screaming. Yeah, where's the swindle? Zhaohu's own big thorn stood still there, and he hurriedly asked Yang to make 3 moves. As a result, people really got him with 3 strokes. What is happening in the eyes of the public? How can you swindle? Su Xiao, it seems that the intelligence is wrong. The strength of this kid is not only 3 layers of quenching. I am afraid that it has been promoted, or how can I play Zhaohu? Those who have eyesight and savvy can see some clues, and whisper to Sumo. It turns out that. Sumu nodded, his face was gloomy. Zhaohu is too big. If it is really with him, how can he be defeated by him? In Sumu's thoughts, Zhaohu's defeat this time was purely due to the general intention. After all, Yongkai's promotion is only 4 layers of quenching, and there is still some gap with Zhaohu. If you really do, Yongkai will lose. Yang Shixiang, you hide well. Su Muin looked at Yongkai coldly. Today, he didn't get out of breath, and his heart was really uncomfortable. Yongkai shrugged his shoulders. Let's come to Japan. The next time you are not so lucky. Su Mu snorted and led the returning man to return. He left a man to stun the Zhaohu, and he hated it when he left. I took a look at Yang. This beam is really settled, and Yongkai does not care. Anyway, the sect of the sect has its own rules. If they want to find trouble, they have to challenge. Moreover, some people have to try their own cultivation, or they don't know how far they have grown. Holding this thought in my heart, Yongkai felt that it was a blessing to have a hatred with Su Mu. Today's battle is really not enough. Hey, Yongkai is somewhat unsatisfied. Su Mu went away, and the excitement was also finished. The crowd's onlookers naturally dispersed. However, many people still have some dreams. The trial disciple Yongkai, who has not won a victory for more than 2 years, actually won today. The field, although it has some tricks, can win after all. Chapter 23, An Unfortunate Thing. This incident has caused an uproar among the ordinary disciples watching the battle. If it is not the identity of Sumo, I am afraid that everyone will rush to leave and spread the news. But because this matter is related to Su Mu, everyone is also interested in it, and did not dare to talk around. I only smothered today's things in my stomach. The cabin was finally cleaned. Looking at the sky, Yang Kai was a little depressed. Today he was delayed by sumo. He had already misunderstood the time of cultivation and quenching. He had to say that it was a pity. Going back to the house and taking out the last set of clothes left, Yang opened to the small pond next to him and took off his tattered clothes, ready to take a bath. These days, the net was shaking in the mountains, and it was with the flower back. The spider had a fight, and there was indeed an odor on the body. Xia Ningxian sneaked towards the hut. She wanted to see what the realm of the younger brother is now. I felt too unclear when I was too far apart, but there was no one in the hut, and I wandered around the house. Sweeping, I saw the 2 buttocks of white flowers and moved on the line of sight. I saw that Yang Kai had already taken off the clean and sloppy, naked, and was posing a diving posture. Xia Ning's little face is red. Although she is very strong, after all, she is still an unaccompanied girl. Don't talk about her ass. Even the man's thighs have not been seen. Now I suddenly see where this scene can live. Too exciting. Xia Ningxiang, a hard-hearted cockroach, jumped up and quickly hid his body. How do you have such a relationship with today? The poor girl's tears fell quickly. Wherever she could still take a peek into the secrets of Yang Kai, she disappeared in the same place with her squatting shape. This stinky younger brother, the teacher's door is so unruly. It's too shameless to be naked, and it's too shameful. In the pond, Yang opened his bath while checking his body. He found that after practicing the hardened body, his muscles were obviously stronger and stronger than before. Although they were still thin, they were thin and tasteful. Moreover, the scars left by the spiders of the flower-backed spiders in the abdomen yesterday have already been scarred. Only the wound on the arm that is pierced by the flower-backed spider has some faint pain. After all, it is transparent, it can't be so fast, but it's not as serious as I thought. Seeing this situation basically only takes a few days to heal. Recalling the battle of life and death yesterday, Yang Kai was a little excited. I don't know why. I feel that the more I am facing the danger, the more I am motivated. I was not this kind of sex. Is it because I have a tendency to be abused in my subconscious mind, and I suddenly wake up after living for more than 10 years? Thinking of this, Yang Kai quickly sank into the pond and took a big breath. Although there was a lot of rush to do, Yang opened the shower and took the broom to sweep the floor after wearing the clothes. After all, this is the work in the Lingxiao Pavilion. Since I have taken this job, I have to take it seriously. When sweeping the floor, Yang Kai obviously felt that many of the brothers and sisters today looked at their own eyes, and they were all wrong. They were full of doubts. They wanted to come to these people and watch the excitement in the morning. I don't understand why I could stun Zhao Hao. Yang Kai Feng is light and clouded and works honestly. After sweeping the floor, Yang Kai returned to the wooden house, opened the parcel, took out the necessary Sanyu remnant flour and the deadland deadwood from the inside, and put the rest back. These remaining herbs, Yang Kai, are useless, but they can be sold to the contribution hall for some contribution points. Grabbing the parcel, Yang Kai was about to go out. As a result, he thought about turning back and replacing the set of blood-stained broken clothes, and then painted himself a big face, which rushed out. Contribute to the church. The old man is holding a teapot, sitting behind the counter, swaying his legs and sipping his scent, and his mouth is still touching and touching. Suddenly, the figure at the door flashed, and the old man looked up and looked at it. He wanted to scream for a rabbit who didn't open his eyes. He came to disturb the old man early in the morning, but he saw Yang Kaiwo's uncomfortable walk in, and the broken clothes were completely blocked. Cannot live as spring, the 2 thighs looming, the hair on the legs is full. The 2 Lingxi-age female disciples who passed through the door saw this scene, exclaimed hooligans, and shy away. What is the strength of the dream shopkeeper? On the knife mountain, under the fire, the bones of the mountain still do not change color. The Tuqing tin is also light and windy. At this moment is also a mouthful of tea sprayed out. No image at all. Xiao Yang Kai, what is your trouble? The old man was almost in a mess, and he stood up in a hurry and stared at Yang Kai with a stunned look. Yang Kaichong went to the counter and gasped, I am back. Is it a lot of bitterness? The dream treasurer was so pitiful that Yang Kai, a few days ago, when Yang Kai walked away from him, he was still fine. He did not expect to go to the Black Wind Mountain and even make this virtue. It's just too tragic that people are not ghosts or ghosts. Well, it's a little dangerous. Yang nodded, no longer nonsense, and quickly opened the parcel, pointing to a bunch of herbal medicines in the parcel. But the harvest is not bad. The dream treasurer. These herbs contribute to the church. The dream shopkeeper fixed his eyes and looked at it. There is no value in the herbal medicines in the district. There are so many herbs in the contribution hall, and there is no place to put it. Just want to refuse. But the dream shopkeeper saw Yang Kaijing looking forward to look at himself, and then look at his line of work. His heart suddenly soft, nodded. Hey, the income received. Every 2 herbs for a little contribution. Then you are a little bit. Yang Kai did not bargain, pushed the parcel forward. Dream shopkeeper counted a total of 32 herbs, a total of 16 points contribution. The current is Yang Kaiji on the account. You ran for 3 days in the Black Wind Mountain, got it? The dream shopkeeper asked casually. It's good to get these, Yang Kai said, while the thief looked around and looked around. Cough is good. The old man can't bear to fight Yang Kai. After all, he also knows the hardships of Yang Kai. This kid is not a good qualification, but he is willing to work hard. Now there are not many young people who can work hard and endure. It is a pity that his qualifications are his hard wounds, and he is destined to have not achieved much in this life. When I was feeling in my heart, the dream shopkeeper saw Yang Kai's sneak peek and couldn't help but wonder, what are you looking at? Yang Kaishin mysteriously secretly went forward, whispered, Dream treasurer, I am entering the mountain this time. It seems to find an indispensable thing. Seeing that Yang Kai is so cautious and careful, the dream shopkeeper knows that the unforgettable thing is not unusual. Now he has a suspicious face and asked in a low voice, What? I don't know. This is not brought back to let you help me see it. You can see it well. You can definitely recognize it. Yang Kai said, while touching from the back of his butt, he found a parcel and gently placed it on the counter. Chapter 24 Ganoderma lucidum. The dream shopkeeper looked at him and saw that he was still nervous when he looked forward to it. He couldn't help but be cautious. He opened the parcel with a light hand and looked inward. The size of the bowl, dark red color, like mushrooms, like lingji, the shape is really not bad. Quite a style of genius treasure. Cough, cough. The dream treasurer couldn't help but cough a few times. Yang opened his eyes nervously and asked softly, What is this? The dream shopkeeper looked at him eccentrically, did not answer, but asked, Where are you from? In a cave. There is also a level 1 monster guardian, and I was killed by it, and I took it out. Dream palms in the heart of a jump. You met the monster? Didn't tell you not to go deep. Not deep. I don't know how it will be on the periphery of the Black Wind Mountain. Yang Kai is a little embarrassed. Dream shopkeeper sighed. Thinking that this kid made this, I am afraid that because of the fight with the monster, it is not so easy to deal with the monster with his strength, even if it is only 1 level. Poor, young and old, ran for 3 days in the Black Wind Mountain to earn a 16-point contribution and to force a first-class monster, life and death. If he told him to know this stuff is not appropriate. It is too hurtful. Well, the old man rarely has to do good things. It is a virtue. Yang Kai saw the palm of his hand, but he never answered. He couldn't help but wait for some anxiety. Just ask again. But the dream shopkeeper took a sip of tea. He slammed his mouth and squeezed a smile not bad. Hearing this answer, Yang Kai's heart was suddenly put down. He was really worried that this thing was worthless, and that was a big joke. Dream treasurer, what is this in the end? How much contribution? Yang Kaiki started to look forward to it. Hey, this thing, called the blood of Ganoderma lucidum. It is a rare medicinal material, but it is all. The dream of the shopkeeper has not finished, and the face of Yang Kai's face is disappointing, and he has changed his mouth. No, it is the grade of the lower grades. Well, it is the prefecture-level product. That's right. The tone is firm, and the dream shopkeeper himself almost believes. Land-level products? Yang Kai surprises. Did you not read the wrong shopkeeper? Dream shopkeeper put a face on the board. Jokes. The old man read a woman in his life. Cough. Countless medicines, and practice a pair of eyes. Where is it wrong? How much contribution can that change? Yang Kai is only interested in this. It's 20 o'clock. So little. Yang Kai was a little disappointed. He thought that this thing could be ranked low, and he had to contribute dozens of points. A lot of kid. Dream shopkeeper thought that this is white. How can give you too much? But on the verbal is to find a reason. Although you find this blood of Ganoderma lucidum is the prefecture level product is correct, but the size is small, the year is not high, so it is only 20 points. Oh, Yang Kai did not refute, refreshed. That is 20 o'clock. Dream shopkeeper nodded and recorded in the account. This time, I went into the mountains to remove the 3-leaf remnant flowers and the dead woods and grasses that I needed. I harvested a total of 36 points of contribution, and I have already contributed 48 points. When Yang Kai suddenly felt that he was somewhat financially rich. However, although the mountain can be used to change the contribution point, it also delays the cultivation time, and it also has to take chances. Some of the feelings of putting the cart before the horse. Although the heart is hot, Yang Kai decided not to do so if it was not forced to do so in the future. The purpose of accumulating contribution points is to cultivate. The main secondary relationship between the two is still distinguishable, and it has not been stunned by this harvest. I now have a lot of 3-leaf remnant flowers, and finally I took 30 or 40 strains in that cave. However, the number of dead woods in the Jedi is very small, only 5 or 6 plants. If you really want to use it for cultivation, I am afraid that it is not enough. I have to redeem it from the contribution hall. Making up his mind, Yang Kai Dao, Dream Treasurer, give me 10 deadlands, deadwood grass. The old man looked at him with a look. Although he wondered what he wanted to do with this, he didn't ask much. He just looked at him with a sigh of relief. The 10 strains of the lower grade herbs. 10 contributions, are you sure? Yang Kai brow wrinkled, suspicion. No, you just said that 2 herbs to make a little contribution? The collection price is the collection price. The sale price is the sale price, not the same. The dream shopkeeper laughs particularly brightly, and a thick profiteer tastes spontaneously. Yang is angry and points to the nose of the old man. You are completely buying and selling, and it is shameful to seek the difference. Do you have a conscience to eat the dog? The old man of the dream waved. This is not the price I want to buy and sell. This is the price of the Zoman. It has nothing to do with me. I contribute to the goods in the hall. The price is clearly marked, and the virginity is not deceived. The old man is only responsible for watching the scene. Otherwise, how do you think Zoman can feed your 3,000 disciples? Yang Kai is awkward. Think about it too. Doing business is also about making money. If you don't have any means, how can the 3,000 disciples live? Although this does have the suspicion of earning a difference, no one is forcing you to buy, forcing you to sell. Then you still have to squander the deadwood. The dream treasurer saw Yang Kai's face hurt, and his mood suddenly became good. Yes. Yang Kai bit his teeth. It will be used sooner or later. Since he does not want to go to the mountains to collect medicine, he only bought it here. The dream shopkeeper turned to the back hall, and after a while, he took 10 deadland deadwood grasses, Yang Kai Ching some points, dreams of the cabinet to record the accounts. Hey, he ate a boring loss. Yang Kai was a little unhappy, and took the herbs and turned away. There is always time to come. The dream shopkeeper greeted him in the back. I often let you kill. Yang Kai finally knows how the name of this dreamy skin came. 3 steps and 2 steps. Yang opened fire and rushed out to the door, and a figure flashed from the outside, almost hitting Yang Kai. The reaction of both of them was quite rapid. Yang Kai suddenly stopped, and the other party stopped. It was a sigh of scent. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a pair of eyes like a bright moon staring at himself, but his face could not be seen clearly, because this person was covered in veil. This is a woman. Although I can't see the true meaning, I can infer from the color of the skin. It should not be too old. It is estimated to be my own sister. Yang Kaichong nodded her, apologized, and then let go of half a body, which meant that she was advanced. After knowing that the other party had stunned, the root of the ear suddenly became red, and his eyes were hiding. This appearance makes Yang Kai look in the eyes, thinking that this sister is very shy, and quickly opened his eyes, so as not to abrupt the other side. Xia Ning is dead. She didn't even think that she would meet Yang Kai at the entrance of the Confucius Hall. When she saw the face of this person, Xia Ningshang remembered her own. Think of him again. At that time, Xia Ningshang's face was red, and her ears were hot. She rushed into the house and did not dare to lift her head. Yang Kai feels a little funny, and it's rare to see such a woman as a timid person. There are also many female disciples in Ling Xiaoga, but people who are martial arts are generally more open-minded. It's like her, just blushing when she looks at it. No wonder covered with veil. This sister is a little cute, but why does she feel that her fragrance is somewhat familiar, as if she smelled it? Chapter 25: The Magical Effect of the Incense Burner. Ask members to click and recommend tickets. Xia Ningxiang entered the contribution hall and sneaked back and found that Yang Kai had already left. This made her quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Probably because of the morning, she always made her feel like a guilty conscience. When I was in a mess, I heard a sigh of sighs after the director of the dream stood at the counter. What happened to the master? Xia Ningxiang asked. I am a pity that the kid just now. The dream shopkeeper is stunned. It is a good boy, willing to endure hardships and endurance, good character, and temper is not bad. Xia Ningxiang listened to his master, so praised Yang Kai, suddenly angry. I thought you still don't know what he did to your apprentice in the morning. Actually took off the light, tarnished your apprentice's eyes, and scared people one jump. The dream shopkeeper said nonstop. Xia Ningxiang listened more and more annoyed, reaching out and slamming on the counter. Beep! Something was smashed and shouted. The dream shopkeeper fixed his eyes. His face was suddenly distorted, and he was smashed and smashed. My value level contribution to the 20-point contribution to the blood of Ganoderma lucidum. Is this Ganoderma? Xia Ningxiang looked at the things that had become powder on the table. I wonder if the master is dizzy? How is this Ganoderma? No, it's wrong for the teacher. The dream shopkeeper sighed and the powder on the counter flew out, like being pinched by an invisible hand, scattered outside the door, and falling along the road. Right? What are you doing today to find a teacher? The dream treasurer finished his face, a rare serious. I broke through. Dream palm counter skin movement. Carefully looked at the realm of Xia Ningxiang. Cannot help but nodded. Good. I really did not read wrong. Only you this body is really suitable for this practice. Come, put this remedy eat. You can stabilize your realm. Well, Xia Ningxiang took over and hesitated for a moment to whisper. How is your injury? The dream shopkeeper smiled slightly. Don't worry about being a teacher. It hasn't been a problem for so many years. Yang Kai rushed back to the cabin with an excitement and expectation. Nowadays, the three-leaf remnant flower and the deadland deadwood grass are all ready, and the number is still quite a lot. It should be enough for a period of time. Everything is only owed to the east wind, and Yang Kai wants to know if the incense burner can really help him cultivate. The wooden house is the most remote and desolate location of the Linglong Pavilion. Basically, no one cares about it. Therefore, Yang Kai does not reveal his secrets. He walks into the house and summons the black book without words. He turns to the third page and takes out the incense burner and puts it on the bed. Sighed. Also took the 3 leaves of the soul flower and the deadwood dead grass, stuffed the 2 herbs, and then covered the lid. At that time, a faint scent of incense was filled in the wooden house. Yang Kai sniffed a bite and felt it with his heart. He found that although this scent was special, there was nothing too noteworthy, and after taking this breath, the body doesn't feel anything. However, the aroma from the hole in the lid of the incense burner is inextricably drawn into the nostrils of Yang Kai. It is like a slender little snake, very strange, and enters his body along the nose of Yang. There seems to be something more sudden in the body, in the flesh and blood, in the meridians, and even in the bone marrow. The feeling of a burst of numbness spread throughout the body. Yang Kai did not dare to neglect, and quickly took the incense burner and ran out to prepare for cultivation. Step by step, Yang Kai suddenly surprised. His foot is like a lead, heavy and incomparable, and with this foot, his physical strength is also rapidly passing. Taking another step, Yang Kai actually had some illusion of being detached, and a cold sweat brushed out, and the muscles of the whole body were tightened. The body's temperament did not last long and jumped in the meridians, and the bones of the body licked. It creaked. The third step was to step on. Yang Kai's feet were soft, and they fell directly on the ground. The incense burner on the hand also rolled out. Hands hold the ground. Yang does not move like a mountain, but the heavy breathing is like a trembled, broken bellows. The chest is undulating. The flesh and blood in the body is twitching. Tendons, internal organs, bones, bursting, shrinking. numb feeling the more intense, Yongkai thought, but it was suppressed. This situation and my own situation is clearly a state of overwork. I have experienced several times before, so Yongkai is fairly familiar. However, I just said that I just went out 3 steps. How can I consume all my physical strength? Not only was the physical exhaustion, but the spirit was exhausted, as if I had not slept for a few days and nights, and the tiredness struck, my eyes were a little fuzzy. It can be said that he is now the essence of the gods falling to the lowest point, and the strength of moving a finger is not. At this moment, the efficacy of the 3-leaf remnant flower and the deadland dead wood grass appeared in Yongkai's mind. Both herbs are slightly toxic and not very toxic. It doesn't matter if a few people eat a few strains, but the former hurts and the latter hurts. In light of his current physical condition, Yongkai understands a bit. I am afraid that this is because the inhalation of the incense in the incense burner. However, no matter whether it is the 3-leaf remnant flower or the deadland deadwood grass, it is impossible to have such a strong effect. The mysterious machine will appear in the incense burner. It can infinitely magnify the efficacy of these 2 herbs. I have got a proud body and a strong recovery. I haven't felt tired after practicing for a long time, and naturally, I can't reach the limit. I can't reach my limit without reaching the limit. But now it's different. I'm just exhausted after 3 steps. It's so simple that I'm at the limit. Is it afraid that I can't cultivate? Yongkai has always believed that the potential of human beings is endless, and the key lies in how to dig. Although this kind of qualification can influence the growth of a warrior, its own efforts are also indispensable factors. So over the years, even if he knows his qualifications are not good, he has been tireless and never gave up practicing. Think of this, Yongkai spirits. Hands gradually exerted strength, propped up the exhausted body. The 2 thighs trembled fiercely. Yongkai blue muscles exposed, smashed, a little bit, 1 inch to hold themselves up. Almost all the physical strength in the body has been drained, and consciousness is about to be blurred. But one mind is fierce, and there has never been such a strong thought in life, and I want to win. Stand up. From where to fall, where to stand up. Standing up is the limit, it is victory. Time has never passed so slowly. With a cup of tea, Yongkai has straightened up and down, his feet have stepped on the ground, his legs are slightly curved, and his legs are shaking like a pendulum. The tendency to straighten up is so firm, even slowly. Never changed. Finally, along with Yongkai's roar, his body stood up, slightly stunned, and his footsteps firmly settled in place. Chapter 26 The Villain Revenge, Day to Night. At this moment, Young opened his smile. Even though the physical strength and spirit have been exhausted, the eyes can't see things, the ears are screaming, and the tingling in the brain is like a needle. He still laughs. 1. This kind of victory over yourself is far more powerful than defeating others. Just when Yongkai thought that he was going to faint, there was a feeling of warmth coming from the body. This warmth came out of the bones, like spring and rain, and like a long drought, shaving himself. Every inch of skin, every inch of flesh and blood brings a burst of vitality. The exhausted physical strength is restored a little, and even the spirit is much better. Although not all recovered, it is not as coma. Yongkai did not reluctantly, but sat down on the ground and carefully felt the situation inside his body. He found that the original feeling of numbness in the body had disappeared, but instead became a comfortable one. The flesh and blood of the whole body is rhythmically swayed. With this accumulation, it is obviously solid and explosive. The temperament of the meridians is constant, and the bones seem to be strong. This alone, my body seems to be much stronger. Yongkai meditated. The warmth that comes out of the bones at the last moment should be the merit of the proud bones. After going through several such incidents before and after, Yongkai is also the key to grasping the key. Only by being unyielding and tenacious in the face of difficulties can he inspire the potential ability of the proud body. If you compromise in the face of difficulties, then you will not give yourself any help. It's really a golden body with personality. Yongkai chuckled. At this moment, he can understand why the incense burner can help him cultivate. The effect of the herbal medicine added to the incense burner was magnified thousands of times. After inhaling it, it increased the speed of physical exertion and the degree of mental fatigue. Therefore, I just left 3 steps and was almost unconscious. However, this kind of effect amplified by the incense burner, although tyrannical, should not cause any sequelae to itself, otherwise it cannot assist cultivation. Only by overcoming this difficulty and inspiring the resilience of the arrogant body can one get the real benefits and become stronger in the breakthrough limit. The scent of the incense burner is the same as the arrogant body. All this is Yang Kai's own guess, but judging from what happened just now, it is basically a fact. Next, Yang opened it carefully and verified it. The smell of incense in the incense burner has never been interrupted. Even though there is no wind in the house, it is also looking for the direction of Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai found that if he stopped at the same place, this fragrance would not have any effect. After half a day of rest, Yang Kai felt that he had recovered a lot of strength and stood up in trepidation. Yang Kai walked forward again. I have had a big loss. This time Yang is going very slowly, and I feel it while walking. When one foot landed, Yang Kai found that the strength in his body was like the flood of the levee. He went out, and the spirit was the same. Suddenly he was exhausted. There was no reason, and there was no sign. 1 foot, only to recover a lot of strength, was completely drained. Yang Kai almost fell. Strongly biting his teeth, Yang Kai's stubborn temper came up again, and he struggled to move. This time, Yang Kai had to stop 4 steps before he had to stop. Although he was not willing to accept the loss, his body could not keep up, and the strength was still too bad. The warm feeling in the body once again radiated from the inside, and the strength of recovery made him not enough to stun. After many trials in succession, all of Yang Kai's conjectures proved to be correct. Although the smell of the fragrance in the incense burner makes people feel tired, it will not cause sequelae. The proud bones also need their own beliefs to stimulate. The more unyielding in the heart, the stronger the warmth, the greater the benefits to the body. This kind of cultivation is simply incredible. If you say something that is not good, it is to play with it. If you are not careful, it will be a disaster. Fortunately, Yang Kai is very self-aware. Every time he breaks through the limit, he will stop. Down, the effect is also very impressive. There is no limit to the potential of human beings, and there is always a gradual process in which you want to become stronger. After a long day of tossing, Yang Kai's progress is very clear, and he has been able to walk out 6 steps, and he has made great progress compared to the first time. However, Yang Kai is still not satisfied. He is only walking in the case of smelling different fragrances. If it is time to show his fists in the different fragrances, then it is true cultivation. Then, Yang Kai discovered another problem that was unavoidable. This cultivation is too expensive for herbal medicine. In the incense burner, one of the 3 leaves and the deadwoods, and one of the deadwoods and grasses can only be maintained for 1 hour. After 1 hour, the herbs must be placed again to produce the smell. Yang Kailu refers to a calculation, and his face is hard to look at. 12 hours a day, I practice 7 or 8 hours a day, which requires at least 14 herbs to support. Judging from his current reserves, at most 2 days of hard work, the deadwood will be consumed, and the 3-leaf remnant flower will consume more than half. What if these herbs are consumed? My current contribution point is only 38 points and can support a few days. I thought that I was very rich, and now I still see the poor slag. It was night. Yang Kai went to sleep with deep troubles, how to get the herbs and contribution points in his mind, even dreaming of encountering a large 3-leaf remnant flower and the deadland deadwood grass. The hands and feet were soft. This night, Yang Kai did not sleep well. This night, Sumu did not sleep well. I remembered that in the morning, I was in a hurry to find Yang to trouble, but the result was won by him. Sumu had some tossing and turning. If it weren't for him, he might have already set up with the niece of the boss of Mixing, and if it weren't for him, he would be angry with this stomach. Thinking of the appearance of his daughter, Shui Lingling, Sumu was full of resentment, and he would no longer face each other in the future. As the saying goes, Ning tears down 10 temples, not ruining a marriage. Yang Kai is awesome, it's too deceiving. As the saying goes, the gentleman revenge, not too late for 10 years, the villain revenge, day to night. Sumu is undoubtedly the latter. Although he can challenge Yang Kai again in a few days, how can Sumo wait until then? He can't wait to explode Yang Kai now, so that he can solve his own hatred. I couldn't sleep, and Sumu got up in annoyed fire. Not only did she climb up, but she also woke up her little brother in the middle of the night. Chapter 27. Study it and not get pregnant. Power outage to the present. Ask for advice. Not long after, Sumu's house was surrounded by a group of sleepy Ling Xiaoga disciples. Su Xiao, is there anything? One asked in a blink of an eye. Nothing. It's still a matter of the morning. Sumu tried to calm his mood. Call everyone. That is, I want you to give me ideas. How can I report this hatred and solve my hatred? Another humanity. Su Xiao can't wait 4 days? 4 days later, I went to challenge Yang Kai and promised to make him a pig. Sumu is not happy. Can I wait until then when I ask you to come over? A group of people sleeping in the incense was quarreled, and now obviously has no spirit. Sumu's words are no one to take care of, but it is yawning. Sumu looked at their reaction and became even more annoyed. When he took the next table, he said, give me a good idea. If you can't think of a good idea today, don't go back to sleep. All people were shocked. It was discovered that Sumu was really angry. They were all sleepless. They quickly ran their brains and made plans. In a short time, a disciple of Ling Xiaoga, Li Yuntian, turned his eyes and thought of a good idea. He spoke to Su Madeo. Su Xiao, we can do this. As I talked about it, I went over to the ear and said something about Sumu. How can I do it? Sumu listened with enthusiasm and patted Li Yuntian's shoulders. Not bad. This idea is good. This matter will be handed over to you. Su Xiao assured. Li Yuntian is also smiling. Go back to sleep. Sumu waved. Everyone's heart loosened and quickly dispersed. Looking at the dark night outside the house, Su Muin laughed. Yang Kai, Master Yang, let's walk in the sky. After a while, Sumu fell asleep with satisfaction. On the following day, Yang opened up and practiced the quenching of the article and went out to sweep the ground. Yesterday, I used the incense burner to cultivate a day. Although I was tossed and died, I have been backache so far, but the effect is quite remarkable. The most obvious result is that when I practice the technique of quenching the body, I clearly feel the change of the day. Smaller. It is also very well understood that the incense in the incense burner gives him a lot of pressure, and the same pressure is exerted on the cultivation of the quenched body. Once you adapt to one, you can naturally adapt to the other. Incense burner is a good thing. Yang is happy and excited, and wants to finish his work and continue to practice. Only Yang Kai swept halfway. Suddenly, there was a person blocking the way. Yang opened his head and looked at the other side. He felt that he was familiar with it. At this moment, the man was looking at himself with a smile. Li Yuntian gave Sumu an idea last night and got the errands of today. Although he had plans in his mind, he did not dare to carelessly. He believed that Yang Kai believed that he was 10 in 1. Now the main purpose is to let the other party be fooled and let him do it yourself. Fortunately, when he went to trouble with Sumu yesterday, he hid behind the crowd. At that time, he did not say anything. This Yang Kai should not notice himself, which is convenient. Early on the road to Yang Kai sweeping, Li Yuntian waited for a moment, and he saw Yang Kailu, and smiled at the moment, revealing the harmless expression of humans and animals. This face of yourself should be good enough now. Li Yuntian cheered himself up. Is this younger brother having something? Yang Kai is not polite. Anyway, the disciples who are now quenching their bodies are all their own younger brothers. Don't look at their low realm. This entry time is also good. People who see the quenching environment can claiming to be a brother. Are you a brother, Yang Kai Yang? Li Yuntian knows why. Yang Kai nodded. Yes. Li Yuntian was overjoyed. It really is you. Yang brother, long-awaited big name. See you today, really worthy of the name. Li Yuntian said that he felt disgusted, but he had to express his sincerity and see it. It is serious and serious. Yang Kai knows his family's affairs from his family, and his name is very loud among ordinary disciples. Li Yuntian's performance was quite familiar. He took Yang Kai's big hand and shook it vigorously. Yang's brother, I heard that you learned the Xiaohu yesterday. It's really a big heart. Why? Do you have a hatred with him? Yang Kai looked at him. Li Yuntian's face was cold. It's a bit of hatred. This person's face is benevolent, mean and shameless, and once insulted me. Then you will not take revenge. Yang Kaiki said. I dreamed of revenge, but... Li Yuntian sighed. Yang's brother probably knows that there is someone behind Xiaohu. I am not in the eyes of a Xiaohu. but the people behind him are not that I can provoke. Also, Yang opened his nod, and Su Mu was on the head, and the usual disciples did not dare to provoke. So, Master Yang taught Zhao Hu yesterday, and it really made a bad breath for the younger brother. Li Yuntian was grateful. Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's just a matter of collaborating with the door. It's nothing." Li Yuntian said again, "Yang Xiaoxiong can win Zhao Hu, and it is not too weak to think about strength." Yang opened his hand. "The insects are small and insignificant." Li Yuntian sneered in his heart, thinking that you actually said the truth yesterday. If you are not using the meter, where will Zhao Hu be defeated? However, he did not dare to show it on the face. If you let Yang start to be suspicious, it would be bad. The brothers are modest. Come and come, I am the best person to discuss with Li Yuntian on weekdays, and Yang is good at me. If you run into it today, you can't miss it. Li Yuntian went around for a long time and finally found a chance to come out. Meaning, Yang Kai smiled. You want to learn from me? Li Yuntian nodded fiercely. That is natural. I also hope that the brothers will not be enlightened, so that the younger brother can see how the brothers learned Zhao Hu yesterday, and it solved my heart. This reason is really a bit far-fetched. Yang Kai shook his head. Forget it. I usually do not fight with people. Li Yuntian was anxious. That can't be done. Brothers, you promised to promise today, and you have to promise not to agree. Yang Kai smiled at him. Li Yuntian's heart suddenly burst into a sigh. He was eager to speak, and his voice was careless and heavier. He quickly smiled and said, "The younger brother is a good Wu Cheng, and he will not be able to learn from the people in a day." Not good. Yang Kai refused. How is it bad? This is for no reason. Li Yuntian saw Yang Kai seem to be interested in moving, and quickly hit the railway. Teach the same door, mutual verification. What is the reason? Friendship and learning, and you and me are good. Though this is said, it can be, still not. No. Yang Kai waved his hands. Don't be a brother. I will not be pregnant when I talk about it. Li Yuntian was anxious in his heart, but he didn't dare to reveal his points. His mind turned around and seemed to think of something. He said, "The brother is afraid to lose the contribution point." Chapter 28, Too Stingy. In the early morning, I have to rush to the list. When I go online, please support me. In the face of Li Yuntian's inquiry, Yang Kai did not answer. Li Yuntian thought that he was right. He laughed at the moment. The brothers are relieved. You and I should be about the same strength. Whoever loses and wins is not necessarily true. If the younger brother is really lucky, the loss of the brother is compensated by me. Is this statement true? Yang Kai was surprised. The gentleman said a word. It is difficult to chase after the horse. Li Yuntian calmly agreed. Originally, Li Yuntian thought that Yang Meng, who had already been flickering, was ready to make a big show. He knew that Su Mudding was hiding in a distance to peek. As long as he could teach Yang Kaishin a lesson, he would take a breath for himself. It will be able to make a big difference. But I didn't think that Yang opened his brow and it was a wrinkle. Li Yuntian almost jumped his feet and squatted. This brother-in-law is really annoying. Like a girl, how could Zhao Hu lose to such a person? Brother, what's the problem? Li Yuntian felt that he was almost on the verge of breaking out. Well, although I also want to learn from you. I have been challenged yesterday. If I play again, I will have to wait a few days. Pig. Li Yuntian almost didn't breathe in a hurry, and he was too busy to say, "Senior brother, you can challenge me. I haven't been challenged in these few days. Let's have a disciple of Ling Xiaoga. Do you have a chance to challenge others every day?" It turned out, Yang Kai suddenly realized and laughed. The younger brother is not strange. The brothers have never challenged others in these years. This rule is forgotten. Li Yuntian exhaled slowly, as if he wanted to spit out his anger and depression. For a long while, I said, "Senior brother, can we learn now?" Yang Kai has another problem. "Teacher, if I lose, do you really lose my contribution?" Compensation. Absolutely compensate. And it is 10 times to lose you. Li Yuntian gritted his teeth. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't believe it. Unless you give me the contribution first. How is this for you? Li Yuntian was depressed, and the contribution points were all recorded in the account, and they could not carry the transaction with them. This brother is also too small for the intestines. Is this kind of thing going to be repaid? I have an idea. Yang Kaishao smiled and waved at Li Yuntian, then whispered a few words. Li Yuntian's face has changed a lot, and he has to admit that Yang Kai's thinking is really agile, and even this method can think of it. If the younger brother feels embarrassed, it is not a letter from the brothers, but you are just. Yang Kai wants to squat, to retreat, and to stop. Li Yuntian didn't know what he meant. Although his heart could only be endured for his own plan, he said, "No, brother, wait. I will take things. Wait, I am very fast." When I spoke, I ran in a hurry. Looking at his disappearing back, Yang Kai was filled with emotions. In this world, there are people who come to the door and ask for their own embarrassment. It is really weird to ask for something. However, this is also good. It can be regarded as solving their own urgent needs. But unfortunately, this method can only be used once. The next time cannot be made. For a time, Yang Kai was a little annoyed. She knew that she had just slaughtered him for a slap in the face of the lion. With this Li Yuntian's urgency, he estimated that he would ask for more and he would agree. Sumu took a group of people. Tibetan Mastiff is not far away. When I saw Li Yuntian and Yang Kai, they were all happy. They were only prepared to look at the drama with their eyes wide open, but they did not expect Li Yuntian to rush away after a while. This scene makes Sumu confused. The plan I said last night didn't have this step. What kind of ghost does Li Yuntian do? Sumu's doubts. He sent people to intercept Li Yuntian and wanted to ask about the situation there. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, the talent sent out came back and whispered to Su Madeo. Su Xiao. Li Yuntian said that Yang Kai opened a small intestine, so he had to go to the church to change 10 herbs to compensate him for the loss after his defeat. Li Yuntian learned. This is too stingy. Sumu stunned. Yang Kai is only a trial disciple. If he is defeated, he will lose a little contribution. How to compensate for 10 herbs? The man replied. Li Yuntian himself boasted a big mouth and asked for 10 times compensation, so? Well, deserve it. Sumu's face is weird. But forget it. As long as you can teach Yang Kai a meal, what are the 10 herbs? 10 herbs, estimated to be 10 points, have not been put in the eyes. A group of people know the situation and can only wait for the soldiers. After half an hour, Yang Kai almost wiped out the ground. Li Yuntian ran back with sweat. It was not too far from the contribution hall, but the old man who was still dreaming was still sleeping. He was knocked by Li Yuntian for a long time. The door only woke up. The dream of the old man was disturbed, and his temper was naturally not good. Li Yuntian did not have time to teach Yang Kai, but he was slaughtered by the old man of the dream. The medicines of the 10 grades of the top grades took a 20-point contribution before they were exchanged. Li Yuntian's heart is in the air. If you are secretly worried, you will have to find interest in Yang Kai. When it was agreed, Yang Kai did not leave, and the broom was standing there. Li Yuntian made 2 steps in 2 steps, panting and rushing to the front, handing over the 10 herbs in his hand, not very airy. Give, brother. Oh, no need. Yang Kai appeared to be very generous, just took it and put the broom and herbs together on the ground without looking at it. Senior brother, can we learn now? Li Yuntian asked. It can be done. The younger brother would not have to be so troublesome. The younger brother said a word. The brothers and sisters have passed. Yang Kai laughed happily. Li Yuntian was almost mad at the Buddha. The 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven, the 3 Buddhas and the 4 Buddhas. It is you who said that the first thing to ask for herbs, and that the letter is too much for you. If you have a bad word, let you say it all by yourself. I haven't eaten anything in the morning, can I run away? But forget it. Li Yuntian gasped a few mouthfuls and set his mind. Now that the goal has been reached halfway, Yang Kai will only be willing to challenge himself if he dares to challenge himself. That brother, let's get started? Yang Kai asked Li Yuntian for advice. Good. Li Yuntian's spirit is great, and now he is holding a fist. Please ask your brother. Don't dare. Yang opened his face with a smile. Neither of them reported their current realm to the other party. Li Yuntian was afraid of scaring Yang Kai away. Yang Kai was also happy. Under the circumstance, a challenge began. With Xiaohu's previous experience of the car, there are today's grievances and resentment. Li Yuntian will be polite. Only prepare to lay down this brother with the thunder. The confrontation of the electric light and flint, the sinking of the gas, the slumber, and the sneak peek. Yang Kai and Li Yuntian have already handed in. Li Yuntian screamed with an anger, and he did not spare any effort. He took out the real skill and rolled it down on the palm of his hand. One palm was faster than one palm, and one palm was more than one palm. Yang Kai is not flustered, and the muscles on the thin body are tight. The results of these days of cultivation have been revealed at this moment, and only the basic skills of the link siege and the whip legs are enemies. The fists are intertwined, and Li Yuntian is shocked. There was a strong confrontation on the other side. He was unstable, and he stepped back a few steps. Not only that, his palm was just printed on a rock, and the rebounding hand bones were numb. Chapter 29 Loss is big. Request for recommendation. Ask members to click. Last week, the list failed, and Xiaoma was so painful and then hurt. What will happen this week? Xiaomo is eager for everyone's recommendation ticket. Member click. The tears and lungs appeal to the support of heroes and heroes, so that Wu Lian can stand on the new book list. After eating a dark loss, Li Yuntian did not dare to neglect. With a flexible body, he swayed around Yang, picked up the shackles, and found the right time to go out. He quickly played more than a dozen palms on Yang Kai. Let your little belly chicken, let you instruct the old man to run early in the morning to contribute to the church. Li Yuntian's heart is dark and cool, and the hands are extremely heavy. Every time he hits Yang Kai, the sound of the bumps is heard, and the sumu is not far away. Dazzling. As if you are personally hands-on, don't mention more happiness in your heart. The two men in the confrontation are the warriors of the quenching body. The cultivation has just started, and the means of fighting have made it rare. In addition, Yang Kai intends to test his current physical quality, which makes Li Yuntian take up a lot of cheap. After a cup of tea time, Yang Xinzhong had a plan, and now he is still okay, much better than the previous days. The purpose is reached. Yang Kai is not prepared to entangle with this younger brother. Li Yuntian was about to chase after the victory, but suddenly saw that the original Yang's brother who was defeated by himself was suddenly excited. It was like the evil spirits in the color saw a big girl who was stripped, and the excited eyes made Li Yuntian, I have a goosebump. But look closely, this kind of excitement is somewhat different from that kind of excitement. This is a kind of cruel and bloodthirsty excitement. Li Yuntian's heart is not good, and he is trying to open the distance. Yang Kai is stepping out of the way, blocking his way like a mountain. Li Yuntian jumped high and wanted to get rid of Yang Kai's pursuit. Yang Kaifei kicked his foot and swept heavily at Li Yuntian's waist. A scream, Li Yuntian flew out like a rag and fell out of the distance of a few feet. Before he climbed up, Yang opened a footstep and squatted on Li Yuntian. The rain fell on both hands. The screams suddenly sounded. This discussion ended in Li Yuntian's confession. Originally, Li Yuntian was tempted to resist when he was thrown into the ground by Yang Kai Luo. However, Yang Kai's attack on him did not matter, and he was mad at the injury. For a moment, Li Yuntian could not support it. He found a strange thing. After being beaten, he was completely different from Yang Kai's reaction. He beat him. The more excited he beats, the more he beats himself. The more he fights, the more he is unhappy. Who would be excited to beat someone in this world? At the end of the day, Li Yuntian even saw that Yang Kai's flesh was a little red, and the blood under the skin was rushing, and the blue veins were stacked, and looked like a madman. Li Yuntian once thought that Yang Kai was really crazy. After the end of the discussion, the brother turned out to be normal. His face was amiable, and he pulled himself up from the ground intimately, and said with a smile, he took the broom and left. When he is fighting and not fighting, he is just two people. Li Yuntian suffered from a huge pain. He ate Yang and opened many fists. How could he not be hurt? This time, it was really stealing the chickens and not eroding the rice. Li Yuntian wanted to cry without tears. People have repeatedly pushed them twice, and they don't want to learn from themselves. They can do it themselves. They take herbs that have been donated by 20 points and ask people to fight. As a result, they are beaten by themselves. Not only the herbs are taken away by him. If you lose this game, you will be deducted from the contribution point. This time, it is a big loss. Isn't this a guilty? Li Yuntian repented. Su Mu and others are also watching not far away. When Li Yuntian and Yang Kai ended up, they couldn't help but cheer. To celebrate that Li Yuntian's plan was finally successful, and he could immediately see the scene of Yang Kai's being desecrated. Sumu even thought about it. After Yang Kai was beaten into a pig's head, he went down and slapped him a few words to solve the stagnation of his heart. When the battle started, everyone was shocked because Yang Kai and Li Yuntian actually hit a tie. For a time, Sumu only felt a little slosh in front of him and asked suspiciously, "What is Li Yuntian's realm?" The quenching body has 7 layers, and the body has already produced a little bit of vitality, but the time is still short, and there is no martial arts yet. One person replied, "Yang Kai." Sumu asked, "Is it estimated that it is 4 layers of quenching?" The tone is somewhat uncertain. A group of people are in the same breath. The strength of the two is different, but it is quite a match, which is simply too sensational. No wonder that Zhao Hu will be put down by 3 people yesterday. With the strength of Yang Kai's performance, Zhao Hu's strength is not an opponent. However, how can the strength of this rumored bag be so strong? If he really has this kind of strength, why did he lose in the past? Yang Kai started more than 3 years. Basically, he started to be challenged 1 year after the introduction. From then until yesterday, he never won. There are more than 2 years in between. I was shocked by Su Mu and others. They thought that Yang Kai's ability to rival Li Yuntian was a miracle. It's impossible to win. But when Yang Kaijin took Li Yuntian to kill, this group of people suddenly the bird is silent and can't believe his eyes. The 4 layers of the quenching body won the 7 layers of the quenching environment. This kind of thing has not appeared in the history of the Lingxi Age for hundreds of years. Is it that the salty fish also has to turn over? Susan suddenly felt that Su Mu suddenly felt a shoulder shot, turned his head and looked at it, but saw Yang open his hand with a broom, looking at himself with a smile, a look of intimacy. "Su Shitty, next time there is such a good thing, remember to let me know." "You already know?" Su Mu's mouth was twitching. Yang Kai smiled. When the Li Shitty was hiding behind the crowd yesterday, he could be a brother and had no other strengths, but the memory was good. It's really insidious. Su Mu hated his teeth. Until now he knew that his group had been on the big opening of Yang Kai. Let each other. Yang Kai shall. "Oh yes, I can still challenge tomorrow. Is there a chance every day? Don't you play well? Look for you tomorrow." The face of a group of people immediately fell cold. Listening to the meaning of Yang Kai, he seems to be the taste of the marrow, like this tone. Look at Li Yuntian's current appearance, and then compare his own strength with Li Yuntian. Basically everyone has a chill, and he is shocked. "Su Xiao, can this be done?" Sumu is also no problem. After all, the challenge is the custom of Zoman. Which disciple has not been challenged? Although he has a backing, he does not dare to deliberately destroy the rules of the sect. Don't worry, it is estimated that it scares you. He wants to challenge you. I can't eat him. As soon as I heard Su Mu say it, everyone's heart is only a little stable. Yang Kai is also a temporary intention. The disciples of Ling Xiaoga have a chance to challenge once a day. He has not used this right before, and he has really forgotten it. Today, Li Yuntian reminded him once that Yang Kai remembered this. 1 day to challenge, to win an ordinary disciple, although only 2 contributions, but the mosquito meat is also meat. The amount accumulated in a month is not cheap. What's more, the practice of cultivation must not be closed behind the door. Every day, we will learn from each other and learn from each other. It is really beneficial and harmless. It doesn't take time anyway. It is a pastime to relax, and it is a contribution to make money. Why not? Why? Calculated and still earned a lot of challenges today, not only harvested 2 contributions, but also 10 rare deadlands. It's just making a big profit. If you send 10 herbs every day, how good? Yang Happy has some delusions. Go back to the wooden house and take out the incense burner to ignite the incense. Yang Kai continues his hard cultivation. Chapter 30 Salted Fish. Reporting the battle situation, Wu Yin temporarily listed the 11th in the new book list, which is considered to be on the list, but in the final position. Xiao Mo is not satisfied. We must look at it. Eat the bowl and look at the pot, and charge toward the more advanced position. Therefore, in this early morning, Xiao Mo has to roll out for recommendation tickets, and the collection and members clicked. These 3 seem to be the scoring elements of the new book list. As the saying goes, reading a book to vote. People will be handsome, the ancients will not deceive you. On the second day, a group of Ling Xiaoga disciples were gathered together to practice. Everyone talked and laughed. Although they were hard, they were happy. Among them, one of them looked at one direction in horror and trembled. Su Xiao, what's wrong? Sima doubts. He really came. Who is here? Su Mu was impatient. In the direction of the finger of the man, he saw Yang Kai smiled and carried the broom from there. A group of people changed their face. Early, the younger brothers, it's hard work to get up and practice so early. Yang Kaichong greeted everyone, and also looked at Zhao Hu and Li Yuntian. Some of them were subconsciously shrinking and reminiscent of Yang. The weight of the fists is heavy, and they have a tight skin. What are you doing? Su Mu's face could not be hanged. Although he knew the purpose of Yang Kai, he still asked. After all, he praised Hai Kao in front of everyone. Challenging. Yang Kai Shao was so brilliant, swept his eyes and asked kindly, which teacher has not been challenged in these days? Have been with the brothers. Lingxi age sects the rules of the door, the same door to learn from each other, cannot avoid the war, cannot fight. Violation of the door wall. This rule is placed here, and this group of people under Sumu is afraid of Yang Kai. As long as the other party raises the challenge request, and he has not been challenged in the past 5 days, knowing that the result is being beaten up, I have to bite my head and promise to come down. On this day, Su Mu's Zhang San was fattened, and Yang was happy to leave, and Su Mu cursed his back. Another day, Yang Kai came again, and Su Mu's Li Si was beaten. Yang was happy to leave, and Su Mu was intimidating and unsuccessful. On the third day, Yang Kai came back, and Su Mu's Wang Wu fell down on the mold. The nose was swollen and the face was swollen. Yang Kai was once again satisfied and left, and Su Muzhen's weakness. When Yang Kai came back, Su Mu learned, and he did not despise him, because he knew that it was useless. This young brother is not afraid of his threat. Su Mu only glared at him with his eyes, with an unforgettable hatred. So many times to be tossed twice, Su Mu's group of younger brothers suddenly did not do. Yang Kai is so deceiving, and there are so many ordinary disciples in Ling Xiaoga. He does not look for anyone, but he is looking for himself. It is clearly a revenge. Moreover, there are still a large number of people in this group. Yang Kai challenges one day, loops, and does not return empty-handed every day. Yang Kai's move set off an uproar in the entire Linglong Pavilion. The salted fish of this trial disciple turned over and made everyone look at it. Since he played Zhaohu that day, it seems that the whole person has changed. It is no longer the soft persimmon that anyone can pinch. Every day, he will find someone to fight, and every battle will win. It is even more rumored that Su Mu was not tempered by his toss. Who is Su Mu? It is a man with a big backer. Even if he took Yang Kai, there is no way. How can other ordinary disciples touch the open head of Yang Kai? This has led Yang Kai to no one dare to challenge now. Everyone knows that this introduction has been reduced to a trial disciple for more than 3 years, and he is also a brother of sweeping the floor, not a good provoke. When these news spread, everyone was guessing the extent of Yang Kai's strength. Some people guessed that he had 4 layers of quenching, and some people guessed that he had 5 layers of quenching. Some people even guessed that he had 8 layers of quenching. After all, he was quenching. Li Yuntian, who is in the 7th floor of the situation, has defeated. But no matter who they are, they don't know the realm of Yang Kai. Only Xia Ningxiang knows. In the past few days, Yang Kai has been voyating every time she fights with others. She is able to see the realm of Yang Kai with her height beyond Yang Kai's numerous levels. But it was because of the seeing that Xia Ningxiang was secretly scared. When the younger brother won Li Yuntian, it was only 5 layers of quenching, but in the 4 days, it was already 6 levels of quenching. How did he cultivate so fast? Even if it is self, the body is special. I took a lot of medicinal herbs in the quenching body, and the progress is not so fast. In order to solve doubts, Xia Ningxiang even sneaked into the vacancy of Yang Kaihu to find out how he practiced. I can't see it, but I can't see it. He is just using the technique of punching and kicking. There is nothing unusual about it. However, when he uses his fists and feet, he often wears 3 fists and 2 feet to exhaust himself. Xia Ningxiang did not understand why the basic skills of Ling Xiaoga made him so hard. This is not a mysterious work. After several days of investigations, Xia Ningxiang did not see any clues. Although she felt that there was still some secret in Yang Kai, she was too embarrassed to look at it again. After all, Voyeurizing is not something that is worth showing off, especially a sneak peek at a teenager who is often naked. Every time Xia Ningxiang sees the red heartbeat, she is very angry. When the person cultivated, he took off his upper body, as if the ribs looked so good. However, he seems to be stronger than the previous days, and he has grown some meat. Recalling the scene of seeing Yang Kai for the first time, Xia Ningxiang secretly compared in his heart, compared to his own face. Red. Yang Kai naturally didn't know that he was being peaked in these days. After he had finished the task of sweeping the rafts every day, he went to the Sumu group to challenge him and then went back to the wooden house to practice. The days were boring. Boring, but full of incomparable. The role of the incense burner is extremely powerful. With the quenching of half an hour every day, he has already set foot on the 6-layered body of quenching body yesterday. There is already a sign of solidification in the body. Only one step. One step is to quench the body 7 layers. When you reach this realm, the body will generate a little vitality. Although not much, it is also a vitality. As long as there is vitality in the body, you can begin to practice martial arts. The attack method is no longer so boring. The 7 to 9 layers of the quenched body are the stage in which the body is born, proliferating, and growing. And it is also the stage where the body flow is spread through the body. Only by letting the vitality form a big sundae in the body and opening the bridge of heaven and earth can we break through the quenching environment and reach another level. Almost a practice of cultivation, Yang Kai can feel his own growth every day. It is a very real feeling. Today, Yang Kai has been able to perform his fists under the incense of incense burners, but it lasts for a short time. In the morning, the practice of quenching and quenching is much easier than before, and progress is made every day. If the conditions are up, Yang Kai believes that he will really grow up soon. However, Yang Kai found an embarrassing thing. His dead land was exhausted, and there were still savings in the 3-leaf remnant flower, but there was not much left. Yang Kai is also very cost-saving these days, but the consumption of herbal medicines is really too fast, and it is gone when used. Nothing. Yang Kai can only take a trip to the contribution hall and use some of his remaining contribution points to change some herbs. Chapter 31 tonight, The Night Attack Yang Kai. Friends of www.mtlnovel.com, leave the recommendation ticket and go ah. The old man of the dream was kind enough this time, and he gave Yang a few more, but he was holding Yang open and asked why his strength had progressed so rapidly. It seems that the things that Yang Kai and Su Mu and others have also passed to the dream shopkeeper. Yang Kai still has some good feelings for the dream shopkeeper. Although the old man is not adjusted, his face is thick, but it is very close to Yang Kai's appetite. This is not a good explanation. Yang Kai can only say that he accidentally ate a fruit when he entered the Black Wind Mountain, and then suddenly opened up and knew how to cultivate. The dream shopkeeper contemplates a long while, combined with Yang Kai's last time to enter the Black Wind Mountain and the performance of these days, and only believe his statement, which ultimately comes down to the adventure. From the contribution hall, Yang Kai worried. All the contribution points have been replaced by herbs, and it is estimated that it will support 3 or 4 days of Kung Fu. Although it is now possible to get 2 contributions from challenging others every day, the contribution of this challenge must be received until the day of the 8th day of the month. It's been nearly 20 days. How can I wait until that time? I can't think of a good way. Yang Kai is helpless and can only be boring. After a few days in a hurry, the strength of Yang Kaiqian's 6-story body has gradually stabilized, and there is a tendency to enter the 7th floor. Every day, hard work and hard work, almost sleepless nights. Hard work has finally paid off. Compared with Yang Kai's good days, Su Mu and others have been so hot that these days, Yang will come to find their troubles every day, so that they can't bother them, and they can't beat others, hide and hide. Simply the grievances are dying. Su Mu himself has confidence to overcome Yang Kai, but the gap between the two people is too big to challenge. Su Mu always thought that Yang Kai was only 4 or 5 layers of quenching. Su Mu knows that he can't go on like this anymore, and then he will continue to do so. After thinking about it, Su Mu made a sigh of relief and brought together all the disciples of Ling Xiaoge who had been smashed by Yang Kai. His face was dark and sullen. Tonight, the night hits Yang Kai, a snow shame. Since you can't follow the rules, don't behave. Everyone was shocked. Sneak attack? Well, Sumu nodded. It's not good. Li Yuntian hesitated. Although Yang Kai's guy is not kind, he is a bright and challenging challenge to us to win. We quietly go to the sneak attack at night, and if it is spread out, I am afraid it will be punished. Li Yuntian's words got the approval of most people present. Sumu angered. But he is too much. I don't put my brothers in my eyes, come every day, or give him some lessons. He still doesn't know when to go crazy. No matter, I will definitely be tonight. If you want to go to him, you will follow me if you are willing to come together. If you don't come, I won't ask for it. If it's true, I'm willing to bear it, and I won't be tired of you. The sincerity of Sumu's words, even though some people think that this is not very good, they can't resist refuting at this moment. After all, Sumu has put his responsibilities on his shoulders, and he has done his best. Li Yuntian thought for a moment. This is also good. If it is a matter of fact, you can let them know that we are not irritating. Su Xiao, this time the younger brother will give up his life with the gentleman and play with you. Let's go too. Sumu smiled dagger. This is right. It was night, and everyone was full of energy. When they were 3 days old, they gathered in the house of Sumu. Are you ready? Sumu asked quietly. The crowd nodded. Well, this time must make the unforgettable forever. Sumu reached out and put a piece of black cloth on the face, revealing only a pair of thieves. Others are also learning and emotional. Depart. Su Mujin called and issued an order. More than a dozen black shadows burst out and quickly blended into the night. Ling Xiaoga also had disciples to patrol at night, but this group of people in Sumu is the person of Ling Xiaoga. They know the rules of action of these patrolling disciples and easily avoid them. If you don't want to say how difficult it is to be a thief, Sumu's current performance is the best example. In a short time, everyone gathered in front of Yang Kai's cabin, separated by more than a dozen feet, and everyone suppressed the sound of breathing, all looking at the dark wooden house with indignation. There is no light in the house. Yang Kai should have slept. Sumu's heart was set, turning his head to Li Yuntian next to him. Yang Kai's strength is not weak. I will wait for you and me to take him first. Then the brethren will work hard. Beat him. Good. Li Yuntian nodded. Don't make a life. How can you play it? Sumu snorted, and everyone whispered. Up. Sumu waved his hand and rushed toward the cabin. More than a dozen figures are running fast in the dark. All of them have been cultivated, and the action is quiet. Everyone has a sigh of relief, and they are all excited about the scenes of violent anger. Very much. These days they were miserable by Yang Kai. There are still a few feet away from the cabin. The thicker the coldness in Sumu's eyes, the corner of the mouth can't help but float a touch of curvature. The distance is closer, the wooden door of the cottage is in front of you, and Sumu has already found a hand to touch the door. Suddenly, a strange scent poured into the tip of the nose. Sumu gently sniffed. I feel that this aroma is a bit strange, not good, but not bad, but it has never been smelled. Although doubts, Sumu did not care much, just rushing forward. Stepping out, Sumu was soft and almost fell to the ground. This change caused him to burst into a cold sweat. At that moment, his own strength seemed to have been taken away by half. He screamed in his mind, and he was tired. Another step, Sumu directly fell a dog to eat. The nose first landed, 2 warm moments from the nasal cavity, full of smell. Oh! A series of sounds came from the group, and the disciples who rushed toward the log cabin. One counted 1. All fell to the ground like Sumu, one by one, weak and weak, carrying a nose and a swollen face. The wailing sounds sounded one after another, so it's no fun. What happened? Su Muqiang held his spirit and turned to Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian wants to struggle to climb, but he has no strength at all. He is breathless and gasping on the ground. His face is ugly and hesitant. Su Xiao, we are afraid of poisoning. Poisoned? Sumu was shocked. And it's poisonous. Li Yuntian twitched out a hand. Su. Less. I'm afraid it won't work. You. Revenge me. After explaining the last words, Li Yuntian's head was gone, and there was no movement. Sumu stunned and hurriedly called Li Yuntian's name, but he couldn't wake him up, and then turned his head and looked around. The brethren who brought him did not escape this robbery. They all had no sound. An inexplicable panic and grief rushed in my heart, and Su Mu's head calmed down at this moment. Here is Ling Xiaoge. How can it be poisoned? Moreover, the efficacy of this poison is so overbearing, but before and after the three-way effort, the life of a person is gone. Chapter 32 True Impotence. Who is poisoned? Why do you want to poison? When I didn't understand it, a sudden surprise came from the ear. Hey, it is the voice of Yang Kai. Su Mu's hate for Yang Kai. How can he not hear it? It is him. It turned out that this poison is Yang Kai. The soul is light. We just want to teach you the lesson. You actually have this poisonous hand. Too cruel, right? There is a heart cursing Yang Kai, but Su Mu's consciousness is also rapidly blurred. Nima, is this a rare ruin? Poor and less ambition. Full of ambitions, and ambitions have not come to show up and die here. Tianju Inkai. Tianju Inkai. Yang Kai walked in front of this group of people in a brisk pace, squatting down to reveal their masked towels, and looking at them. All of them are acquaintances. After thinking about it, Yang Kai understood what they wanted to do. It is estimated that these days they were tossed by themselves, and they sneaked back at night to retaliate against themselves. It's just that they are a bit unlucky. Yang Kailuo measured the incense burner on his hand, and he was also crying and laughing. This is really an accident. Before going to bed every night, Yang Kai took the incense burner into a black book without a word. It was just too long to practice tonight, so I'm tired and accidentally fell asleep. The herbs that were put in have not been consumed, and it happened that Su Mu and others ran to smell it. The smell of the incense in the incense burner was enormous. When Yang Kai first smelled it, he only went out 3 steps and fell to the ground. Yang opened his body and was proud of the body, let alone Su these people. They don't have the support of the arrogant body. It is estimated that it will take several days to recover. Although his negligence has to bear certain responsibilities, the general idea of Su Mu and others is the fundamental reason. If they hold their breath at the moment of smelling the fragrant smell, I am afraid that they will not be so miserable. Hey, why bother? Yang Kai sighed and put the incense burner into the black book without words, staring at the people on the ground, and it was a bit difficult. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai dragged them all out, and then just found a place and left them alone. Back to the wooden house, Yang Kai continued to rest. Today, this incident made Yang Kai alert, and he had to quickly break through the quenching situation. The incense burner can only be used outside, but if you break through the quenching environment and arrive at Kaiyuan, then you don't have to worry about it. At that time, the incense burner will play a role even if it is placed in a black book. The vitality of the body can be communicated to the black book without words. In the next few days, Yang Kai has been diligently practicing hard, and the 2 herbs have been saved and used again and again, but they are still decreasing. In the morning after 3 days, when Yang Kai practiced the quenching of the body, accompanied by the inhalation of the oriental purple gas, the sensation in the meridians of the body suddenly aroused, as if it had become a small insect, shuttled in the meridians. Yang Kai looked dignified and quickly felt it. The sensation of the air sensation led to the squirming of flesh and blood, and it was full of crispness and sorrow. It was not known how long it lasted. In this case, Yang Kai felt a light body and a hot belly. At the same time, the scent of the sensation disappeared without a trace. The mind is conveying, the warmth of the abdomen seems to be alive, and it is jumping. Vitality. I finally stepped out of this step, quenching the body's 7 layers, and the body is full of vitality, which is the most obvious sign. The first vitality of life is always born in Dantian. At this time, the vitality is very insignificant. It is impossible to support a warrior to fight, because once it is used, this chi will disappear and the body will not open on Sunday. It takes a lot of effort to get condensed out. But because the body has produced vitality, at this time the warrior can begin to practice martial arts. It is not the same as the basic skills such as the long fists and whip legs of Ling Xiaoge. Martial arts is a trick that can play its role through the vitality. It is the root of the battle of the military. The same punch, the effect of quenching the 6 layers and the 7 layers is completely different. If the 6 layers of the quenching body can make 200 pounds of force, then the 7 layers of the quenching body can be used. Play 500 pounds or even a kilogram of strength. Of course, in the case of quenching the body, the general warrior will not easily use martial arts, because the recovery of vitality is not easy. Only when you arrive at Kaiyuan, you can use the spirit to fight as you like. At that time, even if the energy is exhausted, you can quickly recover. The root of everything is whether it can be quickly restored. Therefore, the beginning of the 7 layers of quenching, the things that the military needs to do is to use this chi as the foundation to multiply and grow. The most common method is to practice martial arts. Every martial art requires several or even more than a dozen or more meridians to drive in accordance with a certain order and route in order to form a different martial arts. In the cultivation of martial arts, the strength of the martial arts, to open the body on Sunday, to reach the Kaiyuan, this is what every military will do. Yang Kai is no exception. After knowing that he had reached the 7 layers of the quenching environment, Yang Kai quickly calmed down the excitement and hurried back to the house to summon a black book without words. Turn directly to the 4th page and feel it with your heart. These days, every time he breaks, he will try to crack the seal of the 4th page, but he has never succeeded. Yang Kai estimates that only the 7 layers of the quenching environment, the quenching of the watershed, the 4th page will change. His guess is not wrong. I felt that I couldn't feel a moment of effort. On the 4th page, there was a glimmer of golden light. Like the last few times, these golden lights were separated from the pages of the book and directly plunged into Yang Kai's head. Suddenly, there is more information in my mind. Really, Yangshuo. This is what the black book gave to himself after this breakthrough. After careful examination, Yang Kai's look is weird. This true Yangshuo is somewhat different from ordinary martial arts. The general martial arts have fixed tricks. Even if they can change, they are also inseparable from each other. There is a fundamental outline. If you detach from this range, then it is not corresponding. The martial arts. But there is no real Yangshuo. It has no fixed tricks and is ever-changing. It can be said that it is arbitrary, or it has no moves at all. This is the first difference. Xinyang is also simple to cultivate, but there are requirements for cultivation conditions. It is necessary to cultivate true Yangshuo in an environment with Yang. However, when the true Yang energy cultivated by this method of sputum reaches a certain level in the body, it will condense the liquid and accumulate in the dantian. This is something that can't be done by any kind of martial arts or tricks. Because every body of the warrior is saturated, once it is cultivated to the apex, there is no way to increase the vitality of the body unless it breaks through its limits. Chapter 33 Yan Yuan Yin. As the saying goes, reading a book to vote, not drinking, not shaving, I am shameful to ask for a ticket. However, the real Yangshuo is not the same. When it reaches the limit, the true Yang vitality will be turned into a liquid and immersed in dantian. It is equivalent to sweeping the meridians and can continue to cultivate. That is to say, the practice of cultivating this method will not appear to the limit. As long as there is Yang, it can be cultivated without restriction. This is the second difference, and this difference highlights the extraordinary aspects of true impotence. Once the liquid is cultivated, it can be attacked with the liquid in the battle. After Yang Kai thought for a moment, he decided to cultivate this true Yangshuo. Once he had no choice, no contribution, he could not get martial arts from Zoman. Second, he also believes that the things produced by the Black Book will not be bad. Those in the Zoman are not necessarily better than the real Yangshuo. As for the cultivation environment, it is not a good thing to worry about. The sun is also Yang. As long as there is a sun, you can cultivate this true Yang. Of course, the efficiency is very low. After all, the sun shines on the earth, and how much can one absorb in the light? With a decision in mind, Yang Kai immediately walked outside the house, letting himself be placed under the sun, sitting cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes, thinking about the road to the real Yangshuo, trying to control his own only in dantian. The Sai of energy is working according to the route of Xinyang. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and this sentence is not false. Although Yang Kai can communicate that enthusiasm, he wants to drive it to work, but it is also very difficult. In the hot sun, after a day of cultivation, the vitality of the body has increased by a little bit, and the speed of the vitality is also slow as the turtle climbs. But after all, it was the first time to practice, and Yang Kai was very satisfied with such a result. This is a process that has accumulated over time and cannot be completed overnight. Patience, this thing Yang Kai has never been lacking. After spending 3 days of hard work, Yang Kaikai finally pulled the strength of Dantian into the chest and moved his mind to control this not too strong vitality to shuttle through several important points near the chest. He must form a Yang Yuan seal in the body according to the information obtained from the Black Book without words, and this is the first step in practicing Jinyang. This Yang Yuan print has no other use, but is used to sense the presence of Yang. After all, Yang Kai's qualifications are still shallow, his strength is too weak, and he has not formed his own knowledge. It is impossible to find out where there is a strong Yang. This Yang Yuan seal can be different. This thing is quite sensitive to Yang. As long as there is Yang in a certain range, Yang Yuan printing will react. The sigh of vitality in the body shuttled through the chest, and Yang Kai's look was meticulous and did not dare to be sloppy. Condensation into the source is a rather complicated and cumbersome process. Once there is any difference in the middle, it may be abandoned. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, and Yang Kai, who was sitting under the sun, was soaked, sweating for a long time, and even causing some signs of water shortage in his body. His lips were white, but Yang Kai's look was firm. Still keep moving that sigh of vitality in the chest to turn, no irritability and discouragement. I don't know how long it took. Yang Kai suddenly felt a strange feeling coming from the chest, and then there was a pain in the flesh and blood, as if it were printed with a red-hot iron. Yang Kai opened his eyes and bit his teeth. This pain came quickly, and it was quick to go. It was just a blink of an eye. The chest had recovered as usual, and even some were cool, but the feeling of severe pain was still echoing in my mind, making people feel worried. Vaguely, Yang Kai feels that there is something more in his chest, but he can look down and see nothing. Has Yang Yuan printing formed? Yang Kai brows wrinkled, slightly contemplative. Yang Yuan Yin should be successfully formed. It exists in the center of his chest, but he cannot see it. But since the Yang Yuan seal has been formed, it should be reflected in the Yang. Why can't I detect it? Is there no strong Yang in the vicinity? With the idea of trying it out, Yang Kai stood up and walked inside the Lingxiao Pavilion. While walking, he carefully examined the movements in his chest. When I walked a little, there was a warmth in the chest, and Yang opened to look. Sure enough, Yang Yuanyin did form in his own body. He did not respond because there was not much Yang nearby. Now that there is a reaction, there is a Yang in the vicinity. Yang Kai looks excited. Practicing Jinyang Yojug has a very demanding requirement for the cultivation environment. The more Yang is richer, the faster the cultivation will be faster. It is undoubtedly the slowest to rely on the power of the sun to cultivate like Yang Kai. Following the source of the Yang source felt by Yang Yuanyin, Yang Kai rushed all the way. Only a moment of martial arts Yang Kai rushed into a room. Just came in, a familiar voice was introduced into the ear. Hey, Xiaoyang, how come this time? Looking up, Yang Kai suddenly found the dream shopkeeper looking at himself strangely behind the counter. It turns out that here is the contribution hall. After looking at the dream shopkeeper, and then looking at the back hall behind the contributor, Yang opened his eyes and turned his eyes. The source of the Yang is very clear, and it must be something that has a positive attribute in the warehouse of the contribution hall. But that is the contribution hall. I only want to change points. Yang Kai's contribution point in the account room is now 0, and all the contribution points have been replaced with the 3-leaf remnant flower and the deadland deadwood grass. Want to understand this? Yang Kai was disappointing. Even the dream shopkeeper's question was too lazy to take care of it. Turned his head and turned away. What do you mean? The old man was depressed. Walking aimlessly in the Linglong Pavilion, the Yang Yuan seal at the chest played a role from time to time, guiding the direction of the source of Yang Kai Yang. However, the source of these Yang sources is either the residence of the incumbent in the door, or it is already in someone else's pocket. Yang Kaiyan has a masked heart and has a heart. You can look at your own body and look at the strength of others. Yang Kai has to dispel this idea. Although I can't get the baby of these positive attributes, Yang Kai is not without anything. According to his many experiments and feelings, the Yang Yuan printing in the body can clearly feel the existence of Yang within 50 feet. If it is more than 50 feet, Yang Yuan printing will not be able to sense it. It is estimated that this is also related to its own strength. In the future, the strength will increase, and the range of Yang Yuan printing can be increased. In a hurry, I walked in Lingxiage for 2 or 3 hours. Except for some forbidden places, the entire Lingxiao Pavilion almost ran all over. Yang Kai still had nothing to gain. He wanted to come. Since these things can be felt by Yang Yuanin, they are definitely worth a lot. Was it casually thrown on the road to let yourself come? My own thought seemed naive and ridiculous. Would you like to go to the Black Wind Mountain again? Is there something that will have a positive attribute in this mountain range? When considering whether this idea is feasible, the Yang Yuan seal of the chest is actually a hot one. Yang Kai almost instinctively followed the direction given by Yang Yuanin and walked over there. Chapter 34 Sleepy Dragon. When there was not much time, a huge incomparable, almost the mountain that spanned the heavens and the earth appeared in front of us, and a gust of wind blew in the face, almost blowing Yang Kai ahead. Yang Kai came back to God, looked up, and suddenly stopped. How could it be here? In front of this, the width of the road is more than 1,100 feet, almost no bottom, and there are a few mountains that are long and unknown. It is the most dangerous and mysterious place in Lingxiage. It is strange to say that the existence of this mountain itself is that the place where the Lingxiao Pavilion is located is not in the mountains, but in a flat land. This mountain is not so much a mountain, but rather a crack in the earth, but this crack is a bit too big. Sleepy dragons. Lingxiaoga is not a forbidden place forbidden. Because of the sinister anomaly here, the screams of the wind, a carelessness may fall. Once it falls, it is absolutely dead. The sleepy dragons are also the places where the Linglong Pavilion exiles the traitors. In the past few hundred years, once there is something unspeakable in the Lingxiage, the unforgivable will be abolished and will be exiled to the trapped dragon. Yang Kai can't understand this very much. If it's really bad, it's not enough to kill it directly. Why choose exile? Abolished repairs are left behind here, which is tantamount to a dead end. Of course, in addition to being a place of exile, the trapped dragon is still the first choice for many lovers. There are many stories like this in Lingxiage. Most of them are singular, and after the lover's death, they are not willing to live and jump from the trapped dragons. The male disciples of Ling Xiaoga basically have 1 or 2 such stories hidden in the hearts of everyone, waiting for the right time to pick up the girls. As long as the beautiful people listen to the rain, the male disciples will show the broad chest and warmth. The arms are bent, it is definitely invincible, and it's a bad test. These touching stories, I don't know how many tender love stories have been achieved, but it's the big love of the male disciples in Ling Xiaoga. The information about the trapped dragon was repeated in Yang Kai's mind. He slowly walked a few steps forward and looked at the bottomless mountain, full of doubts. How can there be yang in it? And unlike the ones that have just been sensed, there is not only a strong yang in the bottom, but at this moment, this yang is still flowing up and down. Even standing on the edge of the mountain, Yang Kai can feel the warm feeling in the air. This warmth is not the power of the sun, but it is purer than the power of the sun. After thinking for a moment, Yang Kai Suo sat down on the ground, no longer entangled in the reasons, but tried to absorb it. The cultivation of true Yang Shuo, the more in a yang-rich environment, the faster the cultivation. Nowadays, his body is sparsely populated, and the true impotence is running slowly, but with these yang gasifications, the speed of cultivation should be much faster. At the end of the day, Shishan, although there is not much sunlight, but Yang Kai can still feel that the efficiency of cultivation now is much higher than the previous few days. This cultivation, even practicing a whole night of kung fu, waited until the early morning of the second day. Yang Kai blinked to examine his own cultivation results. It is not the same as yang and no yang. Although it was spent in the sun for 3 days, it took only 3 days to cultivate a little bit of energy. But now it is only 3 days and a night, and the efficiency is high. The vitality of the body has also grown, no longer like the candlelight in the wind and rain a few days ago. Moreover, with the growth of vitality, Yang Kai found that he was much easier to control than before. Another new day, Yang Kai did not continue to practice Xinyang, but stood up and practiced a half-hour quenching article. Difficult dragons and squats, Yang Kai sweating like rain. Although practicing for 1 night, but not exhausted, but the spirit is paralyzed. After practicing the quenching body, Yang Kai will finish the task of sweeping the ground and then run back. Anyway, my own three-leaf remnant flower and the deadland deadwood grass have already consumed almost, and the incense burner can't play for a while. Of course, there is only one choice to cultivate here. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to go to the Sumu people to fight one, but it was strange to say that since that night, Su Mu and others seemed to have evaporated in the Lingxiao Pavilion, and they have disappeared since then. Although Yang Kai has some holidays with them, he can't be enemies. They are only entangled with them to find fun, verify their growth, and they don't care about their night sneak attacks. In exchange for being bullied, as long as there is revenge, I am afraid I will try to return it. Resitting to the trapped dragon, ignoring the wind that is enough for a living person to blow, Yang happy to move. Only a little bit of vitality in the meridians, and cycle again and again. The circulation of vitality seems to pull up the mysterious power of a certain body, so that the pores of a skin are all open, and the yang emitted in the air is more like a cat smelling a scent and can't wait to get into the body. The whole body is warm. It seems to be in a hot bath. Yang Kai is comfortable and loose. After 2 days in a hurry, Yang Kai has gained a lot. With the cultivation of these 2 days, the vitality of Yang Kai's body has grown a lot, and there is also a gentle force of Yang Yin in the vitality. This is the most obvious feature of practicing Yin-Yang, because the body's vitality is formed by the absorption of positive force, which is naturally Yang. Chapter 35, First Drop of Liquid. Yang Kai does not know how many other people will have a lot of energy in the body when they are quenching the body, but they should not have much of their own. The initial accumulation is always slow. I am able to absorb the yang between the heavens and the earth because of the true impotence, and how many magical methods like the real Yang Shua in the world. On this day, when Yang Kai practiced, he slowly opened his eyes. The yang that has been absorbed these days has gradually become thicker, and the thermal sensation in the meridians is becoming more and more prosperous. Yang Kai faintly feels that the yang absorbed by these days seems to be saturated. Once the yang is saturated in the body, it will condense the liquid and become a drop of yang liquid stored in dantian. This so-called yang liquid is infinitely useful and can be used in combat and can play an unexpected role. Yang opening is still very much looking forward to. Slowly open his eyes. Yang Kaizheng is preparing to adjust the interest slightly, but the corner of the eye is suddenly aiming at the side of his body and standing alone. Yang Kai looks a move, himself immersed in cultivation. Not even I noticed when this person came. The man was facing Yang Kai, wearing a blue robes, sleeves, and squats. His body was tall and straight, but his hair was white, but he had to be stunned. He had a delicate goatee on his chin. It is similar to the dream old man of the contribution hall, but the temperament is quite different. Seeing this person's first sight, Yang Kai's mind involuntarily pulled out the word Xian Feng Dao Bone. This temperament and the dream of the old man's hooligans do not adjust to form a sharp contrast. Compared with the two, it is definitely a heaven, a ground. At this moment, the man was behind his hand, touching his beard with one hand, standing there overlooking the sleepy dragon in front of him. His eyes are strange to some degree of complexity. This is a knowledgeable wise man, also a martial arts elder. Yang had a good time in his mind, and quickly got up and took a discipleship. The disciple Yang Kai has seen his predecessors. The sound of Yang Kai was alarmed. The old man slowly turned and looked at him with a sly look. He nodded slightly. Well, I don't know how the disciple should call you. Although I know that this person is definitely the top of the Lingxiage, Yang Kai has never seen each other. Naturally, I have to ask, so as not to be confused. The old man was indulging. His brows were slightly wrinkled, as if Yang Kai asked what was a problem, and it took a moment to come. You call me an 11 elders. 11 elders? Yang Kai has some doubts. Although there are so many elders in the Lingxiage, there are absolutely no more than 11. But after all, people are elders. He said that Yang Kai can only slap his wishes. Now he will do another ceremony. The disciples have seen the 11 elders. The 11 elders smiled and smiled more and more and asked softly, Are you practicing martial arts? Yes. Yang nodded. And is the martial arts of the Yang attribute? Yes. The strength of the other side is definitely not weak. Where can he not absorb the Yang? How is cultivation? It's been a few days since I just cultivated, and it's okay for the time being. The 11 elders asked a few questions again. Yang Kai made a reply, and his heart was slightly touched. This elder is very kind and considerate to one of his lowest-level disciples. It is easy to make people feel good. Seeing him talking so well, Yang Kai remembered a question and said, "The 11 elders, the disciples have been practicing here for many days, but there is something wrong." "Oh, let's listen." 11 elders suddenly came to the mood. "Why is there a yang overflow under this trapped dragon?" The 11 elders heard a smile. "This is of course because of the baby with a positive attribute below." Yang Kai can't smile. "I think I can guess this kind of thing, just don't understand what is underneath." "Do you know how this trapped dragon is generated?" The 11 elders suddenly asked a question that was not marginal. Although Yang Kai did not know what he meant, he could only shake his head honestly. The 11 elders looked at the dragons and slowly said, "This is a sword." Young happy giant earthquake. Difficult dragons, more than a few hundred feet wide, do not know a few long, deep bottomless, turn out to be used by people with swords? If you change someone else to tell him about it, Yang Kai will not believe it, but the 11 elders do not have to lie to themselves. However, in the end, who is the power of a sword can be as big as this? What kind of realm is this person? A few hundred years ago, there was no Lingxi age in this place. The 11 elders were deep-eyed, and their voices were low. Yang Kai knows that this elder is to say some secrets that are not known, and now he is holding his breath and listening attentively. When the ancestors passed by this place, they encountered a powerful demon head. The two men fought here one day. The specific combat situation was unknown. It was only at the end, and the devil's head was incomprehensible, so he took out one sword. As he said, the 11 elders used their hands on the ends of the trapped dragons. A sword is out, and the dragon is broken. The devil heads into the bottom of the dragon, and the ancestors follow it down, and it takes a lot of effort. All the hardships kill the devil. But the devil's strength is deep, although the body is dead, but the ancestors are not at ease. This is the place where the Lingxi age was set up, and it has been guarded for decades. After confirming that there will be no more harm, he will leave. It is the origin of my Lingxi age. The trapped dragons have been created for hundreds of years, and there are no dark days underneath. Later, many sinister disciples were exiled. I would like to come here. The baby who has come up with this positivity is also likely to be absorbed. This is why you can absorb Yang from here. Yang opened his nod and wondered, is the 11 elders coming here, but also want to see the baby? I. The 11 elders looked strange and slowly shook their heads. I am not looking at the baby. I am coming to see people. Look at people. The 11 elders smiled and said, when people are old, there will be more words. Let's talk about it here for the time being. You should practice well, but don't think about going deep into this. The bottom of the crisis is that I dare not go down easily. After all, the 11 elders left. Yang happy heads many touches, but also have many doubts, but can only be bored in the belly. Suddenly restored the mood, Yang Kai continued to operate from the real Yang Shuo. Now that the real impotence is running, the rate of Yang absorbed is many times faster than that of the previous days. After a few hours, Yang Kai suddenly felt that his meridians were bloated, and even Dantian was full, just like eating too much for a meal, eating and supporting it. Are you going to be saturated? Yang Kai is not surprised, but he is more and more careful. After half an hour, the meridians and Dantian suddenly became light, and the feeling of bulging disappeared. The vitality of the meridians was poured into Dantian at this moment. A drop of hot liquid was quietly formed and dripped into Dantian. Yang Kai even heard it. A ticking sound. Yang liquid. I finally formed the first drop of liquid. Chapter 36 Beauty Under the Moon. Every day, I come to ask for a ticket. I feel that Xiaoma's section has lost a place. I'm sorry to help you with your bookmates, gentle. Don't break it, it's gone. Although it has not yet been cultivated to the point of giving birth to the gods, Yang Kai can still clearly feel the existence of a drop of cation in Dantian, and the mind will arrive, and the liquid will be driven. Yang liquid can be used in combat, but Yang Kai has not tried it. In the end, if you change, you have to find opportunities to hone in actual combat. These experiences are not taught by black books. Although I have been suffering for many days, I can now condense a drop of cation, and Yang Kai feels satisfied. With a hint of excitement, Yang Kai makes persistent efforts and practiced the middle of the night in the sleepy dragon. When he woke up in the middle of the night, Yang Kai did not continue. These days, I have been practicing so much in sleepless nights. Although it is a lot stronger, it also brings a lot of load to the body. I have to cultivate one way and relax, so that I will not bury any hidden dangers. Standing up and patted the butt, Yang opened his footsteps and returned to his cabin. The door of the wooden house was hidden, which made Yang Kai have some doubts, because he remembered that he had closed the door before he left. Going forward and gently pushing the door open, Yang opened the inside and looked at it. The scene that was printed in his eyes made him suddenly in the same place. It seems to be a scene from the scrolls, like a dream. It is so unreal. In my own cabin, the only small bed, now I am sleeping alone, a woman. Yuehua pours through several holes in the roof, just in the woman lying on the wooden bed. By the moonlight, Yang Kai sees the woman's hands folded, placed on the flat belly, towering chest. As the steady breathing is slightly ups and downs, under the glory of Yuehua, the skin at the neck of the woman is like snow and ice, and the black hair is soft and smooth, and it is placed on her seemingly weak shoulders. The earlobe exudes a different temptation. Because of the lying relationship, this woman's slender legs, thin waist and buttocks, the beautiful figure is vividly displayed in Yang Kai's eyes. I couldn't see the face because her face was covered with a thin, veiled veil, but the bright forehead was dotted with a gemstone. The only piece of jewelry was not expensive, but it was not expensive. It just rightly highlights her coldness and holiness. The hustle and bustle of Yuehua also gave her a more beautiful beauty. She is like a fairy who has fallen from the moon palace. There is no shackle underneath. There is no place that does not reveal the nobleness of the sacred. She was lying so quietly, as if she would never wake up. Inexplicably, Yang Kai looked at the heart. Yang Kai asked himself not to be a sentimental person, but today, this picturesque scene has deeply touched him. Even if time flies, after a few decades, this scene may never be forgotten. The ghost made the difference, and Yang Kai walked lightly and gently, suppressing his breathing and heartbeat, for fear of disturbing her. When I came to the bed, about a mile away, Yang Kai looked at it carefully and found that it was the same as his own guess. This woman turned out to be the sister who almost hit her in the congregation at that day. When I saw this veil, he had some faint speculation. Only at that time, she did not have such unattainable, inviolable sacredness, and some were just timid and shy, pure and lovely. Looking up at the hole in the roof, Yang opened a chuckle, and these holes that have not been repaired have done a good thing today. This chuckle could not help but alarm Xia Ningxiang lying in bed, and when Yang Kai lowered his head, he found that the sister was staring at himself. The bright eyes were a little confused and horrified, and immediately became shy. It was almost a blink of an eye, and Xia Ning's small earlobe was red again. Fortunately, it is night, although there is a moon, but Yang Kai is not so real, but let Xia Ningxuan exempt from a trace of embarrassment. The two looked at each other, one on the bed and one on the bed. Yang Kai was full of doubts, but Xia Ningxiang was smacked to smack himself, and his heart was tangled for a while. He never thought that he was so confused. He fell asleep here. Cough. Yang Kai coughed and tried to make himself look kinder. He asked, "How does the sister call it? I don't know if there is some ups and downs in the mood." The voice that Yang Kai asked is quite ethereal. In the middle of the night, the environment of a lonely man and a woman is a bit uncomfortable. The words seem to be asked like this. How does the little lady call it? The taste of the 10-player. Xia Ning is red as blood, but still sat up from the bed, reaching out and licking the hair, whispered, "My name is Summer." Xia Ningxiang did not mean to report his name. It really feels too shameful today. It turned out to be Xia Shiji. Is Xia Shiji looking for me? If nothing happens, how can this fairy-like person condescend to come to his own rotten cabin? Listening to Yang Kai's question, Xia Ningxiang remembered his purpose and hurriedly took out a parcel from his side. His mood also stabilized. He said, "There was a hunter under the Black Wind Mountain coming to you this afternoon, but I didn't come back until I was in the lamp. I saw him rushing back and asked for it. The hunter said, 'Thank you for your help. Let me hand over this package to you,' saying that I will come back later. Thank you personally." Listening to her saying this, Yang Kai suddenly knew who the person was. Orion Zhongshan. When I returned to the Black Wind Mountain to collect medicine, I saved both his father and son. Yang Kai reached out and took the parcel and nodded. It turns out. Xiaoningshang looked up and quietly looked at him and said, I got the support of others. I am here waiting for you to come back. Don't want to wait and wait. Waiting to wait and fall asleep. This is really embarrassing to say that there is a sense of frustration. And I actually slept on someone else's bed. Yang Xinzhong's thoughts on today's affairs are clear to the chest. Haha smiled. There is a tired sister, and the next time the younger brother will come back earlier. Xiaoningshang did not know whether it was his own illusion or whether the other party deliberately did this. Anyway, how to listen to this question is not right, just like a husband's guarantee to his wife before going out. With a bite on his lips, Xiaoningshang was somewhat dissatisfied. You are not earlier. It doesn't matter to me. The parcel has been delivered to you. I am leaving. After all, a twist, a lame. The body shape has disappeared, leaving a fragrant wind, lingering in the house and the nose of someone. This summer sister is really shy. Thinking of the scene just now, Yang Kai felt that she had some warm feelings. When she came back, she opened the package left by Zhongshan. Yang Kai found 2 sets of blue gowns. This gown is made up of a needle and a line. The needlework is dense and the handwork is very fine. Yang Kai is estimated to be made by the open wife. Zhongshan has a heart. When the last battle was spent on spiders, one of his clothes was smashed by the monster. It was for this reason that he would bring 2 sets of clothes today. Yang Kai smiled and collected the things, then lay down on the bed. This night, Yang opened a very sweet sleep. Chapter 37 War Book. On the second day, Yang Kai was awakened by a knock on the door. After climbing up and opening the door, I found that there was no one outside the house, but far away, there was a familiar figure that was running away quickly. Li Yuntian's figure. What does this guy do? Yang Kai was a little confused. When he was puzzled, he found a letter on the ground at the door. He stooped and picked it up. When he opened it, Yang Kai suddenly laughed. There are some words in the letter, and they are words written in blood. The brothers and sisters have been in love for many days. The younger brothers missed them very much. The special brothers invited the brothers to come to the Black Wind Forest, and they also hope that the brothers will not be perfect. The younger brother Sumu personally. These words are read, indeed written with blood. I do not know whether this blood is chicken blood or something else. Yang Kai estimated that Sumu is impossible to self-harm. There is also a line of words behind it, which is different from the rhetoric of the previous essay. This line of words is much more crude and direct. There is a species to come. These 4 words are written with great momentum, and the pens are full of resentful resentment. It is estimated that Su Mu is afraid that his invitation will be ignored by Yang Kai, so he added a sentence in the back. The most easy thing for young people is to radically practice. Su Mu has experienced many times and has long been sick and experienced. Very. Holding the blood book and the war book, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. For Su Mu's provocation, Yang Kai did not put it in his heart. Perhaps Su Mu is really remembering himself, but Yang Kai will not. His mood is different. His vision is different. This kind of small fight, Yang Kai only regards it as a trial. Alchemist's Stone of Self-Cultivation results. Although the initial meeting with Sumu made some unpleasant feelings, he later came to find his own troubles twice. But with these days of contact, Yang Kai found that Sumu is not bad in nature, just a little embarrassing. If such a person makes a good deal with him, then he will be very good to you. If he is evil with him, then he will wrap you like a skeleton of the bones, making you annoyed. These days I have never seen Sumu and others. They should be hiding themselves. At this time, I don't know why I had the confidence to overcome myself, and I ran to the next battle. Originally, Yang Kai didn't want to take care of Sumu, but when he thought about it, he decided to go. Sumu is undoubtedly a real villain. He does not challenge the sects of the sections. Instead, he gives himself a gauntlet, and he is afraid of holding a group. The location of the choice is also very telling the problem. The Black Wind Forest is under the Black Wind Mountain, is a pine forest, is the perfect place to make the scorpion. Although there are many people in their group, only Sumu himself has arrived at the 9 layers of the quenching body. Li Yuntian is the 7 layers of the quenching body, and the others are 5 or 6 layers in the quenching environment. Such an opponent, Yang Kai does not know if he can cope, but Yang Kai needs a decent battle to test his cultivation, different from the battle of the same door. At this moment, Su Mu and others waited on the way to the Bungbu Pavilion to go to the Black Wind Forest. A group of people did not ambush, but stood there arrogantly. I remembered the embarrassment of the night when I was suddenly stunned, and Su Mu's face was not good. I didn't know what happened that night. The brothers who went to Yang Kai's cabin suddenly collapsed, and everything happened so inexplicably. I didn't wake up until the next morning. Although it was summer, I wouldn't feel cold even if I was sleeping in the wild, but I couldn't resist the mosquitoes. When I woke up, everyone felt that there were hundreds of big bags on my body. I don't know how much I have been sucked by mosquitoes. A few days after that, Su Mu and others were sick in bed, and the weakness was impossible. After a few days ago, the brothers ran out of the Lingxiao Pavilion under the leadership of Su Mu. Couldn't help Yang Kai still avoid it? Until yesterday, Li Yuntian's new practice became a martial art, and Su Mu's revenge was alive. This allowed Li Yuntian to send a gauntlet and invite Yang to come to the Black Wind Forest. The reason why I didn't challenge in the Zongmen was because Su Mu was not very optimistic about Li Yuntian. In the unlikely event that Li Yuntian loses again, these people will be swarming up. What kind of rules and regulations and morality will not matter and directly open Yang Kai into a pig's head, and this heart is not blocked. When thinking about it, Li Yuntian rushed over from there. Is it delivered? Su Mu asked, his eyes stunned. Yep. Okay, wait for the to come. Left and right, etc. I couldn't see Yang Kai's figure. Su Mu's look was a little impatient. He walked back and forth and said, Isn't that cowardly? Just one sentence. Li Yuntian suddenly said, Su Xiao, someone came over. Well, Su Mu's spirit was greatly enhanced, thinking that Yang Kai really ran out to die, and the result was fixed. The person who came was not Yang Kai. Su Xiao is the person in the wind and rain. Li Yuntian stared at the group of people who came over. The leader is like Cheng Xiaofeng. Cheng Xiaofeng. Su Mu looked cold and looked up. Sure enough, seeing Cheng Xiaofeng of the wind and rain building led a group of people to come. Su Xiao, do you want to avoid it? Li Yuntian hesitated to ask. He knows that there are many festivals between Su Mu and this Cheng Xiaofeng, and the two are the leading figures in their respective levels of quenching. In the past few years, I have been confronted many times, and I have won and won each other. If I come across it now, there will definitely be some friction. What to avoid? Su Mu snorted. Is he qualified to let the lesser give way? Li Yuntian does not discourage, knowing that this kind of thing is related to a person's face. How can Su Xiao, such a strong person, avoid it? However, the number of the other party is quite large. I really want to fight myself, and I am afraid I will suffer. Between the talks, Cheng Xiaofeng has already seen Su Mu in the distance. The present look is a joy, and the person behind him said a word, and the pace could not help but speed up a few points. In a short time, the two gangs came together. Although this road occupied by Su Mu and others is the only way to reach the Black Wind Forest, it is also the only way for the wind and rain building to lead to the Black Wind Forest. In fact, it is a four-way intersection leading to the Lingxiao Pavilion, to the wind and rain building, and to the battle. Such a block by Su Mu and others is equivalent to blocking the path of Cheng Xiaofeng. Who is my son who is so long-sighted? It turned out to be Su Mu. Cheng Xiaofeng came forward and looked at Su Mu with a scornful look. The voice was a bit yin and yang. Su Mu turned his eyes and stood still straight, like a javelin, and he didn't even have a good mood. This kind of disregard makes the face of Xiaofeng slightly unhappy. Giggle, become a younger brother, others ignore you. A smirk came. This voice is crisp and sweet. It is very nice, but it gives people a feeling of swaying. Su Mu followed the sound and looked over there. I saw a young girl with a charming face behind Cheng Xiaofeng. The girl wore a loose top with a powdery shoulder and a lustrous, porcelain-like luster, and a skirt of the lower body, covering the buttocks of the hips, revealing half of the white slender and the jade feet on the wooden shoes, small and exquisite, 10 fingers crystal and round, very attractive eye. Chapter 38, Humayr. The age of the girl is similar to that of Su Mu and others. Even if it is too big, it is not a big deal, but it is a step-by-step waist. The style is set in one, and the chest is also fierce, and the people who are shaking are dizzy. At a young age, there is a temperament of a mature woman, but this temperament is not yet fully mature, and it seems somewhat unnatural. Humayr. Seeing this girl, Sumu's look could not be changed. A pair of eyeballs couldn't help but sway on this woman and swallowed a slobber. Sumu is like this. Li Yuntian and others are even more unbearable. A pair of eyes and grasshoppers bite tightly on Humayr's body, linger on the good figure, breathing gradually thick, ugly. Although the children of the rivers and lakes, informal. A woman who can be dressed like Humayr is extremely rare. Moreover, she is just a 15-6-year-old girl. She is tender, and her body is extremely lethal. Li Yuntian. These people are worthy of youth, and their blood is strong. When you see such a stimulating scene, you can imagine the mood. The eyes of Ling Xiaoga's disciples not only did not make Humayr annoyed, but she seemed to be very useful, and her hand covered her mouth with a small smile. Is it true that Su's brother knows her sister? Sumu coughed and coughed, forcing himself to look away. His face was red, naturally recognized. Cheng Xiaofeng is the leader of the disciples of the wind and rain quenching body, and this Humayr is the leader of the battle to help the body disciples. The identity of this woman is also extraordinary, but the little daughter of the battle to help the Lord. However, the wind review has not been very good. The battle helped the Lord Human to ignore her, let her make waves outside. This Humayr is a young man, but countless ministers are countless. I just don't know why she is mingling with Cheng Xiaofeng today. Has the latter become her guest? Thinking of this, Sumu is envious and happy. The envy of Cheng Xiaofeng is so beautiful, and he is so happy that he was conquered by a woman. Thinking of this, Sumu's face could not help but show a strange smile, and then look at Xiaofeng. His eyes have been somewhat contemptuous. This gaze makes Cheng Xiaofeng very uncomfortable, not to mention the eyes of a group of people and Ling Xiaogu still spinning around Humayr. Cheng Xiaofeng is even more unhappy. I walked a few steps forward, blocking in front of Humayr and cutting off the eyes of Ling Xiaogu disciples. This seemingly inadvertent move made Humayr grin. Sumu, let your people let go. Cheng Xiaofeng's sullen face, even too lazy to say. Su Muzhen sneered. The road is going all the way. Each side. We are standing here blocking you? Yes. Cheng Xiaofeng's face became more and more haze. If I don't want it. Sumu is in a tit-for-tat relationship. It is not a day or two for the two to have a holiday. They know each other's methods quite well. How can Sumu fear him? Become a younger brother. Su brother does not stand here. We are detoured. No one will say anything about you. Humayr suddenly inserted a mouth. It seems to be in the clearance, but actually in the hurricane. Sumu secretly screams. This woman's mind is really sinister. As a gang, she is naturally eager to fight for the battle of the tower and the wind and rain. Cheng Xiaofeng listened to Humayr's words, and the hesitant look suddenly firmed down and sneered. If you don't roll away, you will regret it. Deliberately in front of Humayr's eyes, how can he endure this time? Humayr's mouth was smiling, and they looked at the two with great interest, and then stepped back without a trace. If you have the courage, you can try it. Sumu looked at Cheng Xiaofeng with a cold smile. Li Yuntian and others stepped forward and stood behind him. You are looking for it. Cheng Xiaofeng suddenly smiled, waved his hand, and rushed to the crowd. Hit. As soon as the voice fell, Cheng Xiaofeng rushed to the front of Sumu and punched at the door of Sumu, and Sumu smiled and greeted him. When the fists touched each other, Su Muzhen stepped back a dozen steps to stand still. Instead, Cheng Xiaofeng's face was light, and the body was not shaken. Are you breaking through to Kaiyuan? Sumu's face changed greatly. The confrontation that he had just felt from the fist of Cheng Xiaofeng was much stronger than the ethereal vitality of his 9-layered body. It is clearly the strength that can be exerted if it breaks through the Kaiyuan. Cheng Xiaofeng rushed towards Sumu, while laughing long. Sumu, you and I began to practice the same day, but there is a difference between people. From now on, you can only chase me into the Xiaofeng the pace. Never want to go beyond me. Sumu's look was gray, and his heart was bitter. This feeling of being overseen by Yu Xiaofeng is more resentful than being humiliated by Yang Kai. In the twinkling of an eye, Cheng Xiaofeng is already close at hand. Sumu has come back to God and dare not care. The The strength of the 9 layers of the quenching body is fully open, but it still cannot withstand the attack of Cheng Xiaofeng. Yang Kai has not yet reached the Black Wind Forest. He heard a long-awaited fighting sound, which is mixed with Li Yuntian and other people's roar and scream, the voice humiliation and grief. The ear listened for a moment, and Yang Kai felt that something was not quite right. The sumo gang seemed to have encountered any trouble. Perceived this, Yang Kai could not help but speed up the pace. When he walked to the 4 forks, he suddenly found that Su Mu's nose was swollen and lying on the ground. He was being beaten by a teenager, and Li Yuntian and others were also gathered. In the side of Sumo, I was killed and defended, but it did not help. The number of the other party was quite large. The overall strength was higher than that of Li Yuntian and others. The disciples of Ling Xiaoge were self-satisfied. How can they save Su Mu? I don't accept it. Cheng Xiaofeng punched him on the eye of Su Mu, and Su Mu's eyes were cracked. Serve you paralyzed. Su Mu's blood spit on the face of Cheng Xiaofeng. I don't accept it. It was a fist down, and Su Mu's cheeks were swollen. I serve your ancestors for the 18th generation. Su Mu breathless, but his mouth is tough. Is not satisfied? Take your ass. Cheng Xiaofeng did not say anything to Su Mudwa, just punched a punch, and then asked, not satisfied. Su Mu replied that he was always a rough drug lord, which made Cheng Xiaofeng's fists heavier and heavier. Yang Kai stood not far away and watched quietly. He found that Su Mu is really a bit sturdy. Looking at the Su Mu at the moment, it is like seeing himself before. In the face of an enemy that cannot be resisted, although it is bruised and bruised, it will never compromise. This is not stupid, but a kind of persistence. Yang Kai-bin is not going to start. Su Mu does not know who is offended and is now being retaliated. Not only did he not have a relationship with him, but he also had a holiday, and there is no need to lick this drowning. But Su Mu did not yield to the bones, but made him agree. Cheng Xiaofeng was also tired at the moment. Su Mu's face was swollen, his eyes were cracked, his mouth was full of blood, but his contemptuous look was unchanged. Humayr also inserted a sentence. Become a younger brother. Let him go. Su brother is very sturdy. My sister likes such a person. When the words came out, Su Mu could not help but turned and snorted. Hey! Cheng Xiaofeng sneered. Is there a bone? I like it too. As he spoke, he picked up a stone on the ground and pointed it at Sumo's head. Chapter 39 War. Kiki, ask for advice, everyone knows. Su Mu's eyes screamed at Cheng Xiaofeng, but his eyes didn't blink. Cold channel. Cheng Xiaofeng, you don't kill the young master today. The young master is not finished with you. You are still crazy. Cheng Xiaofeng had a trace of worry that was covered up by madness, and the stone in his hand slammed down. If this is to be done, Sumo will be seriously injured if he does not die. Su Xiao, Li Yuntian, and others climbed on the ground and held their heads, letting the people in the wind and rain building punch and kick, but it was a sad voice. Humayr's eyes flashed a glimpse of sorrow, and the heart couldn't help but violently beat it. This was just a fight from the junior disciples. She did not expect that things would go to this step. If Su Muzhen died here, then in his capacity, Ling Xiaoge and the wind and rain building are afraid to fight. Everyone has different minds, but their eyes are all concentrated on the stone in the hands of Cheng Xiaofeng. Seeing that the stone is going to hit the head of Sumu, a little thin hand is suddenly in front of Su Mu. That one hand does not look too strong. Even a little thin, sharp stone front breaks open the palm of your hand is a splash. The stone fell, but because of the barrier of the palm, Sumu did not suffer any harm. A fatal blow was blocked, and Li Yuntian and others lifted their heart and looked down. They wanted to see who saved Sumu's life at this critical moment, but when they saw the coming after the face, it is not picked up by the face. Yang Shixiang. Li Yuntian screamed. He couldn't think of saving Yang Kai, the Yang Kai, who himself designed to deal with today. For a time, Li Yuntian was unaccompanied. The scene suddenly became quiet, and the people who beat the people stopped their hands, and they were beaten and took a breather. Standing on the side of Humayr's small mouth slightly, quite shocked staring at Yang Kai. She found that this thin and slender teenager had no wrinkles on his palms and his face had no painful look. Instead, he was somewhat excited and eager to try. The bright and radiant eyes sparkled with a ferocious rays. I don't know why. Humayr suddenly felt that this person was a little dangerous. Ticking, ticking. Inhong's blood flowed down the fingers and broke the silence. Cheng Xiaofeng looked gloomy at Yang Kai, cold and cold. You are a disciple of Ling Xiaoga? Yes. Yang nodded. The familiar tingling made him excited. The blood in his body was boiling, and he couldn't wait to think of a big fight to vent his heart. You are doing this. Cheng Xiaofeng's tone is not good. The other disciples of the wind and rain have heard this, and quickly dropped Li Yuntian and others, and gradually gathered around here. Nothing. Yang opened his mouth and smiled. You said that I am a disciple of Ling Xiaoga. How can it be a gossip? Then they say that they also call me a brother. Okay, another one is delivered to the door. Cheng Xiaofeng laughed. I can't really get used to you, Ling Xiaoga. How much I will pack today? Yang Shixiang is going. Li Yuntian cried on the ground and shouted. They are crowded. You are not an opponent. Hurry. Li Yuntian is also very unlucky. The position he is crawling is not far from a disciple of a wind and rain building. He is noisy and annoying. The disciples of this wind and rain building quickly stepped forward and cut a palm on his neck. Li Yuntian suddenly no sound. Over there, Cheng Xiaofeng and Yang Kai are arguing with each other and fighting for the stone while fighting. Cheng Xiaofeng robbed hard, but the stone seemed to be born with a foot like Yang Kai. Cheng Xiaofeng is already open to the Yuan dynasty. Seeing that this figure is thin and thin, the wind blows down. Only the disciples of Ling Xiaoga who have quenched the body actually let themselves eat, and their hearts suddenly become annoyed. When the stone is loose, the arm screams, "Give me a fight." The disciples gathered in the surrounding wind and rain floor heard the order, and Chi rushed up to Yang. Yang Kai quickly got up, holding the stone stained with blood on his hand and smashing it toward the head of a disciple. The strength of the fists and feet is not as good as the weapons in hand. Although it is a stone, it can also exert a stronger strength than the fist. A disciple who rushed to the front of the building had not yet reached the side of Yang Kai, and he was fiercely smashed into the head by the stone. Suddenly, the skin was cracked and his head fell to the ground. When he stumbled on this person, Yang Kai not only did not stop, but the action became more and more fierce, and the rabbits smashed toward the other wind and rain buildings. Yang Kai started the trick, the means of cruelty, far beyond the imagination of everyone. The 4 disciples of the wind and rain towers were successively laid down, and the stones in the hands were broken. Yang opened a fist and smashed out. The stone fragments splashed like a smashing weapon, and the dense gravel flew in all directions. The disciples of the wind and rain building screamed for a while. All of them were cheeking on their cheeks. Many people were scratched by gravel, and the pain was screaming. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai took out 2 feet and flew 2 disciples in the wind and rain, but his whole person was instantly overwhelmed by the enemy. There are a lot of people in the wind and rain building. Although Yang Kai has fallen down a few, he still has 2 fists and 4 hands. The ping-pong match, Yang opened his body, and several disciples fell down. The people who fell to the ground were all hot and flushed. The true Yangshua of Yang Kai's cultivation finally showed its power at this moment. The fists and feet are mixed with true Yang. Is it that these people who have only 6 or 7 layers of quenching can resist? This is still the power of not using the liquid. If the use of Yang liquid, Yang Kai's strength may be further enhanced, but cultivated so many geniuses to condense a drop of Yang liquid, Yang Kai which is used? The disciples of Fengila were opened up by Yang, and Yang Kai himself was not good. After all, there were only 7 layers of quenching, and there was no cultivation of martial arts. How can he avoid the siege of so many enemies? The blood ran down the forehead of Yang Kai, and the wounds on the arms and thighs were everywhere. But these injuries not only failed to reduce Yang Kai's combat effectiveness, but made him more frustrated and more savage. A warmth in the bones came. Yang Kai seems to have endless strength. Along with this warm spread, his strength not only enhances, but even the speed is faster. Yang Kai does not know what the mysterious body hides in the end, but every time the injury, every pain, will stimulate the role of the proud body. Injury and pain will only make him stronger. Standing in the outer eyes of Humayr's eyes, the cherry mouth has not been closed. She thought that this Lingxiage disciple would definitely lose quickly, and then she was beaten by Cheng Xiaofeng and others. But now the development of the war situation is beyond her expectations. There are nearly 10 people on the wind and rain floor. Except for the few who were stunned by the stone at the beginning, the rest are rolling on the ground and braving it. The heat is hot, and the skin is red. This person is using the spirit to fight? Humayr was shocked. Only the warrior who quenched the body. If he used the vitality, it would be difficult to recover with 1 point and 1 point. This is a self-digging grave. Is he not afraid to do this to affect his future cultivation? Chapter 40. You are a very good person. The anxious battle is still going on. The disciples of the wind and rain building continue to fall, but every time a person falls, Yang Kai will have one more scar. At the moment, he was dyed red with blood in his clothes. He gasped with a big mouth, and his blue neck was exposed. His eyes were red, and he was like a beast. Sumo was lying on the ground exhausted, watching Yang Kai-da show his majesty, and letting down one and another disciples of the wind and rain. It is not a taste. Today, this is what I have provoked. Yang Kai is also an enemy of her own, but now that he is thanks to him, he will be spared. I have the heart to help, but I have no strength in my body. Just being hit by Cheng Xiaofeng has almost lost his fighting power. Touching, the last disciple of the wind and rain building was knocked down on the ground, and the painful screaming was not over. The intrusion of the Real Yang made him feel like a fire, and the pain was unbearable. Yang Kaihong's eyelids looked at the dumbfounded Cheng Xiaofeng, and his mouth was covered with a cold smile. In the heart of Cheng Xiaofeng's heart, Yang Kai's fierceness made him feel worried. Now he saw him aiming at himself, and he couldn't help but step back 2 steps. Humayr sneered a sneer. This laughter made Cheng Xiaofeng's face hang up, and he twitched his face. The cold eyes looked at Yang Kai and slowly said, "You can't see it. You actually have this skill." Yang opened step by step toward him. His footsteps were steady, and his thin body was like a torrential rain that was coming from the face. Cheng Xiaofeng's breathing was faint and eager, and he looked at him with a sigh of relief. "You can't find me if you want to die. After all, I actually took out the saber at the waist." When he was dealing with Su Mu and others, he did not use weapons at all. That is, he did not want to make a living, and he took some stones and spewed them, and there was some blood surge, and he did not think about the consequences. But now there are no weapons in hand, and Cheng Xiaofeng feels that he has no confidence. This disciple of Ling Xiaoga, who is covered in blood, is too ferocious. You are careful. This person is already open to the realm. Sumu did not want to raise Yang Kai. Opening the yuan, Yang muttered in his mouth and paused. Cheng Xiaofeng looked like a high, immediately mad, and laughed. "Kid, you are just quenching the body. How can it be my opponent? Use such a multifaceted gas. Want to recover at least a few months. If you hit it again, you will hurt your foundation. You don't want to turn over in your life. Go down and beg for mercy." Cheng Xiaofeng's words have not been finished yet, and Yang Kai has already rushed over like a wind. "You?" Cheng Xiaofeng was shocked. Is this a fool? Knowing that he is Kai Yuan, he dared to rush. Although shocked, Cheng Xiaofeng did not dare to neglect, and when the sword swayed, he stabbed Yang Kai. In the face of this attack, Yang Kai made an action that everyone did not expect. He opened a big hand, and even caught the sword. Although this long sword is only ranked in the ranks, but in the end is also a sharp weapon, the body of the body can resist its edge. Cheng Xiaofeng's face is a joy. "I miss you, but I am looking for a dead end." The speed of the sword on the hand is 1 point faster, and it is stabbed in the face of Yang Kai's palm. Cool. And the general appearance of everyone imagined. The long sword pierced the palm of Yang Kai, and the blood suddenly splashed out. Humayr's look was a glimpse. She had seen Yang Kai's big thorns and greeted him. He thought that he had any inconvenience, but now Cheng Xiaofeng is so easily stabbed with a sword, and he can't help but be disappointed. This person is not so good, so stupid. Humayr's thoughts have not been finished yet, and the changes have sprung up. After Yang Kai's palm was pierced, he not only did not retreat, but instead approached Xiaofeng at a faster rate. The blink of an eye, the two are close at hand. The sound of the long sword rubbing flesh and blood makes people feel cold in the heart. Hee. The palm of the hand that Yang Kai was pierced pinched the hand of Cheng Xiaofeng holding the sword. Looking at the crazy Yang Kai, Cheng Xiaofeng can no longer conceal the fear in his heart. and wants to force his long sword back, but the other party is caught, like a hoop, so that he can't move. Yang Kaichong sneered at him, and the scarlet eyes sparkled with bloodthirsty luster, raising a red fist to the face of Cheng Xiaofeng. In the panic, Cheng Xiaofeng raised his hand to stop, and the vitality of the body also rushed to defend. However, Cheng Xiaofeng has only just been promoted to open the realm. How much energy is there in the body? Yang Kai's fist fiercely slammed into the right face of Cheng Xiaofeng. One tooth flew out, and the cheeks immediately swelled up. The hit part was red, as if it had been boiled. Good hegemony. Cheng Xiaofeng was finally scared. He found that even if he was an open-minded, the vitality of the body could not withstand the fiery intrusion, and he was dizzy when he was burnt for a while. In the meantime, Yang Kai's second fist hit, and Cheng Xiaofeng suddenly became unclear. Another punch, Cheng Xiaofeng's body softened, half a squat in front of Yang Kai, with his head lowered and his eyes loose. Yang opened his foot and flew him out. Full of silence, Humayr was shocked and unable to add. It turned out that this person is not stupid. He took the initiative to catch the long sword. He also had a deep meaning. Only by grasping it, Cheng Xiaofeng did not have the space to dodge. More than a dozen disciples in the Wind and Rain building, including Cheng Xiaofeng of Kaiyuan, were all over the army. Yang Kai turned to look at Humayr and was stared at by his red eyes. Humayr couldn't help but swear. I have never seen anyone who is so ferocious in quenching the body. Even those who are to help cannot be compared with him. Oh, a series of squeaking sounds came from Yang Kai, slowly pulling out the long sword inserted into the palm of his hand, bringing a warm blood. Throughout the process, even the brow did not wrinkle. Throw the long sword aside and slowly walk towards Humayr. The coquettish girl swallowed her nervously and smirked on her face. The smile just burst open. Yang Kai as quickly rushed to her. The big hand grabbed her long white neck and then threw her on the ground. The delicate body touched the ground, and there was a muffled sound. Humayr's throat rolled out a hot note, and the snoring sounded like a whisper. Yang Kai leaned over and looked at Humayr, staring at her with a smile. Humayr's nervous heart bumped and jumped, and quickly explained, I am not with them. I am a gang, and I have not dealt with the disciples of Ling Xiaoga. Yes, Yang Kaixiao's meaning is profound. Well, Humayr saw that this person can communicate, and suddenly let go of her heart. Although she is a woman, her strength is not higher than that of Cheng Xiaofeng, but she has advantages that others do not have. That is the body. You guys, it's amazing. Humayr was strong and courageous. She stretched out a jade hand and explored Yang Kai's chest. When she took it out, she had some blood on her hand. She didn't avoid it. I put my finger in my mouth and sucked it. Suddenly, there was a thrilling glamour on the ruby lips. There is a different kind of light flashing in the eyes of the soul. Chapter 41 8 Layers of Quenched Body. I don't know. You are so powerful in other places. Humayr looked at Yang Kai with a pair of cut waters and said the words on the mouth. Such a blatant teasing, as long as a man is afraid, will not be indifferent. What's more, Humayr is not bad, and his figure is even better. How many people are thinking about it? The sound of a series of swallowing saliva sounded from all sides, and Su Mu and others were weak, so excited, bloody, and a body, fainted on the spot. Yang Kai also felt that a sinister fire went up, and the throat could not help but roll a little. The breathing was heavy, and the big hand holding the neck of Humayr could not help but increase the strength. Humayr was soothing. Her body twisted a few times, and she stunned Yang open. You still don't let go? While talking, she stretched out a hand gently and gently opened Yang Kai's hand, and I did not know whether it was intentional or unintentional. She put Yang Kai's hand on her round and full chest. The amazing elasticity and warmth came from the palm of his hand. Yang Kai clearly felt that there was a small raised top in his palm. This kind of stimulation cannot help but let the blood flowing out of the wound seem to accelerate a lot. Yang Kai's face was a little red. He never imagined that this woman had been debauchery to such an extent. How old she was. It really is that the aspirations are not high, and the coquettish still looks at the present. Seeing Yang Kai's embarrassment, Humayr giggled and exhaled like a blue. What do you want to do? Yang Kai looked at Humayr under the body, quite a bit of a dog biting a hedgehog without a mouthful. Speaking of the whole battle, This Humayr did not move to the disciples of Ling Xiaoga. Yang Kai naturally cannot beat others. The reason why I want to give her a lesson is because this woman has been in the middle of the fan wind. But in this way, she was teased, and Yang Kai was a little angry. She is also a man. How can she be played between her hands? After thinking about it, Yang Kai's big hand covering Humay's chest suddenly squeezed hard. Well, Humayr's face changed, and she snorted. In a flash, her face was dizzy, and she glared at Yang Kai. I didn't expect him to be so ignorant. In the laughter, Yang Kai stood up and looked at Humayr. Let's go. Humayr looked awkwardly and stared at Yang Kai, but she did not expect that her temptation was not working. I have this body. I don't know how many people stare at it and want to taste it. Young people who are jealous of this matter on weekdays do not know how many. But today it is rare to be interested in a man and actively tempted, actually ignored. Is he still a man? After a moment of sighing, Humayr suddenly smiled and smiled. She walked up from the ground and looked at Yang Kai deeply. She bit her red lips and sighed with Yang Kai's ear. You are very interesting. After all, giggling, turning and leaving, Lu waist and hip, the one that is placed is called a style. Su Mu and others looked at it, and they were envious and hateful. They didn't even think that Yang Kai would refuse this kind of good thing. They asked themselves one by one. If Humayr said this to himself, what would he do? If you are not good, you will be on. No, no, no. It's definitely a good thing. What did you refuse to do? Anyway, there is no loss. After Humayr left, everyone turned to look at Yang Kai. One by one is heartbroken and self-defeating. Many sighs sounded. Yang Kai squatted down and tore off some pieces of cloth from the disciples who had fainted on the ground in the wind and rain floor, and then wrapped up his injured palm. Look at Su Mu and others. These younger brothers are all stunned. Is there any strength to go? Yang Kai asked. The people nodded slightly. Let's go. A group of people had a swollen face and they returned to the Lingxi age, and they dispersed themselves. Although I played one today, this is a battle between the juniors. This kind of thing often happens between the three major forces nearby, so there is nothing to be fussed about. As long as they are not important people who have died, the elders of their respective forces will take a glance at it and never ask. There is progress in battle, and the elders of every power hope to use this way to hone their disciples. Yang Kai went back to the cabin and had to take out the remaining half of the bottle of coagulant cream, but thought about it or gave up. Today's injury. The most powerful is the injury of the palm of the hand pierced by the sword. The other is nothing. However, the injury of the palm of your hand is not as serious as you think. When grasping the sword of Xiaofeng, Yang Kai avoided the bones and meridians. Although the palm broke a hole, it was only damaged by the flesh. It was almost the same as the injury suffered by the flower-backed spider in the last battle. It was cured after the last 3 or 4 days of recovery. This time it should be the same. And just for a while, my injuries have been much better, and my physical strength has recovered. Yang Kai carefully felt for a while and found that not only the warmth and the healing effect radiated from the arrogant body, but also the ability of healing in the body of the Real Yang. The two phases assisted and the injury recovered quickly. After knowing the effect of the Real Yang and the healing effect, Yang Kai rushed to the sleepy dragon to absorb the Yang. Although the first battle of the Yang was not used today, the real Yang in the body consumed a lot, and it was urgently needed. Supplement. Yang is suddenly absorbing the Yang of the mouth. Yang Kai suddenly felt the body swelled. The outside Yang was drilled and uncontrollable, but the momentary effort was already worth a day or two. The true Yang consumed today, the vitality not only completely added back, but also a lot of rich. The meridians also seemed to be a lot tough at this moment. More spacious a few points. Quench body 8 layers. Yang Kai came back to God, and his face was a little happy. So fast to break through the 8 layers of quenching. It is not in the expectation of Yang Kai. Originally, he estimated that he had to practice at least 7 or 8 days to break through. This kind of thing will happen. It seems that it is inseparable from the fact that I can't fight with one's full strength today. It is good to fight against people. In the heart of joy, Yang Kai is even more eager to cultivate true Yangshuo. After breaking through a layer of realm, the speed of absorbing Yang is significantly accelerated, and all aspects have improved. At night, Yang Kai returned to the wooden house to rest. After all, he was injured today. It is really not suitable for day and night cultivation. In the next few days, Yang Kai was trained in sleepy dragons in addition to eating and sleeping. However, these people have not taken a look at sumo, and they are probably all in the process of rehabilitating. In the early morning after a few days, Yang Kai was sweeping the floor, but he saw that Su Mu led Li Yuntian, and those people walked away in a distant way. There were a lot of people involved in the battle that day. All of them were arrogantly following sumo. However, although he has been treated for several days, this group of people still looks a bit miserable. His eyes are bruised and his mouth is swollen, which is very funny. Yang opened a glance and couldn't help but said, "Su shitty, is the skin itchy?" Chapter 42 that day. Cough. Have you touched it? The evil little Mo has come to ask for a ticket again. Hurry up with the recommended ticket to stun him. Su Mu's face was red, and Yang opened his eyes in disgust, then stood in front of him and stared at him coldly. However, the eyes are a bit complicated, and there are some unwillingness to admire, annoyance, and some relief. Things are for me. Su Mu suddenly rushed back and reached out. Li Yuntian quickly handed 2 wine jars to Su Mu's hand. Su Mu took over, left one for himself, stuffed one for Yang Kai, did not speak, directly opened the seal, and slammed his mouth. A group of passing through the Linxiage were stupid and looked at Sumu with a sly look. I don't know what he was doing today, and he had a drink here early in the morning. Yang Kai smiled slightly and also reached out to tear open the seal and drunk. Good. Li Yuntian shouted behind Sumo. Good. Others also shouted for cheers. The 2 sounds of so sounded, and the wine jars of Yang Kai and Su Mu were broken at the same time, and the wine was covered with clothes. Drinking wine in the daytime, ruining the doorstep, reading your first offense, deducting each of you 5 points contribution. If there is a next time, severe punishment will not be alone. A dark disciple flashed out from the side, coldly to Yang Kai and Su Medeo, cool the rarity. Let's buckle it. Yang Kai's face doesn't matter. If he was afraid of a month ago, he would die and live, but now it doesn't matter. Yang Kai does not care. Sumu, the second ancestor, will care. People have big backers, and the contribution point is worthless to him. Zhao Hu, help young brother to sweep the ground. Su Machong Zhao Hu waved. Okay. Zhao Hu, who was smashed by Yang Kai 3 times in the past few days, hurried forward and took the broom from Yang Kai. This is not good. Yang opened a look at the dark disciple, but the other party was cold and turned and left. Go to your hut. I have something to tell you. Sumu said. Next to the hut, Su Mu and Yang Kai were half squatting in the image without a figure. In front of it was the small pond. A group of people behind them were busy and hot, and they were repairing the holes in the roof for Yang Kai. It seems that after that day, the group of Sumu has completely put down the grievances with Yang Kai, not only let go, but also make friends. Why are you saving us? Silence for a long while, Sumu asked. Why? Yang opened, his brow wrinkled. You call my brother. I naturally have to be a brother, probably for this reason. Of course, the most important thing is that Sumu is not too bad. Sumu turned his head and looked at Yang Kai deeply. Really? Yang Kai smiled and said, What do you think? Sumu is silent, and my heart is not a taste. For a long time, I said, well, if you take us as a younger brother, we will take you as a brother. The former thing is that the younger brother has no eyes and can't help the brother. I didn't care about it. Yang Kai Dao. The two looked at each other and laughed. A smile and enmity, this is probably the case. After the grievances were put down, Su Mu was no longer so cautious. He really treated Yang Kai as a brother. After the two said something that couldn't be adjusted, Su Mu suddenly licked his lips, and his face appeared red, and the period was AI Dao. Ask you something. What? Yang opened strangely at him. The day cough, have you touched it? Some of Su Mu did not dare to look at Yang Kai. What do you touch? Yang Kai did not understand. That's that. Which? Su Mu is depressed, a heart, a bite. It is Humayr. While talking while holding a hand on his chest, the image is moving. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, and sure enough, the young curiosity was strong. Su Mulian was so embarrassed to ask such things, it was too shameless. Don't you all see it? I didn't see it. I really touched it. The boss of Su Mizui Zhang. How about touching it? Yang opened his mouth and smiled. It was she who put my hand on it. I just gave her a lesson. Hey, Sumu swallowed a sip of water and looked forward to it. What do you feel? Don't the teacher have tried it? Yonkai looked at Sumu with a puzzled look. Do you think that this second generation is still a pure virgin? Sumu turned his head into a rattle, and he screamed. Would you have tried before? Yonkai reveals a contemplative expression, and he looks at a pretty face like a sly, sighing and sighing. Hey, the past is unbearable. Sumu stunned and heard the sound outside the string. He couldn't help but swear. Braze, brother, you entered the sect by 3 years ago. You haven't made friends with you for 3 years. If there is such an opportunity, if possible, only it was 3 years ago. How old were you 3 years ago? 3 years ago, 12 years old. At the age of 12, the demon girl is also very embarrassed to start with herself. If it weren't for her, she would only be 15. If neither of them was ignorant at the time, it would be an accident. Thinking of the demon girl, Yonkai had a heart, and she did not know how she had been. But you can be careful with your brother. Pu Meyer is a self-seeing person. You have swept her face this time. She will definitely not give up. Sumu reminded. She wants to deal with me? Yonkai looked cold. Sumu Xiao has a deep meaning. Well, I am going to deal with you in bed. You must look at it. She must try to seduce you with all possible means. If you don't aim, you will not give up. You are not too light. That kind of person, I still can't look up. Yonkai did not put this matter in his heart. Looking at Sumadeo. You said something to tell me. Is this? Of course not. Su Mujing was facing his face and said, Senior brothers, you have dealt with those who have become Xiaofeng, and they have spent a lot of precious energy. I just want to compensate you. Compensate me? Well, Sumu nodded, then took a bottle from his arms and handed it to Yang Kaidao. This is a small bottle of Yuan Dan. The brothers you take down should be able to make up for your loss. Xiao Hui Yuan Dan. Yang Kai has heard that this kind of medicinal medicine is not strong, but it is very gentle because it is mainly aimed at the 7-layer warrior like Yang Kai. Although the body of the quenching body is from the 7th to the 9th floor, although the body of the martial art has produced vitality, it can be slowly increased through the cultivation of martial arts. However, because it has not been opened to the Yuan dynasty, there is no way to recover quickly, and the vitality is precious. Once it is lost, it will cost a lot of money to recultivate it. Zaiwa Yuandan can save a lot of time for cultivation. Among the 7 to 9 layers of the quenching body, this kind of medicinal herb is very popular. The value is not cheap, but it does not have any effect on the warriors above Kaiyuan. However, the situation of Yang Kai is somewhat different from that of others. The real Yang Shua he cultivated did not cause him to worry about the vitality of the body. The body was exhausted, and there was Yang liquid. Therefore, this bottle of small Huiyuan Dan is of little value. Waiting for rejection, Su Mu seems to see through his mind, and he said, I don't want to owe others. Okay, then I will accept it. Yang Kai is also welcome. Su Mu smiled. Senior brother, I am waiting for me here tomorrow. I will take you to a good place. What place? Yang Kai doubts. Su Mu laughed and didn't answer. Just let him wait and promised not to let him down. Chapter 43 Secret of the Head. In the Black Wind Forest, more than a dozen people in the Lingxi age group are walking. Yang Kaisher did not expect Sumu to say that the good place to take himself to be a Black Wind Forest. Walking in the forest, Yang Kai saw that there is a very obvious passage here. If the jungle is not frequent, it is impossible to get out of the road. Is there a lot of people coming in and out of the Black Wind Forest? Yang Kai looked around and found out that it was true. There were some people in the distance, and the direction of travel was the same as that of others. Senior brother, do you know why we met Cheng Xiaofeng on the side of the Black Wind Forest that day? Su Mu and Yang Kai walked side by side. No reason to ask. Yang Kai looked a move, and there was speculation in his heart. Is it a good wind to become a Black Wind Forest? Yes, we are not too far apart from the storm building and the battle, and the distance between the Black Wind Forest and the 3 homes is basically the same. Basically, if our 3 disciples want to enter here, they must pass through the 4-way intersection. What is the attraction here? Or how do you run all the way? Hey. Sumu smiled smugly. You don't know the brothers. There is a trade market here in the Black Wind Forest. It is the place where all 3 disciples, and even the entire Wumei town trade. The disciples can use their hands. The cultivation materials are exchanged for some useful things, and they can also be sold as gold and silver. This Black Wind market is quite lively, and the brothers must come and see. Li Yuntian also said, "Yes, my brother, I can often find some good things here. Last time Su Xiao bought a Tianyuan fruit with 12 silver. De Yuanghua." Yang Kai looks slightly moving. Well, the spirit of the product at the prefecture level, the seller is not very acquainted with the goods, and I have taken advantage of it. Sumu said that this thing is somewhat proud. If the spirit of the prefecture level product is to be replaced by silver, it will at least be 1,002, but it will be bought by Sumu with a dozen or so of silver. This is not a big bargain. This Black Wind trade city, Yang Kai, has never really heard of it. He has been in Lingxi Age for more than 3 years and has not made any contact with anyone. Naturally, nobody told him about these things. This group of people in Sumu seems to be frequented here. Everyone is quite familiar. From their conversation, Yang has heard a lot of interesting things, and his heart is also faintly expecting this place. I have cultivated the true impotence myself, but I can find some panacea from the inside of the property, but I have some constraints on hand. Think of a small bottle of Yuan Dan that Sumu gave to himself yesterday. Yang Kaikai had a little bit of enthusiasm. The Black Wind market is a bit far away, and a group of people talk while walking. Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Su Shitty, do we have an 11 elders in Lingxi Age?" He remembered the old man who saw him on the side of the dragon, and the old man had a mystery everywhere, which was really hard to forget. 11 elders? Su Mu stunned. Where are the 11 elders from Lingxi Age? Oh, I just asked casually. Yang was happy. When the old man said that he was an 11 elder, he was suspicious. Now it seems that this identity is false, but the old man is temperamental. He is not malicious to himself. Yang Kai naturally does not want to ask questions, and he is annoying. Li Yuntian smiled and said, Yang Shixiang is practicing all day, afraid that he does not know much about our Linglong Pavilion. There are only 5 elders in the cabinet. There are really no 11 elders. This group of people knows the tragic experience of being bullied before Yang Kai. Now he will kindly tell him a lot about Ling Xiaoga, lest he ask any more anecdote in the future. Behind Sumu, there is an elder who is a patron. He knows more about Lingxi Age than anyone else. He said that he somehow said about the head of Lingxi Age. Sumu lowered his voice and said, I listen to the old ghosts. We are a person who has a bad position. Today's strength has reached the peak of the gods. Only 1 foot can break through, but we are thousands of miles away. The first master inside. The peak of the gods. Yang is happy. The level of cultivation of the warriors begins with the quenching body, and the upward direction is Kaiyuanjing, aerodynamic environment, clutching the environment, real Yuanjing, and Shenyujing. There are 9 layers in each realm. The higher the strength, the more difficult it is to break through. There are not many places to see it. I didn't expect that the head of Ling Xiaoga's head has already reached the peak of the peak. If it goes further, it is the real peak figure. The gang's helper Hu Man, the wind and rain building's landlord Ruhan, is only a 6-7-story tour of the gods. It is incomparable with our head. Su Mu said that this face is proud. After all, the long-term strength is tyrannical, and the disciples under the door will feel glorious. How long does it take for the head to break through? Li Yuntian asked with great enthusiasm. If the head suddenly broke through, then the square would be thousands of miles, and Ling Xiaoga could be a big one. Who would dare to provoke the door? Sumu looked a glimpse and slowly shook his head and sighed. What's wrong? Li Yuntian saw him like this, could not help but get nervous. The old ghost said that the head of the game has already reached the peak of the gods as early as a decade ago. So why didn't you break through until now? The crowd is puzzled. For more than a decade, even if it is difficult to practice, it is necessary to break through. Sumu just shook his head. Don't dare say. Su Xiao, how can you do this? And the curiosity of the brothers will not matter. Doesn't this mean that you can't take off your beautiful clothes? It's too inhuman. Zhao Hu screamed, and a group of people also enthusiastically asked Su Mu to speak. Go on. Okay, but you can all remember it. This must not be sent out, or there will be big trouble. Su Mu took a full look and looked around, which lowered the voice. A decade ago we have a big event in Ling Xiaogo. It is because of this matter that the realm of the head has been stuck. What? The crowd swallowed. We have no life and no sons in our lives. We only accept 2 disciples. The cause of the incident lies in these 2 disciples. The 2 disciples are diligent, and the second division is intelligent. Both of them are shocked and brilliant. The generations, the head is also carefully taught. There is no reservation. The 2 are also fighting for strength, and the strength is on the same level. No one is inferior to anyone. However, because the 2 people are different in mind, the teaching method of the head is somewhat different. There is praise, but it is harsh and strict for the second division. This practice has caused the second division to misunderstand the intention of the head. It is thought that the head is biased towards the master. Because of the hatred, the second division and the master are gradually drifting away, and the heart is also more and more the more stagnation came. I didn't know where to find a magical practice to cultivate. Everyone screamed. Sumu continued to say that everyone listened to the concentration. Cannot see. Sumu also gave birth to a fangs. The level of storytelling is absolutely first class. The words are brilliant. In a few words and 2 words will show the brothers and sisters' grievances in front of everyone. Yang Kai just listened silently, not interjecting. He felt that this thing should be true, but Sumo also had the ingredients to add oil and vinegar. Chapter 44 Su Yen. Take this practice. The second division's temperament has changed greatly, but the strength has suddenly increased a lot. The master is not an opponent. The second division thinks that his strength is strong, and the head will favor him. But he cultivates the evil exercises. Finally, I was known by the head, and my head was so sad that I decided to abolish her skill. But before I started to do the work, the 2 younger brothers had already got the news in advance. This news made the second division completely swallowed by the power of the evil spirits and fell into the magic road. That night, 10 years ago, Ling Xiaoga's blood flowed into the river. The master died on the spot, and the second division fled on sin. Speaking of this, Su Mumtun had a meal, and everyone turned to nervously and calmly, listening to the ears, not being satisfied, continued. Overnight, the head is white, the 2 most proud of their own students. As soon as you die, you can imagine the impact of his attack. Since then, the head has been deeply simplistic. Few people have seen him. The world thinks that he has broken his mind. It has been ancient, but he did not expect that after a few years, the head will come out again. But this time, he is not far away. I personally took back my second apprentice and sealed it in a sleepy dragon. Yang Xinzhong suddenly moved, suddenly remembered the last sentence of the mysterious 11 elders. I am not looking at the baby. I am coming to see people. Who are you looking at? Undoubtedly the person who was sealed under the trapped dragon. Is this 11 elders? Sumu went on to say, but after this incident, the head can't break through the space of God, and can only stay at this stage. The heart is puzzled, and there is no way to live in this life. After the story was heard, everyone was embarrassed, and it was a pity for the encounter of Ling Xiaoga's head. It hurt the 2 disciples who fell into the magic road. Yang Kai is also ups and downs. Is the 11 elders in the end? If the story that Sumu said is true, then the old man is likely to be. At this moment, a lively buzzing sound came over, and Yang Kai looked up and saw that there was a large open space in this dense forest. At this time, the crowd was full of people, just like a huge market nearby. The 3 disciples gathered together, and the large and small booths were dazzling, and all kinds of goods were placed on the booths, which made people look at each other. There are even dozens of wooden houses next to them. The wooden houses are relatively simple, small and small. Small ones should be given to people. The big ones are used to shelter people from the rain and can accommodate many people. Because it is now a sunny day, the 3 disciples have placed the booth in the open space. Black Wind Trade City, there is no hole in the sky. Well, let's get there. Sumu mainly brought Yang Kai here. Let him know that there is such a place, and if there is a need in the future, it can be traded here. Not bad, this place. Yang looked at the crowds coming and going in the trade market, and his look was a little excited. Sumu smiled and said, that is natural. Here are any things that our low-ranking warriors want, and there is no need to worry about security. Here, the 3 disciples have masters to sit in the town, maintain law and order, and see the few cabins. No, that is where our Lingxiage disciple sits. My sister is inside. Your sister? Yang looked at him and suddenly remembered that when Sumo came to trouble last time, he said that his sister was a core disciple. The core disciple, that is the future hope of Ling Xiaoge. Sum Yatan was alert. I warn you first, don't want to hit my sister's idea. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Su Mu said again, but even if you hit her idea, I am afraid I have no such ability. Your sister is very powerful. That is of course. There are 3 layers in the real world, and few of the younger generation are her opponents. Yang Kai's slight movements, as a disciple of the younger generation, can be cultivated to the true Yuan Jing has been quite rare, and the real thing is going up again. That is, the gods of the world. That is, the realm of the head. Your sister is so powerful. Why do you only have a quenching situation? Yang Kai looked suspiciously at Sumo. As if it was poked into a sore spot, Su Mu's face suddenly picked up and tangled for a long while. Is this not fun? But rest assured, I will definitely practice afterwards, and I will not let you try this disciple. Super passed. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and it seems that the bitterness of eating a few days ago has aroused Sumo's ambition. Go. I will take you to see my sister first, and she will protect her. It is more convenient in this black wind market. Speaking of seeing Suzuki's sister, a group of people immediately became serious, and even Su Mu himself was wearing a whole shirt, and all the dust on his body was bounced off. Seeing it, Su Mu is very afraid of his sister, or to respect worship. What is the name of Su Mu's sister? Yang Kai asked in a low voice toward Li Yuntian. Su Yan. The name is good, just don't know what kind of person. In a short time, everyone came to one of the wooden houses. Yang Kai looked up and found that not only this wooden house, but also several other wooden houses next to it were plaques with the words of Ling Xiaoge. It seems that these houses are all masters of Ling Xiaoge. Sitting in the town, Su Mu was a little nervous, took a soft breath, carefully walked up the steps, then raised his hand with a sigh of relief, tapping a few times. The sound is like a kitten. Sister, I am coming to see you. Li Yuntian and others screamed hard and shook their shoulders. Yang Kai was also somewhat jealous. Su Mu seems to know the way behind this group of people, cannot help but look back and glare. Come in. There was a cold voice in it, like a mountain spring, making people look new. Su Machong waved everyone and then walked in. Entering the house, Yang Kai quietly glanced around and found that the house was even simpler than his own cabin. There was nothing inside, but after entering the house, the bustle of the outside was suddenly cut off, and it was very quiet. This wooden house should have any mystery, otherwise it is impossible to have this effect. When he was looking at the house, Su Mu was suddenly screaming. Yang opened his eyes and saw that Su Mu had slammed his head and squatted on the ground. Not far from him, there was a white coat like snow, and his face was cold. Woman. This woman has a beautiful black hair, a crescent moon-like eyebrow, a pair of beautiful eyes, slender and bright, delicate Joan nose, peach red, small 2-petal lips, such as snowy jade skin. The tenderness is as soft as the body. The shape is graceful and slender, and the glamorous can't be said. However, her temperament is cold, and even the temperature of the entire wooden house has dropped a few points. At this moment, the woman was sitting on the floor with her knees, watching Sumo coldly. Needless to say, this is Su Yan. Do you know why you are hitting? Su Yan asked. Su Mu shook his head and saw the fierce light in his sister's eyes. He nodded again. Talk about it. Su Yan's voice is very light, but there is a taste that people can't resist. Yang Kaiji knows why Su Mu is so afraid of his sister. Whoever spreads to such a sister can't stand it, even though she is a big beauty who is uncompromising. Chapter 45. It's okay to follow me again. Because I was beaten. In the face of my sister's inquiry, Su Mu did not dare to answer, while answering and secretly looking at Su Yan. The latter's face is cold. Why are you being beaten? Technology is not as good as people. Su Mu's head is lower. Why isn't the skill as good as people? Su Yan asked. Su Muqian replied. I didn't practice well. Su Yan nodded slightly. There is still some self-knowledge. Do you know what to do in the future? Got it. Remember your words today. If you dare to play in the future, it will not be someone else to beat you. It will be my hands. Su Mu's face changed, and he promised to work hard to cultivate and live up to his sister's expectations. After the completion of Su Mu, Su Yankai looked up and looked at the people behind him. The beautiful man swept over and fixed himself on Yang Kai's body. His eyes flashed a strange look and said, "You just hit Qing Xiaofeng?" Yang Kai secretly said that the news of the sister-in-law was well informed, and staying here to practice also knew what happened outside, and nodded slightly. Yes. It's better than sumo. Suyin didn't care too much. Yang Kai didn't look too big, but there were also 15 or 6. Now it's only 8 layers of quenching. The qualifications should not be too good. Naturally, she can't enter her. The eyes of the law can tell Yang Kai about the last sentence, but also for his contribution to sumo. Give you a piece of advice. Sister, please. Yang Kai looked dull. Be far from sumo, stay with him again, and your achievements will stop here. Yang Kai smiled slightly and did not answer. She could degrade Su Mu, but Yang Kai could not. When Su Mu heard this, his face immediately began to suffer, but he did not dare to speak out. Go out. I have to cultivate. Su Yin closed her eyes again. A group of people quit lightly and closed the door. Looking at each other, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure inside was too great. Although the beauty looked pleasing to the eye, it was a long time that even the body and mind would be frozen. I went to see how the medicinal herbs that people made in the past few days. Li Yuntian said a word and then left. I have to go. A few people quickly kept up. In a short time, everyone was scattered, and each had its own affairs, leaving only Su Mu and Yang Kai. Yang Kai sees Sumu seems to have something, and smiles. The younger brother is busy with him. I am here. Sumu nodded. Well, if you look at something and tell me, I will help you to check. Although most of the people here are not bad, there are still some people who are treacherous, and they have to be slaughtered by people. After being separated from Sumu, Yang Kai was free to move around in the Black Wind Market. The 3 disciples here are sitting on the ground, setting up booths in front of them, placing things they want to sell or signing cards, and writing what they want to buy. The stall owners have different forms, some screaming loudly, such as the vegetable marketers in the vegetable market, eagerly selling their goods. Some look proud, put on a look that you love to buy or not, pretending to attract people on the hook. There are people who are bored. They are actually practicing on the spot, and they are not afraid that their goods will be taken care of by people, and they will look like they are all kinds of things. After a while, Yang Kai found that the stalls here are not just for selling and buying things, but also for some low-level alchemists to make signs for alchemy, and not to accept them. I don't think they are doing good things. In fact, they just need to use other people's materials to practice their hands. These people are alchemy. Because of the lack of experience, there are 8 furnaces in the 10 furnaces, so these booths are relatively cold. However, there are not many such booths, and the alchemists are rare. Yang Kai has been paying attention to the attributes of Yang. In fact, when he has not entered this Black Wind Market, the Yang Yuan seal on his chest has responded. The messy reaction shows that there are a lot of positive attributes on this side. But this way down, Yang Kai found that many things are relatively low grades. The yang contained in those herbs. There is no richness in the trapped dragons. For these he is naturally invisible. He also looked at a few things, but after asking the price, he could only shake his head and sigh. The asking price is too high, but it is not what he can afford now. After turning for half an hour, Yang Kai had nothing to gain, but the price of Xiao Hui Yuan Dan was touched by him. Because Xiao Hui Yuan Dan only targets the warriors from the 7 to 9 layers of quenching, so this one is probably only about 52. The bottle that Sumu gave him had 10 medicinal herbs, which is about 502. 502, really nothing to do. There is a red-hot stone in the booth in front of it. Yang Kai can clearly feel the hot yang in it. It is many times more than the overflow of the dragon scorpion. Yang Kai estimated that if he absorbed the stone, Yang Qi, at least you can also condense 2 or 3 drops of liquid, which is equivalent to the hard work of many days. Even knowing that the stall owner who didn't quite get along well in front of him was sure that the price was not low, Yang Kai still succumbed to him in front of him. The stall owner was cold-faced, as if he owed him money, but he looked at Yang Kai and ignored him. Yang opened up and tried to pick up a few other things and asked the price. The stall owner cherished the words like gold and answered it casually. Then Yang Kai seemed to inadvertently pick up the piece of red stone and asked, "How much is this?" The stall owner sneered, and this time he said a few more words. "This is the most expensive thing on the stall, 3,002. Yang Kai has no idea at all. This is completely asking for the price. The asking price is too different from the bottom line. How can I talk about it? Putting down something is about to get up. Yang Kai's shoulder was shot by someone. He turned and looked at it. He was seeing a charming woman smiling at herself. It's really you. Humayr was quite surprised. Is there something? Yang opened, his brow wrinkled. To be honest, he didn't like the somewhat debauched woman. Although she is now dressed neatly, the day's arrogance has left Yang Kai with a bad impression. Perceived the coldness of Yang Kai. Humayr gave him a look and said, "Nothing. Come over and say hello to you." "Well, leave." Yang Kai faintly responded, turned and left. "Hey." Humayr kept up and went forward with Yang Kai. The body of the deliberately unintentional and delicate body was posted up, and while walking, he looked at Yang Kai's reaction. After taking a fragrant time, Yang Kai was a little depressed. He found that the woman was not only coquettish, but also had a thick face. She was unwilling to take care of her. She never refused to leave. "What are you doing with me?" Yang Kaiding stayed at the pace and was somewhat unhappy. "I haven't followed you. Here is the Black Wind Market. I just walk around and go shopping. What's wrong? Do you care about me?" Humayr smiled. "Don't follow me again. Be careful that I am not you." Yang was angry. Humayr is not only afraid, but also a little eager to try. How is it okay? Like last time. Chapter 46, Waiting for No One. For this woman's hustle and bustle, Yang Kai really has no good coping method, only to ignore it. Humayr can also see the openness of Yang Kai. Naturally dare not tease again, just like this. Following the direction of the induction of Yang Yuan printing, Yang opened for a moment and stood in front of a booth. After a slight glance, Yang opened his eyes. He found that the things on this booth were really good, and most of them had their own appetite. The piece is like a baby's fist-sized round stone, which emits a strong hot yang, which is much stronger than the one just above, but it is not that big. The price should not be more expensive than that. Yang Kaiki is uncertain, but the stall owner greeted with enthusiasm. "What does the little brother look like? My things here are good and cheap. Don't miss it when you pass by, whether you use it yourself or buy it. It's all a profitable transaction." With a hard scalp, Yang Kai asked, "How much is this stone?" The stall owner looked down and smiled. "You said Yang Yinshur. Not expensive, 502. Yang Kai's face was black. Although he knew that the price was fair, he still shook his head. "It's expensive. It's just about 502 homes." The stall owner smiled and shook his head. The little brother laughed. "The things I have here are clearly priced. I will never open the lion. You can go to other booths and see what they are selling. I know how affordable I am." This is also true. Yang Kai came this way, although he did not buy anything. But the price has been snooped a lot, knowing that this person is not expensive. But the sale, of course, is to cut the price. In desperation, Yang Kai can only engage in a war with the stall owner and wants the other party to make some benefits. However, the stall owner shook his head vigorously. When he talked about the final stall, he was also depressed. He had no choice but to say, "Little brother, this thing is not my own. It is sold for the gang. The price can only be sold more. Sell less, otherwise I have to pay for it myself, so don't be embarrassed." "Help." Yang opened a sigh, turned to look at Humayr standing on one side. "There is only one gang nearby. Help." Humayr smiled sweetly. "Yes, this is my booth. Do you want these stones?" Yang nodded. "Promise me a condition. Here a dozen stones can all be given to you." Humayr's eyes turned. "Miss." The face of the stall owner has changed greatly. If the goods are lost in his hand, then his troubles will be big. "Nothing. I will tell my father." Humayr comforted, and the stall owner heard this and immediately shut up. "How?" "Just give me a chance to do it." Humayr's eyebrows dance. "It's a very simple thing for your men. Don't think about it." Yang Kai categorically refused, thinking with his toes, and he also knows what Humayr played. "You?" Hume was screaming at Yang Kai, and her eyes were about to eat. In fact, her interest in Yang Kai is not very big, but the temptation to conquer him that day did not conquer him, which made Humayr a little depressed. Not only that, but also ate a small loss. No man can be tempted by his own beauty. Humayr has always believed in this. She just wants Yang Kai to give in. When he succumbs, he withdraws and looks at his jokes. If Humayr wants a man, there will be a lot of fingers on the hook. If there is no other purpose, how can she be so wronged? She is a slutty, but it is just a representation, confusing the appearance of outsiders. I don't believe that you can't conquer you. Humayur's heart is worried. The eyeball turned, and Humayur said to the main stall, "Buy it to him." The stall owner was crying and sulking. "This is not good. I said to sell it to him cheaper." Humayur bite the bite, and the chill in the eyes. The stall owner is focusing on the head, but Yang Kai is waving his hand. "No, it's 502. If you buy 502, you will not earn, but you will not lose money. It is the market price." As I said, I took out the bottle and returned to Yuandan Road. "Can you change it with Dan medicine?" The trade market here also has the rules of bartering, and the finished medicinal herbs are generally circulated. "Yes." The stall owner nodded. "This bottle has 10 capsules, almost 502. You can order. Yang Kai will return Yuandan to him, and then pick up a piece of Yang Yanshi from the booth." At the moment of starting, Yang Kai felt the power of a sturdy Yang Yuan. At the moment, he was happy, knowing that the sale was done right. Humayur hated her teeth, and Yang Kai's move was undoubtedly a refusal to owe her human feelings, which was equivalent to the hard work she had done. The stall owner looked at the words and knew that the young lady who was not good at the wind was afraid of playing Yang Kai's idea. Although the sale was just fair, the stall owner knew that the lady was not too happy and thought about it from the booth. Pick up a thing and say, "Little brother, if you don't give up, this seed is sent to you, and you can't sell a few dollars anyway." "What seeds?" Yang Kai took over, actually felled a little yang from the seeds, but this yang is very weak. "The seeds of sanyang fruit we found when we helped to explore Yangyanshi." The stall owner truthfully told. "The fruit of this fruit tree is the fruit of the prefecture-level product, but the growth period is somewhat long." Yang Kai dumbfounded, thinking about what he wants to do with the seed. "This kind of thing is going to be planted. I won't be able to bear fruit in less than a decade." However, people have a good intention. Yang Kai is also not good to refuse. "Anyway, this thing is of little value, and it is harmless." "Thank you." Yang Kai stood up and took the seeds and Yang Yanshi into his arms. A bottle of Hui Yuan Dan has disappeared. Yang Kai is too lazy to stay here again. Looking for a while Sumu, but they did not see people. Yang Kai will go alone to the Black Wind Forest. Humayur, who was behind him, refused to leave, just followed him like a tail, and his face was annoyed. "I have to find a way to get rid of her, or else she will be followed by Ling Xiaoga, and she may not know how others will look at herself. This woman's reputation is not very good." Turning his eyes and thinking about it, Yang Kai suddenly deviated from the avenue and walked over to the depths of the Black Wind Forest. While walking, he turned back and sneered at Humayur's sneer. The taste is self-evident, as if to say that if you dare to come over I will kill you first, then kill, and the feeling of evil is born. Humayur was a little chilly when he smiled. Seeing Yang Kai actually went into the jungle, she was hesitant. She said that she is not familiar with Yang Kai. What if it is really going to follow up? How is it good? That day, she saw the strength of Yang Kai, knowing that she is not an opponent. If he is a big animal, he will not be able to wear scars. After hesitating for a moment, Humayur suddenly stumbled and twisted and followed. She has an 80% confidence that Yang Kai is just scaring herself. Seeing that Humayur really followed, Yang Kai was annoyed. The reason why he wants to do this is to scare Humayur, but he did not expect that this woman is not too small. Let his intentions fall through, and from a moment of anger, from evil to evil, the heart will wait until no one else. Tell you to know my power. Chapter 47. Do you think I am dirty? Get up early to get a ticket. When Yang Kai and Humayur entered the depths of the jungle in tandem, the figure of two people flashed out from behind the tree. One of them had a hateful look at the direction of Yang Kai's disappearance. There were still bruises on the handsome face. At first glance, I was told that I was beaten in recent days. The other person is a sullen look, staring at Humayur's twisted buttocks, and the eyes sparkle with strange light. Become a younger brother. Are you being beaten by that kind of person? The cold-looking young man looked at Cheng Xiaofeng with some playfulness. Although you just entered the Kaiyuan, but it is not his opponent, the boy looks it's just a quenching situation. Cheng Xiaofeng's face looked awkward. There was some care at the time, and the guy was really weird. The battle was simply a lifeless posture. When I stabbed the sword, He even blocked it with his palm, and the sword passed through. Without a sigh, I not only restrained my sword, but also took me one arm, because I was defeated. Oh, this is a bit of a point, just don't know if he compares with me, who is more fierce. Cheng Xiaofeng accompanied the laughter. Nature is a very powerful brother. How can he compare with you? Is his identity investigation clear? Don't provoke any big guys to come out. Nu Tao asked a little uneasy. The investigation is clear. This kid is a trial disciple in the Lingxiao Pavilion. There is no background. This kind of person can kill even if he kills. Haha, try your disciples? As far as I know, there are less than 10 trial disciples in Lingxiage. Is he one of them? Nu Tao seems to have heard something funny, but he heard the 4 words of the trial disciple. Angry worry also disappeared in an instant. This kind of person is the shame of Ling Xiaoga. It is a big help to help Ling Xiaoga. Well, I was still worried about the people coming here in the bold forest. It was not very convenient to start, but I didn't expect this kid to be greedy and beautiful. I went into the depths of the jungle with the monks, and I wanted to do something. It was really help. Me too. The angry smile is very obscene. It seems that this time the younger brother can not only revenge, but also yin fu. It is a double-edged sword. Cheng Xiaofeng also laughed. Where is the brother-in-law? You are the helper I have invited. How can a good brother and a younger brother enjoy it alone? The younger brother will taste a soup, and the younger brother will take you for the battle. Hu Meyer, although debauchery, after all, young, the body is certainly not bad. The younger brother is really interesting. Angry Tao could not wait, and said, Go, don't delay, let's catch up and find a chance to start. In the eyes of the two, killing Yang Kai is nothing but a trivial matter. Under the broad daylight, the day is the back of the bed, and it is the most anticipated with Hu Meyer. As for whether Hu Meyer will retaliate afterwards, it does not need to be considered. This person can do everything. As long as she is satisfied, she is too happy to come. How can she be willing to retaliate? Presumably, she will only be immersed in the thrill of being forced to abuse, and nothing else is considered. Neither of them is a first-time brother. They usually have fun in Hualu Lane in Wumei Town. Naturally, they know that such a woman like Hu Meyer has some special hobbies. In the depths of the Black Wind Forest, Yang Kai still walked back and sneered. When Hu Meyer started, she still had some worries. But now that she saw Yang Kai, she was only afraid of it, but she was not afraid, but she caught up with the pace of Yang Kai. Intimately, holding his hand to the pole, squeezed the soft and flexible chest onto Yang Kai's arm. Yang opened a heart, but when he thought of the woman's style, the excitement was suddenly invisible. What are you going to do? Yang Kai was a little annoyed. With me once. I will not entangle you again in the future. No one is there. Hu Meyer has no cover on his mouth, and such shameful words dare to say it. Be your spring and autumn dream. I am not beautiful. Hu Meyer's eyes are silky. Is it not good? Are you not tempted at all? A woman has external and inner points. Your outside is good, and there are proud capitals, but the inside is unsightly. Yang Kai looked at her coldly. This is a bit heavy, and Hu Meyer's face was pulled down and coldly said, Do you think I am dirty? Yes. Yang Kai said bluntly. Hu Meyer's pretty face is cold, and she laughs. You are just a trial disciple of Ling Xiaoge. Although I am not as strong as you, I am a little princess who is bloody. I can see that you are your blessing. You are so ignorant. Lift up. Do you know how many people are playing my ideas outside? The little princess can go to find those people. Why bother to entangle me? Yang Kai looked pale. Yang Kai, don't give your face a shame. If I go back and tell my father that you are insulted here, even if you are a Lingxiage, you will definitely not see the sun of tomorrow. Hu Meyer screamed hard and screamed. Yang Kai, the attitude completely angered her and made her face clean. After all, she is not low in identity. Why have you been insulted? Yang Kai is also a cold smile. Dare to ask the little princess, if I am here to kill you, do you still have the opportunity to go back to the complaint? Hu Meyer heard a sigh of relief. She just angered and attacked her heart. She forgot that it was deep in the Black Wind Forest. If Yang Kai really dared to do it, she never had the opportunity to leave. And this place is definitely the best place to kill people and corpse. It can be said that if she is really dead here, it is white. Thinking of this, Hu Meyer quickly watched Yang Kai with vigilance. and hurried back a few steps, trembled. Are you kidding? My patience is limited. Yang Kai said a faint voice. Humayr stared at him with sorrow and anger, but she did not dare to attack. She couldn't tell if Yang Kai's words were joking or really. Just as Humayr was tangled, Yang Kai was looking forward and looked at him with vigilance. Intentionally or unintentionally, Yang Kai's foot flashed, blocking in front of Humayr, staring at a big tree and drinking lightly. Come out. Humayr heard the news, but the next moment she understood what was going on. Two people suddenly flashed out from behind the tree, while sneer and walked toward this side. The laughter of these two people was grim and strange. One stared at Yang Kai, and one stared at Humayr. Cheng Xiaofeng, angry Tao. Humayr obviously recognized them. The current doubts made a sound, but with the blink of an eye, she understood why the two men appeared here. This time, Yang Kai is afraid of danger. The unscrupulous and obscene eyes of New Tao were uncomfortable, and Humayr couldn't help but frown up and sneaked into Yang and shrank. My sister, this time, we only want to take the life of this kid. You go and go, don't hurt you. Cheng Xiaofeng stood in front of Yang Kai and slowly pulled out his waist. Saber, said to Humayr. Angry Tao smiled and said, yes, if it hurts, I will feel bad. Chapter 48 Xianwei. I have to rush to the list tonight, and there is a chapter in the early morning. When the online book friends ask for support, please support them. Cheng Xiaofeng and New Tao have one sentence, and the purpose of this place has been said in the future. Yang was so happy that he was so shocked that he was so ruthless that he only made a dispute to kill him. During the war, Humayr quietly said in Yang Kai's ear, Yang Kai, if you don't want to die, you will listen to me. That anger is half a month before the opening of the Yuan dynasty. The strength is not Cheng Xiaofeng can compare, and now they are two people. You are definitely not an opponent. Do you have a way to deal with him? Yang Kai doubted. I can't deal with him, but they certainly can't kill me. As long as you meet my requirements, I will keep you safe. Humayr's identity is here. If she wants to keep Yang Kai, how can Cheng Xiaofeng and New Tao sell her face? At most, she will release Yang Kailu. No need. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. You would rather die than do? Humayr looked at Yang Kai like a fool, and the beauty was full of incredulity. Sorry, I am a little clean, and then I will say, whoever is born and who is dead knows when he moves. Yang Kai calmly looked at the two people opposite. With this answer, Humayr's face changed indefinitely. After a long while, she sneered, biting silver teeth and hating the earth. So, then you are self-respecting. After that, I will withdraw a few feet in the future and put on a look of standing by. Cheng Xiaofeng laughed and said, My sister Mei is really sincere. I know that Meyer's sister will not be embarrassed. Humayr squeezed out an ugly smile and didn't know what she was thinking. The angry waves screamed and smiled. Looking up and down, Yang opened a look. The old was carrying his hands on the ground and slowly shook his head. You called Yang Kai? Is it okay to blame me for the Yin dynasty and blame you for your own nosy? Are you doing it yourself, or do you want me to do it? This tone of madness cannot be added. Yang opened his mouth and smiled and said, I want my life. I will take it with my skill. As he spoke, he secretly picked up the real Yangshua. When I realized that the real Yangshua had just been in operation, Yang Kai clearly felt that a sturdy heat in the chest had followed the acupuncture points. This hot heat was mixed with huge Yang and Yang Kai, who burned for a time. The meridian pain, the place in the chest spurred a green smoke, and the flesh was roasted. Yang Kai was shocked. He had not had time to react. The painful meridians had already adapted. The huge Yang was still flowing into the meridians. It's almost a blink of an eye, and the meridians are filled with the true Yang of the Dang Dang. Ticking, as if from the depths of the soul, Dan Tianzhong actually had another drop of liquid. After a while, another whistling whistle came. Before and after the three-way effort, 2 drops of liquid forming, but one of the drops of liquid does not know how it happened, just disappeared after the formation. Until then, that fierce Yang was stopped. Yang Yanshi. Yang Kai suddenly returned to the gods, took out a piece of Yang Yanshi that was exchanged for a small bottle of Yuandan from the chest. But what is the original stone that is originally full of Yang? The energy inside does not exist, but it is absorbed by itself in such a short period of time. The result is the formation of 2 drops of liquid. Only one drop did not know where to go. Counting the drop that existed in Dantian, there are still 2 drops left. The speed of this absorption is too fast, right? Almost crammed. I didn't even have the reaction. Yang Kai's change into Xiaofeng, and Nu Tao looked in the eyes. The abnormality at Yang's chest made them feel unclear, but the angry Tao's combat experience was rich, and he waved the following. Become a younger brother. Follow me. I am afraid to change. Good. Cheng Xiaofeng refused to open the sooner the better. The better. The moment is no longer hesitant. With a long sword rushed up, look fierce. The 2 of them were left and right, and they were as fast as the wind, but the blink of an eye rushed to Yang Kai's eyes. After all, the strength of the anger was higher, so his movements were faster, and his fists swelled and slammed into the door of Yang Kai. On the 5th floor of Kaiyuan, the body has gathered a lot of vitality, so the combat power of the warriors at this time is not to be underestimated. There was a faint whistle on the fist of the angry wave, apparently using martial arts. Yang Kai did not dodge, and the same punch. Touching the ground, Yang Kai's wrist came a burst of bones, and the clenched fists seemed to be cut by countless blades. In a moment, there were more wounds, and the body could not help but retreat a few steps. The angry wave is a strange scream, only feeling that his fist is on the red iron. The skin is hot and painful, shouting, "Good heat." With the strength of the 5 layers of his opening, he could not withstand the invasion of a quenching body, which is really strange. The 2 played against each other, and each retired. Cheng Xiaofeng took the sword and threw it with a vengeful anger. He rushed toward Yang and was about to take him to this place. After eating a fist, the blood of Yang Kai boiled up again. The bones quickly gave birth to a warm feeling. After the warmth spread, it seemed that there was endless strength, and the eyes were slowly scarlet, originally mild. The face became crazy. In the face of a sword of Cheng Xiaofeng, Yang Kai grabbed it. Cheng Xiaofeng sneered. The last time you ate your loss, will you fall in the same place with less? During the speech, the sword changed, and the thorn was swept, trying to cut off Yang Kai's fingers. Yang Kai's reaction is not slow. He notices that the other side's sword moves, and the fingers become caught. Cool. The long sword still cut the fingers of Yang Kai. This moment, Cheng Xiaofeng's face burst into a happy color. Hu Meyer held his mouth, cannot bear to face, but remembered Yang Kai's attitude towards himself. Hu Meyer, I think he should be 1,000. How is it possible? Cheng Xiaofeng screamed, because he found that his sword did not cut off Yang Kai's fingers. This is a weapon, and what is the strength of the body in a quenched body? Even if the person who opened the Yuan Jing has this sword, it is not perfect. Yang opened his mouth and smiled, revealing a white-stained tooth. When he saw his scarlet eyes, Cheng Xiaofeng was a little panicked. He hurried back and shouted, "The Anger Brothers saved me." The voice has not fallen. Yang Kai has been deceived, and a drop of yang in Dantian moves with his heart and condenses at his fingertips. One pointed out, the middle of the head into the peak of Xiaofeng. Cheng Xiaofeng opened his mouth, and the breathing suddenly stopped, and his face fell. On his forehead, there is a chopstick-sized hole that runs through the skull. The hole is smooth and flat, and even without a trace of blood flowing out, the eyes of Cheng Xiaofeng are very large and a pair of dead expressions. Ah! 2 exclamations sounded at the same time. It was the voice of Nu Tao and Hu Meyer. Chapter 49 Success. New week. Once again, ask for support. King, please leave your member clicks and tickets. Cheng Xiaofeng is dead. Without warning, it was so dead in Yang Kai. The last time Yang Kai War struck a group of disciples, Hu Meyer also saw the end from the beginning. Although knowing that Yang Kai, this person's strength is amazing, but did not expect him to be so strong. Cheng Xiaofeng, who was on the 1st floor of Kaiyuan, only made a face-to-face with Yang Kai, and he was ordered to die? What martial arts is that? Why is there such a powerful power? The hole in the forehead of Cheng Xiaofeng is clearly burned by a thing that has just turned to the sun. At this moment, Hu Meyer's heart panicked, and after seeing Yang's violent murder, she realized that Yang Kai's words were not a joke. He really dares to kill, and has the ability to kill. Nu Tao is also extremely shocked. He just made a punch with Yang. The second move has not yet been issued, and his younger brother died in front of him. This change really made him stunned. You actually killed a younger brother. Angry Wave screamed. What means do you use? The power of that finger is too strong. It is absolutely a martial art. There is some fear in the heart of the anger, and I am afraid that I cannot resist it. You have to die too. Yang Kai naturally knows the truth of hoeing the roots. These two people came here today to kill themselves. In the face of such an enemy, Yang Kai will be soft. This time, the situation is different from the last time. Last time, it was just a group fight. Yang Kai will still be merciful, but he can face the enemy who wants his own life. It is stupid to be merciful. Seeing Yang Kai rush toward himself, the angry scream suddenly screamed. Less bluff. Take your life. While shouting, the fists burst out and greeted Yang Kai. The other side only has a quenching environment. How much energy can there be in the body? The power of the previous move was huge, and the consumption was absolutely not small. That is to say, he could not use such means again. Therefore, the anger will be fearless. After knowing how to hand in, Nu Tao found himself wrong. This Yang Kai can still use his vitality. Every time he confronts him, he can feel a hot energy from his moves. This energy makes the anger repeatedly eat, and there is a higher level than Yang Kai, but it is fundamental. Can't suppress him. Nu Tao took out a number of solutions and moved around, and did not dare to confront Yang Kai. He only wanted to fight the war of consumption. When the vitality of Yang Kai's body was exhausted, by then, the other party was the fish on the cutting board. There are no mistakes in the idea and strategy of Nu Tao. This method is the most effective in dealing with the general quenching disciples. It can definitely win the enemy with the least cost. However, Yang Kai is different. He has just taken a piece of Yang Yenshi's full power of Yang Yen. The vitality in the meridians is full, and it will continue to be consumed. Maybe it is the first to be exhausted. Soon, the anger found that something was not good. At the beginning, Yang Kai's performance was really just like a warrior in a quenching situation. Whether it is the speed or strength of the fist, although it is stronger than the average person, it does not exceed the scope of the quenching environment. However, with the passage of time, with the various injuries left in him, the strength of Yang Kai's strength has risen steadily, and the punch is faster than the punch. The strength is also getting bigger and bigger. The anger of the anger is that the hot power attached to his moves is actually getting stronger and stronger. It seems that as time goes by, the strength of this Yang Kai is also growing rapidly. How is this going? A warrior fights, and with the consumption of vitality in the body, the combat power will only get lower and lower. How can he be the other way around? Just a short sip of tea, the anger can no longer avoid Yang Kai's attack by virtue of his body. A dodge is not enough, and Yang's chest is punched. The heavy force almost makes the angry gas out of breath, and the heat of intrusion into the body is fierce like a fire. Looking at the red-eyed Yang Kai, the angry heart sprouted back. With a sham of sham, the anger slammed away and hurriedly rushed to the distance. While breathing, he shouted, Yang Kai, you killed the younger brother. You are dead. Kai Yuan is on the 5th floor and can't beat the enemy. But if you want to escape, the other party can't do anything. This is very confident, because in the previous battle, he saw that Yang Kai did not practice any body martial arts. The anger was to escape, and Yang Kai couldn't stop it. He could only watch him pull out a dozen feet. Suddenly, Yang was happy, and the last drop of Yang in Dantian flashed to his fingertips. Immediately, Yang Kai extended another hand and pulled it on his fingertips. The sensational scene appeared. This drop of Yang liquid turned into a thin red blade like a flap in the blink of an eye. As soon as the blade was formed, it flew out under the drive of Yang Kai. So, a shocking blood shadow cut through the air, poured into the back of the angry waves. The body of the raging rushing rushed to a stiff state and slammed it to the ground. There was a quiet silence in the jungle, and occasional insects called it, and Yang Kai gasped, and he was very embarrassed. Humayer's legs trembled a little, and she was cold, and her heart was cold. She has not left, just wanting Yang Kai to ask her for help when she can't support it, then she can achieve her goal. But what she didn't think of was that the two disciples who came to kill Yang Kai were actually killed by Yang Kai. These two people can all be Kai Yuan, 1 layer, 5 layers, and jointly deal with the quenching of Yang Kai, and finally not only failed, but also took their own lives. Everything is so unreal, so inexplicable. Suddenly, Humayr looked surprised. She found that Yang opened her head and stared at herself with a kind of gaze, and there was a ray of murder in the depths of her eyes. Humayr subconsciously stepped back a few steps. You dare to move, you die? Yang Kai's cold voice passed over. I don't move. Humayr's voice brought some crying, and the lower abdomen was warm and awkward, almost on the spot. She was really scared, and she was not sure if Yang Kai was going to kill herself. It was a matter of life and death. What can she do with a girl? Although she is proud of her love, her strength is really not high. Yang Kai did not take care of her, but rushed to the side of Cheng Xiaofeng and Nu Tao and searched on them. Not a moment's effort, Yang Kai found some silver too and 2 bottles of remedy. There are not many left in the 2 bottles of medicinal herbs, but they are worth a few dollars. Not a loss. It's a pity that I'm condensed in the liquid, and now there's nothing in Dantian. After the war, the true Yang's vitality in the meridians also consumes most of it. Are you short of money? Humayr saw Yang Kai robbing on 2 bodies, and could not help but bravely said, I can give you, as long as you don't kill me. Now, Humayr, who dares to make a slap in front of Yang Kai, show off the coquetry? Even talking is cautious. Yang Kai looked at her faintly. I am not a green forest bandit. What do you want for your money? I will earn money if I am short of money. Chapter 50, Throwing Dead Body. I don't know why, the recommended tickets are much less. Compared with other books on the list, our members click no lower than them, but the recommended tickets are only 1/4 of them, 1/5, the amount of shabby. The recommended ticket is very important for the new book, so Xiao Mo hopes that the friend who reads the book can vote for a few votes. That is, the mouse clicks twice. Humayr did not dare to answer the words, and she would lose more words. She was afraid of annoying Yang Kai. You come over. Yang Kai suddenly waved at her. Humayr's body trembled, tears in the eyelids, biting his lips, praying for Yang Kai, but did not dare to move. What are you afraid of? Come over and come over. Yang Kai was a little impatient. In desperation, Humayr can only go to Yang, and slowly came to Yang Kai to stand in front of 5 steps, and looked at him with horror. Perceived her fear, Yang was happy, but still squinted. You obey, I will not move you. In a faint tone, there is an irresistible hegemony. Humayr nodded hard. I am obedient. Well, Yang Kai was satisfied. He bent down and angered the body of the angry body against his shoulder. He gestured to the body of Cheng Xiaofeng and said, Take him. Although disgusting, Humayr did not dare to follow, and grievously squatted down and turned the body of Cheng Xiaofeng back. Although it is a girl, but after all, it is a warrior, carrying 100 pounds of things is not a burden for her. Let me go. Yang Kai looked at the direction and then went to a deeper place in the breeze forest. Humayr didn't know what he was going to do, and he didn't dare to ask, but he followed suit. Yang Kai is going to throw a corpse, although the place has already been considered deep, but there is no dog or man who wants to have a big hair and go there to meet. If you are seen by someone, it is always a hassle. The probability of such a thing is small, but it has to be prevented. The causes of death of Cheng Xiaofeng and Nu Tao are very special. They are all driven by the hot forces. If the wind and rain towers follow this clue, they will find their own heads. Therefore, Yang Kai had to throw the body far away, so that people in the wind and rain building could never find it. The two walked one by one to the depths of the jungle. Humayr tried to stop and say a few times, but she endured it. After a long time, a lake suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang opened his eyes and it was here. Calling Humayr to put down the body, Yang Kai went to find 2 large stones, moved back to the bodies of Cheng Xiaofeng and Nu Tao, and then sank them into the bottom of the lake. After taking a clap, Yang Kaishin said, You are now my accomplice. You should know how to do it. After that, I turned my head and looked at her faintly. Wen Yin, Humayr did not panic and rejoice, nodded again and again. No. Yang's meeting said this, which means that he will not be malicious to himself. His life will be preserved. Humayr's body and mind will be loose, and he will breathe involuntarily. Smart girls will always be liked. Yang Kai chuckled. Speaking of it, Yang Kai didn't really know how to do Humayr before, but don't kill it. It's always a hidden danger. Today, she's all in her eyes, killing it. Yang Kai some don't go. from start to finish. Humayr did not harm herself. She just stood by and watched the movie. Is it because of this reason that the people are destroyed? It's too unreasonable. After walking for such a long time, Yang Kai also figured it out. This time, Cheng Xiaofeng and Nu Tao took the initiative to provoke them. If they didn't kill them, they couldn't wait for them. So even if Humayr took things out, Yang Kai did not fear. You killed a lot of people? Humayr was a lot bigger and looked at Yang Kai Dao. Yang Kai shook his head. The first kill. But I saw that your technique is very old. When you kill them, you don't look at your brows. It's not like the first time. Humayr was puzzled. When she said this, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. Yeah, why did you not be afraid of killing yourself for the first time? Although there was no sense of excitement, there was absolutely no fear. At that time, I only looked at the battle. I only had the idea of killing them in my mind. Now I think it is incredible. Believe it or not. Yang Kai did not explain much. A half circle around the lake in front of him came to a place away from the corpse. Yang Kai stopped the pace and then plunged into the lake. This time, Yang Kai also had a lot of injuries on his body. He had to wash and wash before he could go back. Humayr stood by the lake and waited, and she thought about it. After a long time, she would definitely go on teasing Yang Kai. Now she doesn't have the courage. When Yang Kai washed up, Humayr said, "You wait for me for a while. I also go to wash." Just carrying a corpse and walking so far, Humayr feels uncomfortable. Women always love to be clean. Good. Yang Kai wring up his clothes and lie on the sun on a stone by the lake, and restore his physical strength. I didn't dare to take off my clothes. Humayr broke into the lake like this. The graceful body was like a fish swimming in the lake. From time to time, she would sneak a glance at Yang Kai, but found that the other side did not even blink. Cannot help but let Humayr suffer. He is not at all tempted? After a long while, Humayr was washed and came to the shore. The clothes are close to the body, showing the exquisite and enchanting figure, and come to Yang Kai without hesitation. The face is flushed and squatting on the stone to basking in the sun. Yang Kai looked at her and saw it on the third road. Humayr lowered her head. The body is very good. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Humayr bites the thin red lips and looks sorrowful. Actually, I didn't do that with men, even people who touched me. I only have one. The reason why I have been in these years. One is to recruit some talents for the help of the ride, and the other is to provoke the relationship between Ling Xiaoga and the disciples of the wind and rain, and entangle you is also the purpose. Yang Kai heard a word and gave her a deep look. You don't believe? Humayr's face is red. This secret she has never said to anyone. The outside people are when she really is singing all night. People do their best. On the bright face, she is called a little princess, Miss, and she is a monk in the back. I believe. Yang nodded. But what about me? Humayr looked awkwardly and smiled bitterly. I will not entangle you anymore. This time, the blow to her is really a bit big. Listening to her saying this, Yang Kai cannot help but feel a loose heart. Finally got rid of this trouble. After Humayr's clothes were dry, the two left the lake. In order to avoid eye-catching, Yang Kai and Humayr parted ways early and went back to each of the sects. Resting back to the chalet for a moment, Yang Kai got up and came to Sleepy Dragon. This time the war has consumed all the hardships of these days. Naturally, it is necessary to supplement the true yang of the body as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be no way to deal with such things next time. Moreover, the use of 2 positive liquids today, the power of the experiment also made Yang Kai excited. He really did not expect the power of the liquid is so powerful. He is now only 8 layers of quenching. If the realm is higher, Yang will the power of the liquid become stronger? No matter what the reason, Yang Kai now has the idea that he can't wait to cultivate. Chapter 51 Seed Variation. Since I learned to vote, my mother no longer has to worry about my book shortage. When I came to sit next to the Sleepy Dragon, Yang Kaizheng was about to start practicing, and suddenly remembered something. Reaching out and groping for a moment, I took out a seed from my arms. This kind of sun is the seed that comes with the owner when he buys Yang Yanshi at the battle booth today. It is said that it is the seed of the third fruit. Yang Kai wants to plant it, although I don't know how many years to grow, but it doesn't cost anything. And this place is full of yang, which is undoubtedly the most suitable place to plant this fruit tree. But just after taking out the seeds, Yang Kai found that something was wrong. When I saw this seed during the day, it had no abnormalities. There was only a weak yang inside, which was almost negligible. But now, this seed has turned red, crystal clear, like a ruby, held in the hand. Yang Kai can even feel the rhythm of the seeds in the bursts. It's like the human heart is beating and it's alive. And at this moment, the yang contained in the seeds is many times larger than the daytime. Looking at it for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly woke up. He suddenly understood where the drop of yang liquid that disappeared in Dantian went. It is clearly absorbed by this seed. If not, how can this ordinary seed change like this? A drop of positive liquid. If there is no foreign object to help, it will take a few days to work hard. Yang Kai almost couldn't hold back the positive liquid in the seed. But thinking about it, Yang Kai still didn't do it. There is a big change in this seed. If it is planted, what will it look like when it comes to flowering? The curiosity and knowledge of the juvenile is extremely strong. Compared with a precious drop of Yang Kai wants to see the changes after planting the seeds. After careful consideration for a moment, Yang started to move. First, I found a relatively soft land nearby, carefully drove the soil, planted the seeds, and then went to find some water to water them. After finishing these things, Yang Kai sat down to run the real Yang Shua. I don't know if there is any return from the investment of a drop of liquid. Nothing in the night. After so many days of hard work, the speed of absorbing yang is obviously faster and faster. After a night of cultivation, the yang in the meridians is filled again. It is estimated that there will be another 2 or 3 days to condense a drop of liquid. Compared to the first time, the efficiency is not much higher. On the second morning, Yang practiced the quenching of half an hour. He did not have any interruption in the cultivation of the quenched body. Everything that must be done every day, in addition to sweeping the ground, is to cultivate the quenching body and then find a younger brother to bully, earn some contribution value. The rest of the time is constantly practicing. After half an hour, Yang Kai resumed work. Inadvertently glanced at the place where the seeds of sanyang fruit were planted last night, and the look could not help. In the soft land, there was a sapling of 1 foot high. The saplings are slender, and a few leaves are tender and tender. In the tiny trunks, some dark red lines are faintly visible. Although the saplings are small, they have a vitality that cannot be ignored. They are breaking free from the constraints of the heavens and the earth and thriving. No, right? Yang Kai feels that the brain is not quite enough. Just after a night, how can the sanyang fruit tree grow so big? For a time, Yang Kai even thought that he had forgotten the time while practicing, which led to the passage of many days. But if you think about it carefully, this is not the case. The true yang of your body has not increased much. It is clear that there is only one night. Is this all the credit of the cation that penetrates into the seed? It is not impossible. In the knowledge that Yang Kai got, he only said that yang liquid is infinitely useful, but he did not say that it can only be used in battle. If it is a change in the seed caused by the liquid, it can explain the scene before it. It's a long night. Can you blossom in a few days? Thinking of this, Yang happy head up. Sanyang fruit is the spirit of the prefecture-level product, in which the yang attribute energy is a great complement to one's true yang. One fruit can definitely be worth many days. Practice. Thinking of this layer, Yang Kai suddenly felt that his investment was extremely wise. What you have to do now is to wait for the time to verify and see how many days it takes for the fruit tree to bloom. Here is the side of the sleepy dragonfly. Usually no one came here. Yang Kai practiced here for many days. Apart from meeting and 11 elders, I didn't see anyone else, so I didn't worry that this fruit tree would be people give discoveries. Back at the chalet, Yang Kai wanted to finish the work today. I can find it for a long time, and the broom has not been found. I can't help but make him wonder. After waiting for a while, a disciple of Ling Xiaoga came over with a big man, and it was Yang Kai's broom. This person Yang Kai also knows is one of the people of Sumu. The strength is only 5 layers of quenching, called. Seeing Yang Kai standing here, quickly went forward. Yang Shixiao, are you back? Well, why is Zheng Shidi doing this? How did I take my broom away? Laughing. I am going to help you sweep the floor. Brothers, don't bother with these trivial things in the future. Our group of teachers will come to a person every day to help you finish this work. You can only practice. This is not suitable. After listening to Yang Kai, He quickly waved his hand, but the work of sweeping the floor was not heavy, but it was also very hard. If he didn't want to stay in the Lingxiao Pavilion, he had already given the job. But as a trial disciple, if you don't pick up some work, you can't be accommodated in Lingxiao. Talk, where the brothers say, we should support each other. If you didn't teach them to Xiaofeng last time, the younger brothers couldn't really get out of this breath. And we have more people, one person a day, take turns to change. Each person only needs to sweep 2 or 3 times a month. No need for the brother to get up early every day, but also waste time. Brothers, don't refuse. Look at the younger brothers, let us help you. If you look down, forget it. If you talk about this, what can Yang Kai do? Quickly said, there is a younger brother, and Zheng Shidi is going to drink a glass of water. No, Su Xiao has made a strict order. Everyone has to work hard now. If anyone dares to be lazy, they will no longer be brothers. I am gone, brothers, and you will work hard. While talking, let go of the broom and trotting away. Looking at his back, Yang Happy head is warm, and it is right to save Sumu on that day. This person is a real villain. If you respect him, he will pay you back. It seems that there is no need to worry about sweeping the time in the future. Under the joy, Yang Kai stepped out and grabbed a disciple of Ling Xiaoga, who looked like a 7-story layer on the roadside. He said, Teacher, please enlighten me. The man's face was immediately bitter. Yang's brother, so many people, why are you looking for me? During this time, Yang Kai challenged one person every day. He had already played a prestigious name. Now he is a disciple of Ling Xiaoga. However, if he is in a quenching situation, he will be a little worried if he sees Yang Kai. He is no longer the gas bag that was defeated in every battle. Now, he has won a lot of days in a row, and the victory is quite clean and neat. Chapter 52 Worth Buying and Selling. Ticket. Looking at the younger brother of this bitter melon, Yang Kai smiled. Don't be nervous. I just earn a few contributions. Don't worry. I am very light, and you can't hurt if you fight. After the 10th interest, the younger brother fell to the ground, and Yang Kaiyang went away. Xia Ningxiang stood in the treetops and printed everything into the fundus. His eyes became crescent-shaped, and a faint smile appeared in his mouth. He witnessed a losing streak of 147 games, which made her rise. This made her plainly gave birth to a sense of accomplishment. Although Yang Kai's strength has nothing to do with her, it can be more than 2 years. Xia Ningxiang has become accustomed to secretly observing this younger brother. This is like a silent guardian. Yang Kai becomes stronger, and Xia Ningxiang has no reason. I am happy. Next to the trapped dragon, Yang Kai is still practicing. It has been 5 days since I planted the seeds of Sanyang fruit. The saplings here grow to a height, almost every day. At this time, Sanyang fruit trees follow the wind. Swinging, 3 bright red flowers are in full bloom. I am afraid that it will take a few days to bear fruit. By that time, Yang Kai will be able to eat. In the past few days, Yang Kai's cultivation has also achieved fruitful results. Dantian has condensed a drop of positive liquid, and the true Yangshua has become more sophisticated. Every day, the work of sweeping the ground was taken down, and Yang Kai had a lot of time for cultivation. In the past few days, Yang Kai was also exploring the movements on the side of the wind and rain building. After all, he killed Cheng Xiaofeng and the angry waves. It is difficult to prevent the upper body from getting into trouble. What Yang can open up is that there is no change in the wind and rain building. It looks like Humayr did not sell herself. This woman is still trustworthy. It is the 8th day of January, and finally it is possible to settle the contribution points. In the 8th day of last month, I just got the proud bones. At that time, there were only 3 layers of quenching. After a month passed, I had already reached the 8 layers of quenching. This kind of cultivation speed is universal. Even those so-called talents of the sky, with the help of panacea, there is absolutely no such speed. Entering the contribution hall, the dream shopkeeper sitting behind the counter suddenly looked at the eyes and looked at Yang Kai with amazement. He found that many days were gone, and Yang Kai's strength grew a lot. The horror is just a glimpse. The dream shopkeeper has returned to the normal state. He is not a person who has no knowledge. On the contrary, his vision is far more than anyone in Lingxiao. Therefore, although Yang Kai's strength grows, he will not shock him. He dazzled the light, but he could achieve the ultimate achievement, but he had nothing to do. Dream dispensers. Yang Kai greeted. Let's change things. The old man looked up and down. Well, I have a contribution of 59 points this month. There are 10 points for sweeping the floor. 2 people can be defeated by defeating 1 person every day. There are 3 days in this month. Yang Kai is not in the Zoman. He played a total of 27 games, but the last time he and Sumu were drinking in the Zoman, they were caught by the Dark Disciples. Currently, 5 points have been deducted. It is a contribution of 59 points. Yes, what do you want to change? 29 strains of Deadland Dead Wood Grass, 33-leaf residual soul flowers. The incense burner has been useless for some days because of the lack of materials. This thing does not help to cultivate the vitality, but it is a great benefit to the quenching of the body. The old man dreamed of him with a deep look. He walked into the back hall and packed the things Yang opened and took them out. Yang Kaijing was going to reach out and pick it up. The dream shopkeeper took it back again and asked with a smile, Xiao Yang Kai, can you tell me what I ate in the last time in the Black Wind Mountain? He is still interested in Yang Kai's adventures. Yang Kaika said, I don't know, it's a red fruit. If you are hungry, you will eat it. The fruit of redness, the fruit of redness. The old man dreamed of deep thought, but he could not think of the corresponding fruit. After a long while, the dream shopkeeper shook his head. Forget it, but you are not prepared to contribute to the old man's brainwashing, Dan? In the past, Yang Kai, every time he made a small contribution, he had to make a careful calculation. He couldn't do it with a slap in the face, but now he is full of arrogance. This month's contribution point has just come to an account, and it's a shame. It's not like him. Yang Kai smiled and said, If you don't change it, you can only become stronger by your own efforts. Putting your hopes on a medicinal herb is my short-sightedness. 1 yen, the dream shopkeeper looked at him deeply and smiled nodded. Not bad. You can see this out of the old man's expectations. Xiaoyang, the old man gives you a piece of advice. Dream treasurer, please talk. Work hard. Don't let go of your adventure. The disciple is taught. Out of the contribution hall, Yang Kai all the way to the side of the trapped dragon. After summoning the incense burner and throwing the herbs into it, Yang Kai put his fists on the side of the trapped dragon. The familiar pressure will follow. This kind of pressure is definitely not the strength of Yang Kai. Now, in less than a moment, he is already panting and exhausted, but he has not given up, but has been insisting, slow fists. Open, every movement is extremely difficult. Physical strength such as the flood of the rushing. The spirit is groggy and exhausted. After a while, Yang Kai could no longer support it and fell to the ground. Strongly propped up and sat up, running true Yang Shua, restoring physical strength and spirit. Originally, Yang Kai thought that the incense burner had no effect on the cultivation of the spirit, but now he found himself wrong. Under the influence of the different fragrances, the operation of the yang in the veins of his own veins seems to have been added with a layer of imprisonment, and it is slow and flows 1 by 1 inch, which makes people feel helpless. The fragrant incense hinders the speed of the real yang, and the efficiency of his cultivation is greatly reduced. Yang Kai did not rush to take back the incense burner, but decided to feel more. He felt that the incense burner was not only the role of tempering the flesh. This thing is wonderful, not that you can now snoop. With the help of the incense burner, Yang Kai's body became stronger day by day, but the cultivation of Xinyang's yang was pulled down a lot, and the speed of absorbing yang was greatly reduced. After 2 or 3 days of cultivation, the body's true yang yuanqi did not increase much. Is this incense burner really just a hindrance to the cultivation of vitality? After 2 or 3 days of experimentation, Yang Kai felt a little discouraged. If this is the case, then the value of the incense burner will be greatly reduced. Nothing, Yang Kai can only decide to put the incense burner away during the recovery, lest it affect the operation of the body's vitality and increase the recovery time. After another exhaustion, the incense burner was taken into the black book by Yang. Running up the real Yang Shua, Yang Kai's look moved and felt it carefully. After a while, Yang opened his mouth and smiled. He found that the speed of true yang in his body was 1 point faster than the previous 2 days. The speed of the vital energy is fast, and the speed of absorbing the yang is fast. If it is in the battle, the explosiveness that erupts will be strong. That's it. The existence of the incense burner has nothing to do with the cultivation of its own strength, but it has given itself a great advantage to some extent. The body's vitality adapts to the pressure brought by the fragrant scent, and suddenly there is no fragrant effect, and naturally it will run faster than before. It is as if a person has adapted to walk on a stone carrying 3,000 pounds, and suddenly replaced 3,000 pounds of stone with 300 pounds. Then he walked the road and was absolutely healthy. This is the same reason. Perceive this, Yang Kai laughed. It may be that in a short time, the incense burner will only hinder the cultivation of its true impotence, but in the long run, this hindrance can bring back huge benefits, which is another investment worth investing. Chapter 53 9 Layers of Quenching. 10 days after the seeds of the sanyang fruit tree were planted, the 3 fruits quietly matured. Red and colorful hanging on the branches, lovable. Yang Kai can feel a strong yang from these 3 fruits. It's only 10 days, so I let the spirits of this grade-level product come from nothing, and melon is ripe, and the effect of a drop of cation is too great. Carefully reach out and take the 3 fruits off and put them on the palm of your hand for a while. Yang Kaiwa looks more and more. But this thing is so gratifying, it is also necessary to eat the stomach to have an effect. Yang Kai is also not vague. He sits on the knees and throws a sanyang fruit directly. The warm and sweet juice spreads on the tip of his tongue, leaving his lips and teeth fragrant. Lingua into the abdomen. The real Yangshuo is running. The abdomen is like a fire, but for Yang Kai, who cultivates the real Yangshuo, this temperature is the most pleasant and even makes him feel good. The Yang Yuan gas contained in the prefecture-level spirits quickly flows into the meridians, and the filling meridians are immediately saturated. With a ticking, a drop of yang liquid is quietly formed. After a while, another whisper came. 3 drops of cations have been condensed, and the efficacy of this prefecture-level product is completely dissipated. In Dantian, there are already 4 drops of yang liquid, 3 of which were just formed, and the remaining 1 is the result of Yang Kai's 10-day cultivation. Because of the incense of the incense burner, the results of this 10-day cultivation are rather bleak, but Yang Kai does not care. His eyes are on the future. How can he account for this small profit? Moreover, Yang Kai has a hunch that there is a hunch. That is, if the rest of the 2 fruits are eaten, it may break through the 9 layers of the quenching body and touch the threshold of Kaiyuan. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai did not hesitate to throw the remaining 2 sanyang fruit into the mouth. Yang Yuan's gas is opened in the abdomen, and the fierce burning power burns in the meridians, and Yang Kai's skin becomes red. Zhen Yangshua is running wildly, and with the sound of dripping, the liquid in Dantian is increasing one by one, and the yang that overflows in the dragon's scorpion penetrates into the pores of the open skin of Yang Kaipi. It should be external. The swaying of the vitality of the body is far more powerful and fiercer. If anyone with insights sees Yang Kai's appearance, he will be afraid that the chin will fall off the ground, and there has never been a quenching situation. The military, the body can be rich in energy to this extent. The warrior of quenching the body, the meridians are narrow, and the capacity of Dantian is also low, which cannot withstand such a huge strength. The volatility of this kind of arrogance alone is enough to rival a warrior who has opened up the Yuan dynasty. However, Yang Kai only has 8 layers of quenching. Yang Kai also felt a pressure at this moment. This kind of pressure is unclear. It seems that it exists between the heavens and the earth. It is added to the embarrassment of oneself, and it is impossible to break through this flaw. The hot Real Yang is running up, burning this unspeakable sputum. As time goes by, Yang Kai can feel that this layer of obstruction is slowly becoming thinner and thinner, and the breakthrough is imminent. Yang Happy is clear, true Yang is running. The speed is 1 point faster. The sound of the ground, as if to break free of a shackle. All of them are light. All kinds of pressure and uncomfortable disappeared. Yang Kai only feels refreshed. 9 layers of quenched body, standing outside the threshold of Kaiyuan. Although the breakthrough, but the original mood has not disappeared. Yang Kai and the movement, the 10 drops of yang liquid stored in Dantian actually slid and slid, scattered in all directions, infiltrated into the open 5 internal organs, flesh and blood meridians. The power of the sun in the liquid is dissolved, the impurities in the body are burned, and the internal organs and meridians are honed. Stainless steel needs to be tempered to form, and isn't human body like this? Therefore, each time a warrior breaks through a big realm, he will use the energy of the world to pour the body, so that the strength can grow wildly. Yonkai's breakthrough is only a small layer of realm. There is no extra space energy available, but the body's positive liquid has the same effect. For a long time, Yonkai's slowly blinked. He can feel the tremendous growth that this breakthrough has brought to him. The strength alone is not comparable to the breakthrough. If you encounter Cheng Xiaofeng and Nu Tao now, Yongkai has the confidence to use the liquid and easily kill the two. In addition to the growth of strength, Yongkai also faintly touched the mood when he broke through, but this thing is too mysterious, and now he can't understand it. He can only feel it when he breaks through. The meridians are filled with true yang, but Dantian is empty. Feeling carefully, Yongkai's face suddenly darkened. After so many hard times, it has vanished in a flash. The three liquids formed by the three yang fruit, plus a drop of positive liquid that was condensed before, a whole 10 drops. Now there is no drop, all infiltrated into the body at the time of breakthrough. Although the benefits of the body are enormous, the liquid is gone. However, it does not matter, as long as there is money. It is very simple and easy to buy a liquid, buy a genius treasure of the yang property. You can absorb it directly. The only problem now is the slap in the face of Yang Kaiping. Except for the last time I killed the spoils that were found by Xiaofeng and Nu Tao, there was nothing more valuable. Sitting in the spot and thinking about it, Yang Kai had an idea. Can't afford to buy those genius treasures. Can't you still afford to buy seeds? The success precedent of Sanyang fruit tree is in front of you. With the extraordinary things of Yang Ye, as long as there is a suitable seed, the lingua can be obtained with ease. However, the seed is actually a little scarce. It was a long time in the Black Wind market, and Yang Kai did not find anyone selling seeds. It is not difficult to understand that the seed planting of Lingqiao Lingshu not only has to find a suitable environment, but also to take good care of it, and it will take many years to achieve results. Who will pay for that? With this energy and time, it is better to practice. No one buys nature and no one sells it. If there is demand, there is a market. Yang Kai said that he wants to buy, and it is a big buy. With an idea, Yang Kai walked out of Lingxiage and went all the way to the direction of the Black Wind market. Although it is the second time, Yang Kai also seems to be familiar with the road. After a lapse of more than half a month, the Black Wind trade market is still as lively and extraordinary as ever. The warriors coming and going are like the rivers. There are countless genius treasures on the booths, and people can see them. In the lively stall, I turned around and found that I didn't find the seeds. With psychological preparation, Yang Kai did not disappoint. Following the memory, I went to the stall to help the battle I encountered last time. He wanted to see that. There are no extra seeds on the guy's hand. Chapter 54 Thousands of Charms. When there was not much time, a shout of surprise came from the side. Yang Shixiao. Yang Kai looked at it, and saw Li Yuntian beckoning himself. His face was full of enthusiasm. There was also a booth in front of him, and he put some miscellaneous things, some herbs, and a few bottles. It seems that there is a drug in it. How do you set up a stall here? Yang asked and said. He remembered that the last time he told himself that Su Mu had ordered the death and asked them to practice hard. I just broke through. Su Xiao said that let me come out to distract myself and stabilize the realm. Just as the brothers need something to assist in cultivation, I will come here to try my luck. Li Yuntian explained. It turned out to be like this. Yang Kai looked at Li Yuntian carefully and found that he really looked stronger than the previous days. It should be a breakthrough to the 8 layers of the quenching body. What are you doing here? Li Yuntian asked curiously. I buy something. What do you want? See if I have it here. If I need it, I will take it. Li Yuntian pointed at the things on the booth and was very proud. The seeds of the Yang attribute spirit grass medicine. Are there? Li Yuntian shook his head. There is no such thing, and as far as I know, very few people in this trade market sell seeds. In general, seeds are not of high value, but they are still rare. I am also coming to try my luck. Yang opened a laugh. Like this, I will hang a sign for my brother to see if I can receive it. Anyway, I will be here for 2 days. If you are lucky, maybe someone will sell it. Li Yuntian had an idea. All right, then there is a younger brother. Li Yuntian immediately pulled up a brand and wrote a line of words, standing next to it. He also talked with Li Yuntian about the conversation. He knew that Su Mu and others had been hit hard last time, and Su Yan's swear words were placed in front. The young master of this sorrow finally converges a lot. The cultivation of the land has already broken through the Kaiyuan. After making a difference with Li Yuntian, Yang Kai went all the way to the booth where he bought Yang Yinshi last time. After seeing the familiar stall owner, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was really afraid of finding someone. Hey, little brother, are you here again? The disciple who helped the blood war last time saw Yang Kai and Hu Meyer together. Naturally, they were deeply impressed. At this moment, even the honorific words were used. What do you want to buy this time? Asked the stall owner. The last time you gave me the seeds of the sanyang fruit. Is there any? Yang Kai did not talk nonsense and opened the door. The stall owner shook his head and said, No, I only have that one. It has already been given to the younger brother. This way, Yang Kai could not help but be disappointed. That disturbed. After all, Yang Kai went to the side and wanted to look carefully in this black wind market. So many people sell things. If they are lucky, they should always find them. The battle helped the disciple look at the back of Yang Kai, and he struggled for a moment, suddenly shouting, Little brother, and stay. Yang Kai turned his head and said, What happened? In fact, there are not only one seed in the sanyang fruit tree. There were several tablets at the time, but I only got one. Listening to him saying this, Yang Kai looks great. What about other seeds? It's been taken by a few other people. If you really want it, you can go find them. Where are they now? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. The stall owner looked a little hesitant, and for a long while, he said, In the mining area where we help, they are all mining Yang Yinshi and other minerals there. But if there are, the cadres cannot easily enter, let alone the little brother. You are an outsider. When will they come out? Yang Kai did not give up. I don't want to come out in a short time. If the younger brother is looking for them, maybe they have to wait for a month or two. Yang opened his brow and wrinkled. For so long, the daylily was cold. Do you have any way for me to go in and find them? Rest assured, I just went to them to buy the seeds of sanyang fruit trees. I have no way. I am just helping an ordinary gang. The stall owner smiled and shook his head, and then his eyes turned. But there are ways for them. Yang Kai looked shocked. I want to hear the details. The stall owner smiled at him and looked quite awkward. You can ask the lady to help, and she will lead you, and the people in the mining area will not stop. As soon as I heard this, Yang Kai's face became strange and shouted, I have a relationship with your lady. Well, the stall owner nodded again and again, obviously did not believe Yang Kai's words, pointing to a wooden house road not far away. Today is also a coincidence. Miss just happened to come to the trade, and now rest in that house. If you are in a hurry to ask for a seed, you may wish to ask the lady. Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. It was a bit unpleasant to say what happened between him and Hu Meyer. He was completely offended by this woman. Now she has to ask her for help. Where does Yang Kai pull this face? But if you don't look for her, there is no other good way. Unwillingly, Yang Kai carefully searched for it in the black wind market. Although it was not a positive attribute to find some seeds, it was of no value to him. In desperation, Yang Kai has a bite, but he loses his face and loses his face. Anyway, he has no place to be sorry for her, afraid that she will dry up. The wooden houses here are basically the three disciples who are guarding the cultivation. Hu Meyer is the little daughter of the gang to help the Lord. Although the strength is not high, the status is not low, and the rest is normal. There are no people at 30 feet near the wooden house. All the warriors are very respectful of the strong men in these wooden houses. Naturally, they will not place the stalls near the wooden houses. When I came to the wooden house where the stall owner instructed, Yang Kai stood at the door. When I didn't know how to open it, there was a sudden scream in the house. Who is outside? It sounds like Hu Meyer's voice, but it's weird. They have already come here. Yang Kai will naturally not retreat, and immediately said, May girl, I am Yang Kai, but also look out to sea. Unlike Yang Kai Xiang, there are two women sitting in the house at the moment. The two look almost the same. Even the figure is no different. At first glance, I am afraid that there is a mirror here, one of them. It is another reflection. When I heard the voice of Yang Kai, one of them had a glimpse of surprise and horror. I turned to look at the other person and said, "Little girl, this person is the Yang Kai you said?" The woman she was asked was Humayr, and she nodded her words. "Well, how did he come to me?" She also thought that since the day, the two could no longer have any intersection. The other person sneered. "It seems that he is not the kind of man who thinks about beauty and nothing. Some men, they will pretend to be high, specifically to lure you, this little girl, and then take the opportunity to capture your body and mind, calling you a lot of trouble." Humayr's face was reddish and annoyed. "Sister, he is not what you think." Hu Jiaoer ate a smile. "If he is not, why have you come to find you after such a few days? You know that you are not forgetting him. This time you are coming." Humayr said, "You will think of the bad guys. If he is such a person, then on the day of the lake, Humayr believes that he is already chaste and unprotected, and no man can stand the temptation." Chapter 55T is better. www.mtlnovel.com wanna vote. Just why did he come to find himself? Although Humayr did not believe in her sister's words, she was actually somewhat confused. Seeing her expression, Hu Jiaoer sighed. "I am obsessed with it, and I will suffer big losses sooner or later." Humayr was annoyed. "I don't tell you, he has to ask me what is going on. I will ask." Just about to get up, but was held down by her sister. Hu Jiaoer winks and smirked. "Little sister, how can I make a bet with you?" "What gambling?" Humayr was confused. "Just be gambling whether he is a hypocrite. If he is as you said, then you can sit still. If he is not, then the sorrowful sister is so hot." Hu Jiaoer said, his eyes flashed cold light. In these years, Humayr was stirring the wind outside, and the reason why she could keep her body innocent, but more than half of the credit was attributed to the sister. Those who are unwilling to use Humayr's strong people are always dead. White. Humayr is clear about her own sister's means. When she looks at her expression, she knows what a bad idea is. "What do you want to do with your sister?" Humayr exclaimed. "You can watch it, oh." Hu Jiaoer waved a hand, and a group of glares suddenly shrouded his sister's body. Immediately, Humayr's body gradually dimmed and eventually disappeared. "Sister, don't mess." Humayr slammed the air, but no sound came out. She couldn't even walk out of the square. She could only look at everything in the house and couldn't help but eagerly. Outside the door, Yang Kai waited for a long while and did not see Humayr to open the door, but also helplessly sigh. It seems that she really offended her that day. She will be annoyed and taken for granted. If she is replaced by any woman, she will not be treated calmly. Forget it. Yang Kai-ben didn't have any expectations. Just come here and try it. Now I don't want to take care of myself. Naturally, I don't want to ask for it. Just about to turn and leave, there was a voice from Humayr in the room. "Come in." Yang Kai, after a moment of indulgence, still pushed the door and went in. When I entered the house and closed the door, all the noise outside the door suddenly disappeared, leaving only tranquility. Yang Kai looked up and found that the size of the wooden house was similar to that of Su Yan, but the decoration inside was much stronger than that of Su Yan. Su Yan's house had nothing, just a simple wooden house, such as her own cold. Here, there is a table, 2 chairs, and even a fragrant bed. There is a pink draper on the fragrant bed. It is as thin as a flap, and there is a small pillow on the bed. The house is filled with the fragrance of the daughter's house. Here, in Suyana, there are 2 different worlds. Hu Jiaoer sat at the table with a smile, facing the direction of Yang Kai's coming. The charming eyes were tender and staring at him with a strange look. The corner of his mouth still had a smug smile. It's fascinating. Her 2 jade arms are bare. The pink skin is as white as a baby, wearing a pair of rafts. The delicate toes are exposed. The nails are smeared, showing a purple color, revealing a madness wild and charming. Yang Kai looked at the heart of the jump, do not know why. Today Humayr seems to be particularly charming, more attractive than when she saw her a few days ago. But her smile made Yang Kailu think that the other party is ridiculing himself. At this moment, Humayr, a slender little hand, is holding an oblate cloth fan, and he is fanning himself to the wind, and the hair is flying with the wind, adding a lazy and noble. On the fan's surface, there is a lady figure embroidered. The lady's body is full of voluptuousness and poses a seductive gesture. If the clothes are less embroidered, it is a pair of. Yang opened a glance. The woman said that she was bold, and the woman next to her would be ashamed to die when she looked at her. She dared to hold the fan wind. It was really not ordinary people. It's just that I haven't seen it for half a month. How did Humayr change so much? Although she has been staring at herself, Yang Kai is also unscrupulous. She walks toward her and looks at her eyes. She has no idea of retreating. On that day, Humayr's embarrassment was all in his eyes. It was equal to pinching her little sister-in-law. Now facing her again, how can Yang Kai be timid? When he looked at him like this, Hu Jiaoer, who was pretending to be Humayr, felt a bit too much to eat. He said that this person is really daring. How can anyone look at it like a beautiful woman? I don't know how to avoid it, but I really don't understand it. However, his eyes are very clear and there is no slight obscenity. When I came to the table, Yang opened the fist and said, "May girl, not seen in a dozen days, is more and more charming." Hu Jiaoer, who listened to this, giggled and ate. "Will you compliment people?" Humayr said all about Yang Kai, so Hu Jiaoer also knows how to deal with it, and she is not worried about what she will show. Yang Kai smiled. "I am telling the truth." While sitting on the opposite side of her, she put down a stone in her heart. It seems that this woman did not have her own anger. This is much easier. "May girl, I am coming this time." Yang Kai intends to speak his own purpose directly, and this seems to be sincere. "I don't want to talk about things first." Hu Jiaoer put down the fan, picked it up, lifted the teapot on the table, and went to Yang Kai to pick up a cup for him. "It's hot outside. Drink tea and moisten the throat. Rest I will not say it later." Also, Yang opened his nod and enjoyed the warmth of the other party. He took a sip of the cup and looked a little weird. Hu Jiaoer went back to his seat and sat down with his hands and looked at him with a sly look. What does Yang Shidi think about this tea? Yang Xinli thought about other things. If he looked up and looked at Hu Jiaoer with a deep look, this is the way. This tea leaf is flat like a palm, the hair is straight and straight, the color is green like a drop of green, and the leaves are blossoming. It is a good thing. Hu Jiaoer listened to the glimpse of it and looked at Yang Kai with amazement. "Do you understand?" Even she didn't understand it. She just used it to drink it, but she didn't think that Yang Kai actually said that she was the leader. How can she not be surprised? Yang Kai shook his head. "Slightly understand, not proficient." "Then how do you think this tea compares with me?" Hu Jiaoer looked at Yang Kai, exhaled like a blue. Even if the distance from a table, Yang Kai can feel the breath of the other party, sweet as the mountains and clear springs. Qingyi is like 100-years-old wine, which makes people feel good. Without a reason, Yang Kai suddenly felt that his breathing was rushing a lot, and the blood was slowly surging. He almost blurted out, "Good tea is better." Giggle. Hu Jiaoer's laughing flower blossoms, and the chest trembled. Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on the huge fullness, and the throat could not help but move. Hu Jiaoer intentionally or unintentionally picked up the cloth fan and blocked the spring light on her chest, but deliberately pointed the exposed lady figure to him. Yang Kai's face suddenly became red. Chapter 56 Temptation. Seeing this scene, Humayr, who was imprisoned, suddenly shouted, "Sister, you are lame." But how can her shouts go out? Anxious Sweat is also helpless. Too mean, with the strength of my sister, want to play with a warrior who only quenched the body. It is a breeze. If it is normal communication, Humayr thinks that Yang Kai will not reveal any embarrassment. But if the sister secretly moves what means, then it is not allowed. Inside the house, Hu Jiaoer suddenly stood up again and walked toward the incense bed step by step. He smiled and said, "Let's wait. I will give you something." "Good." Yang opened his brow slightly, and he felt that something was wrong, but in the end, he couldn't say it. Going to the incense bed, Hu Jiaoer bent down and squatted on the bed. The thin clothes couldn't cover her all kinds of styles, and the clothes that clung to her body wrapped her round hips. Shows an unparalleled temptation. Yang Kai's heart rate is a lot faster, and his throat is a bit hot. For a long while, Hu Jiaoer still maintained this seductive posture. Suddenly, a shout came out from her mouth. "How?" Yang Kai changed his look and rushed forward. Just at this time, Hu Jiaoer retired from the bed, stepped into a shackle, and fell directly into the arms of Yang Kai, hugged him. The two of them touched each other's feet, and they didn't know how to do it. They all fell on the bed. Hu Jiaoer is on. Yang Kai is on. The hot and tender body is in the arms. Yang Kai's throat is getting more and more dry. Looking at the beautiful face and delicate lips in front of him, Yang Kaichang presses his heart. Open the way. What's wrong? There are bugs. Hu Jiaoer made a full set of plays, and the acting was also quite good. The two little hands were holding the clothes of Yang Kai, and the look of a pair of scared birds. Yang Kai dumbfounded. Where? There. In the direction directed by Hu Jiaoer, Yang Kai really saw a worm crawling slowly there. The woman in the heart was really interesting. It was already a warrior. A worm in the district could scare her like this. Going out, a pinch of death, and then patted her shoulder. It's okay. I have already been killed by me. Definitely there is. Hu Jiaoer was insatiable, and while he was turning around, his hair was swept over Yang Kai's cheeks and mouth, and Yang Kaigang's mood was once again being smashed. Nothing. Yang Kai thinks that this is not a problem. If someone now breaks in to see himself and Hu Meyer, it is really impossible to wash the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Is it really gone? Hu Jiaoer's eyes flashed in a strange way. I didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to sit still and not be in danger. If Yang Kai really started it, it would definitely be the end of the broken leg. Although the heart is not embarrassed, Hu Jiaoer did not insist, but steadily climbed from Yang Kai. Yang Kai also sat up, and some embarrassedly looked up at Hu Meyer, and found that the other person was also flushed and limped to sit beside him. What happened to your feet? Yang opened the question. It seems to have a sprain when I fell. Hu Jiaoer couldn't make a decision, and came back to it. I thought that my grandmother would sacrifice a hand today. I have to dig up your heart to see if it is black or red. I am. Yang Kai squatted down and picked up one of Hu Jiao's feet, and found that her ankle was really red and swollen. It was clearly a bruise. It's not really hurt. In order to test Yang Kai, Hu Jiaoer's sacrifice can be big. Yang Kai did not evade anything. After all, Hu Meyer was not a person who cares too much about etiquette. Before she tempted herself, what is the reason for holding her own feet now? You don't move. Yang opened his mouth and then reached out and took a bottle of medicinal herbs from his arms. This is a bottle of sputum cream from Ling Xiaogu. After taking it out, Yang Kai's action paused, as if thinking about something. After a short while, he unveiled the bottle, poured some plaster from it, spread it on the palm of his hand, and carefully applied the red and swollen position on Hu Jiaoer's foot. The faint Yang is also working to help resolve the effects. Hu Jiaoer couldn't help but tremble, and secretly said that he was really dead this time. For so many years, the body of Bingqing Yujia has never been touched. Today, in order to make a bet with the younger sister, he was hugged and hugged. However, she can't attack, and she can't let the other party be responsible. Although I feel wronged in my heart, I feel different in my body. The big hand was squatting at the ankle, his posture was serious, his movements were gentle, and the rough hand rubbed his own fresh skin, bringing a burst of numbness. He looked serious and seemed to have a calmness that was not consistent with his age. With Yang Kai's movements, Hu Jiaoer's cranky thoughts were gradually interrupted, and the body constantly rushed out of a strange feeling. This feeling made her feel flustered, and a heart suddenly jumped up and down, and there was a belly. The heat flow of the stock, like a lightning jump, made her unable to restrain her legs. She is afraid that she will not clamp her legs, and the heat will rush out. Yang Kai, the strange tone shouted from Hu Jiaoer's mouth. At this moment, she was ashamed to be somewhat self-confident. She never thought about it. One day she would make such a voice. Well, Yang Kai looked up and saw Hu Jiaoer's pair of beautiful eyes staring at himself. The face had no other colors, only the red. Do you want to do something else? Hu Jiaoer bite the ruby lips and make a final counterattack. If Yang opens up and promises, she can abandon all the feelings of the present, completely withdraw from it, and will not let Yang open. Will he promise? Hu Jiaoer was nervous. He hoped that he promised to let himself be freed and hoped that he would refuse. This proves that Xiaomei didn't look away and didn't look away. This tension and struggle made her heartbroken. Hu Jiaoer worried that Hu Meyer, who was imprisoned, was not worried. At this moment, she also stopped useless shouting, staring at Yang Kai tightly, not knowing what answer he would give. Yang Kai looked straight at Hu Jiaoer and seemed to be interested. The latter's heart all mentioned the eyes of the blind man, for fear that Yang Kai would say a good word from his mouth. Suddenly, Yang Kai smiled slightly, slowly picking up the coagulation ointment, solemnly into the arms. Girl, Yang Kai-shun. Well, Hu Jiaoer was so nervous that she did not find the change in Yang Kai's title. The coagulation ointment that was just given to you for healing is one of my most precious things. Although it is not of high value, it is a testimony to the warmth of human feelings over the past few years. What do you mean? Hu Jiaoer stunned. He asked him if he wanted to. What did he say to himself? What is the meaning? Yang Kai straightened up and looked down at Hu Jiaoer. I want to tell you. I am using this bottle and its precious plaster to heal you. Please also don't care about my offense, this farce. Let's stop here. Chapter 57. One side small. What are you talking about? Hu Jiaoer changed his face and said, I don't understand. He won't see that he is not a little girl, right? Impossible. He clearly has only 9 layers of quenching, and he is a means of playing a true meta-environment. How can he be seen through? What's more, the general appearance of myself and the younger sister, no matter the sound or the form, is no different. The old man in the help often mistakes the identity of his sisters. How does he have this skill? Yang Kai looked at her faintly and chuckled. The girl said, Is it unwilling to admit it? What do you admit? I really don't know what you are talking about. Hu Jiaoer is doing the final effort. Yang Kai smashed his forehead and said helplessly, Then I will explain the words. Girl, you are not Hu Meyer, I think. You should be her twin sister. Hu Jiaoer stunned and immediately smirked. Why do you say that? This time, she did not hardly deny it, but looked at Yang Kai with great interest. She also wanted to know where she was exposed. If Yang Kai can't say that he is ugly, then it is clear that he is using his words to swindle himself. Maybe he is only confused now, not sure, so he will have to open his own confession. Hu Jiaoer guessed in his heart. Girl is testing my eyesight. Yang Kai is not annoyed. He smiled, turned to the table and picked up the teacup he had just tea, and sighed. In fact, I have not been sure about you. Is it Hu Meyer? But now I can be sure. You are not her. Hu Jiaoer's look is a slap in the face, but the words just now are really temptations. I'm furious. This girl is a true martial art warrior. Even if she does not pay attention to the road of quenching the body boy, this is really a ship in the gutter, throwing away the face. It's boring to deny it. Hu Jiaoer smiled softly and sat sideways on the incense bed. The enchanting figure was looming, and the beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai. The voice gently asked, When did you start to doubt? When drinking tea. Yang Kai knocked on the teacup in his hand. Although the tea is pleasant, it does not cover the woman's aroma on the cup, and there is a faint lip print on the cup. I think this. Should the teacup be used only recently? And that talent is Hu Meyer. On this point, do you think that I am not a Meyer? Hu Jiao was amazed. Of course, this is not the case. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The second one that makes me suspicious is your temperament. I don't think that only a dozen days later, a woman's temperament can change dramatically. Say compliment the charming girl's charm is slightly tender, and the girl's charming charm is natural. I love to listen to this. Hu Jiaoer chuckled. Continue. Is there any more? Third, you are very similar to the body fragrance of Meyering girl, but if you taste it carefully, it is different. Her aroma is sweet, and your aroma is slightly lighter. Bad boy. Hu Jiaoer's face is pink, and Yang Kai's explicit words made her somewhat self-sustaining. Thinking of the sacrifices she just made to test him, Hu Jiaoer couldn't wait to slap the man in front of him. Cake. Fourth, Yang Kai ignored the look of Hu Jiaoer's cannibalism and continued to speak. And Hu Jiaoer was surprised. She didn't even think that this stupid boy who only had a quenching body had actually seen so many flaws. She thought she was seamless. Oh, the fourth point is the girl's injury on your foot. The injury looks like a sprain, but it is actually your own internal shock. This is the biggest failure. Although the Meyer girl is a girl, but it is also a warrior. How could it be so easy to sprain his own feet? This is my negligence. Hu Jiaoer nodded gently, then only thought about how to let Yang Kaizhong count, but did not think so far. Looking up, see Yang Kai still thinking, Hu Jiaoer said, Don't tell me. You still see what flaws. Hu Jiaoer is not convinced. How do you think that the perfect thing to come to him is full of flaws? However, his analysis is still the head, and people can't refute. This stinky boy looked really tired. He still dared to say that there was something flawed, and Grandma had to ask him to look good and not to understand the face of others. That's not to say anything. Young opened, his brow wrinkled. Listening to him, Hu Jiaoer is not happy. Beautiful frost, smile, and silver teeth bite. Say. Still not say it. Young opened his head. Hu Jiaoer said with anger. I told you to say that you have an appetite like you. Yang Kai smiled and said, I am afraid that when I say it, I will make my girl angry. Hu Jiaoer's phoenix eyes. Get me angry? What is the bad thing? Yep. Then I have to listen to it. You can guarantee that you are not angry. You don't say, how do I know if I am angry? Let it go. You don't know when you have a dispute with a woman. Let's take a step back. Hu Jiaoer hated it. This boy looked at the savvy, but it was a girl, and he didn't understand the style. Step back. I will get hurt, I think. I can't beat you. Yang Kai looked serious. You still have a little bit of insight. Hu Jiaoer proudly smiled, rolled up a wind, walked from the incense bed to the table, sat down in a ragged manner, looking at Yang Kai in a fascinating way. Okay, I promise not to be angry with you. Also promise not to hit me. Yes. Hu Jiaoer replied with a bite. You tell me, what is the final flaw? Yang Kaijing said, in fact, it is not a flaw, but the girl is not the same as the girl. Where is it different? Hu Jiaoer said that he and his younger sister are completely carved out of a mold. What would be different? Yang Kailu, screaming, hesitating for a long while, said, your ass, one side is big, one side is small. It is not as symmetrical as a girl. When this sentence was exported, Hu Jiaoer's face was flushed, and the vitality of the realm was fierce, and the house suddenly screamed. Remember the guarantee you just made. Yang Kaiping did not change his color and did not jump, faintly reminded him. Hu Jiaoer's amazing momentum suddenly shrank, and the temperament of the gas shook, but it was not good. A silver tooth almost chopped. For a long while, he slammed the table angrily and screamed, fart. A girl's family. Even these swearing mouths burst out. I can imagine how angry Hu Jiaoer is. This is a slapstick stupid kid who even evaluates his on one side and is small. Is this a man who should say it? Or is oneself small and small? Is it very well balanced? Stinky boy, are you afraid that you don't know how to write dead words? Chapter 58 Solicitation and Threats. Knowing that Hu Jiaoer was angry and angry, Yang Kai quickly said and comforted, the girl does not need to care. In fact, if you don't look carefully, you can't see this. Hu Jiaoer looked cold and looked at Yang Kai murderously. That is, you just looked carefully? Yang Kai couldn't help but cough a few times, and some shouted, it's a few more eyes. Can't blame me. You are facing me with your ass, don't you see it? Yang Xinli is also very embarrassing. With these doubts, if I can't see the girl and Hu Meyer are two people, then I can open my eyes. Yang Kai smiled lightly. After Hu Jiaoer's anger, she thought about it and couldn't help but be shocked. She found that this man named Yang Kai had an unparalleled insight. From entering the house to exposing himself, the effort of half a tea before and after even let him see so many doubts. This kind of ability is not something that everyone has, and he has not succeeded in tempting himself. The person's strength and character are also quite good. He will not be moved by the beauty. He is a man of perseverance. Talent. Although young, although weak in strength, cannot deny that he is really a personal talent. Thinking of this, Hu Jiaoer's eyes turned and he gave a wink to Yang Kai Dao. Yang Kai, is it? Given that you just offended me, now the girl gives you two choices. What choice? Asked Yang Kai. The first choice, which hand touched me, which hand fell off, which eyes saw me, which eyes were dug, so I forgive you for the offense. Hu Jiaoer said these when I was talking. I always smiled, and the words were soft, as if my wife whispered to her husband, but there was an inhuman cruelty and bloodiness. Yang Kai shook his head. I listened to the second choice. Smart. Hu Jiaoer smiled. The second choice, from Ling Xiaoga. Join me, help. I will Ming father. Let him give you a small captain position. As far as I know, you are the most in Lingxi age at the bottom of the trial disciples only, have been bullied, and there is no good cultivation resources, but if you come to the battle, the treatment will be more than 100 times better than Lingxi age. How? I am still quite rich in conditions. There are other options? Nothing. Then I don't choose one. Yang Kai secretly runs the real Yangshuo. watching Hu Jing'er with vigilance. Do you want to force me to do it? Hu Jiaoer sneered again and again. I don't think the girl will be really hands-on. It's not a battle. Once there is trace of the slightest battle, the guardian disciples of Ling Xiaoge will come to investigate, and the girl will have troubles. A trial disciple in the district. I will kill it. And how can Ling Xiage take me? If I can't take it with you, I don't think they will care about your life and death. If a girl really wants to kill me, she won't be so much nonsense with me. Yang Kai seems to be calm, but in reality it is also nervous. After all, the woman's heart, the sea needle, who knows what she thinks. He has now regretted the fact that he has just said the truth, and the woman's words can't be believed, especially the beauty, and his experience is still too small. And as I said earlier, I used my most precious blood coagulation cream to heal you, and you should not worry about my offense. Yang Kai tried to understand the reason. A bottle of coagulation ointment can compensate for my loss. You are against me. Hu Jiao did not fight a fight. She originally wanted to say that you hugged and touched, but if you can't say it, your own losses can be big, which one can make up for a bottle of traumatic medicine. You have no way to say this. In fact, you know what you just did. It is your own initiative. This is not a fuel on the fire. Hu Jiaoer is shy and angry, is about to start, but turned to look at the position of whom Meyer was imprisoned, see her eagerly shouting in it, cannot help but soften. A fire gradually dissipated, deep one breath. Forget it, I won't care about you this time. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a long breath. Girl, high on. Hu Jiaoer chuckled. In fact, what you said just now is right. Only the same is wrong. Which is the same? Yang Kai asked. Hu Jiaoer did not answer immediately, but waved her hand, and Hu Meyer, who was imprisoned, gradually appeared. Yang Kai was so moved. Although she knew that the woman was very strong, she did not expect her strength to be so high. A person appeared quietly in the wave, and it was clearly a master of the real world. Hu Meyer got the freedom. Mei Hao looked at Yang Kai, and the face was also loose. She was really nervous and died. She was afraid that her sister would kill Yang under the anger. Looking at my sister again, Hu Meyer couldn't help but scream and laughed. She remembered what Yang Kai said. God, there are still men in the world who dare to say this to their sisters, and they are still unscathed after the end. Sister. When Hu Meyer came out, she rushed to Hu Jiaoer's side and said, Don't be angry. You can't blame him for this time. I didn't say anything about him. Hu Jiaoer was a little angry and turned away. He turned to look at Yang Kai Dao. I said that you are wrong. That is, I am not a twin with Meyer. Not twins. Yang opened the horror. Looking closely, the two women in front of me are exactly the same. There is no difference. If you let Yang Kai identify it next time, you will definitely not know who is who. No, I am a few years older than Meyer. Hu Jiaoer smiled slightly and saw Yang Kai's astonished look. She couldn't help but balance a little. Sure enough, it is a big world, no wonder. Yang Kai said that although it is a two-sister, it can be imagined after a few years of birth, and it is probably only a single one. You don't know me? Hu Jiaoer was slightly puzzled. He was also a gang to help the younger generation. He was famous. How could this person not know? I don't know. Yang opened his head and shook his head. It looked very ignorant. Seeing that he is not like lying, Hu Jiaoer can only believe that she naturally does not know the experience of Yang Kai in recent years, almost isolated from the world and never communicates with others. Do you have something to come to me today? Hu Meyer turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai told the purpose of this trip. Hu Meyer looked at her sister and asked for it. The latter waved. Go, but don't mess in the mining area. Thank you. Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Let's go. I will take you in the past. The mining area is not very far from here. Hu Meyer looks good. Her face is radiant, and she will lead the way. After Yang Kai and Hu Meyer left, Hu Jiaoer slowly got up. Two jade hands stroked the rounded buttocks. After a moment of kneading, he muttered to himself, where the side is small, it is clearly the same. This stupid boy, the mouth is yellow, too odious. Chapter 59 Mining Area. After leaving the noisy Black Wind Market, under the leadership of Hu Meyer, the two went to the north side of the Black Wind Forest. Hu Meyer looked a little happy, and her eyes were full of joy and her face was red. What happened that day? I am sorry. Yang Kai suddenly apologized. The words he said that day were indeed excessive. Now he is asking for help. He has a feeling of 2 sides and 3 knives. Meyer grinned. It doesn't matter. You didn't yell at me. In the past few years, I have heard more ugly words. Haven't they survived? You don't hate me? Yongkai was surprised. What do you hate? Meyer smiled and suddenly said, in fact, I used to hate you, but one of your actions, I can't afford you. What move? Oh, when Cheng Xiaofeng and Nu Tao suddenly appeared, you are in front of me. Maybe you are an unconscious movement, but it is the only time in recent years that someone really wants to protect me. I don't remember, but you are not easy. Yang Kai is a little embarrassed, a good girl. She voluntarily destroys her own festival, only to help the battle to find more talents, although the bad intentions, but also have a filial piety included in it. Giggle. Meyer smiled and said, nothing is not easy. You don't know that it is a woman's instinct to play on the spot. Oh, I haven't touched a woman very much. Really? Meyer's eyes lit up. Well, so these days can be taken advantage of by your 2 sisters. Yang Kai said a serious. Meyer gave him a look. You can say this can be necrotic. Fortunately, my sister is not there. If she is, keep your meal. Your sister. The real element is 1 layer. Meyer replied with pride. Great. Yang Kai praised. Su Yin is the 3rd floor of the real world. Meyer's sister is a little worse than Su Yin, but it is not much worse. Meyer talked about her sister, and she remembered the words that Yang Kai said. For a time, she laughed and leaned forward, her branches trembled, and her mouth could not be closed. Yang is speechless and can only stand in the same place and wait for her to breathe. After laughing for a long while, Meyer gradually wheezed and smiled. I found that you were too courageous. No man has ever dared to say that with her sister. Is there really a big side? It may be the relationship of dressing. You call back and don't care. Yang opened a smile. What about me? Is it really well proportioned? Meyer looked shy and boldly asked. Not only is it well proportioned, but it is also round and straight. Yang nodded. You are very good. You don't have to be arrogant at this point. Meyer feels a bit too much to eat. This straightforward without the slightest praise, afraid that she has heard the best words in the past few years. For a time, my heart was a bit of a hilarious. How long does it take to get there? Yang Kai didn't want to go deep into this topic and asked. There is still an hour to go, although it is also a black wind forest, but it is already the center of the black wind forest. Meyer explained, there is an underground vein there, which was discovered by our battle a few years ago. The people stationed there were mined there. The things produced there are very strange. How is a strange method? Yang Kai asked. There are only 2 properties of stone. One is the Yang Yin stone you bought, and the other is the Yin stone. You said that it is not strange that these 2 attributes of stone, but each other, the property is completely on the contrary, but in the veins they can be generated together, and I don't know what is going on. This is really strange. Yang Kai slightly moved. The positive energy contained in the Yang Yin Shi, while the negative energy contained in the Yin stone is the opposite property. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible to be born together. The masters of the gang also felt that there was something wrong with the mining area, but the investigation took a few years of mining, and there was nothing special about it. But we helped make a lot of money because of this mining area. Meyer did not seem to take Yang Kai as an outsider. I said something in my heart. This is the blessing of your battle. Yang Kai smiled. Meyer gave a cry and suddenly silenced. After a short walk, she said, in fact, today is a coincidence. If you miss today, you may not find it if you want to find me. This is not your good fortune. Where are you going? Yang Kai heard her voice. Not going somewhere. Meyer shook her head, explaining while quietly looking at Yang Kai's look. After I was told by you, I suddenly felt that this was not the right thing in the past few years. I rely on those talented people who are attracted by the means. It's not help, but me. I can't give them what they want. They naturally won't really work for the help. So, I decided to retreat and practice, and when I am strong, I can also worry about it, just like my sister. That way, you can think so, it is a good thing. Yang Kai nodded. Meyer's look can't help but be disappointed. She found that Yang Kai's look was very flat from beginning to end, and there was no mood swing because of her own words. Slightly bitter, Meyer did not have the interest of talking, just a boring head leading the way. She did not speak. Yang Kai naturally would not have nothing to look for. Has been walking for more than an hour. The two talents came to the mine where the blood war helped. Here is the center of the Black Wind Forest. The place that occupies a dozen miles in front of the place is a mining area that has been drawn out by battles. Some houses are built on the ground for the disciples to rest. Because the veins are underground, when Yang Kai and Humayr came here, they did not see how lively the mine was. But there was a big hole in the ground and went straight to the ground. Far away from the 100 feet, Yang Kai felt that Yang Yuan printing at the chest had a weak reaction, which was the reaction brought by the underground Yang Yanshi. With the growth of strength, the range of Yang Yuan printing's ability to feel Yang is also slightly increased, but not too much. The arrival of the two caused the battle on the ground to help the disciples pay attention. An old man suddenly fell from the air and stopped in front of Yang Kai and Humayr, holding a fist. "Miss! Dragon Grandpa!" Humayr shouted cordially, pulling Yang Kai to introduce him. "This is our Deputy Lord Dragon and Tianlong Grandpa." Yang Kai hurriedly salute. "I have seen the predecessors of the dragon." The dragon looked at Yang Kai with a sigh of relief in the sky. He did not take care of it. With the strength of his gods, the battle helped the Deputy Lord's transcendental status. Why should he take care of Yang Kai? Another little white face to eat soft rice. In the day of the dragon particularly despised Yang Kai. If he didn't look at Humayr's face, he would shoot Yang directly with a slap. "Miss, what do you do in the mining area?" The dragon asked in a whisper of the white beard. "It's dirty and hot here. Where can you come? Go back quickly, or you know what you want." "Hey me. No, you can't dare to marry you. You are the 3 veterans of the gang. You will only respect you." Humayr made a spoiled, the face of the dragon enjoying the face in Tiandun. "Dragon Grandpa, my friend is going to the mining area to find a few disciples to buy something. Can you give us a convenience? Let us go in." Humayr said. Chapter 60 Old Gentleman Staying. Please refer to the recommended ticket. Into the mining area? The dragon pulled down in the face of Tian and looked at Yang Kai with vigilance. He said, "He is not a disciple in the gang?" Yang opened the previous step and Christine said, "I am a disciple of Ling Xiaoga. Not the disciples in the gangs don't give in." The dragon blows his beard and blinks in the sky, so unhappy, swearing. "The disciples in the gang can't enter the mine at will, let alone an outsider." After that, I turned my head and looked at Humayr's words. "Miss, how can you bring the outsiders here? You are young, don't know the world. The so-called human heart is separated from the belly, knowing people and knowing what to do. These few in the year, we helped a lot of money because of this mining area. Some people are staring at it, especially some small people, trying to find out the news of the mining area. If the old man is sitting here all the year round, there may be something wrong with him." Yang Kai's face sinks. This old guy refers to the mulberry. It sounds really uncomfortable. Humayr noticed Yang Kai's dissatisfaction and quickly said, "Don Grandpa, you misunderstood. He is not trying to find anything. Just want to buy something." The dragon ridiculed in Tianju. "Buy something? Can you buy something here? This excuse is really interesting. Boy, I don't care what you are. Now I will give it to the old man. And then dare to appear here. See the old man killed you." Yang Kai was angry and went up, and this old man was too self-righteous. Although the heart is resentful, but Yang Kai knows that he and his strength gap is too big, really want to move his hands. He is afraid that he will blow himself in one breath. Under the pressure of the anger in the heart, Yang Kai did not make a sound, and now conflict with him. The only loss is himself. Soft egg. The dragon looked at Yang Kai in the sky and became more and more contemptuous. The true yang of Yang Kai's body swayed uncontrollably, glaring at the dragon in the sky. Perceived the change in the vitality of Yang Kai. The dragon was furious in the sky. "Let's let go. Do you want to follow me?" After all, there was no reason. Regardless of the gap in the strength of the seniority, a palm hit Yang Kai, and this palm came out. Yang Kai found that he suddenly couldn't move. He could only stand there silly. This is not scared. But what means the other party used to imprison themselves? Yang Kai's look changed a lot. I really didn't expect this old guy to be so shameless. He could feel the dragon's attitude toward himself, but he couldn't understand what it was for. Now he suddenly killed the killer, Yang Kai Dang. It's really a shock to the gods. The breath of death rushed to the face, and the tremendous pressure brought by the masters of the sacred tour made Yang Kai's heartbeat stop at this moment, and the breathing was even worse. The will to survive in the Jedi spread in the body. Suddenly, a hot passion in the bones came and spread quickly. The next moment, Yang Kai discovered that the power of imprisonment on himself suddenly disappeared. In a hurry, Yang Kai used all his strength and slammed toward the side. The dragon was arbitrarily photographed in the sky, and thought that the disciples of Ling Xiaoge would be directly under the palm of his hand, but what he did not expect was that the other party actually ran away. How can it be? The dragon wrinkled in the brow. How can one of his own means of imprisonment be destroyed by him? Just because I didn't think of this, the dragon didn't play in the free hand of Tian. Although the dragon's attack in the sky did not hit Yang Kai, this can also make him very embarrassed. His face will be pale in an instant, and he will be sweating all the time. When he stands firm and he looks at the dragon again, Yang Kai, there is already a cold look in the eyes. If Yang Kai just annoyed the attitude of the dragon to himself in the sky, then it is really hateful and hateful. The intention of the other party to take his life is not hidden, as if to kill an ant. The dragon naturally understands this in the sky. Although he does not know why his own imprisonment has lost its effect, he has already produced the mind to kill Yang Kai. How can he easily stop? If you don't do it, you have to come back again. Humayr woke up at this time, and quickly flashed in front of Yang Kai, glaring at the dragon in the sky, screaming, "Dragon Grandpa, he is my friend. What do you want to do? Try to inquire about the mining area? I'll kill." This is the order of the helper. Long looked at Humayr in the sky. His eyes flashed a little strange. Humayr used to have more contacts with young men, but she never saw her so desperately protecting someone. For those young men's lives and deaths, Humayr never cares. In other words, the man who was provoked by her. There are 8 out of 10 and nothing to end. But this time, she was uncomfortable in front of this Ling Xiaoge disciple, and also questioned herself in a fierce tone. This is something that has never happened before. The dragon looks at the sky, and if it is thoughtful, the killing is stronger. Humayr blocked Yang Kai behind her, glaring at the dragon in the sky, and said, "I said, my friend just came to buy something, not to explore the mining area. Grandpa, my words, do you not believe it?" Seeing Humayr's efforts to protect Yang Kai, the dragon can't be entangled in the sky, and can only say, "Don't dare, Mrs. Words, still believe." That's it. Why do you still have to do this? Old and wrong. I still hope that Miss will forgive. The battle is not the same as the Wind and Rain building and the Lingxiao Pavilion. This is a family power. The Hu family is the master of the family. Therefore, even if the dragon is a deputy lord, he has to sell Humayr a face. But the old lady still asks the lady for forgiveness. The mining area is a big thing, and the outsiders can't enter. The dragon said in the sky, and he no longer cares about Humayr. He looked at Yang Kai and screamed and turned away. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed the blood of his chest. He said, "The old gentleman stays." The dragon turned his head impatiently in the sky, staring at Yang Kai, and his eyes smashed. "Old gentleman, now I am not your opponent." Yang Kai slowly walked in front of Humayr, looking at the dragon without fear. So the humiliation of today, I am suffering. But 5 years later, 10 years after that, I will return this account and hope that the old gentleman can live until that time. Yang Kai said it was calm, but it was serious. The dragon was cold in the sky and immediately laughed. "Whether the old man can live to that time without you having to worry about it, but I think you are destined to live that time. The crazy boy, be careful in the future." "I will." The dragon left in the sky. Humayr looked at Yang Kai with apologetic and apologized apologetically. "I'm sorry. I don't know why Grandpa Long is like this. If I knew it, I won't bring you over." "Nothing." Yang Kai took a deep breath and recalled the scene that had just been thrilling, but there was still some lingering fear. If it wasn't for the arrogant body to play a role at the crucial moment, he was afraid that it was already dead. It was the hot heat. In order to escape from the dragon's imprisonment, I was able to escape. Chapter 61. Also your personal feelings. Why is dragon in the sky for himself? Yang Kai looked at Humayr, who was full of apologies and awkwardness. There is no need to ask more questions. Humayr is also a smart woman. Although Yang Kai just looked at her, she also understood what it meant. Dragon Grandpa is not allowed to enter the mining area. I am not too embarrassed about his face. So, I will help you buy those seeds. You are waiting for me for a while. Humayr softly. Good. Yang Kai knows that he can only do this. Now he will take all the valuable things out of his body, and then tell Humayr the names of the soldiers who have picked up the seeds. This is in the black market. He has already found the stall owner to find out. Humayr entered the underground mining area, and Yang Kai's eyes swept to several rooms on the ground. Just now, the dragon entered one of the rooms in the sky, and he could feel that there was a pair of eyes in the house staring at himself. Inside the house, one old and one young, all stood by the window and looked at Yang Kai. The old one is that the dragon that just shot on Yang Kai is in the sky, and the little one looks almost as big as Yang Kai. It is the little grandson of the dragon in the sky, Long Hui. Long Hui looked at Yang Kai coldly at the moment, and some dissatisfied. Grandpa, why didn't you kill him? The dragon snorted in the sky. My heir is protecting. How do you let me kill? Then it is even more killing. I have never seen the Meyer sister who is so careful about which man. This kid has a good relationship with Meyer, and it is absolutely a curse to keep him. Well, I didn't see Meyer in front of him. This time, it was not unusual for me to even hit me. The dragon was slightly wrinkled in the brow. Long Hui slammed. Merce is now in the mining area. Or grandfather, you will shoot again? The dragon looked at Long Hui in the sky and hated it. There is no problem with Grandpa's shot. It is easy to kill him, but if Meyer is resentful against you because of his death, do you think it is worth it? Long Hui stunned and shook his head. It's not worth it, but can you let him develop with Meyer? I can't stand it. The dragon couldn't help but sigh. Take more of your brother to learn the scriptures. How do you deal with the woman you like? You want to use Meyer. You can use your mind more. Grandpa can replace you kill, but you can't get the woman's heart for you? Hu Man has no children in his life. Only the 2 daughters of Jiao or Meyer. If you can catch them all with your big brother, then the help in the future is my dragon family. I have 3 generations of dragons, and I have been fighting for blood for decades. I should also taste the taste of my master. Long Hui listened to a burst of blood, nodded. It is my dragon family to be the master. Grandpa, rest assured that Meyer cannot escape. The big brother must be able to take Hu Jiao. Well, you have this ambition. The dragon smiled, nodded in the sky. Long Hui looked at Yang Kai in the distance with grievances. He still had some temptations. Grandpa, that person. You look for opportunities yourself. He is not strong enough. You can handle it. Yes. Long Hui smiled coldly. I can't do it now. After all, Humayr will wait for it to come out. But since he is a disciple of Ling Xiaoga, he can't run away. Yang Kai waited outside for a little while. Humayr came out from the inside with sweat, and smiled and stuffed 4 seeds into the hands of Yang Kai. Fortunately, not to be insulted. Blood wars help Miss to buy things. How can those disciples dare not sell? Thank you. Yang Kai carefully took the 4 seeds into his arms. Standing in the same place for a long time, Yang Kai looked and said, You helped me once. I still have your own feelings. Humayr looked at him strangely. What do you mean? Yang Kai waved. You come with me. Although Humayr did not know what he was going to do, he still obeyed the past. Out of the distance of about 30 feet, Yang Kai suddenly stopped the pace and gently slammed his footsteps. You remember the position I am standing now. There should be some unusual places here about 70 feet underground. Thing. Humayr's eyes wide open and wondered. How do you know? Yang Kaishin said. I have cultivated a martial art. As long as there is a certain amount of energy in the positive range, I can feel it. There is a kind of yang attribute baby, which emits energy fluctuations. The stone must be 1,000 times pure. When I first came here, Yang Kai felt that this place was different from other places, but after considering it for a long time, I told the news to Humayr. Once it was a place for battles, it was impossible for me to be alone. The success, the second come, is indeed to return Humayr a person's feelings. Today, when she helped herself, Yang Kai was in her eyes. Ah! Hearing the words of Yang Kai, Humayr looked surprised. Do you believe me? Let her. Humayr answered the incomparably refreshing, which made Yang Kai cannot help but feel a little touched. That's all right. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Although I don't know what's going on in the end, The absolute value of this thing is not low, and there seems to be something else besides it. I don't feel anything about it. However, I estimate that the hidden secrets below may be the peculiar roots of your battles, or, most likely, because of their existence, there will be a bottom vein. Humayr can't help but move. If Yang Kai said it is true, then the secret below is absolutely important. You are a smart girl. You should know what to do. Yang Kai snorted. I understand. Humayr nodded again and again. Okay, let's go, Yang said with a smile. Yep. Walking in the jungle, Humayr and Yang Kai did not speak again, just enjoying the warmth of this moment. Humayr is very happy because Yang Kai told her such important news. Obviously because his impression in his mind has changed a lot. I remember that at the last time, he was not guilty about himself. Drink it. But this time is different. He is more gentle to himself. Just here separately. Yang Kai suddenly paused, Humayr stunned, only to find that unconsciously, the two have already arrived at the four-way intersection. Time passed quickly. Humayr has some sadness. Farewell, Yang Kai said, and hurriedly went to Ling Ch. Really a free and easy man. Humayr smiled bitterly. Chapter 62, Xia Ningxiang's Decision. Next to the trapped dragon, Yang Kai concentrates on cultivation. Not far from the side, there are several sanyang fruit trees that have grown vigorously. The biggest tree has already produced 3 fruits. Seeing that it is about to mature, the smallest one is still a small sapling that has just broken out. Since that day, he has been practicing here since the battle to help the mining area. Yang Kai has been practicing here, day and night, sleepless nights, and the dragon's unreasonable shot in the sky makes him squatting and gaining strength. That humiliation will come back sooner or later with his own hands. In the past 10 days of hard work, the 9 layers of the quenching body have been faintly reached the peak, and it is necessary to break through, but there are always some unsatisfactory things, so that Yang Kaishin has no sense of helplessness. He knows that a breakthrough in a big realm requires some opportunities. It is not as easy as a small realm breakthrough. Even if the body is full of energy, it must meet its meeting and realize the things that are understood. Speaking of these days, the cultivation is also smooth. I don't need to go to the floor every day. I have more time for cultivation. The 3-leaf remnant flower and the deadland dead would have long been used up. There is no suppression of the fragrant incense. The operation speed of the cockroach is obviously much faster than before, which makes Yang Kai easily absorb the yang in the heavens and the earth. However, the cations that were condensed these days were all used to catalyze the seeds of sanyang fruit, but there was no drop in dantian. The energy of heaven and earth gathered in the surrounding area, and only when Yang Kaiken broke through the mystery of the realm, he could pour into his body, wash the medulla for him, and Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged, could not succeed. Such a day and night, Yang Kai still stopped. Although the mood is not anxious, but it is impossible to break through the shackles of restraint. It is really weird. The night was deep and heavy. Under the vast stars, next to the trapped dragons, Yang Kai suddenly fell into a sly mood. A slight disorder of vitality, a painful look appeared in the eyebrows. Not far away, Xia Ning, who is watching Yang Kai quietly, can't help but sigh. Although it is not close, Xia Ningxiang can still feel the unusual fluctuations of the vitality. There is a cold evil in it. How could this be? This is clearly a precursor to the fire. He is only a breakthrough from the 9 layers of the quenching body to the Kaiyuan. How can there be a possibility of ignoring the fire? If you say something that is not good, a weak warrior like Yang Kai, even if you want to go to the fire, there is no such qualification. Only when the strength is deeper will this happen in the process of cultivation. But now, this kind of thing is really going to happen to Yang Kai. Xianing's eyebrows are slightly embarrassing, and some people don't understand. She can find it here, too. After all, silently observing Yang Kai has been a habit for more than 2 years. In the past few days, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared, but she was born with a feeling of desolateness, as if nothing was done, looking for it. But he found him next to the sleepy dragon, and a big stone in his heart fell. After coming here, Xia Ningxiang knew that Yang Kai was a breakthrough. Waiting for a day, Yang Kai actually failed to succeed, and now this strange thing happened. How can she not doubt? Just as Xia Ningxian was anxiously anxious, Yang Kai suddenly burst into a pure and rich hot air. With the breath of this breath, the traces of the fire that had just entered the fire were burned out in an instant, and Yang Kai's vitality, the fluctuations immediately stabilized. Real Yangjin. Xia Ningxiang's mouth is slightly open, and the beauty is shocked again and again, almost exclaiming exports, "How so pure?" That hot breath is clearly the strength of the Yang property. The disciples of Ling Xiaoga also have many people practicing the martial arts of fire attributes or positive attributes. This kind of hot energy exists in the body, no matter which disciple, and Yang Kai more than. He is far from his purity. This hot breath is not too strong. After all, Yang Kai's strength is not high, but it is very clean, without any impurities, like a water source that has not been polluted. Haven't recovered yet. Xia Ningxiang found that Yang Kai was caught in the foreboding of the ignorance. A bit of evil atmosphere replaced the hot energy and slowly spread in Yang Kai. After a while, another Real Yang burst out, suppressing this evil, and let Yang Kai recover. So repeated several times, Xia Ningxiang is stunned. This bizarre situation has never been seen when a warrior has never seen a breakthrough. Generally speaking, breaking through the Kaiyuan environment does have some resistance to the world. But after all, this realm is very low. If you try a little bit, you can break through the past. However, Yang Kai's situation is obviously different. He is more resistant than anyone else. It is already comparable to the difficulty of breaking through the big realm. Yang Kai is also suffering, but just now, he glimpsed a hint of mystery. He has already stepped into the threshold of Kaiyuan, but at this time, the bones in the body suddenly emerged with a sin, almost letting himself lost my mind. Fortunately, the true yang of the body broke out and let myself wake up. Now the two energies in the body are fighting. One is the true yang that comes from cultivation. One is the evil that comes out of the bones. They fight each other and use their bodies as battlefields. Sometimes the evil spirits occupy the upper hand, and then my own mind is somewhat unclear, a thought of excitement and bloodthirsty in the heart. I want to find someone to kill. It feels like the excitement after being wounded, but there are differences. I was injured when I was fighting. Although I was excited about bloodthirsty, my brain was clear. At the same time, the true yang vitality has the upper hand, and the self-consciousness is clear and the body is comfortable. Fighting, there is no end. It seems that it is impossible to win or lose. Yang Kai is hard to die? Xia Ningxiang flew in the Ling Xiaoga, wearing a black tights, a graceful figure undoubtedly. Fu Lu thin waist, legs are long and sultry, a hair is tied behind the head. A face is covered with a piece of the black face towel, quickly followed Yang open. She watched it for a long time, and she was really worried about Yang Kai. She thought about it and decided to help Yang open it. Generally speaking, a person can't be disturbed when he breaks through, but Xia Ningxiang can clearly feel the fighting spirit of Yang Kai. It is a war of eagerness for blood baptism. Only when there is a battle can he be freed from him, so that he can be separated from the infinite loop. Therefore, Xia Ningxiang first returned to her place of residence and changed her suit. Otherwise, I am afraid I will be recognized by him. After all, I have met him before. When he came and went in a hurry and returned to the trapped dragon, Yang Kai was still in a torment, and the movement seemed to be bigger than before. Without hesitation, Xia Ningxiang flew directly to Yang Kai, and the murderous murder in the United States hit the palm of his hand. Chapter 63, You Are Like a Sister. In the early morning, there is still a chapter in the evening. He has decided to help him. Xia Ningxiang naturally does not dare to reveal any flaws, only to force Yang Kai to go all out to help him break through. So this first palm, Xia Ningxiang will kill the killer. Yang Kai's strength is 9 layers in the quenching environment, and Xia Ningxiang only uses the strength of the second and third floors of Kaiyuan. At the critical juncture, Yang Kai's heartbeat was a warning sign. He didn't come from all over the place and couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. When I was wondering, a wave of whistling from the side came from the side. Someone sneaked on themselves. Yang Kai suddenly awakened, not shocked and happy, quickly jumped from the ground, and suddenly turned back. The backhand punched the past. The war in his body was so intense that he didn't know how to vent, but he didn't expect someone to come to the door. In the end, who wants to sneak up is not within the scope of Yang Kai's consideration. Now he only wants a battle. and he has a hard time fighting. When the ground touched the sound, the spirit swayed, and Yang Kaiyin stepped back a few steps. Xia Ningxiang borrowed a flip and steadily fell down. There was a horror in the beauty. Although he only used the strength of the 3 layers of Kaiyuan, he was not even quite a fan of him. It should be that he is right at the end of the regulation. After making a move, Yang Kai saw the body shape of the coming person through the moonlight. It was a woman, but she was covered with a black face towel and could not see her appearance. How is a little girl? Yang opened his brow and wrinkled, and some dissatisfiedly muttered. Xia Ningxiang heard this, suddenly trembled, gritted his teeth, his body flew lightly, and his palms swayed into the sky, turning into a hood. The sentence, just now, can make her angry. Yang opened a low-pitched voice, and his strength was fully open. The hot air flow on the boxing front turned, and he handed it to Xia Ningxiang. Although the other party is a woman, Yang Kai does not have any mercy. The strength of others is obviously higher than that of himself, and the recruiting is a technique of killing. How dare he have any intention? The staggering of electric light and flint, the difficulty of Yang Kai and Xia Ning are difficult to distinguish, but the situation is obviously unfavorable to Yang Kai. His moves are vigorous and heavy, but the lethality is fierce, but it is far less dexterous and changeable than Xia Ning. He made 2 moves, Xia Ningxiang can make 3 moves, and Xia Ningxiang is light and swaying, and only turns Yang Kai into a monkey to tease. Yang Kai can be said to eat everywhere, annoyed very. He can detect that the strength of the other side is a little higher than him, but he can't think of it. In fact, the other side only suppresses the real strength and fights with him. In the face of such an enemy, it is a strange thing to be able to hit. Under the black face towel, Xia Ning's small mouth is slowly showing a smile. I want you to talk indiscriminately, and you should be beaten. Just a moment of hard work. Yang Kai was stunned by the pain. As the familiar pain spread, the blood in the body was once again excited, rolling like a river of water, listening carefully and even hearing the water wave. The movement is quiet, the body's warmth is spreading, and the strength is climbing. Xia Ningxiang's eyes showed a dignified look. She found that the spirit of the younger brother's body was getting more and more powerful, and her own strength gradually broke through the quenching situation and reached the level of Kaiyuan, and it has not stopped. It is growing slowly and steadily. The fist with the hot energy is getting faster and faster, and the more he plays, the more he can't eat it. Xia Ning is faint and can't afford it. He has the strength to upgrade his own strength, but he is somewhat unwilling to support his teeth. Who asked you to kill me? In the fierce battle, Yang Kai suddenly asked a gloomy face. His voice was low. Xia Ningxiang did not answer, and worked hard to resolve Yang Kai's tricks. Up to now, Yang Kai's strength has been faintly flat with himself. He has not gained a little advantage. Once he is swept by his fist, he has to separate a divine to resolve the infiltration of pure yang. Xia Ningxiang was shocked. She found that she still underestimated the purity of this true yang. This purity is not something that ordinary martial arts can cultivate. Once again, the positive confrontation, Yang Kai and Xia Ningxiang were intertwined and they did not retreat. With a wink staring at the opposite woman, Yang Kai's gaze fell on her forehead. There was a faint mark on it, and her look was slightly wrong. Yang said, I found you, like a sister. Xia Ningxiang is resisting Yang Kai's yang invasion. When I heard this, my heart fell for a while, thinking when I was exposed. She knows that it is because of the faint mark on the forehead that Yang Kai will doubt it. Yang Kai remembers that Xia Shiji's forehead, there is a sapphire pendant, just in the place where the imprint is. Xia Ning's tense eyes were straight, and the long eyelashes were shaking. Yang opened a big laugh and suddenly grabbed her wrist, then pulled her into her arms and reached for her face towel. Until this time, Xia Ningxiang came back to God, and he did not want to see each other in real face. It was to exert pressure on Yang Kai. Secondly, he was a little embarrassed. After all, what happened last time was too embarrassing. Now where is it? Would you like to let him tear off the face towel? In desperation, I no longer want to suppress my own strength. A fierce spirit broke out. Yang Kai screamed and was directly pushed out of the distance, turning several heads on the ground. When I get up again, where is the shadow of the woman? The other party has long been unaware of where to go. Is it true? Yang Kai meditated. He just said it casually, but he didn't think that the other party reacted so much. Moreover, the last violent riots also made Yang Kai realize that the strength of the other side is very different from himself. If she really wants to kill herself, it is just a matter of raising her hand. How long does it take to fight with her? Whether it is not important anymore. Yang Kai feels that with the previous battle, the embarrassment that has been suppressed on himself has been broken. Quickly sit down and feel the energy between heaven and earth. In the next moment, the energy of the heavens and the earth was turbulent and fiercely poured into the Yang. Yang Kai took a deep breath, and his pores were dilated. Just like a whale absorbing water, he absorbed all the energy of the heavens and the earth into the body, pulling this huge world of heaven and earth to flow in the body and wash the marrow. This is the opportunity that every warrior will have when he breaks through a big realm. As for how much benefit he can get, he will look at his own efforts. In addition to Baizhang, Xia Ningxiang looked at her chest in a panic. She did not expect Yang to meet her identity, but fortunately, it helped him to break through, and it was not a waste of effort. When I was in a panic, there was a shadow around me. A simple old man suddenly appeared, and the old man's hair was white and looks good. After seeing the other person's face, Xia Ningxiang hurriedly said, "I have seen the uncle." The old man smiled and said, "You are not my disciple. You don't need more gifts." Xia Ningxiang whispered, "But the head and the master are friends. Naturally, my uncle." Chapter 64 Kaiyuan. Still rushing to the list, ask members to click and recommend tickets. In addition, ask for a Sanjiang ticket. After logging in, you can click on the Sanjiang channel, and then you can receive the Sanjiang ticket every day. It is free. This seems to be a bit important, and I am looking forward to your handsome guys. When the head saw Xia Ningxiang so clever and sensible, he couldn't help but smile. The dream is boundless and good luck, and you are so awkward. I remembered my two apprentices, and the head sighed with a sigh. Xia Ningxiang obviously knows his past events, seeing him look stunned, and he doesn't know how to comfort himself. He can only speak silently. The head silently reached out to block the sky and pushed it to the side of Yang Kai. In an instant, Xia Ningxiang felt that the heavens and the earth there were separated, as if there was an invisible big hand that obscured anyone's snoop. This kid's movement to break through this time should not be small, or prevent it from happening first, so as not to be detected. The head explained it first. Xia Ningxiang's heart is a bit strange. I don't understand why this head, who has not appeared in front of people all the year round, is so careful about Yang Kai. Although he is puzzled, he has not dared to ask. One old and one young, just across the distance of 100 feet, looked at the situation in Yang Kai. The energy of the heavens and the earth enters the body, and the impact quenches every inch of flesh and skin of Yang Kai's body. Although it does not feel the fluctuation of the vitality there, but the naked eye looks at it, the winds in the vicinity of Yang Kai's area are whistling. Obviously, it's really not moving. Small. Just break through to Kaiyuan. How can this be? Xia Ningxiang really can't understand. As time went by, Yang Kai's body slowly swelled up, as if the balloon was blown up, and the thin body was white and fat in a few laps, which was because the energy of the heavens and the earth was poured too much. Just as Xia Ningxiang was secretly worried about him, his body suddenly shrank and changed back to its original appearance. Even if there was a means of blocking the door, Xia Ningxiang still felt a person from there. The volatility of the heart is fluctuating. Even more surprising is still behind. When this heaven and earth energy is completely absorbed by Yang Kai, the trapped dragon in front of him has even revealed a visible energy of red eyes. This energy is like a red ribbon, rising from the bottom of the trapped dragon and drilling through the pores of Yang Kai. Yang Yuanqi. Xia Ningxiang understands that Yang began to absorb the energy of heaven and earth at the beginning, but absorbed the energy of Yang Yuan for the second time. Although it is also a kind of energy of heaven and earth, it can be a single attribute after all. After the Yang of the Yang Yuan was absorbed by Yang Kai, the movement over there suddenly subsided. Yes. The palm of the hand smiled slightly, and the finger removed the prohibition over there. The figure disappeared and disappeared. The faint voice sounded in Xia Ning's ear. "Tell me a good question for you." "Yes." Xia Ninghong respectfully responded, and then had time to investigate the results of Yang Kai's breakthrough. Just a glance, Xia Ningxiang stopped. Kaiyuan has 2 layers. She almost thought that she had misunderstood and did not worry to check it again, and found that Yang Kai really had reached the level of Kaiyuan. This breakthrough, he not only broke through a big realm, but also broke through a small realm on this basis. Is he dreaming? Xia Ning Sang has a special body and self-cultivation. It is also a fast progress. It can be a step-by-step every time. It will never break through 2 layers. Today, I saw Yang Kai's achievement of such a feat. How can I not be surprised? When he was surprised, Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, suddenly said, "It turned out to be." The voice fell, and the volatility of his body was more intense, opening the 3rd floor. Monster! Xia Ningxiang was a little bit smirking, and the first time she felt that her confidence had been hit. After staying in place for an hour, I decided that Yang Kai would not suddenly be promoted again. Xia Ningxua breathed a sigh of relief and quietly left. Yang Kai sat in the sleepy dragon's side for a whole night and did not practice the true Yangshuo. He just felt the heart and mind when he broke through last night. Last night's breakthrough. There are 2 kinds of energy poured into one's body before and after. One is the heaven and earth power, but this energy is not accommodated in Dantian, except for some part of the body. The rest are all their own. The bones are absorbed. The second share is the Yangyuan gas absorbed from the trapped dragons. These are the possessions of their own. They have been turned into 5 drops of liquid, and they are quietly deposited in Dantian. Thinking about the whole night, Yang Kaikai finally figured out a rough idea. The proud bone body can improve the combat power when you are injured or feel the pain, but the combat strength of this ascension also needs energy support, and it cannot be produced without reason. If you think about it, it cannot be difficult to explain the power of heaven and earth. These heaven and earth powers can be absorbed by it, and when it is needed, it will feed back to itself. This is the mystery of the proud body, but also the root cause of its ability to improve its combat effectiveness. All along, Yang Kai thought that he could only absorb the energy of Yang's attributes. After all, he cultivated the true Yangshuo. Now it seems that this problem is worth trying. If you can really absorb energy other than the Yang property, then it will probably be faster to practice later. This discovery makes Yang Kai somewhat happy. Although Yangshuo is powerful, it can be limited. If his own guess is correct, then there is no need to worry about practicing the environment in the future. Taking a long breath, stood up, Yang Kai felt it with a heart. He did break through, and actually broke through to the 3rd floor of Kaiyuan. Think about the huge amount of energy that poured into your body last night, and Yang Kai will be relieved. The initial opening of the vitality of the body is to open the Yuan dynasty. Although Yang has a lot of vitality before, the breakthrough is still of great significance. The vitality in the body into a large Sunday, connecting the bridge of the heavens and the earth, the speed of the real Yangshuo accelerated again. Moreover, after breaking through this realm, to some extent, cultivation is much easier than quenching the body. Of course, the premise is that you have a good cultivation environment. Walking back from the trapped dragon, Yang Kai only felt that the mind and body were comfortable. A breakthrough in a big realm made him feel different in today's world. He didn't know how clear it was. Within the range of 50 feet, even the breath of a person can be faintly detected. As he walked over to the wooden house, Yang Kai suddenly heard a familiar scream, and after listening to the moment, he couldn't help but laugh. How has Sumo been beaten again? However, this is inside the Zoman. If he is beaten, he should be a challenge, not as good as others. No wonder others. There is nothing left and right. Yang Kai decided to go to see the excitement. In the Lingxiao Pavilion, as long as someone starts to challenge, the battlefield can be everywhere. The place where Sumu was beaten is not far from Yang Kai. It has already arrived after a certain distance. There were a lot of people gathered there. Yang Kai swept his eyes and found that the people there were divided into 2 factions. They were distinct and full of gunpowder. Li Yuntian and Zhao Hu, who were familiar with them, were all there, but their looks were somewhat angry. I am confronting another group of people. Something is wrong. Yang Kai's brows are wrinkled, and the discussion between the disciples of Zongmen, no matter who wins or loses, will never do this. Li Yuntian and others seem to be clearly indignant and want to fight like a group. Chapter 65 Wei Zhuang. Get up early and ask for advice. Ask for Sanjiang votes. In addition to these two groups of people, the outermost periphery also gathered a lot of watching the busy Ling Xiaoga disciples, a large number of people, pointing to the middle finger. With a bit of doubt, Yang Kai squeezed into the crowd and slowly walked to Li Yuntian and others. Inadvertently, I found that Su Mu in the field was swollen at the moment, and he looked like a wolf and was fighting a teenager who was not much bigger than him. The young man's face was calm, and there was no slightest injury on his face. He smiled with a scornful smile. While he was dealing with Sumu's attack, he spoke with excitement. Sumu whispered, and every time he rushed, he was easily resolved by the other side. After a moment of watching, Yang Kai's brows were slightly wrinkled. He found that something was wrong. Sumu's attack was not that he did not hit the boy, but his attack had no effect on the boy. The fist squatted on the other side, and the other side even frowned. Do not wrinkle, and if Sumu is hit, it will definitely suffer minor injuries. The fluctuations in the enthusiasm between the two recruits are almost the same. That is to say, the strength is not much different. How can there be such a gap? What happened? Yang Kai took a shot on Li Yuntian's shoulder and asked. Li Yuntian turned back and looked very happy. Yang Shixiao. This voice shouted. Zhao Hu and others also found Yang Kai. All greeted each other, went back, and then yelled at the opposite group. How is Sumu not his opponent? Yang Kai asked his doubts. They should be about the same strength? Li Yuntian nodded quickly and looked indignantly. Well, Su Xiao is now on the second floor of the Yuan dynasty. That person is the third floor of Kaiyuan. It is really fair to confront. Su Xiao is not an opponent. He will not be better. But this person is really, it is despicable and shameless. The disciples between the same disciple have been challenged. Even wearing a defensive secret treasure, can the means of Su Xiao be displayed? Yang Kai's face sank. Defense secret treasure? Yes. Li Yuntian bit his teeth. He is the grandson of the elders, named Wei Zhuang, and his defensive secret is given by the elders. Another ancestor? Yang Kai faintly understood. There is also an elder behind Sumu. This Wei Zhuang is the grandson of the great elders. Everyone has a backing. Status is similar. Others do not dare to fight Su Mu. Doesn't mean he doesn't dare, but the same disciple learns and wears a defensive secret, which is a bit too much. The elders and the elders have always been unsettled. Even with Su Xiao and this Wei Zhuang, they are not pleasing to each other. This time he caught the opportunity and will definitely learn from Su Xiao. Li Yuntian was secretly anxious. Yang Kai snorted. It turned out to be a boring infighting. Yang brother, think of ways to save Su Xiao. You know his temper, and he will definitely be seriously injured when he fights again. Li Yuntian asked. Yang Kai looked indifferent. The disciples between the same disciple, the skill is not as good as the person, but the disciples of Ling Xiaoga are still afraid of this. But this battle is not fair. Wei Zhuang is relying on the power of the secret treasure. Yang Kai sneered. This world is not fair. The weak meat is strong. The strong is respected. You should have known this for a long time. Li Yuntian stayed and was speechless. The disciples between the same disciples, they really can't get into the hands. Although the performance of Yang Kai's days is fierce, but the rules of the sects are placed here, how can he expect him to save the Sumu like last time? In the field, Sumu has been crumbling, and the moves have not been much strength. Wei Zhuang is laughing, very proud, patted his chest. Sumu, you are welcome. Come and go here, this is less today. Just standing still, you have to hurt me. I will take the initiative to admit defeat. Sumu's eyes are blurred. The blood is red spots on the two fists, and the defensive secret treasure that Wei Zhuang wears on his body not only has the ability to protect, but also has the effect of rebounding vitality. Every time he hits a punch, he has to bear most of his strength. The wound on the two fists is like this. When he heard Wei Zhuang's madness, Sumu spit a water and said, There is a kind of taking off the turtle shell inside you. The young master does not climb you down. You are not my grandson. Wei Zhuang's look was cold, and his face suddenly picked up. Yin smiled and said, The courage is not small. I dare to take advantage of me. You will pay for your words. Wei Zhuang was obviously irritated, and 3 steps and 2 steps to the front of Sumu. A fist swept to Sumu's cheek. Weak, Sumu backhand block, but the state is not as good as others, and failed to block this the second attack. The cheeks were suddenly swept in the punch, suddenly swollen, and the body was turned around for a half circle. Wei Zhuang became a tiger. If he didn't do it, he would directly pour Su Mu into the ground, and his fists would come out and fiercely lay down. Su Mu struggled to resist, but it still did not help. The secret treasure worn by Wei Zhuang was obviously not small, and it was not the strength of Su Mu that could be broken. Screaming, "Grandfather, this is less than you." Wei Zhuang played for a while, stopped to threaten. Su Mu looked at him coldly and smiled scornfully. The last time Su Mu was formed by Xiaofeng, he almost took his head with a stone and did not give in. How could this compromise? "I let you laugh." Wei Zhuang did not have any mercy. In a few punches, Su Mu's teeth were all blown, and the blood in his nostrils overflowed, and the appearance was terrible. This Wei Zhuang began to surpass the Cheng Xiaofeng of the day. Su Xiao, Li Yuntian and others are really unable to go on, and quickly stepping forward, can hinder the Zoman rules, cannot be rescued. Wei Zhuang didn't start anymore, but instead looked at Li Yuntian and others sneerily, screaming, "I want to save him?" Li Yuntian and others did not answer, and they gasped with a big mouth and looked angry and filled with indignation. "I ask you, do you want to save him?" Wei Zhuang slammed the brush on Su Mu's face and asked awkwardly. Seeing that Su Mu was attacked again, Li Yuntian and others quickly nodded, fearing that he would poison his hands again. "Want to squat? Gai gai ka, 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 yao, 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 wait, 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 way under the men, humiliating them is tantamount to humiliating Su Mu. When I heard this sentence, the people onlookers suddenly felt awkward, and Li Yuntian and others even turned pale and humiliated. Su Mu struggled to look at Li Yuntian and others, screaming and wording, "Don't listen to him." "Huh," Su Mu slaps again. Li Yuntian and others were shocked. When they knew that they would hesitate again, Su Mu would still be tortured. Looking at Wei Zhuang with hatred, and with infinite grief on the face, they all slowly succumbed. Yang Kaiwei looked at them from different places. "I didn't expect them to do this for sumo. The men's knees have gold. If they don't have deep feelings with each other, who would be willing to kneel for others?" Yang Kaiben thought that Li Yuntian and others were just mixing and drinking with the second ancestor of sumo. It seems obvious now. Wei Zhuang's eyes stunned, and suddenly he smiled and looked down at Su Madeo. "I can't see it. The dogs you train are very obedient." Su Mu's eyes crossed two lines of humiliating tears. Even if he was beaten into a pig by Wei Zhuang, he did not shed a tear. But now, seeing Li Yuntian and others squatting on the ground, the tears of the two lines flowed down without competing. Chapter 66, Please Enlighten Me. Watching Li Yuntian and others fall to the ground, Wei Zhuang's face is more intense. Haha laughed. Single is not sinful. Li Yuntian and others looked blue and green, biting their teeth and slamming their heads. The voice was filled with infinite tragic and strong. "Please, Wei brother, your hands." Wei Zhuang's eyes narrowed and his smile gradually converged. Li Yuntian and others are so thin, so that he cannot help but move. "Wei Zhuang." Su Mu swallowed his mouth full of blood. "I am with you, swear not." "I have this intention." Wei Zhuang held his hands together and slammed toward the chest of Sumo. With a bang, Su Mu's blood spurted out and directly fainted. Su Xiao, Li Yuntian, and others roared. Never expected that Wei Zhuang would dare to lose faith in front of so many people. "Don't let go of one." Wei Zhuang murdered the underground order, stood up from Su Mu, and the dog died. The group of Ling Xiaoga disciples who had just confronted Li Yuntian and others all sneered up and stopped asking Li Yuntian and others to ask for challenges. Li Yuntian and others are angry at the heart. "I do not know how to vent. Just the other party sent to the door. How can you not agree? This is a blatant fight, but each has a fixed opponent." Wei Zhuang sneered and looked at Li Yuntian and others. He sneered, "Who dares not to take it? Fights in the dead, kills me." He made it clear that he would teach the group of people following sumo and let them know the end of the wrong person. Yang Kai was close to Li Yuntian and others. At this moment, he was also stared by Wei Zhuang's men. This man came to him and only reported his name. He did not wait for Yang Kai's reaction and directly hit it. Come up. Yang Kai's foot went out, and it was thunderous and squatting on the man's stomach. The man immediately fell. It is also unfortunate that he is alive. His strength is probably only a layer of quenching. According to the rules, he is not qualified to challenge Yang Kai, but he can't blame others for looking for it. On the battlefield that flashed through chaos, Yang walked towards Sumu step by step. Well, Wei Zhuang blinked at Yang Kai, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. There are many people in Sumu's hands, and who are respectively. Wei Zhuang is naturally clear. However, Yang Kai did not really see him. At one time, he was not allowed to identify Yang Kai. Yang Kai was silent, cold face, and walked to the front of Sumu, reached out and tried his breath, and found that Sumu was only comatose, and he could not help but feel relieved. Who are you? Wei Zhuang was not happy, and he had a gap with Sumo. This man dared to look at Sumu's injury in front of his own face. He clearly did not put himself in his eyes. Yang Kai stood up and looked at Wei Zhuang quietly. I don't ask who you are. Wei Zhuang raised his chin and asked with enthusiasm. Try the disciple Yang Kai. Please enlighten me. Yang Kai chong Wei Zhuang a fist. This is the courtesy of the challenge between the disciples of Ling Xiaoge. Yang Kai. Wei Zhuang looked a glimpse and immediately woke up. You are the Yang Kai who is in the limelight these days? Don't dare to do it. But if there is no other person in the family called Yang Kai, then I am. Jokes. A trial disciple in the district. Even dare to challenge this young master. Do you have that qualification? Wei Zhuang sneered. Zonman rules, as long as the strength between disciples is less than 3 layers, they can challenge each other. This is the 3rd floor of Kaiyuan. What do you count? Wei Zhuang sighed and tried his disciples, that is, the disciples who did not break through to Kaiyuan. Since there was no breakthrough, it must have been more than 3 layers. I am also the 3rd floor of Kaiyuan. Yang Kai replied faintly. A panic sounded. Impossible. Yang Kai has already opened the 3rd floor of the Yuan dynasty? Isn't that he only cultivated to the 3rd floor of the quenching body in 3 years? Is it wrong for himself? Or am I mistaken? It's strange. When Yang Kai challenged me some time ago, it's just 8 layers of quenching. How can he get to this realm in less than a month? There are many kinds of doubts. Wei Zhuang is also suspiciously looking at Yang Kai, seems to be thinking about whether he is really true. Since it has already reached Kaiyuan, why is it a trial disciple? Where did he know that Yang Kai only broke through last night, and it broke through the 9 layers of the quenching body to this level? Now I have challenged your qualifications, Yang Kai asked, and there was a flash of fierce light in his eyes. If you really have this strength, you have this qualification. Wei Zhuang nodded and snorted. If you are not afraid of death, Yang Kai is indifferent. I hope you will not be afraid of death. Wei Zhuang is furious, thinking that I am wearing a defensive secret treasure. Even if the warrior who opened the top of the Yuan dynasty would not want to break open the defense, it is equal to being in an invincible position, depending on how you can win the 3 layers of Kaiyuan. Me? Come, I will let you try a punch. Wei Zhuang rushed to Yang Kai waving. Yang Kai will be polite. Rushing up is a punch on Wei Zhuang's chest. The hot Yang vitality was poured in, not only failed to hurt Wei Zhuang points, but Yang opened his body and shocked. He took a few steps back and looked down. His fist was red. Obviously he was hurt by his own strength. It is. Haha, do not measure. Wei Zhuang became more and more proud. The voice did not fall. The look is a glimpse, because he found that Yang Kai's eyes suddenly red, a fierce volatility wave from his body, with hot passion. There is no retreat and panic in his eyes, and some are just excited. These eyes are like the eyes of a beast, watching the prey they are interested in, even the harbinger of the riot. Without a reason, Wei Zhuang's heart suddenly broke out, but Yang Kai had already smirked and rushed up. A drop of Yang liquid in Dantian quietly appeared at the fingertips and moved with his heart, transforming a red blade with a thin flap. The red light flashed, accompanied by a squeaky light. Yang Kai and Wei Zhuang staggered. Wei Zhuang only felt a cold belly, looked down, a heart suddenly sinking into the bottom of the valley, screaming, "My embroidered cloud lock armor!" This close-fitting embroidered cloud lock armor is the defensive secret of the middle-class products. Although the grade is not high, it is very suitable for the warrior in his realm. The elders did not know where they came from, and they were given him. At that time, the elders had clearly stated that the warriors who opened the Yuan dynasty could not break through the defense of this secret treasure unless they used the martial arts with great lethality. But now, this secret treasure that he has placed high hopes on, in a round, was cut open by a trial disciple of the third floor of Kaiyuan. What weapon did he use? Is that blood-red weapon also a secret treasure? And the grade is even higher than Shuyin's locks? If not, how can this be so amazing? Chapter 67. You are not as good as him. At this moment, Wei Zhuang is shocked and distressed. What is shocking is that his embroidered cloud lock armor did not defend against the other side's blow. The distressed defensive secret treasure was cut through a hole and completely lost its defense effect. Under extreme anger, Wei Zhuang actually turned around and rushed toward Yang. The mouth yelled, "Dare to break my secret treasure, I want you to die." Wei Zhuang also has a three-layered realm of Kaiyuan, and it is full of strength. Naturally, the strength will not be too bad, but when Yang Kai is in the quenching situation, he will kill the enemy of the fifth floor of Kaiyuan, and he can turn over a three-tier area. What is the spray? Waiting until Wei Zhuang rushed to the front, the blood-red blade on the hand was crisscrossed and brushed a few strokes. Wei Zhuang's body was fiercely fixed. A fist was only 3 inches away from Yang Kai, but he could not fight, because he can feel a hot enthusiasm at the chest. Trembling eyes looked down and saw the blood-red blade in Yang Kai's hand, just like the snake vomiting the core, swallowing it, and reaching the position of his heart. Defense secret treasure, not so good. Yang Kai sneered. His eyes swept over. I saw Wei Zhuang wearing the embroidered cloud lock armor cracked several big mouth. Yang Kai was also somewhat unexpected. He didn't think that his cations turned into blades, and he was sharp enough to this extent. It is really necessary to fight with Wei Zhuang. Although he can win, he will never be so relaxed. He is only relying on the power of Yang liquid. However, the other party relies on the embroidered cloud to lock the armor. Why can't he use the liquid? You dare to hurt me to try? Wei Zhuang's face was shaking, looking at Yang Kai quite awkwardly. Even though his life was pinched by Yang Kai, he did not have the slightest fear. He is the grandson of the elders. Respected identity, no one has the courage to hurt him. You are afraid that you don't know? My grandfather is a great elder. If you dare to hurt me, you will die. Wei Zhuang was so threatening. Yang Kai was unmoved, and the blood-red blade on his finger was more and more dangerous, and the red light in his eyes was also very strong. I don't know if you die first, or do I die first? Yang Kairao looked at Wei Zhuang with interest, with a strange smile on his mouth, and slowly exerted his strength on his fingers. A trace of red blood infiltrated from the chest of Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang looked white, could not help but sigh. His body was injured. He felt a hot energy poured in, burning his skin pain. Would you dare to? Wei Zhuang looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. He couldn't think of it. In this Lingxiao pavilion, someone actually dared to hurt himself. Dare to have done it. You said I dare not. Yang Kai continued to force. The blade went deep into half an inch. Blood flowed more than flew. Wei Zhuang's body trembled fiercely and sighed. You are not afraid of my grandfather killed. You. Zhong Nei disciples internal study. Life and death conceded. Yang Kai coldly screamed. You are not as good as people, who cannot be killed. Who is the big elder? How is the elders? It is not his. Wei Zhuang was terrified. He looked at the madness to the same door of a mad heart. A chill came from the bottom of his heart and was cold. Just about to open, Yang Kai suddenly interrupted him. I will kill you before you say the word to admit defeat. You better not have this idea. Wei Zhuang looked pale and white. He really wanted to admit defeat. He and his disciples learned from each other. Once one party feels that the strength is not good, they can admit defeat. The other party can no longer pursue it. But now, he dare not say these 2 words. He did not see any jokes from the other's eyes. It is a kind of serious eyes. What do you want? Wei Zhuang asked. I don't want to. I just think that you are not as good as Su Mu. You can win him, and you just rely on the secret of the secret treasure. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I am not as good as him. Wei Zhuang was a cat who had been stepped on his tail. He whispered, where is it better than him? I am stronger than him. I am better than him. Why is it worse than him? Yang Kai-tu looked at him. You don't believe? I will show you. After all, the fingers suddenly used a force. Wei Zhuang could not help but snorted. His face became like a gold, and his body was awkward. Yang Kai slowly turned his head and looked at the group of Wei Zhuang's men. They were still playing and killing with Li Yuntian and others. But when Wei Zhuang was adopted, they did not dare to have any action. Look at this side. I want to save your Wei Zhuang, young master. Yang Kaiyang asked. No one dares to answer. Everyone is stunned by Yang Kai's madness. All of them are teenagers. Have you ever seen such a brutal scene? If you want to save him, just squat your head and admit your mistake. If I am in a good mood, I will kill him. Yang Kai was cold and indifferent. A group of people look white. This words. Isn't Wei Zhuang's words to Sumu's men just now? After hearing this sentence, Sumu's group of people did not hesitate to fall to the ground and rush to Wei Zhuang's head. Do these people have to go to their footsteps? So many people here are watching it. If it is true, then the face will be thrown away. What other faces will be left in Lingxi age in the future? But what if it is not awkward? What if Wei Zhuang blames it? A group of people have different looks and thoughts, and some have no idea. You want him to die. Yang opened a slight sigh, and the blade on his fingertips sent a little to Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang's spirits are all threatening. He can clearly feel that if the weapon of Yang's open hand goes deeper into it, it will directly enter his heart. That is a deadly attack. Wei Zhuang didn't want to die. He was sweating, and he screamed and screamed at his group. What are you doing? Give me a hurry. If I die, don't think about living. The group of his men only shook his body and hurriedly fell to the ground. Li Yuntian and others watched the tide of the heart. The bad gas that had just been received seemed to disappear with the shackle. Don't mention how happy it is. Yang Kai turned to look at Wei Zhuang, faintly said, now know where the gap between you and Sumu is. Wei Zhuang listened, and his face looked awkward, and his eyes changed instantly, sweeping his group of people with grievances. Li Yuntian and others are willing to humiliate themselves in order to save Sumu's life. But what about his men? If you have to slam yourself and threaten your life, you will not be willing to meet Yang Kai's request. In contrast, the gap between Wei Zhuang and Su Mu is clear at a glance. In the personality charm, Wei Zhuang is not as good as Su Mu. Is it satisfied now? Wei Zhuangqiang started his spirit and looked at Yang Kai coldly. Yang opened his eyes and his face flickered. Wei Zhuang was shocked and shivered. You won't. However, Yang Kai had not had time to answer, and there was a roar from afar. Give me all the time. Chapter 68 Sin. Call for the next ticket, recommended ticket, and Sanjiang ticket. When the sound just started, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This man couldn't help but say that he hit a palm on the shoulder of Yang Kai. The unpowerful force came and Yang snorted and flew out. Yang Shixiao, Li Yuntian, and others were shocked and hurried, and quickly stepped forward to hold Yang Kai. Yang Kai struggled to get up, while taking a light cough and looking at the people. I saw that Wei Zhuang was standing next to a young man, staring at himself in a sullen look, holding Wei Zhuang in one hand, and asked, Zhuang Xiaoye, is it okay? Wei Zhuang stared at Yang Kai with a grudge, and his body was awkward. He shook his head and said, nothing. It's fine, I am late. The young man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although his strength is higher than Wei Zhuang, he is a man of great elders. The status is not as good as Wei Zhuang. It's not too late. Wei Zhuang sneered. Yin and Yang whispered out loudly. Chow brother, you are a law enforcement disciple. You know the rules of this door. I ask you, if anyone dares to be in the Zoman, what is the crime of murder inside? Chao Zhenwen's face was cold, and there was a voice. Depending on the severity of the plot, the hand is broken, the smashing of the smashing, and the smashing of the smashing on the spot. Wei Zhuang haha laughed and pointed his finger to Yang Kai Dao. This person just tried to kill me. Chow brother, you can see it. With someone supporting, Wei Zhuang will be as eager as I have just done. Chao Zhenwen shouted. Is this true? Wei Zhuang sneered. When Brother Chao came, didn't he see everything in his eyes? Chao Zhenwen nodded and said, yes. This disciple did hold a murder weapon on your chest. If I didn't stop it in time, Zhuang Xiaoya, you are afraid that you have been poisoned. This person is really daring, and the day is full. Dare to be wrong. The two men sang together and cooperated in a seamless manner. They actually gave Yang Kai a big hat of murder and murder. Fart. Li Yuntian screamed. Yang Yang and Wei Zhuang are just challenging to discuss. How can you say that is so serious? You are so upside down in black and white. What do you mean? Chao Zhengwen snorted. Is it really simple to learn? Zhao Hu Dao. If you don't believe it, you can ask here to see the lively brothers and sisters. We can all testify. This is what Wei Zhuang first picked up. Yang is only involved. Someone testified. Who gave evidence? Wei Zhuang squinted his head and sneered around. Many of the disciples who watched the lively Lingxiage suddenly made birds and beasts and quickly fled the scene one by one. They have heard the elders' disputes in the cabinet. They naturally did not have the courage to intervene in this scene. No matter which side they offended, they would not be better off in the future. When Li Yuntian saw this scene, he couldn't help but tickle his teeth, but he still stalked his neck. We are involved in this whole process. Every detail knows clearly. We are witnesses. Chao Zhengwen shook his head and said, if you gather together, you will be guilty. How can you testify? Gathering crowds. Zhao Hu jumped up and yelled. It is clearly that Wei Zhuang let his hand come down to challenge us. Where is the gathering of people? Chao Zhengwen, you must think that you are a law enforcement disciple and you can do whatever you want. It's still not your turn to be the master. Bull, Chao Zhengwen reprimanded. The law enforcement hall represents the stipulations of Ling Xiaoga. It has always been fair and just. You dare to question the authority of the law enforcement hall and add a sin. What do you want to add to your sin? Yang opened his hand to stop the defense of Li Yuntian and others. He looked at Chao Zhengwen and laughed. Fair and fair? Today I am seeing what is fair and just. Hey, Chao Zhengwen sneered and said, all for me. After the Presbyterians negotiate, then deal with it. Hey, the sound of a series of safari hunting came out, and there were more than a dozen law enforcement church disciples in all directions. The lowest strength of these people has more than 5 layers of Kaiyuan. Where is Li Yuntian and others? 3, 5, and 2 were knocked down to control. Yang Kai did not resist because he knew that his resistance would not help. Let's walk. Wei Zhuang's villain got the ambition and went to Yang Kai and stared at him with a sneer. Take away, Chao Zhengwen ordered, and the disciples of the law enforcement hall would take away Li Yuntian and others. Looking at Sumu, who is still awake, Chao Zhengwen's brow wrinkled. He took Yang Kai and Li Yuntian and others, but he was not timid. He thought about it. Send Su Shidi to the second elders. Yes. Someone screamed out and picked up Sumu from the ground and hurried away. Zhuang Xiaoya suffering. Chao Zhengwen whispered. Wei Zhuang blinked his eyes and gritted his teeth. That is called Yang Kai. Absolutely can't let go. He humiliated me today. This hatred does not swear not to be human. You should know how to do it. Chao Zhengwen looked hesitant. Zhuang Xiaoya, today's thing is a bit big. It will certainly alarm the Presbyterian Church. If this is the time to start, I am afraid that it is not appropriate. It is better to wait for the elders to make decisions after they have finished. But I can't swallow this breath. Wei Zhuang squinted. Reassure, I will teach him a little lessons from Master Zhuang, so that he knows that he has offended the end of Master Zhuang. Don't kill. I have to personally get him. As you wish. In the Lingxiage Sun Prison, a group of people in Yankai were detained here. The dark and humid inside the Sun Prison. The cold is very heavy. There are mouse mosquitoes everywhere, and the smell of smelling and vomiting in all directions. The environment is bad. Nothing to add. Sun Prison, where Ling Xiaoga detained the disciples, Li Yuntian and others never thought that they would come here one day, and some of them were not in their hearts. Yang Shixiao, this time you are implicated. Li Yuntian sat next to Yang Kai and apologized. Yang Kai smiled and said, this is not your business. I can't help but jump out. I can't see my dog biting my dog. Dog bites the dog. Li Yuntian was almost caught. Did not even let us break into it. Say it sounds good to call the nest. Is it hard to listen to the dog is not a dog bite? Yang Kai chuckled. Yes, but Master Yang is relieved that Su Shouting will not care about us. We only need to wait here for a few hours. Su Shao can save us. Li Yuntian thought relatively simple. Yang Kai turned his body and put on a comfortable posture. Let me talk about why there is a gap between the elders and the two elders. Li Yuntian heard a sigh. This is related to our head. Oh, I want to hear it, Li Yuntian said. The last time Su Xiao also told you about the two apprentices in the head. Since the head of the mountain went out, and the two disciples sneaked into the trapped dragons, our heads were rarely in front of people. It's just happening. Even the things in the pavilion don't pay much attention to it. Over the years, the elders have been at the head of the agency. Perhaps it's been a long time to have ambitions. The elders now regard themselves as the head, two elders. I don't understand it. I think that the elders often have the suspicion of being overwhelmed. Often, there is friction in the past. Chapter 69 Difference between Apprentice and Ancestors. The current Lingxi age, the elders and the 4 elders and 5 elders are united together, and the elders are the leader of the horse, while the 2 elders and the 3 elders are another. The former wants to take the lead, and the latter is to maintain the head. One side. Only the elders have a stronger strength. The 2 elders and the 3 elders have suffered a lot in these years of fighting. After listening to Li Yuntian's words, Yang Xinzhong suddenly became aware of it. The elders are not jealous of each other. The juniors will naturally fight, and the festivals of Sumu and Weizhuang are probably like this. Zhao Hu sneered. It's just that the tiger doesn't go out of the mountain. The monkeys call the king. If the head really reappears, what big greens are they? Li Yuntian stunned Zhao Hu and said, Don't chew your tongue behind. Our junior disciples don't want to be elders, even if they don't understand their practices. Zhao Hu spit out his tongue and whispered, You don't think so. Li Yuntian said, But I won't say it. Contributing to the church, Xia Ningshang rushed in, and the old man smiled at her and said, Apprentice, come to visit the teacher today? Well, this kind of filial piety, the old man is very comforted. Xia Ningchang eagerly said, Master, the big thing is not good. What is it? There is some doubt in the dream. He has never seen his apprentice as flustered today. Xia Ningshang quickly said today that Yang Kai and others had a holiday with Wei Zhuang. After the endless dreams, the face was gloomy. You said, Yang Kai, that kid has already reached the 3rd floor of Kaiyuan? He also defeated Wei Zhuang. Yes. Xia Nings nodded again and again, thinking that his breakthrough is still my help. It seems that the last time he got the experience in the Black Wind Mountain is not small. This is not the sound, the blockbuster. The cultivation speed is fast. The dream is not surprised. You don't feel guilty about the master, or just think about ways to save him. Xia Ning is eager. The dream is unspeakable, and I look at my apprentice strangely. It looks strange. Apprentice, what are you doing so nervously? Xia Ningshang a sigh said, I have it. Well, you are very nervous now. The dream nodded and nodded. His apprentice was icy and jealous, and his thoughts were simple. No one knows her better than himself. For many years, Ling Xiaoge was not an outstanding male disciple who loved her. Her attitude towards those people has always been a false resignation, and it is far from it. Today, it is obviously unusual for a person who only has 3 levels of Kaiyuan to seek help. Xia Ningshang said, I just don't want his cultivation road to be killed just after the improvement. You are familiar with him? The dream was suddenly alert. Unfamiliar, but I have been observing him for 2 years. Master, you also know that I am in the Dark Hall, and I am responsible for the area where he lives. Xia Ningxin told the truth. He said, I want to be a master. Ways to save him. He offended the elders this time. If there is no help from the high-ranking people, I am afraid that the 2 elders will not be in charge of his life and death. The master is the high man. Dreams have no face to enjoy, thousands of wear and wear, but not to wear, not to mention the flattering of their own baby apprentice. I was proud of it for a while, and my dreams were frowning. Well, this is not a good thing for the teacher to intervene. You see, this is the chores of Ling Xiaoge. After all, the old man is just looking at the scene. What is it like to step in? This is true. Although his impression of Yang Kai is not bad, but how can he interfere with Ling Xiaoge? Xia Ningshang didn't answer, just staring at the dream with a pair of watery eyes. Although there was a veil blocking, she could still see her sly little face. The most unbearable eyes. The dream has nowhere to make a face. Hey, my little grandma, you are not willful. And if the old man does not shoot, the two elders will have arrangements. This once Yang Kai was involved because Su Mu was involved. If the elders did not care about him, how can they draw people's hearts in the future? What if? Xia Ning asked eagerly. There should be no more. The dream is boundless and somewhat uncertain. After all, it is normal for high-level battles to sacrifice one or two disciples. Hey! Xia Ningxiang turned and sat down on the chair next to him, sullen and unhappy. If you don't help the master, then I can't go to the place where the Nining gathers. The strength of your apprentice will only stop herein. After listening to this, the dream was full of horror and ran out from behind the counter, standing in front of Xia Ningxiang and waiting for the ant to generally lower his posture. Where can I talk about this? Xia Ningxiang passed his head and was silent. The dream was boundless and turned in a direction, and once again went to Xia Ningxiang. You told me. Why can't you go there without helping him? In any case, regardless of his life and death, you don't care about my life and death. Master, you are such a ruthless person. This is like a sharp arrow, shot on the face, piercing the heart of the dreamless end. Let him be struck by lightning, and the whole liver is broken into countless petals. Grandma, my aunt's grandmother, let's have something to say, can't you do it? I'm old bones, can't afford you to toss. The dream is endless and humble. This is the attitude towards the apprentice. It is clearly the attitude towards the ancestors. Xia Ningxiang turned his head and stared at the dream without a word. He cultivated the Yang martial arts, and the body of the Yang Yuan is pure and incomparable. Yang attribute vitality? The dream is boundless and dignified. To what extent? More than 5 times more than the person you found last time. Xia Ningxiang replied. Have you tried it? The dream can't wait to confirm. Yes. If that's the case, then he really can't have an accident. The blind waste of the dream suddenly straightened up. After thinking for a moment, he walked out. Going to the door is another meal. Looking back at Xia Ningxiang and asking, Apprentice, do you reject him? Do not exclude. Xia Ning is slowly shaking his head. That is like, I don't like it, just don't hate it. Xia Ningxiang was asked to look red. Good. You know what you have to do if you want to go there, but you have to promise with the master that you won't be tempted by him. I will save him. What do you say to the master? Xia Ningxiang tweaked. I haven't even talked to him. Xia Ningxiang's guilty conscience was involuntarily reminded of the embarrassment of the last night. It's not for the teacher to cut off your love, just, this small place is not your place. There are no people you can love. Sooner or later, you will reach a height that no one can reach. You will live for hundreds of years, thousands of years, and your loved ones will die old in front of you, and you will not want to suffer the pain for you. You must remember that the peak of Wu is lonely and lonely. It's a high place. Chapter 71, Enemy 5. The dream of saying nothing is like a sensation, and Xia Ningxiang can naturally hear the sorrow in his words. Has the master experienced this kind of thing? Just want to ask, but the dream is gone, but it has disappeared. At the same time, in the Black Wind Trade City office, in front of the wooden house of the disciples of Ling Xiaoga, there was a sweaty young man rushing over, standing in front of the door and knocking gently, calming down the gasping voice, whispering, Su Shiji. What? There was a cold voice, and the voice was good, but with a cold that refused to be thousands of miles away. The young man's sweat almost condensed into ice, and the spirit hit a cold war. The young master Su Mu was stunned, and a group of his men were arrested by the law enforcement hall and locked into the prison. The voice just fell. The door of the wooden house suddenly opened, and Su Yan, a white man, appeared in front of the man. The man quickly stepped back 2 steps, lowered his head, and dared not look directly at Su Yan's beautiful and flawless face. Speak clearly what happened, Su Yan asked faintly, but the whole wooden house exudes a burst of coldness that is visible to the naked eye, and there is a sound of snoring on the ground. It is the movement of icing. The young man quickly said a long story and said the beginning and end of the matter. After he finished speaking, he waited for a long while and did not move. He couldn't help but whisper. Su Shiji shouted, still did not respond. This man boldly looked up and looked at it. There is Su Yan in front of her. She did not know when to go away. My mother. The disciples of Ling Xiaoga almost collapsed and fell to the ground. This sister-in-law is too cold. If anyone marries her in the future, I am afraid that I will have to cover the quilt to live. However, like the ice-cold and noble people like Su Shiji, there is no man under the sun who can deserve her. No one had thought that it was only a friction between the younger disciples of the Ling Siege, which was soaring and raging. In Ling Xiaoga's prison, Yang Kai and Li Yuntian were still being held. It has been more than an hour since they were caught. There is still no movement outside. Li Yuntian and others are a little anxious. I don't know why Sumu has not acted yet. But again, Sumu was stunned at the time, and I don't know if I have woke up now. If he didn't wake up, he couldn't help. When I was worried, the gate of the prison was suddenly opened. With a footstep sound, a disciple of the law enforcement hall came to the prison where Yang Kai and others were detained. After opening the door lock, he shouted, "Who is Yang Kai?" Yang Kaixing said, "I am." "Follow me," the law enforcement cousin politely ordered. "Someone wants to see you." Yang Kai's face sank, and he sneered a sneer, but he was not afraid. He walked out. Yang Shixiang, "Don't go out. Wait for Su Shaolai to save them." Li Yuntian was shocked and grabbed Yang Kai. "Let go," the law enforcement cousin screamed. "Whoever dares to block it is an enemy of the law enforcement hall, and the consequences are clear to you." Yang Kaichong Li Yuntian said, "I will go and see, don't worry." Li Yuntian had no choice but to let go, and he screamed, "Yang, brother, everything is careful." "Hey," the law enforcement cousin sneered, not self-reliant. Out of the prison, the disciples of the law enforcement hall locked the door and then walked outside with Yang Kai. Not long after, when I came to a room, the man opened the door and smiled Yin and Yang. "Please come in." Yang opened his head and glanced at him. He also sneered, and he stepped in. The law enforcement cousin followed closely and touched the door to close the door. Almost at the moment when the door was closed, Yang Kai turned sharply, and a palm was printed on the chest of the disciplinary disciple who brought himself in. The hot sun was poured into it, and the man immediately screamed and was pushed. Hit the wall. He didn't even think that Yang Kai dared to attack himself. This time, the food was solid and almost did not slow down. A big dog. The house immediately screamed, and the 3 or 4 people immediately danced and rushed to Yang. Yang Kai only had time to block a person's attack, and the next moment he was turned over to the ground, followed by a punch and kick. In the chaos, Yang Kai screamed. His mouth overflowed with blood, and the sweet taste made Yang Kai excited, and the blood boiled. The moment of true yang was almost flowing in the meridians at an incredible speed, and the bones oozing hot. The heat spread throughout the body, making Yang Kai's skin become flaming. This time, the energy from the bones seems to be much larger than the previous ones. Roar! The besieged Yang opened an oolong stirring column, and the action slammed wildly. He was in midair and kicked out his feet. In the middle of the heads of 2 law enforcement disciples, with 2 screams, both of them were stumbled back and forth. But before Yang opened the ground, he smashed one person in the oblique thorn. He grabbed the kick he kicked out with a hand and slammed it like a rag. Yang Kai was smashed into the wall and snorted. The 5 internal organs are churning. Struggling to get up, Yang opened the blood of the mouth and the dim light in the house, which was to check the situation inside the house. This is a closed secret room. There are 5 disciples in the law enforcement hall. According to the fluctuations in the powers that have just been handed over, Yang Kai estimates that their strengths are probably in the Kaiyuan layer and that they fly away. The person who is violent and violent is clearly a sign that has entered the aerodynamic environment. Take an enemy 5, and the gap in the realm is quite large, and this battle is doomed to no chance. However, Yang Kai was laughing, and in the face of adversity, Yang Shinko's war was violently tumbling. Don't dare to take the initiative to hurt people. The disciplinary disciple of the aerodynamic environment shouted coldly. The courage is not small. The other 4 people stood behind him, staring blankly at Yang Kai. They got the order of Chao Zhongwan, and they should give a good lesson to Yang Kai, as long as they don't kill. Unexpectedly, I just entered the house, and Yang Kai took the initiative to attack. They beat them, and they were caught off guard. Hey! Yang opened his back against the wall, slightly lowering his head, and the scarlet eyes were turning around in 5 people. The voice was cold and cold. You want to beat me, can't I resist? The disciples of the law enforcement hall in the aerodynamic environment looked sad and smirked. You are smart. If you know what we think, then don't resist. Let us play a meal, so that Master Wei Zhuang has this bad smell. You dare to resist. Maybe you will lose your arms and legs. You can try. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Stubborn. Give me a fight. With one order, 5 people will be dispatched again. The trick is that there is no mercy. With their strength, a single deal with Yang Kai is more than enough to consciously. Now 5 together. Want to teach Yang Kai a meal? Naturally, it is easy. Chapter 71 Freak. In the secret room, a burst of people turned over, and the sound of angry roaring and fists and feet was endless. And there was a sigh of noise between them, and there was a little blood splashing out. As the saying goes, the 2 fists are difficult to attack the 4 hands. The strength of Yang Kai and the few people are different, and even more than one enemy 5. Where can you keep your own thoughtful? Often hitting someone else's trick, they have to bear the attack of 4 or 5 strokes. These law enforcement cousins are even more sizzling, punching, and fleshing, although they will not have the life of Yang Kai. But after eating such a fat, anyone has to lie in bed for a month or 2. Stop. After a long while, the disciples of the aerodynamic law enforcement hall suddenly screamed and quickly jumped out of the battle circle. Don't fight, then hit and kill. The other 4 also hurried back, staring at Yang Kai, who was crawling on the ground, and his eyes were quite jealous. My grass. One of them glared at his cheek. He was slapped in the face and almost broke his teeth. The other person is licking his own crotch, and his face is full of sorrow. I am still almost in the future. If it is not hiding fast, it will be me to lie first. Even if he avoided the key position, his thigh root was a burning pain. Yang Kai struggled against the rolled-up foot, and his power was huge. Until now he thought it made his heart cold. 5 people, look at me. I look at you. All of them are stunned, because in such a battle of great disparity, although they beat Yang Kai, everyone is more or less left behind. Some traces. This discovery shocked 5 people. The faces of the 5 people suddenly picked up, which is too shameful. How can a so-called disciple who has only 3 levels of Kaiyuan? I didn't care much when I was encircling him. Now I think it is incredible. Oh, a sound came, and the 5 people looked at the sound and saw Yang Kai, who was supposed to be on the ground, stood up in a tremble and spit out a blood in his mouth. His body flickered and changed, and there was a faint red light shining. A hot feeling rushed toward him, like a volcano that had been silent for thousands of years, even if it broke out. This volatility. The disciples of the aerodynamic environment were horrified. Nothing. Where is this a wave of volatility that a 3-level disciple can open? It has clearly reached the peak of Kaiyuan, and further, I am afraid that it will be aerodynamic. Can he still stand up? One person next to him widened his eyes and almost bit his tongue. Even if he was himself, if he was fattened like him, he would not have the strength to move his fingers. How did he stand up? He is coming. Another person suddenly screamed out loud, and the voice did not fall. The originally twitching Yang Kai actually rolled up a gust of wind and rushed toward the 5 people. In the middle of the road, Yang Kai's fist became red, like a soldering iron from a charcoal fire. The man who shouted the words in the body and slammed a punch with Yang. Boom! The man flew up on his back, crashed into the wall and fell to the ground, and spit out a bite of blood when his throat was sweet. Yang Kai's body was slightly stunned, and he had already found a second goal. Let's relax. The leading disciple of the aerodynamic environment was furious, and his 5 brothers played a younger brother. Not only did they fail to bring down their homes, but they were also counterattacked by others. What kind of system did this spread out? Where do you put your own face? Under the wrath, this disciple of the aerodynamic situation launched with a palm, and Shin Shin sang, and said, "The wind is spinning." In the closet of the chamber, the wind whistling from the palm of the man, a small tornado visible to the naked eye, directly greeted Yang Kai's fist. A burst of noise came, and the clothes on Yang's arm seemed to have been cut by countless blades, and instantly became ragged, and the entire arm was covered with blood. Yang Kai's red eyes reveal the color of horror. The Real Yang is moving, fiercely rushing out from the arm, blocking the other side of this martial arts. Calling, a bang, a burst of fire burst in the secret room. Yang Kai's true yang temperament blended with the aerodynamic disciple's wind and ignited directly. In the fire, Yang Kai's fist hit out and was in the palm of the apocalyptic disciple. Both sides retreated. "What are you doing? Give me a fight." The psychic disciple was flushed, and he never thought that the other party's strength was so strange. Although he did not let himself get hurt, he could have said something to eat. Under the anger, he immediately screamed. The other 3 stunned law enforcement disciples have come back to the world, rushed up and surrounded Yang Kai, each exhibition, and it was a pain to Yang Kai. The other person who was first beaten by Yang Kai was also angry and joined in. After half a cup of tea, the 4 talents gradually stopped their hands, and while they gasped, they succumbed to the distance of a few feet, and Yang Kai was almost separated from the room by a whole room, and looked at him with vigilance. They are really shocked by the madness of this younger brother. The second cofferdam. The effect is remarkable. Yang Kai's injury was several times more serious than it was just now, but the 4 also paid different degrees of price. "He won't get up again," one of them whispered as he coughed and coughed. After the cough, there was a pool of blood in his hand. "It shouldn't be, it's all like this." The other man stared at his own eyes. There was a bruise, and there was a big bubble, as if it had been boiled. The 5 people are very bitter in their hearts. They feel that they have suffered such a big loss this time because of the terrain. In this small secret room, 5 people play one, seemingly taking advantage of it. But it is difficult to shoot together, and the other party is not so scrupulous. There are enemies everywhere, and they can fully play. If you can play out all the strengths in the wilderness, how can you do this? However, this is called Yang Kai's younger brother, and the strength is really amazing. The General Kaiyu on 3rd floor is not his opponent at all. No wonder Wei Zhuang will be defeated in his hands.